Chapter 1. Cursed Commercial Secrets. 1. The protagonist possesses a distinct lack of morality, embodying a refined form of selfishness, depicted as a university student individual navigating the labyrinth of adult life, bewildered and despondent, yet inadvertently humorous in his plight. 2. The central theme revolves around an unwavering faith in divinity, with the notion that misfortune stems from insufficient belief. 3. The protagonist is not characterized as a virtuous individual, rather, he is indifferent to both genders, favoring only the divine, seeking intimacy with deities, and refusing to align with the Night Watch. 4. Within this narrative, all gods of the Cthulhu mythos are portrayed as infatuated, often entangled in conspiracies only to abandon them in favor of affection for the protagonist. 5. The text features numerous song lyrics, ostensibly to enhance word count strike-through and to offer recommendations. Some lyrics are whimsically crafted. 6. The vast landscape of novels presents endless possibilities should one fail to captivate. We shall simply seek another. The prevailing style leans heavily towards the Cthulhu aesthetic, with obsessive male ghosts and fragile, lovesick characters frequently making appearances. The ruler of updates seeks out nickname. Interpretation of operations as the midday bell has just tolled, and the clamor of Class 2, Songnon, has yet to settle. Lin Xie occupied a new seat by the window, observing the vacant playground outside. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled shadows on his pallid visage, in appropriate ambience for contemplating life or pondering what to have for lunch. Though his aunt prepared his meals without regard for his preferences, such musings served to pass the time. Suddenly, a buzzcut boy leaned in, carelessly resting his elbow on Lin's desk. With a conspiratorial squint and a hushed tone, barely concealing his excitement, he exclaimed, "Lin Xie, did you know? Apart from you, there's another celebrity in our class who hasn't reported yet." Lin Xie furrowed his brow, questioning, celebrity? He was not particularly fond of being labeled a celebrity, as it felt akin to a subtle exclusion. Thankfully, this perception was unfounded, as Lin discerned no malice in the boy's eyes. However, the boy's words left Lin feeling rather blind to the circumstances. The situation was already peculiar. Could there be something even more extraordinary? Perhaps a mute? Or perhaps a trumpet? A girl with a ponytail, overhearing the boy's comment, immediately lowered her voice. "Keep it down." He caused quite a stir in the adjacent lab. Initially, there were videos online, but many have been taken down. Before she could finish, several classmates from the back row had gathered, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. "He's a singer." The first line of his lyrics blew everyone away. "Let me sing it for you." Zhao Mingyu cleared his throat, deliberately adopting a raspy tone. Since childhood he learned little knowledge, barely passing exams who determined the rules. Only those who study well and obey thrive. From Survive, the raspy, rhythmic voice resonated throughout the noisy classroom, compelling an involuntary hush among the students. For this very reason, he was expelled from the lab. The Education Bureau was even alerted. When a line who determined the rules was hummed, Lin Xie's spine instinctively straightened. Any student from Daxiao would deeply empathize with the song, and despite the boy's voice being awkward due to the changes of adolescence, it possessed an undeniable power that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Xie inquired, "Is it truly that simple to be expelled?" They neglect those engaged in romantic escapades, those involved in brawls, those indulging in smoking and drinking. Yet they choose to target a singer? The girl shook her head and elaborated, "Xie Luo doesn't merely sing this one song. Each of his works has garnered significant attention online. During his time in the laboratory, he would often indulge in singing at midnight, and due to his eccentricity, he was expelled." Lin Xie nodded in understanding. It made sense now. The satirical nature of his songs aimed at the school, combined with his peculiar personality, made him susceptible to ostracism. Lin Xie, who was often perceived as a freak by others, could deeply empathize. With a profound sense of empathy, Lin Xie murmured, "Some individuals are inherently at odds with the world. Xie Luo might just be one of them." His voice was soft, yet it resonated profoundly within him. Survival? Was he not also merely surviving? Under the weight of unseen gazes and societal rules, he cautiously concealed his brilliance, carefully hiding away that sense of alienation from the world. Zhao Mingyu's imitation, raspy and awkward, reminiscent of a boy's voice changing, unexpectedly tore through some veil of concealment. It allowed Lin Xie to directly touch the heartbeat within Xie Luo's chest. The lyrics resonated like echoes of his own countless failures in attempting to fit into the realm of normalcy. He understood all too well the feeling of being scrutinized by the mainstream and rejected by societal norms. At times, it wasn't that Lin Xie didn't wish to integrate into the world or draw near to others. Rather, the contours of the world's light and shadow appeared too nebulous to him. The Xie Luo you speak of, surely, you cannot be referring to me? A voice, unexpectedly clear yet devoid of inflection, suddenly interjected. Everyone froze momentarily before turning their heads in unison, resembling a group of bewildered geese. At the back door of the classroom, sunlight sliced through, creating a boundary. Outside lay a world of fervent clamor within. An abrupt silence enveloped the space. And there he stood, at the threshold of light and shadow, leaning against the doorframe with a casual, languid posture that bore an air of arrogance. The oversized school uniform jacket hung loosely on him, not appearing slovenly, but rather exuding a vibe of even in a sack. I outshine you, reminiscent of a warrior too weary to shed his battle attire. This accentuated his slender, upright form, akin to a solitary bamboo, radiating an effortless aesthetic of desolation. His slightly long, jet-black bangs fell haphazardly, and his skin bore the pallor of someone long deprived of sunlight. He lifted his gaze slightly. His eyes seemed veiled by an eternal mist, slowly scanning the now hushed crowd. Ultimately, that chillingly indifferent gaze came to rest squarely upon Lin Xie's face. Everyone was acutely aware of how he had swiftly pinpointed the blind boy amidst the crowd. After all, the last remark regarding Xie Luo had been uttered by Lin Xie. The corners of Xie Luo's lips subtly curved upward, barely qualifying as a smile, yet it held a condescending understanding, as if he were saying, "So, you were the one, huh?" A moment of unbearable awkwardness ensued. Even Lin Xie, typically composed, felt a rush of warmth flood to his ears. To be caught in discussions behind his back, especially in the presence of someone so prominent, was profoundly disconcerting. Lin Xie felt a constriction in his throat. "Aunt, you worry too much. Do not fret about my lack of social integration. I am on the brink of an eternal slumber." On the first day of school, as I engaged in gossip with my classmates, I was unexpectedly confronted by the very person we spoke of. They glared at me with those exquisite eyes, chastising me. Lin Xie. A myriad of words coalesced into a void of silence. Perhaps I should feign ignorance. No, I truly am oblivious. I am grateful for this circumstance. Then, amidst the profound stillness, where even the sound of dust settling was distinctly audible, Xie Luo moved, seemingly oblivious to the classmates who stood frozen like statues, and walked with an air of nonchalance. As he brushed past Lin Xie, a cool breath, almost imperceptible, swept past his ear. Along with this breath came a faint, elusive hum, resonating with an almost otherworldly rhythm. I am the last hope of light remaining on Earth, illuminating the ideals of humanity for another 10 years. When the black satin falls, none shall hinder my reign, all to safeguard this sacred soil forbidden to the divine. Though the volume was as soft as a whisper, it bore the weight of 1,000 forces, striking deeply at Lin Xie's heart. Each word felt like a hammer, reverberating through his very soul. Light, 10 years. Black satin, divine prohibition, guardianship. A sharp intuition screamed within Lin Kai's mind, igniting a profound stir and an acute sense of impending crisis that seized him in an instant. For reasons unknown, Lin Xie felt a surge of confidence, sensing that the lyrics spoke of him. Xie Luo did not cast a glance at anyone. He resembled a specter gliding through a bustling marketplace, settling into an isolated corner. Xie Luo was unperturbed by the possibility of Lin Xie ignoring his jest. After all, the lyrics he sang were entirely Lin Xie's own, like teasing a cat with a morsel of fish. Could it resist extending its claws? Could Lin Xie truly remain indifferent? The moment he inquired, Xie Luo would triumph. Xie Luo languidly leaned on the table, his long fingers tapping rhythmically against the surface, echoing the melody he had just hummed. His misty black eyes seemed to harbor something profound, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Years ago, he had inadvertently awakened memories from a past life. He realized he was merely a nameless background character in the rather whimsically titled novel I Learned to Slay Gods in the Psychiatric Hospital. His role could be described as a background classmate of the protagonist Lin Xie, appearing for no more than 3 seconds, perhaps delivering a line such as "Hello, teacher," before likely meeting an untimely end in a subsequent event. How infuriating! This made Xie Luo both amused and exasperated. Why was he worth only the title of classmate? Not even bestowed a complete name? The author was exceedingly miserly. This background character script, he would not abide by it. He desired to take center stage, to defy fate. The first step entice the protagonist. Thus, the earlier stunning debut and soulful serenade were born. Xie Luo reclined in his corner, appearing to be a languid fish in the afternoon, while internally, he was inundated with a barrage of thoughts. Ask quickly. Ask me what the lyrics mean. Stop pretending you must be curious. Lin, my dear friend, curiosity may be the downfall of the cat. Hurry and inquire. Oh, how is it that the protagonist possesses such unwavering composure? Not even my serenade can entice a response. If you do not come soon, I shall resort to singing the lone brave. Just as Xie Luo's inner thoughts threatened to overflow the screen, seriously contemplating the feasibility of the lone brave, a figure approached him with a tragic aura reminiscent of the wind howls coldly. The hero departs, never to return, moving slowly and cautiously towards his corner. It was none other than Lin Xie. In an instant, the gaze of the entire class transformed into a spotlight, the bystanders holding their breath. Even the guy in the back, row munching on his instant noodles, momentarily forgot to chew. Lin Xie's inner monologue. Steady now. Lin Xie, you are but an innocent, kind-hearted blind individual wishing to cultivate amicable relations with your classmates. You are merely here to apologize and, satisfy that insatiable curiosity. Yes, just that. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to make his voice sound as sincere and harmless as a gentle breeze rustling through willows. This esteemed classmate. He realized his faux pas, his ears turning a suspicious shade of red for a brief moment before he swiftly corrected himself. Oh no, Xie Luo. Taking a deep breath, he initiated his apology. I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. Tone steady, expression earnest, full marks. We ought not to discuss our classmates behind their backs. Such conduct is exceedingly impolite. Indeed, the reasoning is impeccable. Especially, here comes a crux. Lin Xie endeavored to sound merely like an innocent seeker of knowledge. He paused, carefully choosing his words. I'm also curious to know what song you were humming just now. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Xie felt as though he had accomplished one of the most challenging social maneuvers in human history, silently applauding himself before holding his breath, awaiting Xie Luo's reaction. The atmosphere in the corner seemed to freeze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Xie began to doubt whether Xie Luo had fallen asleep or simply chose to ignore him, he noticed Xie Luo, leaning on the desk, began to tremble ever so slightly and rhythmically. At first, it appeared he was stifling laughter with great difficulty. Gradually, the intensity increased. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. Ha ha ha! Xie Luo straightened up abruptly, leaning on the desk, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, utterly devoid of any semblance of composure. The entire class? What is this unexpected turn of events? Did the apology turn into laughter for the cool guy? Lin Xie. Bewilderment.jpg. Who am I? Where am I? Is my inquiry truly that amusing? Oh dear, socializing is so challenging. Xie Luo, amidst his laughter, pounded the table. Ha! An apology? Ha ha! Lin Xie you. Ha ha! Your excuse is. Ha ha! Refreshingly unconventional. He struggled to suppress his laughter, using his sleeve to wipe away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Leaning in slightly, lowering his voice, and wearing a mischievous grin that only the two of them could hear, he said, "Come now, Lin." He pointed to his own ear, then to Lin Xie, his smile as cunning as a fox. From the moment you referred to me as classmate, I knew your intentions were far from innocent. Why not just ask for the lyrics directly instead of beating around the bush? Lin Xie's face flushed with anticipation, believing hope was within reach. He hastily inquired, so, were the lyrics? He had not heard them clearly before and was eager to hear them once more. Xie Luo paused, a deeper smile gracing his lips. imbued with a hint of triumph, as if the fish had finally taken the bait. He leisurely added, "The lyrics? I shall never reveal them to you. This new song of mine is a trade secret. You're not a spy sent by my rival artist, are you? I've seen this sort of thing too often." With those words, Lin Xie fell silent, grappling with the frustration of commercial warfare. Who exactly was Xie Luo's rival? Chapter 2. The power of trust exceeds strength. The moon hung bright amidst the sparse stars, an ideal setting for the migration of human sardine cans. As the bell, signaling the end of evening study rang, the school building erupted like a disturbed beehive, buzzing with a throng of students. Groups of students poured into the night, the air filled with sighs of relief and playful banter. The day's confinement had come to an end, and in that moment, they were free birds, ready to return to their nest to scroll through their phones or simply collapse in exhaustion. No homework, no teachers. Let's go, brothers, someone shouted, igniting a chorus of agreement. Go, huh? We must be organized and disciplined, came a voice from the edge of the crowd. A massive formation, comprised of at least a dozen individuals, moved with the precision of a military parade, steadily advancing across the lawn from the entrance of the building towards the outside world. Their steps synchronized, expression solemn, as though they were on a clandestine mission vital to humanity's survival. At the center of this impenetrable wall of bodies was a tall youth, his eyes obscured by a thick black satin ribbon. Actually, I can walk back by myself. Lin Xie, surrounded by the throng, muttered, his lips twitching, voice laced with a hint of feeble rebellion akin to a hostage. Really, I can see the path. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Qian, a classmate with a round face and short hair, who interjected with the authority of a head teacher. Lin Xie, don't be stubborn. One hand firmly grasped his elbow, as if he might topple over at any moment. We promised your aunt. Not a single hair shall be lost from you. The night has cloaked you in black satin. We must provide you with comprehensive security. Absolutely. Xie, my home is on your way, chimed in a bespectacled boy on the left, sincerity etched on his face. What a coincidence, mine is too, added a tall boy on the right, instinctively inching closer to Lin Xie to validate the truth of his claim. I'm the same. Super on the way. The earth is round theoretically. We're all on the way. Besides, you just offended Xie Luo. What if he decides to hit you? Lin Xie, next time you converse with our artistic peers, remember to keep your voice down. They have keen ears. Be wary of fire, theft, and Xie Luo. If his fans discover you've disrespected him, they might throw you in a sack and give you a beating. I believe Xie Luo was once a school bully. Be cautious. Lin Xie sighed inwardly, feeling utterly exhausted. Oh, so weary. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Lin Xie forced himself to respond. All right, I will whisper to him next time, trying not to let him hear. Just as classmate Jiang Qian emphatically reiterated the notion of comprehensive security without blind spots and the earth is round theory. A sharp yet somewhat audacious sound of a bicycle bell abruptly shattered the atmosphere we had cultivated. Everyone instinctively turned or shifted their bodies, only to see a silver bicycle gliding through the narrow gap between the formation and the adjacent greenery like a slippery fish. The rider was none other than Xie Luo. Although the sun had long set, the streetlights illuminated the contours of his profile. He came to a precise stop about a meter in front of Lin Xie, as if he had rehearsed this moment, completely disregarding the classmates encircling him, who were now wide-eyed in shock. Xie Luo tilted his head slightly, his gaze cutting through the crowd to land squarely on Lin Xie's face adorned with a black satin ribbon, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. In a voice that was soft yet laced with a lazy mockery, he teased, "Oh, isn't this Lin, escorted by the all-encompassing security?" The air instantly thickened. Moments ago, the lively symphony of voices had vanished into silence. Jiang Qian's expression shifted from one of eye and the ironclad security to one of bewilderment, akin to a soldier realizing they had been dropped behind enemy lines. The bespectacled boy, with his fingers still poised on the frame of his glasses, forgot to lower it. The tall classmate, who had been inching closer to Lin Xie, froze mid-step, as if performing a difficult pause. The entire formation seemed to have been struck by an invisible petrification spell, utterly mortified. Xie Luo raised his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping over the rigid faces encircling Lin Xie, his tone tinged with amusement, The chirping sounds quite pleasant. Lin Xie thought, it's over. I am utterly doomed. QQ, I want to go home. Lin Xie felt as though his toes had unearthed an entire mausoleum, wishing he could bury himself right there. By the way, Xie Luo paused, observing Lin Xie's expression of utter despair, and leisurely added the final remark, I truly wasn't the school tyrant before. With that, he pushed off with his long legs, the silver bicycle transforming once again into a smooth shadow, skillfully maneuvering around the frozen crowd. The crisp sound of the bell seemed to mock the awkward formation as he effortlessly slipped through another gap, completely escaping the encirclement. He merged into the flowing crowd in the distance, leaving behind only a fleeting glimpse of his taillight. Silence. An absolute silence. The members of the formation were left in a state of panic, whispering, What do we do? He heard us. Are we finished? Jiang, say something. Jiang Qian's face oscillated between crimson and pale, her lips trembling as she struggled to regain her voice. But her earlier bravado had long since evaporated. Only a frail and incredulous semblance of survival remained. He heard. How did he hear? The bespectacled man on the left finally lowered his hand, which had been suspended in midair, pushing up his seemingly leaden glasses. His voice was parched. Art students. Sharp-eared. Truly deserving of their reputation. Damn it. The tall classmate on the right silently retracted his foot, as if the previous movement of approaching had never occurred. His expression was one of utter desolation. How is it that the cricket people are always overheard? We were never like this before. Lin Xie took a deep, profound breath. He felt as though the entwined black satin ribbons could not prevent the encroaching darkness before his eyes. He managed to squeeze out a feeble sound from his throat. I implore you all, let us depart swiftly. All he desired now was to return home, shut the door, cover himself with a blanket, and sever all ties with the world. What charge forth? What free little bird she now longed to be a serene ostrich buried in the earth. Jiang Qian, awakening from a stupor, straightened her chest abruptly, attempting to regroup. Yes, let's go. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. The target is exposed. Level 1 alert. Formation. Maintain your alignment. Accelerate lateral movement. Target. Lin Kai's residence. Full speed ahead. Yet, no matter how loudly the chant resonated, it could not dispel the overwhelming awkwardness pervading the air. Although the crowd still clung to Lin Kai's side, their steps were rigid and their gazes evasive. The moonlight continued to cast its cold glow upon this large yet insecure formation, mechanically, stiffly, and silently, gliding away under Lin Xie's tragic sentiment of let me perish. What was Xie Luo doing at this moment? Just moments ago, he had exuded a commanding presence, mocking the entire assembly with his bicycle bell. Now, adorned with a helmet and clad in protective gear, with 2 steel plates strapped to his chest, he knelt before a hastily assembled shrine. Xie Luo clasped his hands together, his expression one of utmost reverence, reciting fervently, his words flowing as swiftly as a rap. Archangel Michael, Supreme Seraph, your most loyal and humble devotee, Xie Luo, beseeches you. In light of my previous offerings, grant me your protection, dispel the malevolent, intimidate the wicked, and keep me far, far away from that ghastly figure, ideally never to cross paths again. You are my greatest benefactor, and I sing hymns in your honor daily. Having concluded, he swiftly adjusted his posture, turning toward the apple placed before another deity. Goddess Nyx, embodiment of the night, Great Mother, a being of both elegance and mystery. Your most devout and understanding follower, Xie Luo, offers you the sweetest apple, beseeching you to envelop me in your boundless darkness, to conceal me. Let me dissolve like a drop of water into the sea, a grain of sand into the desert, ensuring I am never targeted by that ghastly entity. Especially tonight, I make this pact with gratitude. After paying homage to the 2 formidable figures, Xie Luo felt still unsteady. He hurriedly turned to the other makeshift altars nearby, praying fervently with great speed and fervor. Engaged in a wholesale manner of prayer, he beseeched, O fallen angel Lucifer, I, Lucifer, once the radiant morning star, understand your plight, they have wronged you. I have always believed that your refusal to kneel before the holy son Adam was not a misstep. That entity, known as God, does not comprehend your essence. How can Adam, a mere mortal, Compared to you, how dare they demand your submission? Rebellious deity, the most handsome of the gods, I implore you, in light of my sincere supplication, bestow your blessings upon me. Let me, tonight, escape as you did from heaven, at lightning speed, away from that entity. Love you dearly. Turning to the clock, Xie Luo prayed, O God of time, Chronos, my esteemed brother, they say space is boundless, yet I know your dominion over time is even greater. I beseech you to grant me haste to fast forward to dawn, or better yet, sever the timeline of that ghastly specter. You're my one true love. He bowed to the left. O God of deception, Loki, only you embody true divinity. This world is but a realm of trickery. Should you bless me, I shall construct a shrine in your honor, adorned with my deepest affections. O Merlin, dear Merlin, watching Harry Potter has endeared you to me. I implore you, grant me an invisibility cloak, or at the very least, teach me a spell to banish my foes. My heart, my affections, I adore you. Indeed, you are the greatest of all wizards. O Nyarlathotep, who dare say ill of you? You are magnificent, so benevolent and grand. Surely you shall cherish your devotees. Would you rid me of that specter? I am but a timid soul, frightened and in need. O Yog-Sothoth, omniscient key to the gates, your vast knowledge must surely reveal how cowardly I am in this moment. I ask not for cosmic mysteries, but simply that you keep that specter at bay tonight. You, my darling, are a delightful confection. How delightful you are. Grant me your favor. Xie Luo grew solemn. Addressing the three crooked incense sticks embedded in rice, he proclaimed, O three pure ones, presiding above, the Tao flows naturally. Your powers are boundless. Our native deities are the most reliable. Above and below, you alone reign supreme. I ask not for immortality, nor for soaring to the heavens at midday. I merely seek peace tonight. If I can endure this night, I vow to remember you on the 1st and 15th of each month. I shall procure the freshest incense for you, three venerable deities, expedited and delivered free of charge. Exhaling deeply after completing his fervent entreaty, he surveyed the deities he had invoked, murmuring softly, O great divine beings, whether from the east or west, from above or below, whether righteous or malevolent, as long as you shield me tonight, you shall be the radiant light in my beloved's heart. Upon uttering the final phrase, the light in my heart, it seemed as if he had exhausted all his devotion, releasing a long sigh as his taut nerves finally began to relax. Satisfied, he nodded, as if he had signed countless contracts for divine protection after all. Since discovering the existence of true deities in this world, and the possibility that they might heed his prayers, Xie Luo had become a steadfast pragmatist in the realm of the divine. His approach, a modest offering of 5 cents for 5 billion wishes he would worship whichever deity, proved beneficial. Fatigued, Xie Luo quickly burrowed into his bed, cocooning himself like a tightly wrapped silkworm. His eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Good night, esteemed leaders. I love you all. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a gentle snore emerged, revealing a remarkably tranquil sleeping posture. However, at the very moment Xie Luo slipped into slumber, the entire room was enveloped in a multitude of exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible ripples. On the moon, Michael paused momentarily. His golden eyes blinked ever so slightly, a fleeting expression of rare bewilderment crossing his strikingly handsome visage. The greatest, wife. Is this how mortals revere the divine? He furrowed his brow, acknowledging that while his devotees' words were excessively sentimental, their faith appeared sincere, prompting him to bestow a wisp of divine essence upon the believer. Meanwhile, Nyx, great mother, Lucifer, he claims I have my reasons, and that God is not human though it is sentimental, it is genuine, so let us grant a thread of divine essence. Loki, in a realm of trickery, rewards should be given, let us leave a strand of divine essence. Chronos, they all speak of boundless space, yet only I comprehend the vastness of time. Sentimental, let us provide a token of indifference. Merlin, never mind, the devotee is naive, flattering me excessively a wand shall suffice. Nyarlathotep, afraid of the faceless specter, truly a failure. Out of my generosity, I shall grant you a curse that ensures any encounter with the faceless specter will result in your demise. Chapter 3. The wrong song. The following day, thick curtains stubbornly allowed a sliver of daylight to filter through, striking precisely upon Xie Luo's face. He resembled a mole, deeply buried beneath a heap of refuse, groggily stretching from a mountain of, well, let us call it clutter. As he extended his back with a groan, a sudden movement caused the world beneath him to tremble. Clang! A clock bravely tumbled to the ground. Thud! A branch fell in response. The sound was crisp and resonant, accompanied by a sharp pain beneath his foot. Xie Luo grimaced, glancing down to discover a brilliant glass bottle on the floor, within which golden light seemed to flicker. Goodness! He instinctively withdrew his foot, the remnants of sleep dissipating instantaneously. Surveying the chaos around him, he inhaled sharply. His bedroom appeared to have endured a miniature tornado, the clock, branch, and glass bottle haphazardly strewn together. Did I sleepwalk last night? No, that can't be right. I distinctly recall never sleepwalking. Perhaps the recent pressures have taken their toll? Enduring the pain in his foot, Xie Luo cautiously attempted to navigate the debris in order to open a window for ventilation. Yet he stumbled over something else, losing his balance. Crash! Ouch! Xie Luo fell to the ground in an exceedingly ungraceful manner, struggling to rise while glaring at the culprit, the antique clock. Its verdant bronze casing and luminescent hands pointed ominously at 5 o'clock? Or was it 5:30? The dim light rendered it unclear. He picked it up, inspecting it thoroughly, his brow furrowing in confusion. Did I purchase this? Xie Luo could hardly recall whether he had ever bought such a clock. He intended to toss it back into the pile of clutter, but his gaze was drawn to a peculiar object nearby. A beautiful branch, approximately the length of his forearm. It possessed an unusual shape, with a fork at the end. Why had he brought this home? Xie Luo found it somewhat odd, yet quickly reassured himself. He was, after all, a songwriter and singer. An artist, a bit of disarray was entirely normal. He often collected little trinkets to adorn his home, which could inspire him at any moment. Thus, it was not unusual for new items to unexpectedly appear in his space. This stick, perhaps, was simply one such item he had casually brought home. Xie Luo felt a surge of excitement. What child wouldn't he desire a fantastically cool stick? Although it was dusty, its shape was quite appealing. He picked it up and, in a melodramatic fashion, proclaimed, "Amidst the blossoms, 3,000 guests are intoxicated. One sword, cold as frost, spans 14 provinces. Ha ha ha! Let the sword come forth." At that moment, an indescribable pressure suddenly struck his mind. It felt as if an entire tome of 100,000 Ys had been forcibly crammed into his temples. Ugh! Xie Luo clutched his head in agony, stars dancing before his eyes. Countless fragments of information cascaded through his mind like uncontrollable fireworks. The optimal cooking temperature for starry cuisine is XX degrees. Too high renders it bitter. Too low makes it fishy. The scales of deep divers are suitable for sacrificial offerings. The Hound of Tindalos, 120 clever tricks for murder, how to slay the faceless ones and other lowly deities. This chaotic knowledge has abruptly and irrationally rooted itself within the palace of memory of Xie Luo. What on earth? Xie Luo shook his head, attempting to expel these erratic thoughts. What is starlight? Deep diver. Wait, the faceless ones? Goodness, this he knew. Xie Luo straightened his posture. Could it be that the key to the door had heard his prayers and endowed him with some knowledge? Indeed, in the next moment, a phrase emerged in his mind. Supreme Entity, key to the door food preferences. Number 1, fried dumplings. They must be from a street vendor, greasy, with a crispy skin, generously filled, and possessing a hint of delightful char. Number 2, icy peak soda, orange flavor, chilled. Prohibition, durian, absolutely forbidden. Sacrificial offerings. Dessert alternatives, mung bean smoothie, various small cakes. Snack preferences, crispy and crunchy snacks. Gentle reminder, it is best to offer at night. Xie Luo. Time seemed to freeze. So, Xie Luo mused, with a hint of resignation, his voice echoing hollowly in the cluttered room. Did my prayers last night truly reach the ears of the key to the door? To reward me, it imparted some knowledge, and even indicated what offerings to present. Holding a branch resembling a sword, Xie Luo stood still. Fried dumplings, icy peak soda, crispy snacks, he murmured, noting the necessity of nighttime offerings. Very well, you are a supreme entity, and I am indeed alive and safe. Surely, I knew that worshipping deities is beneficial, and all is at your discretion. Xie Luo glanced at the branch, pondering if it could have been bestowed by some deity. That seemed unlikely. Deities could not be so preoccupied, and it was far more probable that he had simply forgotten a trinket he had brought home. As for that alarm clock, it was even more likely. He shook his head, striving to cast aside these wild thoughts. The pressing matter was to fulfill the humble request of the esteemed key to the door. Dessert alternatives: mung beans, smoothie, and small cakes. Xie Luo sighed, dragging his somewhat aching foot, purposefully heading towards the kitchen. The kitchen, in contrast, was the only relatively orderly place in his chaotic apartment. He opened the refrigerator. Apart from a few cans of beer and wilted vegetables, it was almost empty. In the freezer, there was a bag of instant dumplings, but they were evidently not the greasy, crispy, and richly filled street vendor variety. The mung beans smoothie would require time, Xie Luo calculated, pulling open the cupboard. As for the small cakes, he did possess the ingredients: flour, sugar, eggs, a small box of open milk, and half a bottle of vegetable oil in the corner. He could barely gather the essentials for a simple cake. Very well, he rolled up his sleeves, donning an expression that mingled acceptance with a certain tenderness. He could not neglect the esteemed key to the door. You are the sole deity who has responded to me, though your preferences are rather humble. Xie Luo retrieved a stainless steel basin, his movements imbued with a clumsy reverence. As he poured the flour, the white powder gently billowed upwards, resembling a tender mist, leaving a trace upon the tip of his nose, which he paid no heed to. There was no vanilla extract nor lemon juice, he muttered as he stirred. Let be plain, simple. I hope you are not too particular. Can you hear me when I speak? Oh, please do not find me bothersome. He recalled a warm reminder in his mind and added, well, I shall offer you more this evening. But for now, allow me to sing you a song. It was one he had found in a book, said to be sung during offerings to you. Xie Luo gazed at the scenery outside and began to hum softly. However, his tones soon shifted, gradually taking on lyrics. He is omniscient, omnipotent. Morning dew dances upon blades of grass, as if it were his kiss upon the world. The galaxy entwines and ascends at his fingertips. Are you watching me? Oh God, why do you not gaze upon me? With a turn of the key, the door opens. The dark prison transforms into a sea of flowers. Lost souls behold the light. Oh God, look at me, please look at me. Will you gaze upon me? Xie Luo's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with clarity, as if it could penetrate walls and dust. The air seemed to suspend in time. The hum of the refrigerator and the distant sounds of traffic vanished. Only his song remained, like invisible ripples spreading through the cramped kitchen. Dust hung in the air, motionless. Xie Luo himself remained unaware of the peculiar change, merely continuing to sing. Unbeknownst to him, the song had subtly transformed into another tone. His posture remained relaxed, flour-dusted fingers resting on the edge of the countertop, yet the atmosphere surrounding him had shifted dramatically. The melody persisted, deep and distant, an ethereal cadence echoing in the stillness. At last, the final syllable concluded. Xie Luo abruptly opened his eyes, as if surfacing from the depths of water, his chest heaving slightly. The subtle sounds of the kitchen returned to his ears, the hum of the refrigerator, the indistinct flow of traffic outside. The dust in the air began to fall once more. Xie Luo stood frozen, glancing down at his hands before lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. What had just transpired? Something felt amiss. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the eerie sensation. What a ghostly occurrence. I never used to close my eyes while singing, he mumbled, shoving the cake mold into the oven. In the dim light, Xie Luo's profile appeared as exquisite as jade. His eyes shone with a deep luster. He seemed gentle, his face adorned with an awkward piety. A few damp strands of dark hair clung to the flour-dusted nape of his neck, like ink stains upon white parchment. What Xie Luo failed to notice was the vast shadow that had already materialized behind him. The shadow coalesced with a formidable presence, not a darkness of the material realm, but a viscous light swirling upon its surface, reminiscent of neural pathways. The shadow was grotesque, sticky, and terrifyingly encroaching upon his back, caressing his profile with a dim glow. Poor Xie Luo remained oblivious. By sheer coincidence, he sang the song meant for the offering of the bride to the divine. Yet, even if he were aware, what would he possibly change? The great deity was watching him. Chapter 4. Double Standards. This afternoon, Xie Luo chose not to attend school as originally planned. After all, he was acutely aware of the recent dangers lurking in the vicinity and saw no reason to risk his safety merely to attract the attention of the protagonist, Lin Xie. Moreover, the opportunities to align oneself with powerful figures were scarce, and the deities within the realm of Zhanshan were not as abundant as cabbages. At present, Xie Luo seemed to have latched onto a rather substantial benefactor. It was imperative that he endeavored to please this entity. Xie Luo mused to himself. Fortunate that he was well acquainted with this particular being. Indeed, he was quite familiar. In his previous life, Xie Luo's family harbored a rather intricate belief system. To summarize, his mother was a devout Christian, his father adhered to Buddhism, his grandmother believed in Taoism, his grandfather followed Greek mythology, his uncle was captivated by Lovecraftian lore. His aunt revered Indian deities, and he himself embraced a comprehensive faith in divinity. As for the reasons behind such a convoluted array of beliefs, well, during a tornado, his mother, engrossed in prayers to God, neglected to pick up her child from school, thereby escaping a calamity, which solidified her faith in Christianity. His father had a prophetic dream of the great Buddha, leading him to success in business after visiting a temple, hence his adherence to Buddhism. His grandmother had long been able to perceive spirits, while his grandfather possessed a hint of Greek lineage. His uncle, a quintessential Chinibyu, was enamored with all things Cthulhu. His aunt had married into an Indian family, and his younger aunt was studying Nordic languages. Consequently, many relatives endeavored to instill their beliefs in Xie Luo from a young age. Ultimately, he was compelled to become a polyglot capable of singing various hymns, playing "O Lord Jesus, I Love Thee" on the piano in the morning, belting out Apollo, "You Are My Love" in the afternoon, and offering incense to the three purities at night, a veritable devotee of all deities. Fortunately, he was neither superstitious nor credulous before examinations. He would pray to whichever deity seemed most likely to grant him success, effectively turning divine competition into a means of achieving his goals. Interestingly, Xie Luo had a certain affinity for the divine. In his previous life, he enjoyed a peaceful existence and gained fame through singing, only to meet an untimely demise by falling into a well. In this life, he had been granted the chance to be reborn in another world. As such, Xie Luo was quite adept at currying favor with the divine. How had the piping bag torn? Xie Luo absent-mindedly picked up a clean small spoon and, with a somewhat rough motion, scooped out a small portion of the freshly baked and cooled cake core, the softest, fluffiest part. Clumsily, almost out of spite, he piled the cake core onto the base layer of cake, haphazardly smoothing it out. Thus, an uneven, unadorned, and rather unattractive little cake came into existence. He gazed at his creation, pulling at the corners of his mouth, and whimsically pleaded, "It will have to do. Please, bear with me. It's not that I didn't wish to make it more presentable, but I happened to ruin it. I beg your pardon, for you are magnanimous." And then, there were the pan-fried dumplings. Only this clear directive remained in Xie Luo's mind, as a chill suddenly ran down his spine, as if something were caressing him. Cool to the touch. He pondered, is it really so idle as to listen to my words? The sensation returned, gently brushing against him once more. Xie Luo found himself momentarily dazed. He was not unfamiliar with such occurrences. This was no mere illusion, but rather a sign of divine delight. In his previous life, those deities had treated him similarly. Yet, he never anticipated that the gods of this world could be so easily appeased. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed rather effortless. The divine beings in this realm were not widely known. Individuals like Lin Xie, who grasped the underlying truths, were a rarity, while the ordinary populace constituted the majority. The Cthulhu mythos was inherently a niche belief system, and although Yog-Sothoth was one of the three principal deities, he was far less renowned than Cthulhu and possessed a rather sinister nature. Few, like himself, would dare to pray to a deity and sing in their honor. In simpler terms, Yog-Sothoth was likely quite idle. Xie Luo mused, almost feeling a twinge of pity for the key to the gate. However, When that entity sensed his indulgence and even grew more animated, Xie Luo steeled himself and declared, "I must be on my way." The dark aura seemed to comprehend, fading into nothingness. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. Xie Luo squinted, hastening his pace along the street. The city had returned to its customary clamor, vehicles and pedestrians bustling, the savory aroma of breakfast stalls wafting through the air. Yet, the sensation of being shadowed by an unseen force had not entirely dissipated. At times, it manifested as a shadow too dense around a corner. At other moments, a sudden chill crept down his spine. Xie Luo dared not glance back, merely quickening his steps. In his recollection, there was a dumpling stall at the rear entrance of this neighborhood, operating for many years. Fortunately, he spotted the familiar greasy sign and the rising plume of white steam from afar. "Boss, 2 portions of pan-fried dumplings, to go, and make them extra crispy. A nice golden brown." Xie Luo's voice was calm and measured. The vendor, a middle-aged man, swiftly lifted the creaking lid of the large pot, and the sizzling oil erupted as the plump dumplings tumbled within. "All right, crispy and fragrant." He glanced at Xie Luo's somewhat pallid complexion and inquired, "Are you all right, young man? You look a bit unwell." "I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night," Xie Luo replied vaguely, his gaze fixed on the dancing oil bubbles. He understood all too well that a mortal's frailness would be accentuated under divine scrutiny. The dumplings were quickly fried, drained of oil, and placed into a thin foam container. Oily and golden, their edges boasted an enticing crispness, and the rich aroma of meat mingled with the toasty scent of the dough, wafting towards him. After paying, Xie Luo grasped the steaming container and ventured into a nearby convenience store. He selected 2 bottles of chilled orange soda from the refrigerator. Upon returning home, he locked the door behind him and leaned against it, exhaling a breath of relief. The room was just as he had left it, the chaotic silence still prevailing. He arranged the dumpling container, the chilled soda, and the rather humble little cake on the only relatively clean coffee table in the living room. That key to the gate, my lord." Xie Luo cleared his throat, addressing the empty air, his voice barely audible. "According to your preferences, I have brought you pan-fried dumplings, chilled orange soda, and a rather simple little cake. Please indulge." He gestured towards a coffee table, his movements stiff. The air remained silent. The steam from the dumplings curled upwards, while the droplets on the soda bottles slid slowly down. No supernatural phenomena occurred. Xie Luo gazed intently at the wisps of heat, his fingers unconsciously tracing the seams of his trousers. Could it be that he had indeed misinterpreted the sensation, and that the divine presence had not graced him with its touch? Or perhaps that entity simply regarded his humble offerings with indifference, an indistinct, layered whisper, akin to countless fragmented echoes reverberating within the depths of his mind, infiltrating his consciousness without warning. The scent of char, tolerable. Soda, chilled, appropriate. Cake, core, still soft. Appearance, unsightly. Next time, add caramel, better. The whispers were chaotic, a disarray of fragmented information laced with a sense of inhuman apathy and fastidiousness. Xie Luo stood frozen, even holding his breath, striving to discern the tangled syllables swirling in his mind. Suddenly, all whispers dissipated in an instant, replaced by a voice as clear as a brand. "Sing." Again, this voice was not heard, but rather inscribed directly upon his thoughts. Xie Luo abruptly lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting. Sunlight streamed in at an angle from outside, casting a beam upon the floor. In that illuminated patch, there was nothing but emptiness. Yet at the blurred boundary where light met shadow, a faint, unnatural distortion flickered momentarily, as swift as a fleeting vision. Xie Luo muttered, "Sing, sing, sing." Always singing. Do you have no other devotees to sing for you? But what could he do? He had sought this support, and thus he must embrace it. Clearing his throat, Xie Luo proposed, "No more hymns. Shall I sing something from this side of the great summer?" Silence ensued. It was an unspoken agreement. Xie Luo understood well. He retrieved his inspiration notebook and finally found a line. This one would do, entitled Qing Yi, "I sing for you a melody, like the breath of drifting silk." Who plays the zither? pairing with the falling wild geese and the sinking fish. I take up the brush for you, continuing the enigma of past lives. Who, delicate as a pear blossom in the rain, yet remains distant. I sing for you a tune in the battle of forgotten woes. Who, with beauty that captivates the city, does not surpass you, Xie. I pour for you a cup, continuing this life as parting. Upon the conclusion of the song, the divine words promptly emerged in his mind. Tolerable. What do you desire? I shall grant you. Do you wish to become my agent? Forbidden Ruins, the only correct answer. Quite good. Hearing this, Xie Luo hastily shook his head, his movements imbued with an unconscious allure. He had no desire to become an agent of a specific deity, and he felt that the forbidden ruins of the key were ill-suited for him. Dissection? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, standing in stark contrast to the aesthetic he pursued. A troubled expression crossed Xie Luo's face, and with a tentative tone tinged with complaint, he addressed the void. I do not favor dissection. It is not meant as a slight against you. He paused, his already clear voice imbued with a hint of fervor. I prefer singing. How wonderful it would be if there were a forbidden ruins related to song. The slight furrow of his brow and the glimmer of hope in his eyes were enough to soften the heart of any observer. The divine words seemed to resonate with a hint of joyful harmony. Wait, I will find a way, exclaimed Xie Luo, his long eyelashes fluttering in surprise. Could this entity truly offer a bespoke experience? Fearing that Yog-Sothoth might fixate on the issue of agents, he hastily shifted the topic. A smile blossomed on his face, akin to the sun melting away winter's snow, as he inquired of the invisible deity. By the way, esteemed deity, do you have priests? Indeed, Xie Luo was curious. He admitted to a certain yearning for comfort, pondering how delightful it would be to serve as a minor priest, thus securing a formal position within the divine hierarchy, a stable and respectable occupation in the realm of the gods. Other dimensions have none here, came the cold response, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil lake of his heart. The bright smile on Xie Luo's face faded instantly, his eyelashes drooping, casting shadows like dark feathers beneath his eyes, reminiscent of twilight clouds obscuring the stars. The admiration he once held for the divine was replaced by sorrow for the loss of a structured existence. His voice barely above a whisper. Oh, so I'm not the only one then. Alas, the profound sense of loss, born from his own longing, was strikingly evident. Even the deity, transcending dimensions and observing this being, felt an unprecedented emotion, the sense of urgency. Almost immediately, with a barely perceptible eagerness, the deity added, I have none here. You think? I let them go. Xie Luo's smile reemerged as he replied, let us not have them leave. It's sufficient to eliminate a few disrespectful individuals, and then I shall be your priest, correct? Yes, you are mine. The nonchalance in Xie Luo's words, laced with a selfish kind of tenderness, seemed almost casual. He was oblivious to the weight of his own statements. However, at the other end of this infinite dimensional connection, the supreme being composed of myriad luminous spheres, Yog-Sothoth took note of those few words. His chaotic, illogical thoughts swiftly unraveled this contradiction. Xie Luo did not wish for him to expel the priests from other realms. Yet he had promised Xie Luo as his own, while also contemplating the elimination of the disrespectful priests. Thus, the only logical resolution, in his logic, was to eradicate certain existences that might induce Xie Luo's illusion of being the sole one. Those irreverent beings were, in themselves, a desecration of his promise. Meanwhile, within a certain dimension, deep within a grand spiral temple, thousands of robed priests earnestly offered their prayers to the void beyond the door. The low, resonant chant of "We are his most beloved priests" coalesced, sustaining the fragile connection between this realm and the key to the door. Their presence was the very foundation upon which this civilization depended, the sole conduit to ultimate knowledge. Suddenly, the ancient void door, existing since time immemorial, distorted violently without warning, swelling. No longer a passage for the flow of knowledge, it transformed into a colossal maw, ravenous and filled with wrath, ready to consume all. It was a manifestation of a deafening roar that transcended sound, a pure embodiment of destructive will, defiance, blasphemy, unendurable, disrespect. You are not I. How dare you? Persist. How dare you? Utter that the divine loves you? You, who have slain the innocents, is a grievous sin. Boom, boom. The temple's pillars, under the weight of an invisible force, splintered like rotting wood, shattering into pieces. The dome collapsed, and enormous shards of crystal cascaded down, instantly crushing hundreds of priests gathered below. The high priest, fortunate to survive, found his ceremonial robe reduced to ash in the tempest of energy, his exposed skin marred with cracked wounds. In despair, he knelt upon the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, extending a trembling hand towards the raging portal, striving to comprehend this sudden divine wrath. O key of the supreme gate, weaver of all things, what transgression have your faithful servants committed? Why cast us aside? His voice was but a whisper amidst the storm of annihilation, feeble as a mosquito's buzz. In response, a more violent, sweeping psychic shock engulfed the entire realm. It was not language, but a pure, oppressive negation and expulsion. Begone! You are not my most beloved. Accompanied by this unseen roar, the very earth of the realm began to fracture, the sky collapsed, and the stars extinguished. This realm, along with the countless devout beliefs and lives it had once nurtured, was spiraling towards irreversible destruction due to the anger of the divine. Meanwhile, in the dimension where Xie Luo resided, silence enveloped the space. The smile that had blossomed anew on Xie Luo's face had yet to fade, even tinged with a hint of cunning satisfaction, as if he had secured a coveted position. Was not the key of the gate the most endearing of deities? Chapter 5. Low danger. Utterly safe, perhaps I'm not human, thought Xie Luo. In fact, he had faintly recognized this notion in his previous life. The reason lay in his awareness of those entities, his mother, who, while reciting the Bible, would be enveloped in a gentle glow, as if swathed in a soft luminescence. As a toddler, whenever he approached her, he would feel warmth and comfort, even perceiving the light flowing through the air. His father, fond of reciting Buddhist scriptures, would occasionally emanate a flickering radiance. The lotus flowers cultivated at home always appeared more vibrant than those elsewhere, remaining lush through all seasons. His grandmother, often surrounded by a dark aura, would burn incense whenever he fell ill. After her prayers, his pain would dissipate. As for Xie Luo himself, he had traversed life unscathed, experiencing only minor ailments, and upon reaching adulthood, he achieved remarkable success. Had it not been for an accident, he would have seemed like the fabled child of destiny. Yet, what truly convinced Xie Luo of his non-human essence was the recent favor bestowed upon him by Yog-Sothoth. Yog-Sothoth, affectionately dubbed Bubble, resembled a cosmic amalgamation of stars. Summoning its name and seeking knowledge from it was perilous. After all, one could easily be overwhelmed by the very knowledge sought. This deity was not as benevolent as one might assume. It cruelly thrust vast amounts of knowledge into one's mind, indifferent to one's capacity to bear such burdens. Though it was rather idle, it showed little inclination to respond to the calls of its adherents, hardly recognizing them as such. Its existence was self-sustained, not contingent upon human belief. One's fervent devotion merely established a semblance of connection, which held no significance for the deity. It would unconsciously taint one's consciousness, and the mere act of engaging with knowledge about it would plunge the mind into madness. Bubble, the whimsical entity, would observe human lives, yet seldom intervene, often languishing in a state of lethargy and slumber. Reflecting upon this, Xie Luo murmured, "Strange. Indeed, it was peculiar. A deity like Yog-Sothoth should hardly concern itself with him." What was there about Xie Luo that could possibly attract the attention of such a divine being? Time and space? Traversing dimensions held little intrigue for Bubble. His appearance? While Xie Luo acknowledged his attractiveness, it hardly reached a level that might captivate a deity. His temperament was even less likely to be a factor. Indeed, Xie Luo had committed the sacrilegious act of shifting his faith with alarming swiftness and fluidity, simultaneously worshipping multiple deities. Yet, Bubble appeared blissfully unaware of this. No, Xie Luo pondered. Bubble must truly be oblivious to this matter. Though deities may disregard humanity, the fact that it had responded to him indicated a certain possessiveness. Yet, Bubble showed neither inquiry nor anger. What then could deceive the great key of the gate? With this thought, Xie Luo arrived at a conclusion. He possessed the ability to traverse time and space, and could deceive a deity. What he wished to keep hidden from the divine remained unknown to it. A ludicrous thought, akin to opening the door to absurdity, nestled itself within his mind. Perhaps, he mused, I am not truly human, at least not a member of a higher species. This notion was so preposterous that it almost provoked a laugh. Yet the chilling reality ensnared his heart like a web spun by a spider. If even an existence as ephemeral as a bubble could be deceived, how could he possibly consider himself human? He required observation. He needed evidence. Taking a deep breath, Xie Luo forced himself to suppress the tumultuous thoughts swirling within, and approached the expansive, brightly lit mirror in the washroom. The surface of the mirror was cold and smooth, reflecting his current visage with crystal clarity. Handsome, fragile, exquisite. His skin was flawless, even under the dim light. As Xie Luo leaned closer, scrutinizing his reflection, he suddenly perceived something amiss with the eyes staring back at him. They were not purely black, but rather a misty black? Yet this revelation was insufficient to draw any conclusions. He needed more light. He moved to the window and abruptly drew back the heavy curtains. The afternoon sun flooded the washroom, illuminating it brilliantly. He slightly turned his face, allowing the sunlight to strike his eyes at an angle, and leaned closer to the mirror once more. At the moment the light pierced his pupils, his heart skipped a beat. Those profound, misty black irises did not constrict violently as a normal person's would in response to the brightness. Instead, they seemed to deconstruct and reconstruct. Countless minuscule, pinprick-like eyes suddenly ignited against the dark, misty backdrop. No, they were not mere points of light. They were eyes, innumerable, densely packed, and as fine as dust. They were not arranged in an orderly fashion. Rather, they were chaotically embedded within that profound gray-black, akin to cosmic stardust, layered upon one another. Under the direct sunlight, they quivered slightly, rotating and opening, each glimmering with a cold, inhuman, purely observational sheen. Together, they formed the visual representation of his pupils. Yet under the harsh light, they revealed their terrifying essence. His eyes were a writhing amalgamation composed of billions of miniature eyeballs. Xie Luo staggered back, his spine colliding forcefully with the cold tiled wall. The horrifying anomaly within his pupils vanished in an instant, reverting to a gentle misty black, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion conjured by the sunlight. Yet Xie Luo knew it was not an illusion. That chilling, dense sense of observation, that magnified visual impact, was indelibly etched into his consciousness. Goodness, it seems my eyes contain countless smaller ones. What on earth am I? Just as he was grappling with this jarring reality, a strand of long hair fell across his forehead. Instinctively, Xie Luo raised his hand to brush it aside. The moment his fingertips made contact with the hair, he froze. It was cold, not the coolness typical of hair, but rather a slippery, icy sensation imbued with an odd resilience. It felt akin to touching the tentacle of a deep-sea creature or a strand of some resilient, frigid metallic wire. Human hair, even when long, possesses a soft, either dry or damp, tactile quality. Yet beneath his fingers, there seemed to pulsate with life, an inherent movement and an indescribable stickiness. Xie Luo's fingers froze mid-air, incredulously twitching. After 18 years of existence, discovering that he was not human, he wondered, what on earth am I? Xie Luo pondered for a considerable time and scoured tomes regarding deities, demons, and other entities, yet he remained oblivious to his own nature. Finally, with a sigh, he retrieved a notebook from his drawer, a dedicated record of gods, monsters, and otherworldly beings. Truth be told, he had never imagined that one day he would inscribe himself within its pages. Indeed, the pressing matter was to bestow upon himself a scholarly name. Xie Luo furrowed his brow slightly, tapped the piano keys twice, and casually coined a name, ultimately inscribing 1314. Myself, Arasalit Rep Weich. Chinese name, Xie Luo. Race unknown. Gender, perhaps not male. Preferencias, Xinjing, Gelomans. Danger level, extremely low, very safe. Satisfied with a new entry regarding himself, Xie Luo closed the notebook. He hummed an off-key yet melodious tune, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, and prepared to head to school. Unbeknownst to him, at the precise moment he shut the drawer, the fibers of the paper deep within the notebook subtly twisted and writhed, as if caressed by invisible tendrils, before settling into silence. Even more inconceivable was that at the moment he stepped out of his home and merged with the morning mist, a vast, unmarked coordinate in the distant Atlantic harbored an indescribable, colossal presence. It seemed to resonate in an incomprehensible, profound manner with a faint tremor of his humming. Parallel Dimension, Global Ocean Research Union, GRUMA, Classified Archive. A colossal holographic projection dominated the center of the room, vividly outlining the contours of the global coastline. It was densely covered with crimson light points, each representing a coordinate, the location where a body had been returned by the waves. The 8,937th case, Dr. Richards. The assistant's voice was hoarse and dry, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the suffocating expanse of red. The patterns were entirely consistent, globally, indiscriminately, concentrated within the past 48 hours. All the deceased were found. All appear to be in a state of bliss, whether they had drowned in bathtubs or been washed ashore thousands of kilometers away on unfamiliar beaches. Their expressions were serene and tranquil, even bearing a sense of incomprehensible, twisted ecstasy. The image froze on a close-up of a young man's face. His lips curved upward at an impossible angle, a feat beyond human muscular limits. His eyes wide open with pupils unnaturally dilated. More chillingly, within the depths of his ear canal lingered a viscous secretion, the analysis revealing. Unknown. The tissue within the ear has succumbed to necrosis, accompanied by the emergence of unknown crystalline formations. The vocal cords. Oh God, the vocal cords. Yet we have all heard those melodies, not sung by human voices, but they're not lethal. Moreover, his assistant faltered. After a moment of silence, Richards declared, "Let us depart." The assistant, taken aback, responded, "Depart? Where to?" In a fit of exasperation, Richards bellowed, "I said leave. We are escaping this damned Atlantic. I have had enough. Another wave of psychological contamination. Who knows what monstrosity this is? TMD is not lethal. But tell me, have you been secretly recording those sounds to listen to incessantly?" The assistant furrowed his brow and replied, "But it lacks aggression and is filled with goodwill." In a fit of rage, Richard struck his assistant's face, exclaiming, "Exactly. You must understand. Sirens are just like that. Go listen to their songs. May you perish as well. When you hear the song, you should have already met your demise. Do you wish to hear me sing?" A smile danced across the face of the peculiar boy before her, clad in spectacles, and a senior. "Who is he?" The boy adjusted his glasses and responded with a gentle smile. "Hello, I am Xie Luo. I heard you singing earlier on the road and wish to make your acquaintance." Chapter 6. The Little Bubble's Revelation. Xie Luo inquired with astonishment, "Are you named Xie Luo?" The fragments of Xie Luo's bubble, the key to the door. That must be the little bubble. Adjusting his glasses, Xie Luo was not surprised by Xie Luo's reaction. After all, there are many academic elites in the world, and Xie Luo happened to be among the most distinguished. Internally, Xie Luo pondered, "Newton was born before me. Is he avoiding my brilliance, or is it a case of kings not meeting?" Xie Luo's knowledge of his name was not unexpected. With this thought, Xie Luo pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a radiant glimmer under the light. "Indeed, I am Xie Luo, the top of my class." Xie Luo's lips twitched, inwardly ridiculing. "Who is inquiring about your class ranking? Is this fellow's thought process directly linked to his report card?" And Xie Luo appeared completely oblivious to Xie Luo's exasperation. He nodded slightly and, with the seriousness of one discussing cutting-edge topics, inquired, "Sharing resources and exchanging knowledge among classmates is an effective means to enhance learning efficiency. May I share my WeChat QR code and QQ number with you?" As he spoke, he smoothly retrieved his phone, its screen illuminating a remarkably clear WeChat QR code. This indicated that Xie Luo had unlocked his phone while conversing with Xie Luo. relying on memory to access the QR code. Xie Luo was momentarily speechless. Gazing at Xie Yu's gentle countenance, he mused, "What a refreshing and unassuming display of brilliance. But is the little bubble truly of such a slightly pretentious character?" Taking a deep breath, Xie Luo replied, "Could we perhaps exchange contact information after school? The class bell is about to ring." And Xie Yu paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow slightly, stating, "I have calculated, and adding my contact information will not impede your attendance." "Very well, you are indeed superior." Xie Luo resignedly retrieved his phone, scanned the code, and added him on WeChat and QQ. Yet, Xie Yu did not put away his phone. Instead, he calmly opened his contacts. Xie Luo had no choice but to input his own phone number, 183XXX. After finishing, he hesitated, unable to contain himself, and remarked, "Senior, you are quite adept at conversation." His tone was filled with a complex mix of admiration and resignation. And Xie Yu, satisfied, tucked away his phone as if he had completed an important data entry task. He adjusted his glasses. A gentle smile, perceived by Xie Luo as that of a victor, gracing his lips. "You flatter me. It's all about mutual learning." Then he paused, seemingly calibrating his words. "You may call me Xiao Yu or you, Xie Luo." This sudden offer of familiarity caught him off guard. Couldn't Xie Yu possibly be of that affectionate nature? Xie Luo opened his mouth, the term senior caught in his throat. "Xiao Yu or you? That feels excessively intimate." Could it be something else? His mind raced, attempting to devise a more neutral address. "And in classmate? Or perhaps..." And Xie Yu tilted his head slightly, as if analyzing Xie Luo's reaction. He pondered over the suggestion made by his classmate with an air of scholarly deliberation, adding, "The term in classmate lacks distinctiveness and is prone to confusion in a crowded setting. Only a fool would use such a designation. It is not conducive to efficient communication. Xiao Yu or you serves as a more unique identifier." His gaze settled on Xie Luo's face, awaiting a response, the authority of address resting with him. "Xie Luo, did you truly give me a choice?" The rationale was so compelling that he found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at Xie Yu's earnest expression, which seemed to convey, "I am considering your feelings," he could only murmur, "Then, Xiao Yu." And Xie Yu showed no objection to this appellation, nodding calmly. Just as he was about to utter another word, the sharp sound of the preparatory bell pierced through the corridor's clamor. Xie Luo's heart soared with joy. He had never felt such affection for the school bell. "Class is starting. Until we meet again." Xie Luo's voice rose in pitch, laced with a sense of relief, as he turned and nearly sprinted towards the classroom. And Xie Yu remained rooted in place, watching Xie Luo's fleeting silhouette vanish, pushing up his glasses. The reflection on the lens concealed a trace of confusion in his eyes. He was not one to relish social interactions. Actively requesting contact information and designating a title was not a common occurrence in his past, or perhaps it had never happened. "But I was quite foolish just now," he whispered, and Xie Yu lowered his gaze to his phone, the screen illuminating as the cursor lingered beside the number he had just entered. The notes section remained blank. His fingertips hesitated, recalling the pleasant fragrance, the melodious voice, the attractive face, and the heart rate that had surged to over 200 in a frenzy. The overwhelming dopamine and the tingling sensation in his palms from emotional upheaval collided and reassembled, pointing towards a conclusion he deemed reasonable. He opened the notes section and typed 2 characters, "wife." He was exceedingly certain that he had almost impulsively confessed his feelings. Confirm. Save. His fingers trembled, yet the motion was fluid. The screen dimmed, reflecting the faint blush on his face. He turned towards the classroom, maintaining his stride, though his palms quivered incessantly. Today, the little bubble is wildly blooming. When a little bubble gets shy, it loves to push up its glasses frantically. Chapter 7. The 18 Dragons Subduing Palms. Xie Luo dozed off during class, feeling as if he had descended into the depths of the ocean. His body became weightless, his bones seemingly melted away, and his limbs transformed into 16 translucent ribbons, drifting gracefully with the currents, emanating a soft, iridescent glow. He lowered his gaze and noticed a pale, purple cap gently pulsating above him, as if it were breathing. It was as though he had become a luminous jellyfish. floating in the deep blue sea. The darkness was not void. Numerous glowing orbs hovered around him. One of his tendrils involuntarily brushed against an amber-hued sphere. The surface of the orb rippled and tenderly enveloped the tip of his tendril. A warm, tingling sensation coursed through his body, not a sound heard, but a whisper resonating directly in his mind. Baby, like a jellyfish, so small, Alicera, you are quite petite and beautiful. Descendants yearning for descendants. Let us procreate. Upon hearing these words, Xie Luo instinctively pressed the soft edge of his cap against the glowing orbs. Yet, other peculiar voices quickly erupted, igniting a quarrel. Yog-Sothoth, do not disturb Alicera. I wish to act. Descendants must seek Shub-Niggurath. I have no desire for offspring with him. Repulsive. Slap him. Nyarlathotep hopes you unite. He has gone mad. I will inevitably confront him. He shall receive a slap as well. Yog-Sothoth, you are leading him astray. You are the most despicable deity, utterly shameless. Your 18 dragons subduing palms. Begone. Xie Luo stood there in bewilderment, listening to a cacophony of bubbles and numerous eyes berating a madwoman. The bubbles and eyes seemed to conclude their dispute, drifting back towards him. Alicera, reward me. A nest has been prepared for you. At that moment, a sudden thud jolted him awake, his heart racing. One absurd dream he had just experienced. At the podium, the mathematics teacher was glaring at him, chalk snapping between his fingers. Xie Luo, Mister. Chen's voice was low and stern. Is my lesson so dull that you could drool in your sleep? Was I just explaining? Repeat it. The classroom fell silent. Lin Xie cast a glance his way, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Xie Luo's mind was a whirlpool of chaos. Deep sea, jellyfish. Strange whispers still swirling in his ears. Madwoman, descendants, confrontation. These words tangled together in his thoughts. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous beating of his heart. His gaze swept over the intricate formulas on the blackboard, and he blurted out, 3. The answer is 3. His voice was clear, devoid of hesitation, even carrying a hint of raspy wakefulness, yet resolute. Mr. Chun halted his chalk-gripping hand, his expression frozen in anger, eyes shifting from rage to astonishment and disbelief. He glanced down at his lesson plan, then back at Xie Luo, his lips moving as he declared, it is 3. The classroom was enveloped in silence. If there were comments to be made, they would likely be, wow, how did you do that? That's not right. On what basis do you know? In the midst of the classroom, one could hardly believe that slumber was permissible for an art student. Yet, Xie Luo feigned indifference to the gazes of his peers, reclining slightly in his seat, his elbow casually resting on the backrest. Chin subtly raised to meet teacher Chen's penetrating gaze. His posture exuded a sense of nonchalance, almost as if it were a given. Do you presume that understanding the material grants you the liberty to disregard my instruction? Teacher Chun finally mustered, his tone fraught with a complexity akin to having swallowed a fly. With a wave of irritation, he commanded, sit down. Should you choose to sleep again, you shall do so in the corridor. Obediently, Xie Luo complied, though his heart raced incessantly. His gaze fell upon the textbook. The clarity of his earlier problem-solving process hauntingly vivid, as if the answers had leapt into his mind unbidden. Meanwhile, Lin Xie absent-mindedly twirled a pen between his fingers, the nib leaving a faint trace upon the paper. That is a bit too pretentious, Xie Luo thought, his heart racing with unease. What on earth had he dreamed about? How could he have dreamt of such peculiar entities? Chapter 8. What do you want from me? Hey, look over there at the curb. Who is that weathered man performing some kind of art? I don't recognize him. He doesn't seem to be a delivery person or a scrap collector. Could be a covert inspection from the Education Bureau. A covert inspection, my foot. He was standing there when I dropped my child off at school around 7 this morning, like a guardian deity. Indeed, at that time, the atmosphere was entirely different. With sunglasses perched on his face and a cup of coffee in hand, he lazily leaned against the wall. TSK, I even whispered excitedly to my best friend, thinking he was a new, handsome teacher. Goodness, why does he now appear as though he has been drained of all vitality? Do you think he has been anchored here since 7 this morning, like a stubborn tenant? Surely not, brother. It's nearly 10 o'clock. What could he possibly be waiting for? Photosynthesis? Who knows? Oh, right. A girl suddenly lowered her voice, leaning in conspiratorially with some shocking news. I heard that the day before yesterday, two unfortunate students were kidnapped near our school after classes, and there's been no word since. Is that true? Don't scare me. Absolutely true. The rumor mill is going wild. They say the scene was horrific. Across from the school gate, a man emanating an aura of existential despair sat slumped against the curb, nearly merging with the stone. A spectacular ring of cigarette butts surrounded his feet, and the street lamp cast his lonely shadow long and forlorn, a silhouette that appeared 100 times more sorrowful than an employee deprived of their annual bonus. Zhao Kongcheng lethargically flicked the nearly burnt-out cigarette in his hand, feeling as though the sun had turned his brain into a puddle of tofu. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend where it all went wrong. 6 o'clock. Not even a dog was awake, and yet here I was. He inwardly raged, squatting indefinitely, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He glanced at his bare arms, which had been a moderately healthy wheat color in the morning, now resembling a patchy Oreo cookie. Where is he? Could it be that kid anticipated my arrival and skipped school? Damn it. Zhao Kongcheng felt as if his backside no longer belonged to him, as though it were covered in prickly cactus spines. He braced himself against the seemingly leaden ground, groaning as he pulled himself up from the curb. To mask his embarrassment, he casually brushed off the dust from his trousers. Just then, a glimmer of hope appeared. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted, on the opposite sidewalk, a boy in a school uniform, strolling leisurely as if the end of the world had nothing to do with him. That figure, that walking rhythm, that infuriating sense of familiarity. It was somewhat like Zhao Kongqing's heart raced as if injected with a dose of expired adrenaline, beating wildly. Wait, this is indeed the case. It must be you, you little rascal. Zhao Kongqing roared, unleashing the strength he had accumulated throughout the day, propelling himself across the street like a cannonball. Stop right there. His roar echoed like thunder, reverberating through the somewhat noisy evening streets. Lin Xie's body stiffened. Escape. This thought instantly consumed his entire being. Reacting almost instinctively, Lin Xie turned, resembling a startled antelope, and sprinted with all his might in a direction perpendicular to Zhao Kongqing's charge. Lin Xie thought, damn, this is truly outrageous. He fled. He pursued. They all seemed unable to take flight. However, just as Lin Xie reached his utmost speed and was about to turn into a relatively secluded alley, an unexpected event occurred. At the alley's entrance, a person emerged, a remarkably handsome young man with long hair. He was as slender as a tender willow sprouting in early spring, clad in a school uniform, his physique delicate, and his skin possessed a near-translucent pallor. His sleek black hair fell across his forehead, revealing a pair of clear, yet somewhat aloof eyes. Lin Xie was moving too swiftly. All his focus was on evading Zhao Kongqing, leaving him oblivious to the presence of another at the alley's mouth. Bang! A dull thud. Lin Xie felt as though he had collided fiercely with an unusually slender and cool piece of wood. The impact caused both individuals to lose their balance. Oof! Lin Xie! You idiot! Xie Luo was caught off guard, his vision momentarily engulfed in darkness. The tremendous force compelled him to stumble backward. Just as Xie Luo braced for an awkward fall onto the cold, hard ground, a hand, remarkably precise, securely wrapped around his waist to prevent his fall. The motion was so swift it almost left an afterimage. Xie Luo's back collided solidly against a warm chest. An aroma, faint yet mingling the scent of ink and a certain chill, enveloped him instantly. In a state of shock, he looked up to find a pair of gleaming golden spectacles before him. And Xingyu had appeared behind Xie Luo, his movements astonishingly quick. He steadily supported the startled Xie Luo, glancing over his flustered yet beautiful face to lock onto the culprit, Lin Xie, who had collided with him and was attempting to flee. Lin Xie hurriedly exclaimed, Xie Luo, I truly have matters to attend to. I'll explain later. I must run now. With that, he prepared to dash away, and Xingyu blocked his path with a hand. How can you not apologize for bumping into someone? And Xingyu's tone was somewhat frigid. The alley's entrance transformed into a bizarre vortex. Ahead, Lin Xie stood like prey cornered, restrained by Xingyu. In the middle, Xie Luo's complexion paled, still shaken, sheltered in Qingyu's embrace. His slender form trembled slightly, clearly affected by the collision and equally frightened. Behind them, Zhao Kongsheng had already reached the alley's entrance. "Kid, don't run. We've crossed paths once again, with wolves ahead and tigers behind." Lin Xie had never felt so helpless in his life. He could only turn away, rubbing his face, and said, "Who are you? When did we meet? My aunt doesn't allow me to talk to strangers, so I'll be on my way." Zhao Kongsheng snorted coldly. "We met the day before yesterday. Don't pretend. Impossible. I've been attending school these past 2 days." Lin Xie feigned calmness, attempting to pass by Zhao Kongsheng, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he truly recognized the wrong person? However, Xie Luo chuckled lightly and suddenly interjected, "Lin Xie, why weren't you at school yesterday?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Xie exclaimed, "Xie Luo, how could you betray me, and do it so decisively?" He took off running, with Zhao Kongsheng in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Xie Luo turned to inquire of Qingyu, "Little fish, what are you doing here?" They seemed to not share the same dismissal time from school, did they? Having fallen ill, resting for a few days, afflicted by the epidemic mumps, giving it his all, unable to resist, tragically met with defeat. Chapter 9. Unhealthy Xie Luo's gaze swept over the attire of Qingyu. He had even changed out of his school uniform into something more appealing, and he exuded a pleasant fragrance, as though he had just bathed. "I recall that you were supposed to have delayed dismissal by 10 minutes, right? It was said to be some elite class." The sunlight slanted down, casting a gentle glow on Qingyu's somewhat pallid face. A faint, nearly imperceptible smile graced his lips, his voice airy and languorous, reminiscent of a lazy cat basking in the afternoon sun. "Yes, I skipped class as I always do." And Qingyu spoke with such nonchalance, as if discussing the weather. Xie Luo found himself momentarily at a loss for words at his apparent ease. No, he must inquire with Yog-Sothoth upon returning. What on earth was happening? And why was Little Bubble acting so pretentiously? Moreover, how I despise the overachievers. And Qingyu's gaze drifted from Xie Luo's slightly disconcerted expression, landing precisely on the area he subconsciously covered, just below his abdomen. "Did you bump into something?" Lost in a dual resentment towards the overachiever's arrogance and Little Bubble's infuriating demeanor. Xie Luo was momentarily taken aback by Qingyu's question before he finally responded, "Yes, Lin Xie suddenly rushed at me, and I didn't pay attention. He knocked into my abdomen, and it hurts." And Qingyu dismissed his discomfort, stepping forward with an assertive air. "Let me see." His tone brooked no argument. "Huh? What do you want to see?" It was just a little bump. Xie Luo instinctively wanted to retreat, yet Qingyu's steady gaze held him in place. "Show you?" That seemed somewhat inappropriate, but Qingyu was a fragment of the key of the door. To be frank, Xie Luo did not hold Qingyu in excessively high regard. However, he did have a certain level of concern for Yog-Sothoth. After all, one was a deity to be appeased, and the other a mere fragment. For the time being, Yog-Sothoth's power surpassed that of Qingyu. Ironically, Xie Luo had no inclination to flatter either man or woman, only the powerful. Perhaps it was best to show Qingyu. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse tinged with self-abandonment, Xie Luo grasped the hem of his t-shirt and slowly lifted it. The sunlight poured down unobstructed. The slender waist of the youth was illuminated in the clear afternoon light, revealing a delicate layer of skin, a warm shade of healthy white. However, near the lower left of his abdomen, close to the hip bone, a glaring patch of red marks intruded upon the vision, the center slightly raised, bearing a hint of swelling. Merely observing, it evoked the dull ache of the impact. TSK, despite having anticipated this. And Qingyu clicked his tongue ever so slightly upon seeing the bruise. The sound was so faint it was nearly inaudible, yet Xie Luo caught it, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. And Qingyu remained silent, his brows furrowing imperceptibly. He extended a finger, its tip still cool from the recent bath, and cautiously touched the edge of the bruise. Hiss! This time, Xie Luo genuinely inhaled sharply. "Don't move." The voice of Qingyu grew subdued. His hand rested gently on the uninjured side of Xie Luo's waist, applying a soft pressure that served to soothe and prevent his instinctive flinching. This time, it was not a tentative touch. His entire palm enveloped the area. The palm felt somewhat cool, yet the pressure of his fingertips was perfectly measured. Xie Luo's body shuddered slightly, as he was somewhat ticklish, especially around the waist. Noticing the tension in Xie Luo's muscles, Enkinjiu remarked, "Don't be too tense." Xie Luo obediently responded with a soft "oh." Enkinjiu glanced at him and suddenly said, "Your stomach is rather small." Taken aback, Xie Luo lowered his head in surprise, wondering how this echoed the words spoken in his dreams. Tentatively, he asked, "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" A small stomach isn't necessarily a bad thing. It indicates a slim figure. At this, Enkinjiu paused, his expression reflecting a degree of confusion. There seemed to be some truth to that. Yet, he could not fathom why he had uttered such a statement. It appeared that a fleeting thought had crossed his mind, reminiscent of goldfish giving birth to fry. After a moment's reflection, he conjured a rationale that deceived both himself and others. People with small stomachs are not healthy. Xie Luo? Is there such an assertion? That night, Lin Xie had just shed his clothes and was preparing for bed when a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, he forgot to apologize to Xie Luo. Wait a moment. Lin Xie glanced down at his little brother, his face flushing crimson. How had he even ended up colliding with Xie Luo? Ozel. The following day, Xie Luo looked at Lin Xie, curiosity etched on his face. What exactly do you wish to say? Lin Xie fidgeted awkwardly, shame washing over him as he stammered. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. Xie Luo waved his hand dismissively. All right, I accept your apology. Lin Xie was taken aback. How could the apology be accepted so easily? No, it must be that he wasn't sincere enough. And Xie Luo was merely brushing him off. Yet, that particular phrase was one he simply couldn't bring himself to utter. However, if he were insincere, wouldn't he leave Xie Luo with psychological scars, or perhaps even the impression of being a perverted and lewd man? After a mental deliberation, Lin Xie ultimately opted for a more earnest approach. I'm truly sorry, Xie Luo. I shouldn't have run so fast causing my appendage to collide with your abdomen. I beg for your forgiveness. Xie Luo, Xie Luo, huh? Could you repeat that? What exactly collided with me? Chapter 10. Michael, upon comprehending Lin Xie's words, Xie Luo fell into despair. He had collided with his lower abdomen. He felt sullied. You, Xie Luo stuttered, his lips trembling, his voice hoarse. What did you just say about the collision? He even cast a glance at his own belly. Lin Xie's face flushed crimson, eyes shut tight. He shouted in desperation, I meant that. The male anatomy, Lin Xiaoye. I apologize. I truly did not mean to. I was running too fast and couldn't stop. I had no ulterior motives. I will cover your medical expenses, or you could retaliate, just not there. His words tumbled out in a disordered rush. The narrow alley was left with nothing but the mournful sound of the wind. Xie Luo felt as if he might collapse at any moment. He pressed his hand against his abdomen, as if he could still sense the horrifying outline of the object that had struck him. Covering his face, he helplessly inquired, how could it possibly be Lin Xiaoye? Is it really that big? Lin Xie replied, well, it is. I am taller than you. One can infer from man's height. Xie Luo took a deep breath, ultimately managing to unleash a furious roar laced with menace. Lin, Qi, you must be insane to bring this up. Lin Xie, feeling guilty, stammered, I truly did not intend for this. I feared you would hold a grudge against me. You didn't react so strongly yesterday. Yesterday, I was unaware that Lin Xiaoye was the one who collided with me. Xie Luo was at his wit's end. At that moment, a cool voice, dripping with sarcasm, drifted from behind Xie Luo. Oh, no wonder the impact was so severe yesterday. It turns out it was an attack on a vital area. Both Xie Luo and Lin Xie froze. Xie Luo stiffly turned around to see Xingyu, who had appeared at the alley's entrance. And Xingyu's gaze, concealed behind glasses, swept over Xie Luo's hand, clutching his abdomen, then lingered subtly on Lin Xie. That look was as calm as if observing a specimen for dissection. Seemingly, in the next moment, Lin Xie would be laid upon the operating table. Xie Luo felt the last vestiges of his sanity snap. And Xingyu continued, I wonder what thoughts lingered in your mind. Whether it was intentional. Lin Xie was utterly petrified, his spirit vacating his body. What was this? Intentional? He had been utterly careless. Any boy would know that some movement while walking was normal. Just as Xie Luo was about to say something, and Xingyu launched a broadside attack. Some people are just waiting to be bumped into. With that, and Xingyu scoffed lightly and departed. Before leaving, she cast a glance at Xie Luo, filled with a hint of resentment that sent shivers down his spine. Xie Luo muttered, "He truly has a sharp tongue." Lin Xie concurred. Indeed, his words are quite cutting. Conversation between the two about Xingyu omitted for brevity. After a while, Lin Xie quietly asked, "Have you forgiven me?" Xie Luo shot Lin Xie a glare, huffing softly. Being too lenient would only embolden him further. Lin Xie, aware of his fault, remained oblivious to what he had witnessed. Instead, there emerged an astonishing incredulity. He instinctively stepped forward half a pace. "You." Lin Xie's voice was low, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "How can you possess the divine essence of Michael?" Wasn't Lin Xie the divine agent of Michael? Why did Xie Luo's aura seem even more potent than his? Who, indeed, was the true agent? Initially bewildered, Xie Luo soon regained his composure. If Lin Xie was not lying, then he must indeed harbor Michael's divine essence. There was no reason for Lin Xie to fabricate such a tale. Thus, had his prayers that day truly been answered? Had Michael deigned to respond to him? Oh my, am I truly that remarkable? Xie Luo feigned indifference towards Lin Xie, mockingly chiding him about his apparent nasal affliction before hastily retreating home. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him as Xie Luo leaned against the door frame, his heart still racing from the shockwaves of Lin Xie's revelation and in Xingyu's resentful gaze. But at that moment, none of it mattered. The divine essence, Michael's divine essence, resided within me, even more profound than that of Lin Xie. Xie Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had unearthed a treasure of unparalleled worth. Could it be that I am the true protagonist? He dashed into his bedroom, finally retrieving the canister. In the corner of the bottle, a faint yet extraordinarily brilliant golden light swirled. My treasure. You are indeed my treasure. I thought I had merely imagined it, but the golden light is real. Xie Luo was so thrilled he nearly pressed his lips against the bottle. So, my golden finger has been here all along. Lin Xie, that agent, is merely a fool, while I am the chosen one. He carefully placed the canister at the center of his desk, cleared his throat, rubbed his hands together, and endeavored to adopt an unprecedentedly devout expression, even smoothing down a few errant hairs. With a thud, he knelt on both knees, hands clasped together, eyes tightly shut, facing the canister. Ahem, O great, noble, magnificent, dazzlingly golden elder brother, the angel Michael. Xie Luo's voice rose and fell, brimming with exaggerated reverence. Is it truly you? Is this the divine essence? Have you bestowed your love upon me? He paused, discreetly peeking with one eye at the canister, noting that the golden light seemed unchanged. Thus, he intensified his fervent declarations. Faithful believer Xie Luo, illuminating the obscured path of my life, nourishing my parched soul. My admiration for you flows like the endless waters of a mighty river, as unstoppable as the Yellow River in flood. Esteemed one. Xie Luo's tone shifted to one of desperate longing. You see, having granted me divine essence, this overwhelming fortune, this magnificent divine favor, could you perhaps bestow a bit more? For instance, I also desire a divine realm of mortal splendor. He stole another glance at the canister. The golden light remained tranquil as ever. How about it? Dear brother, could you manifest your spirit? Xie Luo grew anxious, beginning to negotiate. Perhaps let this golden light whoosh and expand a bit? If that is too much to ask, you could always work some wonders upon me. Thus, when I venture out, I shall ensure that Lin Xie recognizes who your true progeny and cherished one truly is. He remained in a kneeling posture, leaning forward, his gaze fixed intently upon the canister, an expression more fervent than that of first love, brimming with a silent plea for attention, urging the esteemed one to acknowledge his presence, to respond, to refrain from feigning indifference. Yet, the room was enveloped in the sound of his heavy breaths and the distant barks of dogs outside. Very well, you may feign disinterest, but in the future, I shall render you unable to reach me. Xie Luo chuckled, brushing off the dust and with an air of haughtiness proclaimed, "Huh, you choose to ignore me. So be it. Who needs your attention anyway? Do you truly believe you are losing someone's affection? Is the unwavering love of a devoted follower. Man, let me assure you, you shall forever lose me. You favor Lin Xie, not even granting me a mere glimpse into the mortal realm." No sooner had the words left his lips than a cold, albeit slightly exasperated, voice resonated beside him. "I am not ignoring you. I was merely napping and did not hear you." Xie Luo. Michael, so you could speak? In his heart, Michael mused, what a devoted follower. And yet he insists on voicing his thoughts. While I was trying to rest, I was disturbed by a sound akin to a small dog clamoring about Lin Xie. Speaking of Lin Xie, Michael added, there's a reason I chose him as the divine representative. Thus, dear little beagle, might you refrain from indiscriminately fawning? From the very beginning, it was wife, and now it has become brother. Is it that my internet speed is too sluggish to keep up with the current fervor of the followers? Yet, I am still a youthful deity among the divine. Chapter 11. Capturing attention, sir. Are you awake? Xie Luo's voice quivered. Did I wake you? Xie Luo shrank back, guilt washing over him. Yet in the next moment, his earlier timid declaration was flung to the winds. Oh dear, my apologies. It's entirely my fault for missing you so dearly. I became so exhilarated that I couldn't restrain my urge to express myself. He added, continue your rest. I could serenade you to sleep if you wish. Michael interjected dryly. Who wishes to hear a follower sing lullabies? I'm not such a childish deity. The silence of the divine was laced with rejection. However, Xie Luo interpreted this silence as tacit acceptance, or perhaps a signal. The master was listening, and an opportunity had arisen. He seamlessly pivoted back to his primary plea. Now that you are awake, about the matter I mentioned earlier. The mortal realm? The one that could compel Lin Xie to kneel and call me father. I mean, allow the believers to bask in divine grace. No, Michael decisively interrupted. The divine ruins are not a mere toy to be granted. What? Xie Luo's enthusiasm was doused with a bucket of cold water. Yet, surrender was not in his nature. Then, what about something else? A flash of golden light? Or, his eyes darted with fervent imagination, a sudden spark of daring hope illuminating his face. How about some flair? Like divine runes? A twinkling star on my chest? Or, let me walk with a halo of holy light. Something glamorous. Michael felt his residual drowsiness evaporate, replaced by an indescribable sense of fatigue. For the first time, he profoundly realized that acquiring followers could be a perilous endeavor. How had the essence of divine power become mere spectacle in this fellow's mind? After several moments of silence, Michael seemed to struggle to articulate his thoughts, endeavoring to help this excessively whimsical believer grasp some fundamental concepts. Power requires alignment and a vessel. Your desires are rather extravagant. Extravagant? Xie Luo exclaimed. Sir, how can this be called extravagant? This is the phenomenon of idolization. Imagine as I step out, radiant and resplendent, passers-by would fall to their knees, exclaiming, look, that is the only favored child of Lord Michael. This is precisely what we need. We should cultivate faith among the ordinary people. As Xie Luo grew increasingly animated, he felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Packaging, promotion, the allure of spectacle, seizing faith. He was a marketing genius. He began to gesticulate enthusiastically, painting a vivid picture of the future. Just think, your faith value would soar. I promise, in 3 years you shall be a deity, and in 5 years, in 5 years you will ascend to the pinnacle of divine worship. Michael replied, while your reasoning appears somewhat sound, I am a reserved deity. He attempted to redirect the conversation. Lin Xie, Lin Xie, Lin Xie. Again, it was Lin Xie. Xie Luo was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with indignation. Lord Michael, could you refrain from mentioning him so often? What kind of enchantment has he cast upon you? Does he appear more like a devoted believer than I? He has never even made an offering to you, has he? Or is it simply because he is a tad more handsome than I? The last remark was muttered almost inaudibly, tinged with a hint of resentment. Xie Luo believed he was somewhat more attractive than Lin Xie. Pray tell, what reason could you possibly have for choosing him? Did he take the back door out? Michael felt a subtle tremor within his divine essence, because this believer inadvertently stumbled upon a truth. Indeed, he had made a pact with the celestial treasure lord to elevate Lin Xie to divinity. However, this was a secret not to be disclosed to the believer, so he thought to jest with him instead. There are many reasons, one of which, Michael seemed to ponder his words carefully, attempting to find an explanation that this enthusiastic believer could comprehend without rendering himself tedious. Xie Luo held his breath. His ears perked up more sharply than ever. Michael hesitated for a moment before delivering an answer that struck Xie Luo like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. He is quieter than you. A profound silence enveloped the room. Even the barking of dogs outside ceased. Xie Luo's face registered a complete blankness. His mind was consumed by those four words echoing like divine retribution. He is quieter than you. Quieter, quiet. Moments later, he sprang upright, furiously pacing in circles like a puppy deprived of its bone. This is unfair. It is discrimination. It is bullying of the vivacious and cheerful believers. I shall lodge a complaint. I must find someone to complain to? He faltered, indignantly realizing that there seemed to be no one to turn to. Surely, he could not approach Michael to complain about his divine negligence. Michael watched him seethe with impotent rage, unable to suppress a smile. Divine favor has been bestowed. Do not be greedy. Cease your clamor. Go away. Michael faltered. He truly did not know what to instruct this little beagle to do. This individual, capable of delivering prayers directly to his ears, exhibited pure faith and possessed a certain affinity with him, wielding his power with an aptitude on par with Lin Xie. Furthermore, Michael was aware of the comparisons. Lin Xie had not exhibited the same fervor in his worship as Xie Luo. To be precise, he had not worshipped at all. Ultimately, Michael stated, just go and copy the scriptures. Xie Luo, struck by the dual blow of being told to be quiet and to transcribe the scriptures, felt aggrieved. Yet soon a mischievous idea sparked in his mind. He took a deep breath, his voice turning soft and syrupy. Lord Michael's tone lingered, twisting and turning. You see, my birthday is fast approaching. Michael felt an ominous premonition. The tone was even more saccharine than before. Indeed, Xie Luo commenced his performance. You see, this will be my first birthday as your devout believer. How significant it is. A milestone in life. A new beginning in faith. Am I not right? He counted on his fingers, attempting to enhance his persuasiveness. Moreover, I have been rather obedient during this period. I have offered 3 incense sticks daily without fail, and I have laid out bread and wine. I have also bought you a bouquet of white roses every day. I have recited the passage from Revelation 12 verses 7 to 9 regarding you several times. Am I to receive nothing in return? He paused momentarily, cautiously presenting his core request, his eyes gleaming, therefore. Oh, great Michael, my humble little birthday wish, could you possibly consider it, even if just a little? Michael remained silent for a while. Indeed, it was all truthful, and to give nothing would seem a tad stingy. What do you desire? Xie Luo chuckled with determination. Well, I am not a greedy person. I merely wish for a residence in the second ring of the capital, and perhaps half a gene of Lao Fengxiang. Haha. All right, the location is at Chaoyang Road, Building 8, Unit XX in the capital. It is one of my earthly assets. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xie Luo beheld an object suddenly materialize upon the offering table. Upon opening it, he was utterly dumbfounded. What? Is this not a property deed? You truly mean to give it? Clutching the crimson document, gleaming with the ultimate dreams of mortals. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Good heavens! He pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. It's not a dream. Oh, great Michael. You are indeed a true benefactor. The figure radiating golden light seemed to momentarily stiffen, almost imperceptibly. Xie Luo was now completely consumed by ecstatic delirium, nearly drooling onto the property deed. Chaoyang Road, Building 8. My word, this location, this configuration, oh great Michael, you truly understand the market. And that half a gene of Lao Fengxiang. Suddenly, he remembered the crux of the matter and lunged towards the box shimmering with golden light. He had been so absorbed in the property deed that he had overlooked the box on the table. Upon opening it, he found it neatly lined with gleaming gold bars, engraved with feather patterns. Xie Luo's pupils widened in shock. Holy cow. Real gold. Half a gene? No. This appears to be more than half a gene. You are exceedingly generous, my lord. Trembling, he picked up one bar, instinctively bringing it to his teeth to test its purity, but suddenly recalled who stood before him and hurriedly placed it down, bowing fervently toward the golden light. My lord, I, Xie Luo, shall henceforth be your most devout follower. I will move in tomorrow, transforming the entire garden into a white rose sanctuary to your satisfaction. I shall recite the entirety of Revelation backwards in Latin. What is this song on? I am bound for the capital. The Michael within the golden light seemed to sigh. Ahem. The house and the gold are indeed for you. Xie Luo, understood. Your grace is boundless. However, Xie Luo's heart tightened, his smile freezing on his face, and no. However, Michael's voice remained unperturbed. It does not mean that you are without obligations. Xie Luo. Michael paused for a moment and said, It appears you are quite eager to strengthen my faith among ordinary mortals. Thus, I shall entrust you with this matter, overseeing the churches in Songnan, Shijin, Xining, and Shanjing. Are you capable of handling such a responsibility? Xie Luo's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, I am more than capable. This is a new opportunity. Ha 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 ha. The child who cries will indeed receive candy. Do you understand what it means to be cherished, Lin Xie? A few days later, after Lin Xie became a night watchman, he intended to bid farewell to Xie Luo. However, he learned from their teacher that Xie Luo had withdrawn from school, as it seemed his family had moved to Shanjing for his studies. Standing before the tightly shut security door of Xie Luo's home, Lin Xie felt a tinge of sadness. His fingertips brushed against the cold iron door, and the sensation sent a chilling wave through his veins. He's gone? Lin Xie murmured to himself. What does it feel like to desire to bid farewell to someone, only to discover that the other person did not even think to say goodbye before leaving? In any case, Lin Xie felt a bit fragmented. Downstairs, several clear yet muffled knocks echoed, landing on the steps with a rhythmic thud that seemed to strike at Lin Xie's taut nerves. Xie Luo, is that you? Following the sound, he descended a few steps. In the shadows of the narrow staircase, a figure leaned against the mottled wall. It was not Xie Luo, but Xingyu. He was crouched with one leg bent, his arm casually resting on his knee, his head slightly bowed. The dim, yellow twilight seeping through the hallway window reluctantly outlined the contours of his profile. His jawline was taut, as though he were gnawing on something fleshly. His dark gray coat was dusted with wall debris, yet he seemed oblivious, exuding a silent and oppressive chill. Lin Xie's throat constricted as he swallowed the unease rising within him. Tentatively, he spoke, and Xingyu, do you know why Xie Luo left? And Xingyu slowly lifted his head. His eyes were as dark as a deep well, submerged beneath the weighty shadows of his brow. In that fleeting moment, as he raised his gaze, Lin Xie seemed to catch a glimpse of a fleeting blue glimmer, vanishing as swiftly as an illusion. Those eyes bore an inhuman sharpness, piercing directly into Lin Xie's face. I do not know, came in Xingyu's response, cold but resolute. The wind brushed aside a few strands of his fallen black hair, revealing the depths of his inscrutable gaze. Had he truly departed without a word? A wave of confusion surged within Lin Xie. He had thought of Xie Luo as a friend. Almost instinctively, he blurted out, Did he not mention to you that he was leaving? Did he not say anything on his phone? The moment the words escaped his lips, Lin Xie regretted them. Most likely, Xie Luo had said nothing. And Xingyu let out a scoff and replied, What does it matter to you? He glanced at his own palm, each word clear. I will go to the capital and capture him. After saying this, Xingyu left without looking back. But a piece of paper in his pocket briefly fluttered before Lin Xie's eyes. It was a plane ticket. Lin Xie felt a twinge of confusion. Didn't Xingyu care so much for Xie Luo? Half a day later, in the capital, Xie Luo silently surveyed the dilapidated and deserted church, contemplating whether he should return at Songnan. Wasn't this task rather daunting? It felt as if he were starting from scratch to build a church. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard Yog-Sothoth's voice whispering in his ear, Why? Have you moved? You haven't sought me for several days. Xie Luo smiled and replied, I had matters to attend to, brother. Oh, I came to find you for my fragments. You Should hide. Better, Xie Luo exclaimed. Who is looking for me? At that moment, and Xingyu was seated in a taxi, calmly instructing the driver to Chaoyang Road, Building 8. Thank you. The followers were disobedient, worshipping multiple deities. Yet the main deity, all-knowing and omnipotent, who had previously been blinded, had finally come to his senses and was furious. However, he was still willing to feign ignorance, playing the fool, and a simple call of brother was enough to extinguish his anger. Moreover, if he did not wish to share his followers' wives with me, what should I do? Chapter 12. The divine offspring in Xingyu was an astute individual, and being wise implied that he had long recognized his own peculiarity. He was inherently rational, finding it arduous to form emotional connections with others. Yet, his reactions to the actions of Xie Luo were decidedly anomalous. This indicated one of three possibilities. Either Xie Luo was flawed, or he himself was, or both he and Xie Luo harbored imperfections. Initially, Xingyu intended to fly to the capital and gradually seek out individuals of interest. However, at that moment, Yog-Sothoth discovered that Xie Luo still maintained a connection with Michael, a connection that was far from amicable. Yog-Sothoth was incensed, in a state of agitation and jealousy, and Xingyu awakened, gaining insight into the unfolding events. The key of the door was, by its very nature, omniscient and omnipotent, and Xingyu gazed quietly out of the window, realizing the inevitability of his fate. Meanwhile, Xie Luo felt as though his heart was gripped by an icy hand. The warning from Yog-Sothoth echoed in his ears, reverberating with an inhuman resonance, leaving him dizzy. And Xingyu? How could he possibly have found him? Yog-Sothoth, with a sense of resignation, stated he is coming. Approaching Chaoyang Road swiftly. You must hide. Upon hearing this, Xie Luo bolted upright from the sofa, his mind a blank slate, consumed by a singular thought: escape. And Xingyu was not easily manipulated like Yog-Sothoth. Crucially, he had inquired of Yog-Sothoth days prior, learning that the essence of the key of the door dwelled in a state of semi-slumber. Thus, Yog-Sothoth was merely a fragment of the consciousness of a slumbering deity, easily deceived. Yet Xingyu possessed tangible fragments, the question of which was more terrifying, fragments or consciousness, need not be elaborated upon. Xie Luo dashed towards the door like a startled rabbit, his fingertips trembling. He barely had time to ponder how Xingyu had precisely pinpointed this residence on Chaoyang Road, the omniscient fragment of the key. Locating him seemed almost a foregone conclusion. Gasping for breath, Xie Luo stumbled down the staircase of his expansive 500-square-meter penthouse. The elevator would be faster. Rushing to the elevator lobby, he frantically pressed the downward button, the crimson numbers flickering agonizingly slow. 17, 16, each second felt like a century. Ding! The elevator doors finally opened. Xie Luo practically leaped out, sprinting towards another building. He plunged into the elevator. As the doors began to close, temporarily isolating him from the outside world, a fleeting sense of safety washed over him. Leaning against the cold metal wall of the cabin, he gasped for air, striving to calm his racing heart. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close completely, a skeletal, excessively pale hand slipped in, wedged in the gap. The elevator's sensors detected the obstruction and grudgingly reopened. Xie Luo's breath caught in his throat, his blood seemingly frozen. Outside the door stood Xingyu. He donned a pristine shirt, with a jacket casually draped over his arm, his face adorned with a faint, habitual tranquility, as if he were contemplating some scholarly dilemma. Yet, the aura emanating from him was starkly different. It was not the essence of a human scholar, but rather an overwhelming, abyssal coldness and chaos that was almost suffocating. His black eyes reflected a myriad of swirling nebulae, distorted geometric shapes, and countless flickering shards of knowledge. They resembled a portal to the universe's edge. A mere glance could shatter the reason of any mortal. He stood there quietly. Xie Luo, and Xingyu spoke, his voice still as gentle as when he had previously called Xie Luo's name, imbued with a magnetic quality akin to a sigh. Yet beneath that gentleness lay an abyss. What was he running from? He stepped forward slowly. As he entered, the cramped elevator space seemed to be instantly drained of air, becoming strikingly cold. Xie Luo felt the temperature plummet, a chill slithering up his spine, causing the hairs on his body to rise. The overhead light flickered uneasily, emitting a crackling sound, casting shadows that danced ominously across Xie Yu's face. And Xie Yu's gaze settled upon Xie Luo, devoid of anger, yet more terrifying than any fury. It was an examination, as if he intended to strip Xie Luo bare, from flesh to soul, to comprehend him utterly. The gaze of an omniscient eye. Under such scrutiny, Xie Luo felt that all his facades, all his thoughts, were laid bare. Xie Luo's throat was dry. He yearned to plead, to justify himself, yet under that unwavering gaze, he scarcely dared to utter a word. The being before him was no mere human, and Xie Yu advanced a step closer. The distance between them was so minimal that they could almost feel each other's breath. Xie Luo could distinctly sense the scent of cleanliness that clung to Xie Yu. I am quite disappointed, and Xie Yu's voice deepened. As my disciple, his fingers trailed downwards with undeniable authority, lifting Xie Luo's chin, compelling him to meet those inhuman eyes. How dare you? Tarnish yourself? His tone remained calm, even tinged with a morbid sorrow. To be tainted by the essence of another deity? To be sullied? Xie Luo's pupils constricted, and he finally realized he was confronting a fragment of a Cthulhu outer god. Brother, in a state of extreme terror, Xie Luo instinctively uttered this name, one that could once soften the heart of Yog-Sothoth itself. Upon hearing this address, Xie Yu paused briefly before leaning closer, whispering words that resembled those shared between lovers, yet carried a lethal threat. Now is not the time for such names. His other hand slowly rose, caressing the nape of Xie Luo's neck. It is time for us to return home. And Xie Yu's voice cracked. Brother will meticulously cleanse you of the marks that you should not bear, bit by bit. The elevator doors began to descend once more, leaving Xie Luo bereft of tears. In an irresistible manner, and Xie Yu lifted him effortlessly into his arms. He dare not struggle, only able to tremble faintly. And Xie Yu, cradling him, walked steadily towards the entrance of the community, indifferent to the gazes of passers-by. To onlookers, it appeared merely as a young man carrying another pale-faced companion, oblivious to the myriad iridescent spheres concealed within Xie Yu's shadow. A taxi halted at the entrance, and Xie Yu opened the door, carefully placing Xie Luo in the back seat before settling in himself. Driver, to the airport, his voice was gentle and clear, devoid of any hint of disturbance. The driver glanced through the rearview mirror, observing a young man cradling another, ashen-faced and with closed eyes, shivering slightly. This pairing seemed somewhat unusual. The vehicle commenced, merging into the flow of traffic. Sunlight streamed in, yet it could not dispel the chill enveloping Xie Luo. He curled up beside Xie Yu, his body taut, his eyelashes quivering with anxiety. Damn it. It went awry. The car was shrouded in silence, punctuated only by the engine's hum and the sounds of the bustling road. The driver, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, couldn't help but steal another glance through the rearview mirror, tentatively inquiring, "Young man, did you have a quarrel with your boyfriend?" This mundane question felt absurd and tinged with dark humor in that moment. And Xie Yu turned his head, his gaze resting upon Xie Luo's face. The abyssal depths of his eyes seemed to ripple with an inscrutable nuance. He did not respond immediately. Xie Luo's heart raced, a desperate wish to escape flooding his mind. Then, Xie Yu replied clearly, "Yes." His voice was calm, yet this affirmative answer bore an unsettling connotation. He distorted the ordinary quarrel between lovers into a relationship of predator and prey, of fragments of an otherworldly being and a tainted devotee. The driver exhaled, cheerfully advising, "Hey, young man, it's normal to argue. Just soothe him. Once you arrive, talk it out." "MHM," and Xie Yu replied coolly, his gaze unwavering from Xie Luo. He raised his pale hand, instinctively caressing the cold nape of Xie Luo's neck, his fingertips slowly stroking, imbued with affection and a claim to ownership. "I will take good care of him." Xie Luo felt tears welling up, a despairing thought racing through his mind. Would he still have a future? The sunlight outlined the contours of Xie Yu's profile, revealing an infinite madness beneath his calm demeanor. He leaned slightly closer to Xie Luo's ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Do not fear, you will soon be warm again. I shall hold you once more." To the driver, It sounded like a considerate reassurance. Yet to Xie Luo, it was a cacophony of panic. It's over. His life is in peril. Oh dear, help me. Would he see the sun tomorrow? He wished he could slap himself twice, pondering why he had chosen to worship any deity at all. Was it the keeper of doors? But before he could fully panic, Xingyu uttered an even more disconcerting statement in his ear. I am quite curious as to why you chose the name Arasalit Repwich. It is an inverse incantation. A normal otherworldly being would interpret it as a paradoxically alluring temporal convergence. The term Yog-Sothoth signifies an omniscient entity that drives one to madness, while its counterpart implies that inverse knowledge leads to demise. In a certain light, this could be perceived as a name for a couple, one that aspires to bear offspring with the key of the gate. Xie Luo, do you truly believe I chose at random? Chapter 13. Unable to comprehend. Famished. After 3 hours of flight, Sannan and Kinju cradled Xie Luo as they ventured into the stillness of the sewer. Xie Luo could distinctly hear the steady rhythm of Kinjiu's heartbeat, juxtaposed with the frantic thumping of his own. The door swung open, and Kinjiu carried him into a dimly lit room. The air was imbued with a peculiar, frigid sweetness tinged with a metallic scent. Gently, he placed Xie Luo upon a vast, chilly sofa, reminiscent of some creature's skin. We have arrived home, Kinjiu's voice reverberated in the vastness of the room, tinged with an otherworldly echo. Xie Luo curled up, attempting to diminish his presence. Kinjiu lingered in the shadows, observing him. Then, a transformation began to manifest in his form. His shadow morphed into a viscous, writhing entity of darkness from which iridescent, non-geometric tendrils of light unfurled, swaying silently like deep-sea flora. Within the abyss-like depths of his eyes, something stirred ominously. A suffocating pressure permeated the space, rendering the air dense and heavy. Xie Luo felt as though he were drowning, a primal fear coursing through his veins like ice water. Are you afraid? Kinjiu's voice shifted, resembling a cacophony of whispers layered over one another, imbued with a detached, almost irked tone. Xie Luo yearned to nod, yet his throat was parched, rendering him voiceless. Instinctively, he reached for something, his fingers grazing Kinjiu's arm. The sensation was wrong. Cold, slick, imbued with a resilient elasticity. It did not resemble human skin. He abruptly lowered his gaze. In the dim light, he discerned that beneath Kinjiu's skin, tiny iridescent points flickered as if breathing. A near-transparent layer of iridescent scales began to emerge, smooth and cool, tightly arranged, enveloping Kinjiu's exposed arms, extending to his wrists. Ah! A short, startled cry escaped his throat. Xie Luo recoiled as if scalded, gazing in terror at Kinjiu's arm. No! How could this be? A wave of profound panic engulfed him. Kinjiu's expression turned frosty as he attempted to embrace him. Do not touch me, monster! Xie Luo screamed uncontrollably, retreating in fear. Kinjiu's hand halted mid-air, and the invisible pressure in the atmosphere intensified abruptly. He laughed, a sound laced with incredulity, then said with measured calmness, Monster? Xie Luo, what folly is this? Do you truly believe yourself to be human? I. Xie Luo stammered, struggling to articulate a response, but no words could escape his lips. Instead, he tilted his head back, tears streaming down his cheeks, plaintively inquiring of Kinjiu, Then what am I? Truly. Kinjiu chuckled softly. Arala, a deity birthed from the sea, belonging to the Cthulhu pantheon, adept at confounding perception with song, leading to the knowledge of the inverse, the utter antithesis of understanding, which brings about death. Kinjiu's words cascaded like the icy currents of the deep sea, swiftly drawing Xie Luo into the whirlpool of revelation. Each word weighed heavily like an anchor, mercilessly dragging his dwindling human consciousness into an unfathomable abyss. Arasala, a deity of the Cthulhu mythos, reverse knowledge, death, these terms coalesced into a maddening tableau. Shelley's mind was a blank canvas, soon inundated by a torrent of utterly irrational fragments of knowledge. Is it true? His voice shattered, tears mingling with cold sweat, his body suffused with a pink hue. Kinjiu stood at the confluence of shadow and iridescent light, the non-geometric halos undulating silently around him. Indeed, you are Arasala, If you doubt it, touch your abdomen. Abdomen? Shelley lowered his head in bewilderment. Beneath the voluminous, soft fabric, something felt distinctly amiss. It was not pain, but a peculiar sensation of fullness, as if something within was awakening and expanding. With a tinge of curiosity, his trembling hand hesitated before delving beneath the hem, pressing against his soft abdominal skin. The sensation was wrong. The skin beneath his fingertips no longer bore the familiar warmth and smoothness. Instead, it was covered by a delicate yet resilient membrane, as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a pearlescent iridescence. It clung tightly to the contours of his abdomen, extending downward, disappearing beneath his waistband. What truly halted his heart was the palpable warmth and elasticity of a subtly protruding area beneath his palm. It felt like an independent organ, gently pulsing and expanding with his rapid breaths. An unprecedented terror seized him. This is not human anatomy. Absolutely not. A suppressed whimper escaped his throat, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness instantly engulfed him. He abruptly raised his gaze, tears streaming down. Looking to the figure in the shadows like a drowning man grasping at the last piece of driftwood, his voice tinged with childlike fear and dependency. "Enkinju, what is this? I feel so strange here." He dared not look down again, gripping the fabric of his abdomen tightly. It's so taut, so uncomfortable. The iridescent halo surrounding Enkinju seemed to shimmer slightly in response to his fear. He took a step forward, emerging from the shadows into the dim light. He gazed at Shelley with a look of reliance, the corners of his mouth seemingly curling into an elusive, subtle arc. "It is your brood pouch. Aracelit rep YH, in sequential hyperthalassura, signifies the sea beyond, and the key to the door is omniscient and omnipotent, relating to the authority of the door's key, while the sea behind represents your birth from the ocean. Yet you chose the reverse order, Aracelit, which can be translated as torn cognition, corresponding to omniscient truth. To be blunt, this name, in the ears of a Cthulhu deity, implies Yog-Sothoth's rebellious wife, the breeding version. Moreover, the final pronunciation bears a striking resemblance to the sound of a mother's body tearing during childbirth, easily interpreted as the birth of offspring. You have chosen a name that holds an ambiguous charm, one that reads the same forwards and backwards. After all, it is rare for someone to inscribe another's authority within their divine name. Thus, it is only natural for you to possess a nurturing pouch. The low, reverberating echoes of Enkinju still linger in the room. Xie Luo's mind felt heavy and muddled, pondering the nonsensical murmurs he could not comprehend. The warmth of the nurturing pouch within him surged to prominence. At that moment, a primal impulse erupted from the depths of his abdomen. Hunger, not an emptiness, but a hunger that emanated from the very core of that pulsating pouch. "Oh!" Enkinju, Xie Luo's whimper transformed in pitch. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, the veins beneath his rosy skin pulsating. He curled more tightly, his hands pressing fiercely against his abdomen, his body trembling violently. "Yam so hungry," sobbing, his voice fragmented, imbued with a profound reliance on Enkinju. Enkinju hesitated for a moment, the iridescent scales on his arms shimmering, the luminous aura surrounding him swaying silently. Attuned to the pain and yearning in the air, a soft sigh escaped him. The anger within dissipated. He stepped forward, emerging from the shadows, approaching the sofa, and gazing down at Xie Luo. "Hunger is a natural state. You are too fragile. Yet you have awakened, and thus your body is preparing to propagate knowledge, anticipating nurturing. These are all energy-intensive endeavors." His voice regained its coolness, yet wrapped in a layer of tranquility. "You require sustenance." He extended his arm, cool and powerful, his movements deliberate. Xie Luo perceived it as a lifeline. The hunger instantly shattered his fear. He whimpered, instinctively lunging forward, extending his trembling arms to tightly embrace Enkinju around the waist. "Oh, Enkinju, little fish. Yuga, hold me." He mumbled repeatedly, his voice tinged with tears and utter dependence. Enkinju's body stiffened momentarily, taken aback by such intimacy, but soon relaxed. He did not push Xie Luo away. Instead, He gathered him closer in a protective embrace, cradling the trembling little deity. Xie Luo was entirely lifted from the sofa, nestled into Enkinjiu's embrace. The pulsing in his abdomen seemed to ease in proximity, while the hunger continued to roar, yet it felt as though satisfaction was within reach. Enkinjiu looked down at the boy nestled tightly against him. Xie Luo's cheeks brushed against his fabric, his lashes adorned with tears, his body shivering from hunger, still murmuring, "I am hungry, so hungry." Enkinjiu tightened his embrace. "Do not fear." His deep voice resonated in Xie Luo's ear, imbued with a soothing power. "This hunger shall pass. Leave it to me." Xie Luo drifted into a deep slumber as Enkinjiu carried him into the room, tucking him under the covers. "Please take a glance at this child. He has done nothing but cover himself with a blanket. He is simply innocent and hungry." Enkinjiu packed his tools into his bag, slinging it over his shoulder as he stepped outside, casting a cold gaze toward the direction of the school, where it seemed Aenwa, serpent demon, resided, potentially serving as Xie Luo's dinner. However, I hope that the serpent demon possesses a higher rank. Otherwise, consuming such inferior sustenance may lead to indigestion when I offer it a portion of my own appendages for its nourishment. In such a case, surely there would be an uproar from it, wouldn't there? Alas, if the serpent demon's level is too low, I must resign myself to sacrificing a portion of my own strength. Enkinjiu is troubled today. What shall I do if I cannot satiate my beloved without offspring, merely indulging in the playful banter of a young couple? Chapter 14. The fallen king and Xingyu believed he had diligently gone hunting for his wife, yet just moments ago, Xie Luo had feigned weakness, crying out in hunger. What a jest! How could he genuinely appear so delicate? It was merely an act. According to Xingyu, the authority of the key of doors grants omniscience which drives one to madness, while his own power, reverse knowledge, brings about demise. In a certain sense, he ought to possess considerable strength, capable of obscuring parts of Xingyu's perception. In the divine ruins, reversal of all things, introduction, when chaos spreads around me, I suddenly realize I have long since become the prey of Alisarala. The only true answer awakens the mind. Yet, reversal of all things deliberately presents you with erroneous and contrary responses, leading you only toward death and despair. Abilities, deception. You possess the ability to deceive anything, even that which does not exist, as long as you desire it. Variability. You can transform your body into various forms, such as human, divine, animal, or plant. Devour. You can confuse the perceptions of deities, disguising yourself as their most devout follower, continually consuming them to strengthen yourself. Partial authority of the key of doors. You are inherently the wife of the key of doors, yet rebellious. Thus, you may indeed enjoy some of its authority. It shall serve as a nurturing ground for your growth, providing all that you require for your initial development. Ragnarok. You can convert the powers of other gods into your own. After all, the silk tree can also strangle the banyan, can it? Xie Luo, filled with delight, shook his head and activated deception to obstruct the gaze of the key of doors and Xingyu, promptly deciding to visit Old Wang next door for a taste of divine power. Well, idleness breeds idleness. Since Michael has actually responded to me, Chronos should have too. I recall there being an alarm clock. Perhaps I could tease him a bit. With a smile, Xie Luo let deception ripple silently around him, enveloping his true intentions securely. Clearing his throat, he instantly assumed a countenance of utmost piety, laced with a hint of weakness and yearning. Ahem. Ahem. O great and supreme Chronos, ruler of the cycles of all things and the ultimate void, your humble, hungry servant, Xie Luo, offers you the most sincere of calls. At that moment, in another realm, the slumbering Crocs jolted awake, sensing an overwhelming wave of fervent faith intermingled with an instinctual sense of unease. Groggily, it mumbled, "Who dares to pray at mealtime, and why does this piety feel rather nauseating?" Xie Luo continued his supplication. "O great Chronos, your divine might is like the withering wind, sweeping across all realms. Your grace is akin to the rain of oblivion, nurturing the flourishing earth. your devoted follower is currently facing. A minor, inconsequential physiological need. Xie Luo patted his belly, a greedy expression dawning upon his face. Chronos' divine awareness barely focused on him, tinged with a hint of annoyance at being disturbed and a touch of flattery as comfort. What is your request? Xie Luo was overjoyed, truly easy to deceive. He had indeed received a response. He quickly proclaimed, the desires of a humble believer are few. First, a wisp of divine breath. Then the mysterious essence of the sea realm, to connect with the consciousness of Chronos associated with the ocean. The god's mind seemed to awaken slightly. Yet the pleasure of flattery was suppressed by an instinctual discomfort. This believer's devotion resembled decayed matter wrapped in honey, sweet yet imbued with an ineffable sense of wrongness. However, the honey was undeniably sweet. Chronos had been beguiled, and he chose a wisp of divine breath, the ocean's mysterious essence. Chronos' deep voice reverberated within Xie Luo's consciousness, laced with a chilling scrutiny. Lowly devotee, your appetite is rather grand. What you seek is beyond the capacity of a mere mortal. Primarily, he could comprehend the divine breath. A believer could be transformed into strength, and he had discreetly granted some to the king. However, what need was there for the ocean's mysterious essence? Success. Xie Luo chuckled inwardly, while his outward demeanor grew increasingly humble. He even managed to feign a hint of the trepidation that should accompany divine might. Oh, exalted Lord, the believer is filled with fear. It is indeed the believer's fervent faith in you that stirs a relentless thirst, yearning to feel even the slightest trace of your breath. For that would be the supreme nourishment. As for the ocean's mysterious essence, I have heard is a reflection of your power of annihilation and rebirth within the realm of the sea. The believer wishes to engage with it. Should I glean even a fragment of insight, I would willingly shatter into dust, sacrificing myself, merely to draw one step closer to your truth. His voice quavered with emotion, as if he were genuinely unable to contain his excitement. Chronos remained silent for several breaths. Xie Luo's deception authority operated silently at its zenith, enveloping his intentions with utmost care, leaving only the meticulously crafted, fervently aromatic candy coating of a fanatic believer. Ultimately, the god's irritation at being disturbed and his contempt for the believer's sacrificial instincts prevailed. A wisp of ashen divine breath, seemingly infused with the dust of time and the breath of all things end, along with the mysterious entity of the sea realm known as the Time Sea Hound, flowed towards Xie Luo like two delicate streams. It had arrived. Xie Luo immediately shielded Chronos' perception, not forgetting to disguise it as a disconnection due to insufficient faith. The murky divine breath and the decayed time-infused hound landed before him. Without hesitation, Xie Luo reached out to grasp the wisp of divine breath. As it entered his grasp, a chilling, lifeless power surged violently into his being. Excruciating pain erupted, as if countless icy needles pierced his very soul. Xie Luo stifled a groan, his body swaying. The myriad phenomena in reverse. He exclaimed. The surrounding space twisted slightly, and the tumultuous divine breath collided with an invisible maze, causing its trajectory to abruptly shift, intertwine, and even partially reverse. All forces seemed to envelop Xie Luo in a warm embrace, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Meanwhile, the summoned Time Sea Hound had just landed. Its murky gaze locked onto Xie Luo, baring its decayed fangs as it lunged forward, its claws exuding an aura that accelerated decay through time. Xie Luo cast not a single glance at it. Instead, he raised his other hand, finger splayed. Deception. The actions of the Time Sea Hound came to an abrupt halt, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes. In its perception, the target before it vanished. Xie Luo had inverted its understanding of him. The Time Sea Hound could only flail about like a headless fly. Xie Luo chuckled softly, drew his knife, and plunged it fiercely into its body. In a matter of moments, the mysterious entity was slain, and Xie Luo completely consumed and dissected it in mere seconds. How could one not consider a dissection when using one's own belly to dissect the mysterious? The child simply had a penchant for consumption. In an instant, Xie Luo, employing the unique solution and the paradox of all phenomena, analyzed the time sea hound and acquired the ability of time decay. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh yes." Xie Luo began to blissfully absorb the misty essence of the entity. Ah, how delightful! He comfortably squinted his eyes, finding it all too easy to deceive old Wang out of his secret stash. Meanwhile, Wang Mian, who was resting, suddenly sprang to his feet. He ripped off his mask, revealing a face filled with a mixture of despair and incredulity, with a hint of grievance upon closer inspection. The swirling vortex was nearly startled into dropping the freshly purchased milk tea. "Captain, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? How did you rise from the dead?" "No, wait. Have you discovered the mystery of the Klein realm?" According to the vortex's logic, their captain had always remained unfazed, and only a mystery above the Klein realm could fluster him. Rose instinctively tensed. "Captain, remain calm. It's just a Klein. We might be able to handle it." Wang Mian ignored them entirely and stood in place, enduring 3 minutes of silence before finally speaking. "This is not an ambush." His voice trembled with a collapse of belief, laced with complexity and envy. "It is, colleague. Another agent of the time god has appeared." Rose's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. What on earth? Isn't the god of time unique? Can there be more than one? The vortex scratched its head. Could it be that His Majesty Chronos has a buy-one-get-one free deal? A buy-one-get-one free deal? Wang Mian felt even worse. This was simply too. He never imagined that upon awakening, there would be an additional agent of the time god. To say he was not disheartened would be a lie. After all, throughout history, there had never been multiple agents, which made him seem utterly inadequate. So inadequate that a deity sought another proxy. Rose twitched at the corners of her mouth, understanding Wang Mian's feelings. "Captain, stay calm. Perhaps this is a misunderstanding? Or could it be that His Majesty Chronos has assigned you a deputy? Like a secretary?" "Secretary?" Wang Mian bristled with indignation. "Feeling wronged. Which secretary possesses a more refined essence than I, the legitimate agent?" He sensed that the new deity seemed to be favored far more than he was. The members of the masked squad exclaimed, "Ah, the captain has been cuckolded?" At this moment, Xie Luo gazed in astonishment at Li Yifei on stage, who appeared utterly disheartened. He turned to Xiao Yu and suggested, "Why not choose someone else? I share a class with him and have seen his face. It would be rather difficult to eat him." And Xingyu furrowed her brow and replied, "I could always remove his face." Li Yifei, in a fit of exasperation, shouted, "Ah, nonsense! You scoundrels! I haven't even begun to commit any misdeeds, and you already wish to devour me. Ah, Xie Luo, you despicable creature! I knew you were pretending to be human. Did you hear me? I haven't done anything wrong." Xie Luo, uninterested in his tirade, began to contemplate where to feast. Noticing the glimmer of desire in his eyes, Li Yifei grew even more frantic, exclaiming, "And Xingyu, with your thick brows and large eyes, you are also inhuman. I will report you to the authorities. I will inform the Watchers about your actions. Just you wait. I've already sent someone to seek them out. Let us see how you will respond. I shall utilize legal measures to exact justice upon you." Xie Luo pondered. "Oh no, it seems I have unwittingly become the villain." "Zuptekinza, Li Yifei. You are clearly not human." Xie Luo was rendered speechless upon hearing Li Yifei's desperate declaration of legal retribution. His previous glimmer of greed swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of absurdity. He slowly turned his gaze toward Xingyu, his voice somewhat ethereal. "Little fish, did he just say he would report us to the Night Watchers and seek legal action against us?" And Xingyu, with a small knife in hand, was intently gesturing the angle for skinning Li Yifei, oblivious to his terror. Without lifting her head, she calmly replied, "Article 232, intentional homicide. Article 260, desecration of a corpse, should we choose to consume him. The circumstances are particularly severe, with an extremely detrimental societal impact. The sentencing starts at either the death penalty or life imprisonment." She paused before adding, "provided we are both deemed human." Li Yifei's spirit shattered upon hearing this. "Ah, listen to him. He has confessed. What is wrong with being mysterious? Why not protect the mysterious? I tell you, This is discrimination. Help! Where are the night watchers? Did the pedestrian I manipulated crawl over here? Xie Luo felt a buzzing in his head as he glanced down at the chopsticks in his hands, prepared for a meal. He then looked back at the stage where Li Yifei was weeping profusely, seemingly a victim of profound injustice, and a wave of intense self-doubt surged through him. Xie Luo muttered to himself, "Little fish, here we are, surrounding an innocent classmate. No, a mysterious being, one contemplating skinning him, the other itching to take a bite. Doesn't he that resemble the behavior of villains?" And Xingyu halted her knife gestures, taking a rare moment to seriously ponder Xie Luo's existential inquiry. Adjusting her glasses, the lenses glimmered with a flash of insight. Logically, villains typically exhibit clear antisocial motives and patterns of destructive behavior. Our current actions seem more akin to the preparatory work of processing ingredients. Our motivation stems from a need to eat, rather than pure malicious intent. Moreover, we are not human. There's no need for us to impose arbitrary restrictions upon ourselves. You call this processing ingredients? Li Yifei's scream nearly shattered the ceiling. Am I an ingredient? I'm a law-abiding student. I helped an elderly lady cross the street yesterday without leaving my name, and I picked up a classmate's dropped homework. Last week, when the cafeteria lady trembled while serving food, I steadied her spoon. My good deeds are countless. So what if I'm mysterious? You are stripping the mysterious of their right to education. Xie Luo, momentarily taken aback by the outburst, instinctively invoked the only correct answer to analyze the situation before retorting, "You picked up someone else's homework because you knocked it out of their hands. The cafeteria lady trembled because you had startled her with your antics." Li Yifei was momentarily silenced, but soon erupted even louder. That was merely a conflict of daily life, an internal school dispute. The punishment should not be death, nor should it lead to being skinned and consumed. You are employing extrajudicial measures. I demand a public trial. I want a lawyer. I want to appear on today's legal affairs. Until my night watchers arrive, I have the right to remain silent. Xie Luo, overwhelmed by the noise, slammed his hands on the operating table. Enough. Stop howling. Who said we were going to eat you? Li Yifei trembled in fear, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at him. You were just contemplating where to take a bite. You're bullying me, woo-woo. Xie Luo rubbed his forehead, a look of deep sorrow etched upon his face. I was merely hungry. Who could have anticipated that Xingyu would capture you? Just the other day, I saw you in the school restroom, and you didn't even wash your hands after using it, and Xingyu silently nodded in agreement from the side, suggesting perhaps it's best not to consume him. Xie Luo continued his lamentation, as though undergoing a self-examination. But you are right. I feel quite unwell at present. Xie Luo, a tall and upright young man, academically accomplished and morally sound. How did I inexplicably descend to the point of contemplating eating you? He clutched his chest, his tone dramatically heavy. My heart, which yearns for the light, has been subjected to unprecedented scrutiny, and I wish to sincerely repent. Suddenly, Xie Luo shifted his tone. However, I am truly famished, so I shall overlook your lack of hand-washing after the restroom, and indulge in you first before reflecting on my actions later. Li Yifei gazed at Xie Luo, who was engrossed in his performance, and at Xingyu, who was calmly polishing a small knife, and he fell into utter despair. He surrendered to the situation, slumping into the chair like a salted fish, his gaze vacant. I'm tired. Let it in. Swiftly remember to dip it in some sauce. I love sweet bean sauce. Li Yifei's resigned demeanor, coupled with his final remark about sweet bean sauce, caused an eerily frozen atmosphere to envelop the operating table for a moment. And Xingyu paused his knife polishing, his gaze behind the lenses lingering on Li Yifei's desolate face for 2 seconds before turning to Xie Luo. Do you still wish to eat him? He doesn't seem appetizing. Xie Luo reluctantly set down his chopsticks and sighed. Forget it. I'm not fond of snake. Dispose of him. He exaggeratedly feigned a look of disgust. Understood. And Xingyu nodded calmly. He sheathed the glinting small knife and approached the edge of the operating table. Wait. Where are you taking him? What are you planning to do? As a flicker of hope ignited within Li Yifei, it was instantly extinguished by the chilling word dispose. He writhed in terror. Who knows what your disposal entails? Are you going to end my life? And Xingyu paid no heed to his struggles, moving with precision and efficiency. He seized the back of Li Yifei's collar with one hand, effortlessly dragging him down from the operating table like an unruly laboratory rabbit. Li Yifei's feet left the ground, flailing futilely. "Brother you, and let us discuss this amicably. I promise I won't say a word. Not even a syllable will escape my lips. I swear on the 50 cents I found yesterday. Spare me this time." Li Yifei's voice was tinged with a sob. The sky had fallen. He had never harmed anyone, yet he was about to die. "Well, you are unreliable." And Xingyu's voice remained devoid of emotion. He raised his empty hand, his index finger swiftly tracing an incantation in the air. The script was not static. It writhed as if alive, resonating with a disquieting rhythm that sent shivers down one's spine. Especially a mysterious vow made by someone who does not wash their hands after using the restroom. Xie Luo stood by, arms crossed, adding with a mock seriousness and wrinkling his nose in disdain. "No." Li Yifei looked at the increasingly vivid azure incantation, tearfully believing he was about to perish. And Xingyu's finger made its final touch, and with a whoosh, the azure incantation dove into the center of Li Yifei's brow. Li Yifei's entire body trembled violently. He was certain he was going to die. Dead, oh no, dead. Wait, it seemed he hadn't actually died. Li Yifei sprang to his feet, overjoyed. "You're not going to kill me?" "Not killing you, but we will throw you out." And Xingyu's response was succinct. Li Yifei beamed even more. "Good. Hurry and treat me like garbage. Toss me away. Trash. Trash. I'm indeed so trashy." And Xingyu shot him a speechless glance, extending her index finger and seemingly carelessly slicing through the air. A rift opened in space, with a swift motion of her arm, as if discarding refuse, and Xingyu effortlessly hurled Li Yifei into the rift. "Farewell." Xie Luo clicked his tongue, lamenting, "Alas, after all this fuss, still no food. Little fish, do you have instant noodles? I'll settle for something normal." And Xingyu replied, "Sure. May I fetch a spirit lamp and beaker to cook for you?" "There's no pot here." "That works." Xie Luo blinked, thinking it seemed Xingyu was quite accustomed to cooking instant noodles in a beaker. Meanwhile, Chunmai, Zhao, Kongsheng, Hong Ying, along with several other night watchers, were solemnly following behind a dazed student, whose expression was vacant, eyes unfocused, and movement stiff as if controlled by strings. A few hours prior, this student had approached Lin Xie and the others in a sleepwalking manner, mechanically repeating a single phrase: "Help. Eat. Past the warehouse. Sewer. Li Yifei is going to be eaten." Pervert, coupled with his forlorn demeanor. As if suffering from immense psychological trauma, it was evident that the innocent and pitiable Li Yifei had been mysteriously abducted. Sister Hong Ying at that time. "Use your gun to stab the mysterious one fiercely." "All right. Lin Xie, you retreat a bit." "Understood, Uncle Zhao." Just as the group was about to charge in a fierce effort to rescue Li Yifei, a shadow descended from the sky without warning. The speed was astonishing. The angle was tricky, the target precise. "Watch out." Lin Xie's enhanced perception was sharp. Almost the instant the shadow appeared overhead, he issued a warning, instinctively looking up and attempting to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too close. The descent was far too rapid. The shadow struck squarely, bang, with a muffled thud. The shadow collided directly with the head that Lin Xie had just lifted. The tremendous impact caused Lin Xie to see stars, staggering as he nearly fell to the ground. "Xie! Lin Xie!" Hong Ying gasped, grabbing her gun and thrusting it forward. "Watch the gun." Li Yifei immediately covered his behind and cried out in anguish, "Huh? It's me. It's really me, Li Yifei." Lin Xie, rising from the ground, cast a glance at Li Yifei, his expression suddenly shifting as he exclaimed sharply, "So it is you. You, a mysterious being, dare to impersonate Li Yifei?" In Lin Xie's eyes, Li Yifei was clearly not human. Li Yifei, bewildered, gazed up at Lin Xie's increasingly icy demeanor, thinking to himself, this is bad. Could he truly claim innocence in this predicament? Chapter 16. Sources of food in Alice Arlaziello languidly leaned against the table, his gaze sweeping over the peculiar specimens and flickering apparatuses within the laboratory. He rubbed his stomach and urged, "Hurry up, little fish, I'm famished." Cursed Yog-Sothoth. Oomph. Fortunately, I prayed to the god of time. Otherwise, I might truly starve. Indeed, one should not put all their eggs in one basket, nor should one place their faith solely in a single deity. He chuckled. Just a moment. Came Xie ever calm voice. With his back turned to Xie Luo, he deftly ignited the alcohol lamp, the blue flame licking the bottom of the beaker. He positioned the beaker and poured in clean water. The water began to gurgle, steam rising in wisps. Seizing the brief moment before the water boiled, Xie's fingers subtly twitched beneath his sleeves. His gaze shifted slightly, ensuring Xie Luo's attention was entirely elsewhere. In that fleeting instant, the tip of his left index finger, concealed in his sleeve, began to writhe unnaturally, splitting open with a seam. A slender, grayish-white, semi-transparent tendril emerged silently. Its tip curled slightly, exuding an aura of chaos and madness. Xie's expression remained impassive as he grasped an exceedingly sharp scalpel from the lab bench, as though it were the most mundane of tools. The blade glimmered coldly, moving with such swiftness that it left almost no trace. A barely audible sound, akin to the slicing of a moist object, echoed softly. The severed tendril twitched slightly even as the blade withdrew, and Xie's left hand swiftly and accurately plunged it into the surging boiling water. The moment the tendril met the water, the once transparent liquid seemed to cloud imperceptibly, creating tiny, oily ripples before returning to its crystalline clarity. A sweet aroma began to permeate the air. The split skin at the tip of Xie's left index finger had quietly healed, smooth as ever, as if nothing had transpired. He then poured the instant noodle cake and seasoning packet into the beaker. The rich fragrance of industrially processed food instantly filled the corner, perfectly masking the fleeting anomaly. Done, Xie announced, presenting the steaming noodles to Xie Luo. Be careful, it's hot. Thanks, little fish. Wow, how can instant noodles boiled in a beaker smell so delightful? Xie Luo, already ravenous, eagerly seized 2 glass rods to use as chopsticks. There was reason for using glass rods instead of chopsticks in laboratory equipment. After all, the custom among the Daxiao people was to first slurp the chopsticks, then succumb to poisoning. The rich broth enveloped the noodles, emanating an enticing warmth. Xie Luo blew on the noodles and slurped a generous mouthful. A flavor far surpassing that of ordinary instant noodles erupted in his mouth, offering an addictive sense of satisfaction. His hunger was swiftly quelled, replaced by an unusual warmth and an indescribable fullness. A soft, contented sigh escaped Xie Luo's lips as his eyes narrowed in delight. Little fish, you are truly a culinary genius. A fish that does not aspire to be a great chef is not a worthy fish. You are so devoted to home. And Xingyu stood silently beside him, observing Xie Luo as he devoured his meal, not uttering a word. Under the dim light of the laboratory, his shadow stretched long across the wall. His recently healed index finger instinctively curled slightly. Of course it's delicious. And Xingyu smiled gently. After all, this is my nurturing appendage, specifically grown for my wife to enjoy. Between Yog-Sothoth and Alisarala exists a unique and secret symbiotic relationship. Upon sensing Alisarala's initial weakness and the inadequacy of ordinary sustenance, the key of the gate decided to cultivate a special organ within its vast, unfathomable essence, the nurturing appendage, whose sole purpose is to serve as a source of nourishment for Alisarala. Oblivious to this, Xie Luo marveled at Xingyu's remarkable skills, even finding instant noodles extraordinarily impressive. Aside from his slightly irritable nature, everything else was quite splendid. I'm full. A rosy glow of satisfaction graced Xie Luo's face. His gaze drifting slightly, he shook his head, attempting to dispel the sudden heaviness that enveloped him. Little fish, this noodle, this is what they call satiation leading to desires. I'm feeling drowsy, even more so than after 2 bottles of Ergo-2, he mumbled, his voice thick and sticky. And Xingyu remained quietly by his side, his eyelids lowered, as something beneath his skin seemed to writhe momentarily in contentment. Perhaps. It's been too long since you last ate. And Xingyu's voice was deep and soothing, akin to the gentle cooing of a cat about to fall asleep. Feeling full brings a sense of safety and warmth. making one crave rest. He stepped forward, positioning himself perfectly to catch Xie Luo as he began to lean. Is it warm? Xie Luo's consciousness felt as if it was being submerged in warm water. Then I must rest for a moment. He mumbled, his eyelids finally surrendering to the weight, closing heavily. His body leaned forward, and with a soft thud, his forehead met the outstretched arm of Xie, who had reacted just in time. Xie slightly bent his body, carefully wrapping his free arm around Xie Luo's slipping shoulder to prevent him from collapsing to the ground. Xie Luo had completely lost consciousness, his breath steady and deep, his cheek pressed against the fabric of Xie's arm, exuding an unusual tranquility and compliance. Curled up like an animal that has finally discovered a warm corner, he sank contentedly into the strange dreamscape conjured by Xie's nourishing broth. After the key of the gate nourishes Alicerella with a nurturing appendage, Alicerella enters a brief period of slumber to digest the energy. During this time, the key of the gate also enters a short nesting phase. Any beings attempting to contest Alicerella will be regarded as adversaries. The key to the door may be devoured by the retribution of the limbs, resulting in immense satisfaction. The joy derived from this experience is comparable to that of procreation with a partner. Consequently, the key relishes the act of feeding its limbs when its mate is oblivious. However, in the eyes of the outer gods, this is perceived as a sordid and despicable act. Xie quietly sat by the bedside, observing Xie Luo. Yet, the shadow behind him no longer conformed to the wall. It spread upwards and around like viscous grime. The apex had reached the ceiling, with edges continuously exuding delicate, translucent, fleshy tendrils. It was a vast black shadow enveloping. These tendrils curled silently in the air like branches, probing the environment of the sewers, perfectly transforming this place into a mysterious lair. After a while, Xie placed a call to the homeroom teacher. Teacher, I have matters to attend to these days and won't be coming to school. The teacher, raising his voice over the phone, inquired, Xie, why have you been asking for leave so often lately? It's not that I fear your grades will slip. Rather, I worry about your emotional well-being. A faint smile graced Xie's face as he replied, No worries, teacher. I'm simply in a relationship. He is a bit restless, but he has finally fallen asleep, allowing me the chance to request a leave. The homeroom teacher, astonished, responded in a knowing tone, Oh. Congratulations. Well then, spend time with your partner. I'll hang up now. Xie gently said, Goodbye, teacher. After he ended the call, he remained unaware that the first thing his teacher did upon putting down the phone was to abruptly turn to a nearby colleague and gossip. I can't believe it. Xie is in a relationship, and he is so lively that he is skipping school. The other teachers, however, paid little attention to the mention of skipping school, instead exclaiming, He actually has a partner. And it's a living person? A lively one at that? Is his partner even human? A young teacher stroked his chin, feeling that Xie possessed a peculiar aura that suggested he was not the type to engage in a conventional romance with normal humans. Chapter 17. The unfortunate failure due to the peculiar nature of the tomato platform. Xie Luo is, in fact, a university student. After a few sticky days with Xie, upon returning to Changnan, he joyfully discovered his dismal score in Python, a mere 59 points. It is evident that the teacher made an effort to assist him, yet to no avail. As Xie Luo complained animatedly to Xie, who was burdened with 2 bags, he exclaimed, How could I possibly pass? What kind of benevolent soul sets such obscure questions in a Python exam? I am merely an art student. I am inherently inept in these matters. And you kept me cooped up at home for days. It's all your fault. You've ruined my chances. While he spoke, he playfully shoved Xie, deliberately bumping against his chest. Xie remained silent, his head bowed, appearing momentarily bewildered by the reprimand. How amusing! Could he dare to utter a word? Do you think his family position is exalted? There are those who profess to wish to bring someone back to Changnan for a lecture, yet in reality, over the past few days, they neither scolded nor struck him, but rather indulged him for an extended period. Xie Luo continued his tirade, standing beside Xie like a trumpet. Look, 59 points. Just 1 point shy. 1 point. This is more humiliating than receiving a straight 0. It's all your fault. And Qingyu, as he grew increasingly animated, he delivered another playful punch to Qingyu's chest, this time with considerable force, causing Qingyu to stagger back slightly. And Qingyu, amused despite his irritation, caught Xie Luo's wrist with one hand and replied, "Do you think I didn't intend to help your review?" Who was it that said, "This looping question from Qingyu is too tricky," and then hastily dashed off to sing? You didn't complete a single assignment, nor did you post a single daily vlog. Xie Luo remained obstinate, swatting Qingyu's hand away. "I don't care, it's still your fault." While saying this, he feigned anger and attempted to grasp Qingyu's neck, an action that was rather overstepping, ambiguous, and slightly mad. Thankfully, there were no ordinary individuals present, not even human beings. In his exasperation, Xie Luo's fingers indeed tightened around Qingyu's neck. "I'm holding you." At the moment of contact, Qingyu did not flinch. In fact, his Adam's apple slid distinctly beneath Xie Luo's cool palm. Qingyu gazed down at the hand encircling his neck, and rather than attempting to escape, he let out a low chuckle. The sound did not convey anger. Rather, it bore a hint of satisfaction. His Adam's apple moved again, and his voice, somewhat husky, invited, "Go on, continue squeezing." Xie Luo was taken aback, instinctively loosening his grip. "Are you a weirdo?" And Qingyu, however, stepped closer, pressing his neck more firmly into Xie Luo's palm, squinting at him. "Isn't this your chance to vent?" Xie Luo abruptly withdrew his hand, as if scalded. "And Qingyu, you." The remainder of his sentence was stifled by the unmistakable glimmer of amusement in Qingyu's eyes. This person was actually enjoying this. "You must be insane." Just as Xie Luo contemplated letting it go, he caught sight of Qingyu's smiling gaze, and he inexplicably sensed a trace of mockery. No way. This cannot be left unresolved. The pot that scored 59 must be discarded. And Qingyu's earlier expression of indulgence must come at a cost. A light bulb flickered in Xie Luo's mind. Revenge. It was imperative to take revenge. His eyes darted as he declared, "You little fish. While you may escape the death penalty, the living punishment is inescapable." And Qingyu raised an eyebrow, observing him with leisurely amusement. "Oh? What instructions do you have for me?" The deliberate formality in his tone exuded an air of enigmatic sarcasm. Xie Luo shot him a glare, momentarily stifled, and continued with his pronouncement. "Considering your, somewhat proper attitude, let us say this. You caused me to fail." And he hesitated, feeling too embarrassed to mention the earlier incident of choking. "In any case, you must compensate me. Collaborate with me in making a video." "Make a video?" And Qingyu echoed, the smile on his face deepening with a sense of inevitable understanding. Xie Luo, an original singer-songwriter, had not yet gained fame despite his talent in short videos, and his fan base was modest. "Exactly." Xie Luo straightened his posture and elaborated, "We'll shoot something like, the studious boyfriend caused me to fail. The art student exacts retribution. We can add a bit of edge to it along with my new song, and it will surely attract attention." He spoke with conviction, as if Qingyu were solely responsible for his academic misfortune. A low chuckle escaped in Qingyu's throat. He neither agreed nor disagreed, but leisurely inquired, "Oh? How does Director Xie intend to exact this retribution?" Sensing an opportunity, Xie Luo became animated. Counting off on his fingers, "First, you must appear exceedingly remorseful. Profoundly so. Your gaze should convey that pitiful sense of 'I was wrong, my dear.'" His excitement grew, oblivious to the words he was using. "Then I will point at you and accuse you, and you must bow your head and accept the scolding, looking utterly miserable." Finally, his eyes sparkled with mischief. "You must showcase your familial affection and flatter me. Those well-read scholars adore this kind of display." He instinctively recounted the trends he had absorbed from short videos. "Why are you silent?" Xie Luo glared at Qingyu. After rambling on, he was perplexed by Qingyu's lack of response. And Qingyu remained quiet, simply gazing steadily at Xie Luo. Growing impatient, Xie Luo exclaimed, "And Qingyu, are you deaf?" Finally, and Qingyu uttered a few words. "While Gotham Jep sex, I miss you." This was a straightforward phrase in La Yi language. Xie Luo froze, his face flushing from head to toe. He quickly covered Qingyu's mouth and whispered urgently, Be quiet, you cannot speak like that in public. And besides, I don't want. Why isn't Xingyu so blunt? What if someone understands that he's asking for AI? Chapter 18. SpongeBob Waste. Anchovy, relax a little. You're dancing, not standing at attention. Xie Luo was struggling to help Anchovy tame his limbs. He attempted to gently prod Anchovy's side with his fingers, but Anchovy remained motionless, tilting his head in confusion, as if to ask, "What is it?" Xie Luo remarked, "Why is the great omniscient Qi not capable of dancing?" An entire hour. A simple 30-second dance sequence took Anchovy an hour to learn. Anchovy's lips twitched as he tried to justify himself. "I'm just learning. And besides, wasn't this supposed to be a script? Why has it turned into dancing?" Xie Luo's expression turned serious. "You simply do not understand. In this era of economic downturn, entertainment reigns supreme, entertainment to the death. To put it plainly, this garners more attention. Performing a script merely presents a stoic fade, which may give the impression that I am coercing you." Anchovy maintained a posture that straddled between uprightness and confusion. His brow furrowed. "I believe my expressions are already quite exaggerated." He could now embody a mixture of mockery, disdain, and indifference. Shaking his head, Xie Luo circled around Anchovy and said, "In normal communication, your expressions are adequate. However, if we are acting, they must be more exaggerated." "So?" Anchovy inquired, perplexed. "So, let us abandon the script and focus on dancing instead," Xie Luo declared with unwavering conviction, as if proclaiming a universal truth. "It does not require your elaborate expressions, only your precision, strength, and a hint of." He gestured with his hands, creating a subtle yet ambiguous arc in the air. "Suggestively move your body, coupled with your expression of the world, has nothing to do with me. Do you know what this is called?" Anchovy honestly shook his head. "This is known as contrast cuteness, an elevated sense of allure, the pinnacle of flirtation." Xie Luo grew increasingly animated. "Scholars adore this, an ice queen clumsily revealing her bodily lines. That tremendous contrast and tension is what draws attention." He once more attempted to guide Anchovy's waist, and Anchovy endeavored to comprehend Xie Luo's words. With extreme slowness and a deliberate, almost scholarly precision, he sank his waist by approximately 5 millimeters. Anchovy attempted to rhythmically sway his hips, keeping the motion subtle enough to be barely perceptible to the eye. Xie Luo stared intently at the mirror. In the reflection, Anchovy remained erect, yet his waistline appeared slightly more supple than before. That nearly imperceptible hip movement, combined with his stern, focused face, inexplicably it generated a strange, almost ascetic allure. Anchovy halted his movements and looked at Xie Luo. "How was that?" "Hiss!" Xie Luo gasped, stroking his chin, his gaze complex. "It seems somewhat intriguing." He suggested, "Why don't you try the hip thrust? Just capture the central motion." "I will stand in front of you to teach." Xie Luo positioned the phone stand in front of them, and Xingyu nodded with a hint of uncertainty, following the instructions to separate his feet, grounding himself firmly. Xie Luo approached, the distance between them minimal. "Observe." Xie Luo demonstrated the hip thrust, the movement powerful and precise, and Xingyu watched intently, his brow instinctively furrowed. He grasped the action, thrusting his hips forward, the motion restrained and subtle. Xie Luo stood directly in front of him, and Xingyu's movement carried an undeniable propulsion, the proximity too intimate. Xie Luo could feel the slightest rush of air brushing against his thigh, and he caught a glimpse of the defined lines of Xingyu's abdominal muscles beneath his clothing. What on earth? Why doesn't Xingyu have abs? On Xingyu. What are you doing? Xie Luo turned his head, glaring at Xingyu. The latter appeared genuinely perplexed. "I'm dancing, practicing the hip thrust. Isn't that correct?" Xie Luo felt a wave of heat rush to his ears. What a chaotic interpretation of a hip thrust, and Xingyu was solely fixated on the first word, playing innocent, utterly shameless. He opened his mouth, speechless, noticing Xie Luo's silence, and Xingyu halted his movements, straightened up, and looked down at Xie Luo, seemingly eager to learn. "Is this sufficient? If not, I can apply more force." Xie Luo instantly flared up. "I'm not teaching you anymore. If I continue, I'll be the one consumed." Xie Luo, in the bathroom, stared at his phone, increasingly pleased. A smile breaking across his face as the earlier embarrassment faded, overshadowed by the impending influx of views. It seems. Though I've suffered a bit, it should garner some attention. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice himself leaning against the wall for a comfortable position, inadvertently grasping an object from the clutter. It was a beautifully colored branch, its surface uneven and textured. As Xie Luo delightedly watched the video, he casually swung the branch, instinctively adding a sound effect. Bala bala. Little Xie Luo, transform. Hee. In that very moment of his wrist flick, puff. A faint yet oddly eerie sound, akin to a wet sponge being forcefully squeezed, erupted. A cloud of vibrant, blindingly saturated yellow smoke burst forth. The smoke appeared swiftly, dissipating just as quickly. When the haze cleared, Xie Luo was gone. In his place stood a square, porous, bright yellow sponge block. This sponge block boasted 2 round, bulging blue eyes that dominated a significant portion of its face, now wide with terror. Its limbs were long, spongy strips, rigidly maintaining the pose of a wand-waving motion. Oh, it even wore a miniature version of Xie Luo's earlier t-shirt and pants, humorously draped over its square form. The world fell into a profound silence. The yellow sponge block. After a few seconds, it awkwardly lowered its head, gazing at its 2 sponge hands, futilely attempting to touch its own square, porous, 20-centimeter body. Those large blue eyes first brimmed with disbelief, swiftly engulfed by overwhelming terror and despair. A voice deep and resonant, imbued with a distinct sponge-like texture, unmistakably belonging to Xie Luo, trembled into existence. Upon hearing the sound, Xie entered the bathroom and beheld the small sponge perched atop the sink. Xie remained silent for a full 5 seconds. Then slowly, he raised his hand to cover his forehead. His shoulders began to shake silently, yet intensely. A soft chuckle, barely restrained, finally escaped from between his fingers. Following that, as if a switch had been flipped, his laughter grew louder, ultimately erupting into uncontrollable, joyous laughter that nearly brought him to tears. Ha ha ha, baby. He laughed so hard he struggled to breathe, his fingers trembling as they pointed at the bright yellow sponge, emblazoned with the words, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I?" The yellow sponge, Xie Luo, watched Xie, who was laughing to the point of breathlessness. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame in his sponge-like yellow form. His large blue eyes filled instantly with glistening, oversized tears, resembling 2 watery sapphires. Xie, the SpongeBob-shaped Xie Luo let out a roar tinged with a sobbing tone, his voice deep and lacking any intimidation, filled only with sorrow and indignation. "You still dare to laugh? You rascal!" He strode forward with his slender sponge legs, attempting to strike Xie with his sponge fists in a furious manner. However, his light and soft body lacked any force, and the impact against Xie's arm felt more like a damp dish sponge attempting to clean his attire. Xie managed to stifle some of his laughter, gazing at the small sponge hanging from his arm. He crouched down, intrigued, and cautiously poked Xie Luo with his finger. Surprisingly, Xie Luo, even in sponge form, was a clean and handsome sponge. And Xie mused. The peculiar sensation at his fingertips caused him to squint, a focused expression gracing his face as he contemplated this form. Highly porous, with exceptional water absorption. Although I already know the data, I still wish to dissect it, he thought. Xie Luo grew anxious. "You can't dissect me. Help me find a way. How can I face anyone looking like this?" Xie finally withdrew his probing finger, smiling at the flustered sponge, Xie Luo. He leisurely picked up the wand that had caused this predicament, weighing it in his hand while his gaze fell upon Xie Luo, his smile deepening, convinced that a solution would present itself. However, before that, he paused, observing the indignant sponge before him, teasingly remarked, "Xie Luo, has anyone ever told you that in your current state, I am utterly tempted to take a bar of soap, immerse you in water, and vigorously scrub until a tub full of bubbles emerges, using you to wash my hands? Xie Luo, in SpongeBob form. You rascal, no. You must help me return to normal. Don't you have any solutions? How infuriating. One day, I shall undoubtedly give that insufferable Xie a good thrashing. This insipidly aloof academic presents a facade of cool indifference to the world, yet at home, he revels in uttering mischievous remarks and boasts with abandon. And Xie, wielding his wand, wore a smirk that was almost malicious. Leaning slightly closer, he approached the sponge with its big blue eyes, laden with despair. When seeking assistance, one ought to exhibit a modicum of sincerity. No, Xie Luo felt every pore in his body tense as he whispered, "What do you desire?" And Xie feigned deep contemplation, his slender fingers gesturing toward Xie Luo's perfectly rectangular form. "Let us hear something sweet, perhaps terms of endearment like baby or darling." "Oh, what sort of delusion are you entertaining?" Unfazed by Xie Luo's indignation, and Xie found the flustered square even more amusing. He leisurely prodded the side of Xie Luo's plump belly with the tip of his wand. A soft yet distinct sound emerged, reminiscent of a moist sponge. Xie Luo stared down, stiffening as he observed the small dent created by the poke gradually return to its original shape. Shame surged within him like molten lava, instantly inundating him. Why must the tea poke? His quivering voice betrayed his distress. "Will you call out? If not, I shall torment you." And Xingyu's voice carried an imperceptible hint of amusement. "But you're already bullying me," Xie Luo's inner turmoil raged. "Dignity is precious, yet pride is of greater value. For the sake of restoration, it seems both could be sacrificed." And Xingyu, brimming with patience, awaited quietly, as time trickled by at last. Faced with the irresistible allure of reverting to human form, Xie Luo's meager, teetering sense of shame collapsed entirely. Sitting atop the sink, he murmured in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. Darling, upon uttering those two syllables, his entire essence deflated, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. The mirth in Xingyu's gaze deepened, akin to a cat finally indulging its wicked whims. "Deal," he joyfully replied, his long fingers grasping the gnarled branch that served as his wand. With a puff, another explosion of blindingly vibrant, saturated yellow smoke erupted. As the haze dissipated, Xie Luo re-emerged in human form, awkwardly slumped against the sink. Clad in his t-shirt and trousers, traces of unshed tears adorned his face. His ears and cheeks flushed crimson, and his eyes, swollen and red, bore an intense glare directed at Xingyu. And Xingyu thought to himself, "For reasons unknown, I feel as though calamity is imminent." Chapter 19. The Friendship of Lips. Due to a significant blunder on the part of Xie Luo seized the opportunity to demand that Xie allow him to return to his own home. Indeed, for the past 8 or 9 days, Xie Luo had been residing in the sewers with Xie. Although it was relatively clean and spacious, it was still a dismal environment, akin to living in a cramped chamber or a cage for canaries. Xie Luo was not foolish. Rather, he was a cold-hearted egotist. Upon realizing that Xie harbored no intention of inflicting substantial harm upon him and was willing to provide him with food and shelter, as well as indulge him, he resolutely chose to overlook Xie's actions. However, Xie's behavior grew increasingly audacious, even resorting to bullying Xie Luo. Could he endure such treatment? He could not. Moreover, it felt that even if he were to be named Oracelet Repwich, it did not necessarily imply that he would be the consort of Yog-Sothoth. It is worth noting that the marriage concepts among the chaos deities are rather chaotic, or rather, entirely devoid of order. Laughs. Initially, Xie Luo had believed Xing's fanciful tales. However, upon further analysis of the name he had inadvertently extracted, he discovered that a significant aspect of his own authority was the erosion of human reason, which bore considerable overlap with the capabilities of Xothoth. At the very least, this revealed that he and Xothoth shared numerous common interests. The connotation of wife within the name seemed not to pertain solely to Yog-Sothoth, but rather inclined towards a more universal meaning, akin to declarations such as "I am your wife," desiring to procreate, or hubby. As for why Xie misconstrued this, Xie Luo could easily comprehend. He softly murmured to himself, attributing it to subjective interpretation, self-fabrication, and coincidence. In the sewers, he reiterated with unwavering conviction, I want to go home. To my own home. Xie appeared somewhat agitated and queried, why must you return there? He stepped forward, an invisible pressure enveloping the air. Isn't it better to stay here? Don't you appreciate this environment? I can immediately purchase a property, a penthouse in the city center, a villa with a garden. Whatever you desire, I can procure. Xie could not fathom why Xie Luo insisted on returning to his apartment. Ironically, Yog-Sothoth also struggled to understand, urging, why leave? Here is safe. Other places are not good. Faced with pressure from all sides, Xie Luo understood that if he did not muster the resolve to act decisively, he risked being metaphorically boiled alive by Xie's controlling tendencies, all while foolishly losing in their games. He mused that Xie, with his strong desire for control, might genuinely lead him to bear offspring of the dark god if he continued to take his errors lightly. Lost in his thoughts, Xie Luo remained unaware that Xie simply relished the thrill of provocation. Xie delighted in witnessing Xie Luo's cheeks flush crimson, his eyes glistening, as he tilted his head back, feigning sternness while chastising himself. Xie Luo was resolute in his determination to make Xie presentable. He certainly would not hold back. After all, he was a deity of the K clan, and how benevolent could his temperament truly be? In the next moment, Xie exclaimed, I am furious. A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air, and Xie was caught off guard, his face forcefully turned to one side. A clear mark quickly appeared on his fair cheek, accompanied by a searing pain. The impact left Xie's head buzzing, momentarily dazing him, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Heaven knows that Xie, ever since childhood, had been a paragon of privilege. He had never been subjected to disdain, let alone a slap across the face. Xie Luo was indeed the first. With a frigid demeanor, Xie slowly turned his head. However, what met his gaze was not the anticipated defiance. Instead, Xie Luo stood with his head held high, grinning maliciously, his small birthmark on his neck adding an intriguing allure. His grayish eyes glimmered with a mixture of contempt and the thrill of successful retribution. The moment Xie beheld that smile and those eyes, his anger collided with an invisible yet soft barrier. His gaze was involuntarily ensnared and drawn in. How extraordinarily captivating. Xie's expression shifted. A sudden thought crossed his mind, to feign anger and frighten Xie Luo. His voice remained deep but acquired an eerie gentleness. Very well. You possess quite the audacity. It seems I have indulged you too much of late. Xie Luo sensed the thickening, perilous aura surrounding Xie. A warning bell ringing in his mind. Goodness, it seemed he had genuinely angered him. Wasn't Xie truly incapable of handling this? How petty. Merely being slapped elicited such ire. No, he mustn't provoke Xie further. Self-preservation was paramount. Just as Xie reached out, seemingly intending to grasp his chin and deliver a few harsh words, Xie Luo's survival instincts surged, prompting him to act. Instead of retreating, he rose on his toes, almost lunging forward and cupped Xie's slightly flushed cheeks with both hands. Then, under Xie's astonished gaze, he tilted his head back with a certain awkwardness. Xie's mind went blank. Breathing, excellent. You, return the sensations. In truth, it was merely an innocent touch. Xie Luo intended to deliver a playful slap followed by a sweet date, harboring no intentions of taking advantage of Xie, and he quickly withdrew. Xie nodded in response, stating, all right. Just as a flicker of triumph glimmered in Xie Luo's eyes, Xie added with a smile, however, you must move back home and accompany me to and from school. This was no issue. Xie Luo nodded eagerly, sure. You're not permitted to worship too many other deities. That is truly unfeasible, as I am a Rassalit Repwich. It is inherently in my nature. Yet, you would hardly notice, for I can easily pay lip service while secretly doing otherwise, can I not? Xie Luo replied cheerfully, all right, let us embark on a romantic relationship. He nodded, but then suddenly raised his head, exclaiming, isn't that a bit excessive? We are merely friends, merely in the realm of platonic friendship. It feels as though we have become like a married couple, oblivious to the world around us. Xie Luo cautioned, you transforming into a gay man, would face disgrace. Transforming into a gay man and facing disgrace? Ah, then I shall desire a formal recognition. And Xing Yu's eyes gleamed not with fear of disgrace, but with a fervent longing for acknowledgement. He smiled at Xie Luo and said, "That sounds quite splendid. I embrace the notion of disgrace." Upon hearing this, Xie Luo promptly sealed his lips. Engaging in a relationship is preferable to losing one's life, is it not? He has always been remarkably proud and unyielding. Chapter 20. Past Life and Present Life Michael. The Seraph. As Xie Luo pondered, he found himself musing over whether he should seek to ingratiate himself with Michael. The reason he refrained from attaching himself to Lin Xie was due to his somewhat opportunistic nature. He resolved to wait until Lin Xie became more formidable before attempting to forge a connection. Michael, being a deity of considerable strength, certainly sounded impressive. However, Xie Luo was plagued by the regret of having failed to fulfill any of the promises he made to Michael, even neglecting to reside in the house bestowed upon him. What a pity. He couldn't help but wonder if Michael would hold it against him. To evade Michael, he had resorted to employing deception, effectively shielding himself from the divine presence. After much deliberation, Xie Luo ultimately resolved to pursue Michael's favor. Yet, he understood that such endeavors required a certain finesse. It was essential to convey that embracing his leg was an honor. But the reality was that he had minimal opportunities for interaction with Michael in their daily lives. While he was lost in thought, his gaze fell upon a Bible resting on the table. He paused, then a smile of delight spread across his face, clapping his hands in enthusiasm. The crisp sound echoed peculiarly in the silent room. Yes, that was it. He began to pace excitedly, reminiscent of a squirrel that had just discovered a hidden stash of acorns, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Flattery through mere words? Too mundane, too uninspired. If Xie Luo were to ingratiate himself, it must be in a manner that would leave an indelible impression on Michael. It was all about nurturing a bond. What better way to cultivate a relationship than to start from childhood? Xie Luo stroked his chin, grinning like a cat that had caught a fish. As for the lack of shared childhood with Michael, what a joke. He would create the conditions. The more he contemplated, the more flawless this plan appeared, as if it had been woven by the hands of fate itself. By drawing Michael into a dream reminiscent of biblical tales, all he needed was to exude sincerity in abundance. Surely, he could warm the divine heart of Michael. And as for risks, Xie Luo chose to turn a blind eye. What folly it would be to shy away from opportunities. Fortune favors the bold. Furthermore, with universal paradox at his disposal, he could use deception to convince Michael that he was experiencing a divine dream, fostering a soulful connection with him. Upon returning to reality, Michael would instinctively feel affection for him. What more could he ask for? Without further ado, Xie Luo inhaled deeply, suppressing the slightest hint of trepidation that lingered in his heart. He settled cross-legged on the carpet, the weighty Bible spread open upon his lap. His fingertips brushed against the gilded cross on the cover, and a glint of mischief and fervor flickered in his eyes. Universal paradox. He uttered the incantation softly, his mental energy extending like invisible tendrils, using the Bible as a conduit to entwine itself with a distant and sacred anchor in the void, Michael's will. Coincidentally, Michael was dozing at that moment, providing Xie Luo with the perfect opportunity. In an instant, his consciousness was enveloped by a vast and gentle golden torrent, as if he had plunged into a warm sea of light. He successfully infiltrated Michael's divine dream. As the golden light gradually faded, Xie Luo found himself in a vast, warm pool radiating a gentle glow, the sacred pool. The water, imbued with a holy essence, enveloped his newly born, glistening form. He had made it. He was truly here. Xie Luo's heart surged with joy, nearly causing him to leap from the water. He scarcely had time to marvel at the miraculous pool. A singular thought consumed him. Michael. I must find him. Having nurtured a bond since childhood, surely he could secure his support now. Clumsily, he climbed out of the sacred pool, noticing he was adorned in a simple white robe. Without pausing to admire his fresh, youthful appearance, he took off with his short legs, stumbling as he dashed out of the hall housing the pool. Heaven's splendor was magnificent and pristine, with undulating seas of clouds and grand edifices shimmering in the sacred light, while the air was suffused with tranquility and peace. Yet, Xie Luo was oblivious to the beauty around him. Like a little radar, he scanned his surroundings, searching for any sign of Michael. His petite wings instinctively fluttered slightly, and the delicate golden ring above his head quivered with his hurried movements. Heaven was vast, teeming with angels. Most moved gracefully, their expression serene, exuding a soft halo of light. But Xie Luo, akin to an innocent little bird that had stumbled into a fairyland, flitted among them, seizing every opportunity to approach. "Excuse me, hello." He summoned his courage to stop a gentle-faced female angel holding a scroll. His voice bright and tinged with urgency. "Do you know Michael?" "An angel named Michael." The angel paused, looking down at the newly emerged little one, her eyes reflecting pure kindness and a hint of surprise. She tilted her head slightly, her voice flowing like a clear spring. "Michael? I do not recognize that name among the angels." She gestured towards a distant area bathed in a soft glow, faint laughter and joy emanating from it. "Ah, new angels are to report to the holy nursery over there. Do not worry, there will be excellent mentors to guide you. Off you go." Xie Luo's small face instantly fell, his shoulders drooping slightly. "All right, thank you," he mumbled in response, offering a polite nod, though his brow furrowed even tighter. New angels? Holy nursery? He had no desire to attend some nursery. He was intent on winning over Michael. Not far along, a battle angel took notice of him. This angel scrutinized Xie Luo, excitement flickering in his eyes as if he had discovered a precious gem. "Wow," he exclaimed, descending directly in front of Xie Luo, his enormous wings stirring a gentle breeze. "Little one, you are truly a beautiful little angel, and your halo is magnificent." With eager enthusiasm, he extended an olive branch. "Once you graduate from the Holy Garden, would you be interested in becoming my subordinate? I serve as the captain of the patrol in the fifth heaven." Confronted with this unexpected offer, Xie Luo instinctively took a step back, shaking his head vehemently like a rattledrum, his small face etched with resistance and an urgent desire not to be delayed in his search. "No, thank you, I dislike fighting." His voice was crisp and resolute, imbued with the characteristic stubbornness of youth. The battle angel sighed in disappointment and departed, weapon in hand. As Xie Luo journeyed onward, he encountered a variety of angels. Some were hurried officials, cradling tomes, their gazes so intent that it seemed the world had been reduced to mere regulations. Others were young angels practicing flight at the edge of the clouds, their laughter ringing like chimes. Xie Luo scoured every vicinity, resembling a play area for younglings, encountering numerous angelic infants. There were those with golden hair, chestnut locks, and even some with white tresses, each one exquisitely crafted, pure, and delightful. Yet none matched the legendary youthful form of Michael, the seraph. Frustration began to gnaw at him. Could it be that Michael had not been here as a child? That seemed implausible. Had there been a miscalculation or deception in his search? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, his brows knitting tightly. Just then, he passed by a garden resembling a celestial kindergarten, where a cluster of young angels, roughly his age, appeared to be engaged in earnest discussion. Among them was one particularly radiant angel, with hair so brilliantly golden it was nearly blinding, dressed in a more exquisite white robe than the others. Though his expression was notably cold, he was surrounded by several young angels, seemingly recounting tales of miracles. Xie Luo's eyes brightened. Golden hair, dazzling. He seemed to hold some status. Was this not the quintessential miniature version of Michael? He hurriedly approached, catching just the tail end of the golden-haired angel's speech. "The Father teaches us, glory belongs to the humble, strength derives from faith." "Hey!" Xie Luo interjected eagerly, hardly paying heed to the content as his mind was consumed with the ambition of clinging to a powerful figure. "Are you named Michael?" "I am Rossi, seeking Michael." The golden-haired angel, clearly displeased at being interrupted, furrowed his brow and corrected him. "My name is Michael." He enunciated the name with pride, emphasizing the pronunciation as if he derived great satisfaction from it. "I have not heard of a Michael. If you are reincarnated to seek him, I fear you shall not find him." He may be but an ordinary angel, devoid of the opportunity for rebirth. When God created angels, those formed in the earlier batches were not invulnerable. Their lifespans were roughly 500 years. However, they could be reborn through the holy pool, but only if they were diligent and ambitious. Michael? Xie Luo echoed, momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself how mundane the name was, seemingly a staple character in elementary English textbooks. Observing the self-satisfied, golden-haired imp before him, and reflecting on the elusive Michael he sought, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over him. Xie Luo pursed his lips, almost instinctively blurting out with an unmistakable hint of disdain. Michael? What a pedestrian name. And Michael is infinitely more impressive than you. As soon as those words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the entire little garden. All the cherubic beings surrounding Michael gasped in unison, their eyes wide with horror as they regarded Xie Luo, as if he had just defiled something of immense significance. The golden-haired angel, Michael, felt his complexion transition from pale to crimson at a visible pace. He had always considered himself the coolest of angels, particularly when compared to a Michael he had never even heard of. What? What did you just say? Michael's voice quivered with indignation. His petite frame taut with fury, fists clenched, and the luminous wings behind him ruffled in agitation. You vile creature! How dare you tarnish my name? It dawned on Xie Luo that he had committed a grave error. He had stirred a hornet's nest. This golden-haired, winged little rooster, evidently held in high regard among the angelic youth, might very well be a future notable figure. Had he inadvertently offended a classmate who could prove to be a significant ally? As he beheld the fiery anger in Michael's golden eyes and the hostile glares from the surrounding angels, a shiver crept down the nape of Xie Luo's neck. Ah, it's a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Xie Luo attempted to muster a smile and present a friendly demeanor, but it was clear that Michael was thoroughly incensed. Seize him. I shall present him before the teacher. Michael commanded, pointing at Xie Luo, his small voice brimming with authority. A few loyal companions instantly surged toward Xie Luo with fierce intent. Panic surged through Xie Luo. Thoughts of forming alliances vanished as a single word echoed in his mind. Run. He abruptly turned and dashed with all his might toward the garden's exit. His belt fell to the ground, writhing like a twisted serpent, which Michael frowned at as he picked it up. Halt! Don't let him escape. In a frenzy, Xie Luo barreled through the ethereal corridors of heaven, his heart racing wildly. In his desperation, he realized he was utterly lost in this vast celestial realm. Just as he felt the pursuers closing in, a brilliant, warm golden light suddenly appeared around the next corner. Before he could comprehend it, a hand grasped him firmly and yanked him aside, propelling him forward. Only when Michael's voice and the clamoring of his companions faded into the distance did Xie Luo dare to look up. Before him stood a gentle and noble-looking angel. Thank you. I'm Rossi. May I ask your name? Xie Luo expressed his gratitude. The angel responded calmly. No need for thanks. I simply cannot abide Michael. My name is Phil. Xie Luo nodded. Phil, do you know of an angel named Michael? Phil furrowed his brow slightly. It seems not. How about I take you to the holy nursery first? Just as Xie Luo was about to agree, a sudden chime jolted him awake. He opened his eyes to see a pristine white ceiling, realizing that his divine power could only sustain him for a fleeting moment. He wiped his face, pondering the absurdity of it all. Nothing had come of it, and he wondered whether he could still secure that alliance. Unbeknownst to Xie Luo, he had not merely entered a dream, and he would soon face the consequences of his actions. At this moment, the moon enveloped Michael in a bone-chilling cold and an absolute silence. He slowly opened his eyes, and instead of the sacred radiance of heaven or the familiar warmth of the holy pool, he was greeted by an endless, desolate grayness. Massive craters cast heavy shadows, and in the distance, Earth appeared as a cold, blue-white glass orb suspended in the velvet darkness of the void. He was absent, still absent. Memories swirled like shredded parchment, fragments scattering and burning with pain. Ultimately, it led to an interminable darkness and oblivion. He sat up, the luminous wings on his back quivering slightly. Michael. He whispered his own name, his voice dry and hoarse, as if confirming a fact nearly forgotten. Few knew that this name was later adopted by Michael himself, and even fewer were aware that he once bore the common name, Michael. Still, even fewer knew that Michael had a hidden past while in heaven. An indescribable resentment and obsession coiled around his heart like a frigid vine. That man was gone. He had simply died, and even the holy pool could not grant him rebirth. Damn it. Just then, an exceedingly faint, nearly forgotten sensation emerged from Michael's clenched palm. He looked down and slowly opened his hand. A pure white ribbon lay there, likely something he had inadvertently revealed moments ago. It was made of no precious material and appeared rather ordinary, a belt uniformly distributed by heaven to the little angels born in the holy pool. The shards of memory pierced him sharply. He recalled that tiny angel, the embodiment of unfulfilled desires in his youth. Foolish. After so many years without dreams, why did they return today? Michael instinctively wished to discard this trivial item, tinged with a sense of humiliation. Yet, just as his fingers were about to release it, a familiar, more intense obsession from the depths of his soul surged through him, as if insisting he should not throw it away. Michael had endured this obsession for many years, and this ribbon had bound him like a chastity belt for just as long. His slender fingers suddenly tightened, grasping the ribbon firmly, his knuckles turning white with the effort. A glint of almost frenzied determination flickered in Michael's eyes. Mine, he murmured, his voice cold yet resolute. He needed to see something. Thus, he lowered his eyelids, focusing intently, almost with a sense of sacred ritual, as he began to wrap the white ribbon around his left wrist. Round after round, the sensation of the ribbon tightening against his skin brought a slight sting and a powerful sense of existence. Excellent. He tied a firm knot on the inner side of his wrist, exceptionally secure. The white ribbon coiled around his wrist, forming a striking mark of restraint. Michael. He repeated the name, pondering if he would now be called Michael. Would you come looking for me? Will you love me more than that wretched creature, Lucifer? Chapter 21. Past and Present. 2. Xie Luo is a person of remarkable perseverance, particularly when it comes to seeking support from others. He has always been exceptionally patient in this regard. Thus, he once more entered the divine dream of Michael. The moment suspended as Phil prepared to take him to the sacred infant garden. Xie Luo obediently nodded, contemplating the possibility that Michael might be found within the sacred infant garden. Phil's hand was warm and reassuring, guiding Xie Luo through the ethereal corridors of paradise, shrouded in mist and resplendent with light. Xie Luo gazed about in wonder until they arrived at a garden bathed in gentle holy light. Filled with the joyful laughter of children, the sacred infant garden. The little angels here were pure and carefree, frolicking in pursuit of luminous butterflies. It was also the haven where all newborn angels matured into adulthood. Phil appeared quite familiar with this place, soothingly leading Xie Luo to a quiet stone bench nestled in a serene corner. Even if Michael were to be enraged, he would not resort to violence here. Phil's voice remained calm, yet his golden eyes reflected concern as he inquired, "Are you all right? Why is Michael pursuing you?" Xie Luo rubbed his aching calves, still shaken by his recent experience. "Don't even mention it. I merely sought someone and casually mentioned Michael, who could have anticipated that fiend. How could he possibly compare to Michael?" Remembering his plan to seek favor, Xie Luo's cheeks flushed, and he hastily glossed over it, insisting that Michael was merely causing him trouble. He paused, a sense of urgency in his gaze. "Phil, have you truly never heard of a little angel named Michael? He should be quite special, extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even radiant." A fleeting shadow crossed Phil's gentle golden eyes, too subtle to be grasped. He shook his head, his tone imbued with just the right blend of confusion and reassurance. Neither the sacred infant garden nor the entire roster of lower-tier angels contains that name. Perhaps it is a reflection of your own aspirations? He ventured cautiously. Why did this angel persist in mentioning Michael, when he was the one who had saved him? Phil found himself pondering this peculiar notion. Xie Luo's shoulders drooped, his face betraying unmistakable disappointment. Upon entering the dream, he had undoubtedly hoped to uncover a clue about Michael, whether in his juvenile or adult form. This was the essence of his existence. Observing Xie Luo's dejected expression, Phil instinctively curled his hands upon his knees. Who exactly was Michael, and why did he inspire such a quest, such sorrow? It's all right. Let us focus on finding comfort here for now, Phil suggested, shifting the topic with a gentler tone. Though the sacred infant garden has many rules, it is also a tranquil place. You can gradually acclimate to your surroundings. Let's attend class first. Xie Luo chuckled. Hee, can I sit next to you? Phil hesitated, almost wanting to assert that no one would sit beside him, as he belonged to a prestigious group among the little angels, with many wary of offending him and thus reluctant to engage. Moreover, Phil was not merely a gentle and kind little angel. He was one of God's perfect creations. Within him lies a tempestuous energy, and his heart is buried beneath the malevolent traits of obsession and greed. So much so that God, in an attempt to restrain him, bestowed upon him the 7 virtues. Serenity seems destined to remain forever beyond the reach of Shelley. Merely 2 days later, as Shelley endeavored to conjure a small orb of holy light in the sanctified light class, a larger, searing orb of energy crashed down at his feet, causing him to leap back as the scintillating shards singed him. Alas, even the sacred light could not be controlled. Michael stood nearby, arms crossed, accompanied by a cadre of sycophants, his face adorned with derision. His gaze swept over Shelley, imbued with an unmistakable hostility, yet beneath that aggression, there lurked a more restless, incomprehensible emotion. This agitation intensified, morphing into a frigid animosity whenever his eyes fell upon Phil, who stood beside Shelley. Shelley's face flushed with anger. Michael, what are you doing? What am I doing? Teaching you how to wield holy light. Michael scoffed, defiantly tilting his chin. If you remain utterly inept, I might begrudgingly allow you to become my subordinate. The final 2 words were directed pointedly at Phil. Phil rose calmly, subtly positioning himself to shield Shelley, and regarded Michael with a serene demeanor. Michael, please refrain from causing a disturbance. Rossi is new and requires time to learn. Oh, Phil, when did you become his caretaker? Michael's voice rose sharply, laced with sarcasm. Or is it that you too are kindred spirits? Oh, and let us not forget that foolish angel, Michael. Laughter erupted from the small angels behind him. All present angels understood the insinuation. Despite Michael's demeanor, he was one who had truly crossed the sacred river, embodying a spirit of integrity, selflessness, and justice. In contrast, Phil had never ventured into its waters. Rumor suggested that God-feared Phil would be scorched upon entry. Unaware of the underlying truths, Shelley felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck and exclaimed loudly, I do not require a caretaker. Michael, if you have the gall, confront me directly. What skill is there in bullying Phil? Furthermore, your comparison to Michael is a million times off the mark. Bullying him? Michael's voice sharpened, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his anger intensifying. Yet deep within, there flickered a hint of misunderstood grievance. Did Phil still need to be misunderstood? He was, in essence, the most arrogant, cold, and brutal angel, bound by the 7 virtues. This Rossi, knowing nothing of the world, merely sheltered Phil. Did he truly not fear what that cunning green tea could do to him? Pointing at Shelley, Michael declared, Rossi, I am reprimanding you. The ignorant fool who dreams of seeking out Michael. The mention of Michael's name struck like a needle, piercing the hearts of Shelley, Phil, and Michael alike. Upon hearing that name, a stubborn light ignited in Shelley's eyes. You shall not utter that name. You are unworthy. He is my golden support. I will not permit you to insult him. Phil's expression transformed, becoming deep and complex. How could Rossi hold such affection for that Michael? He felt a surge of jealousy upon hearing Xie Luo so fervently defend that Michael. A surge of intense jealousy intertwined with an overwhelming sense of neglect abruptly shattered Michael's reason. I am unworthy. Very well. I shall demonstrate who truly possesses strength. He raised his hand abruptly, unleashing a beam of blinding holy light aimed directly at Xie Luo's face. Be careful. Phil reacted swiftly, conjuring a luminous shield to protect Xie Luo. With a resounding crash, shards of light scattered, plunging the classroom into chaos. Thus, a deep-seated animosity was irrevocably forged. From that day forth, Xie Luo and Michael became recognized adversaries within the sacred young garden and the broader angelic community. Michael perpetually sought various pretexts to target Xie Luo, employing harsh words and provocative actions, occasionally escalating to physical confrontations. Xie Luo, however, refused to yield, fiercely resisting, and with each encounter, his disdain for Michael grew exponentially. The sole solace in his tumultuous existence was the gentle presence of Phil. Phil consistently appeared during Xie Luo's most desperate moments, rescuing him and patiently imparting knowledge of heaven, guiding him to acclimate to his surroundings. In Xie Luo's heart, Phil was the solitary beacon of light in this frigid paradise. Yet, behind Michael's malevolent actions lay a twisted and tormented heart. He watched as Xie Luo and Phil grew increasingly close, witnessing the trust and reliance reflected in Xie Luo's smiles towards Phil, observing their whispered conversations as the flames of jealousy consumed him day and night. Michael's bullying of Xie Luo stemmed less from animosity and more from a desperate desire to capture Xie Luo's attention, even if it required the most deplorable methods. He craved to see those eyes turn towards him, even if it was with anger. From their very first encounter, Michael displayed an exuberant display of affection toward Xie Luo, much like a peacock flaunting its feathers. Even the keenest observer could discern that Michael's angelic wings would flutter with eagerness upon seeing Xie Luo, akin to a playful puppy. As if pleading, "Pet me, pet me," his halo would shine brighter, and on one occasion, he even mischievously placed a feather from his wings atop Xie Luo's head, an unmistakable courting gesture. In essence, the entire heaven was aware that Michael, Xie Luo's rival, harbored deep affection and obsession for him. However, Xie Luo was not a conventional angel. He remained oblivious to the fact that Michael's actions essentially conveyed, "I like you immensely, yet I am at a loss for how to communicate this, so I resort to childish quarrels. Nevertheless, I truly adore you. I beseech you, marry me. My beloved is so beautiful. I am utterly enamored, and no one is permitted to gaze upon him. I cherish you. May I kiss you, embrace you, and be together? Oh, he is speaking to me." These sentiments went unnoticed, as Michael stood before him daily, indifferent to the scrutiny of others. In the eyes of other angels, Michael appeared as a proud, affectionate, and somewhat desperate suitor, yearning to be the favored one. Conversely, Xie Luo was perceived as the pitiful angel, harboring an unattainable ideal in the form of the ethereal Michael, while Phil was regarded as Xie Luo's current companion. Regrettably, Xie Luo's gaze was filled solely with disdain, and the whispers of rumors were thwarted by Phil, alongside his unwavering pursuit of the elusive Michael. This pursuit, in Michael's perspective, represented an utter negation of his very existence. Do you not favor me? Is it that my wings do not flap swiftly enough? Is my halo not radiant enough? Having sought companionship, I implore you to respond, whether in rejection or acceptance. Even if you harbor disdain for me, silence is not an option. He is named Michael, while that elusive figure is referred to as Michael. What right has he to such a name? A dark thought flickered through his mind. What if he could become that Michael? This notion, though fleeting, took root within him like a seed. Phil's concern for Xie Luo was equally tainted. He had long suspected that Xie Luo might have been born at the sacred pool, devoid of knowledge, utterly unaware of Michael's actions. Phil exploited this to exacerbate the rift between himself and Michael. However, Xie Luo's obsession with Michael also stirred within him a sense of unease and jealousy. He had never encountered this name before, yet the almost reverent glow in Xie Luo's eyes when mentioning it evoked a strange pang in his heart. At times, he would subtly probe to discern the identity of this Michael, but Xie Luo remained reticent. Phil could only suppress this bitterness, but his noble spirit began to fracture under its weight. He loathed Michael, envied him. Concurrently, his animosity towards Michael intensified, not only because the latter perpetually sought Xie Luo, but also due to the unmistakable possessiveness that, despite being veiled, was still painfully evident in Michael's gaze upon Xie Luo. All of heaven knew that both Phil and Michael were enamored with Rossi. Xie Luo searched endlessly for Michael, yet found him not, and thus aged into 18 within his dreams. Just then, a tranquil existence was shattered by a decree from the highest heaven, imbued with undeniable authority. God proclaimed that a being named Yodin, of profound significance, humanity, would be welcomed into heaven. As Yodin was introduced to the celestial assembly, God commanded, all angels, including Phil, the mightiest of them all, must kneel before Yodin in a show of reverence. A wave of astonishment swept through heaven. How could one as proud as Phil, the brightest morning star, the top of the sacred garden, a being rumored to be second only to God, endure the humiliation of kneeling before Yodin? A profound sense of disgrace and vehement doubt regarding the fairness of this divine edict engulfed him. As the angels gathered in the grand temple, an almost tangible pressure rendered the air nearly immobile. Yodin stood beneath the throne, a picture of navet and curiosity. God's gaze silently fell upon Phil. Phil straightened his back, yet the radiance surrounding him felt cold and sharp. He pressed his lips together, golden eyes ablaze with unyielding fire. Kneel? He could not. This was not merely a matter of personal honor, but rather a question concerning the very essence and dignity of angelic existence. In this suffocating silence, a small figure squeezed beside Phil, Xie Luo. He sensed the immense pressure and resentment that Phil bore. Looking at the human named Yodin, he could not fathom why God would issue such a command. Xie Luo thought, is God out of his mind, forever demanding kneeling? A profound sense of righteous indignation and an unwavering loyalty to Phil eclipsed any fear of the divine presence. Unbeknownst to him, he was witnessing a momentous event. This is unjust. Xie Luo's voice, laced with fury, resonated sharply within the hushed sanctuary. He pointed at Yodin, his small face flushed with emotion. How dare he? Lord Phil is the finest among us. Why should we kneel to someone so lacking in merit? He struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yet the essence of defiance and rebellion was unmistakably clear. His words seemed to ignite a spark. The angels, already dissatisfied with the oracle, stirred restlessly. The gaze of the Almighty appeared more profound and inscrutable. Phil turned abruptly to Xie Luo, his eyes filled with shock and concern. Xie Luo was not recklessly bold. Seizing the moment of chaos, he grasped Lucifer's cold hand and urgently whispered, Phil, no, you must go. Leave this place. Heaven is no longer worthy. Whether to the mortal realm or elsewhere, it matters not. We cannot kneel. This is a matter of dignity. Phil tightened his grip on Xie Luo's hand, his voice hoarse. All right. The plan for escape hastily took shape amidst despair. Without hesitation, Xie Luo chose to remain and hold the rear, knowing that pursuers were imminent, with Michael among them. You must go, Phil. I will hold them off. Xie Luo pushed Phil towards the fissure, attempting to block the advancing legion of angels. Lucifer's eyes brimmed with fury. At that moment, a cold, formidable light of judgment, imbued with a sense of annihilation, cleaved through the air, piercing Xie Luo's small chest with unerring precision. The radiance was all too familiar, emanating from the forefront of the pursuers, none other than Michael, whose reason had been utterly consumed by jealousy, betrayal, and absolute obedience to the oracle. Time seemed to freeze. The color drained from Xie Luo's face, his bright eyes dimming, his body falling backward. The gaping wound in his chest silently narrated the tale of an ending. He thought to himself, damn it, how unlucky can one be? No. Two heart-wrenching roars erupted simultaneously. One emanated from Lucifer, whose wings had just fallen and whose eyes were stained with crimson and pitch black. He beheld Xie Luo as fallen form, an overwhelming rage and hatred grotesquely distorting his features. The heavenly light that once enveloped him extinguished inch by inch as the power of his fall surged forth. He cast one last glance at Xie Luo before resolutely plunging into the chasm leading to the unknown. The other roar came from the wielder of the judgmental light, Michael. As the divine light pierced Xie Luo's chest, and he witnessed the spark of life extinguish from those eyes, a soul-wrenching agony engulfed him. It was not the thrill of revenge, but rather an overwhelming despair and an unfathomable void. What had he done? He had slain. He had taken the life of the one he cherished and obsessed over. It was all too late. Lucifer vanished into the fissure, bearing an immense hatred for heaven, for God, and especially for Michael. Xie Luo's diminutive form transformed into motes of luminous dust. Michael stood frozen, enveloped in a chilling silence. The temple was enveloped in profound silence, with only Adam standing there in a state of bewilderment. The gaze of God seemed to rest upon Michael, yet it appeared to observe nothing at all. 3 years later, Michael adopted the name Michael, prompting the demon lord Lucifer to pen a letter declaring that Michael was as despicable as could be, knowing that Rossi held a fondness for him, hence the name change. However, Michael retorted, accusing Lucifer of being a deceitful green tea, implying that he was aware of Lucifer's clandestine construction of a demonic palace in hell, awaiting the day when Rossi would return to confine him. Michael slowly reopened his eyes, those golden orbs that bore the weight of countless ages and madness. A pure white belt coiled around his wrist, symbolizing an eternal shackle. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the coarse surface of the belt, as if he could still feel a trace of a long-faded warmth. The dream dissipated, yet the chilling sensation of the judgmental holy light that pierced his chest lingered. Additionally, the moment when the last glimmer of light extinguished in Xie Luo's eyes was etched in Michael's memory. "My," he whispered, his voice a haunting inquiry of his own soul. This dream proved utterly futile, serving only to reopen wounds that had long since festered. He had searched through countless epochs, scoured the corners of heaven and earth, even wandered on the fringes of Lucifer's dominion in hell, yet he could find no trace of that figure. A familiar and almost unbearable resentment surged from the depths of his soul, akin to a cold, venomous vine constricting his heart ever tighter. That individual, the one he had sought, cherished, and ultimately destroyed with his own hands. Why was he gone? Why did the holy pool and the gates of hell refuse to recreate him? Why? Damn it! He roared, the wings upon his back quivering violently in response, disturbing the eternal stillness. At that moment, a surge of power emanated from his clenched palm. The belt upon his hand seemed to pulse, as if a string, taut for eons in the depths of his soul, had been gently plucked. Michael suddenly froze, every action and rage crystallizing in disbelief. He slowly lowered his gaze, incredulously staring at his tightly clenched fist. That sensation, faint as a mere illusion, yet within it lay a familiar essence, striking like thunderbolt through the eternal night of his consciousness. It was him. How could this be? He was alive, yet, though the feeling was weak, it carried an undeniable presence, its direction pointing toward the blue planet shrouded in thick atmosphere below. Earth? Michael's breath became erratic. Eons of obsession and regret instantaneously found a new outlet, transforming into an almost fervent impulse, heedless of all else. Find him. This time, confine him, whatever the cost, regardless of whether that sensation was genuine or not, regardless of whether redemption or deeper despair awaited him. He must find him. He could not allow Lucifer to reach him first. Meanwhile, the agent of the Seraphim, Xie, received several divine decrees. Find Rossi at all costs. This is my supreme command. If discovered by Lucifer, I shall initiate the divine war. Xie, what on earth is this? A divine war? Oh God, have you lost your mind? Our scarce communications have been reduced to me assisting you in locating someone. Meanwhile, Xie Luo awoke from his slumber, filled with regret, lamenting, "How have I yet to find Michael before meeting my own demise? Damn it, I might as well not pursue this lofty ally." Little did he know, this esteemed figure was not something one could simply disregard. Chapter 22. The sticky sweet couple. After failing to win over Michael, Xie Luo decided to approach Xie instead. He sent a message. "Xie, do you have any free time recently? I'm back in Songnan and heard you've joined the army. I'd love to treat you to a meal." Xie replied, "Sorry, I might not be available." "How heartless of you," Xie Luo lamented. Xie responded, "I genuinely have no time. My superior, whose surname is Mi, has assigned me an important task." Curious, Xie Luo frowned, wondering what task Xie was referring to. He recalled that Michael hadn't assigned Xie any tasks at this moment. Moreover, he couldn't help but think, why hadn't Michael thought of him for this task? After all, he had been offering a bouquet of white roses worth 99 every day to Michael's shrine. It seemed he was just a child brought in for adoption. Xie Luo felt a vain throb on his forehead as he suppressed his grievances against his superior. deciding to take a different approach by first inquiring about the task. Perhaps there was a chance he could offer assistance and claim the credit for it. Clearing his throat, he called Xie, adopting a tone of concern and curiosity. I'm well connected, you know. Perhaps I can lend a hand? What is the task about? Xie hesitated for a moment, considering Xie Luo's character. He realized that Xie Luo likely knew many people and, being a singer, held some societal influence. It would be fine to share the details with him. He lowered his voice and said, "It's about finding someone." Finding someone? Who? Xie Luo's heart raced, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Someone named Luoshi, Xie stated seriously. My superior said this person is extremely important and instructed me to utilize all resources to locate him. He paused, then added into the phone, Xie Luo, you know many people and have extensive connections. If it's convenient for you, could you please keep an eye out for him? I will remember this favor. Boom. Xie Luo felt as if an invisible bolt of lightning had struck him directly on the crown of his head. Luoshi, wasn't T that my alias? This was a disaster. Michael No, the Archangel. What could he possibly want with Luoshi? I haven't done anything to provoke him. Wait a moment. Though I have entered Michael's divine dream and used the alias Luoshi, I have yet to find Michael. Suddenly, a realization struck Xie Luo, causing him to shudder. Firstly, he was not unfamiliar with Hebrew mythology. On the contrary, he had been exposed to it from a young age and possessed considerable knowledge of various myths. As the darkness faded, he recognized that the experiences he had undergone in the divine dream were straight out of mythology. Michael had golden hair and blue eyes, and so did this Michael. The name Phil sounded odd, but if it were Lucifer, the Lightbringer, it was indeed a former name of Lucifer. And that Yadin, could it be Adam? Xie Luo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Oh no, it all adds up. Everything aligns. God commanded Lucifer to bow before Adam, but Lucifer, in his arrogance, rebelled against the heavenly realm. Michael was among those sent to pursue him. In my dreams, did I oppose Michael? Am I befriending Lucifer? Alas, I have sought to cling to the thigh of my formidable adversary. No, this is not a dream. It is undeniably real. As Xie Luo hung up the phone, he mulled over this thought, replaying the vivid scenes, the scorching sunlight reflecting off Michael's golden hair. The unfathomable arrogance mingled with gentleness in Lucifer's smile, and the sensation of time that enveloped him in that dream. Time? Time. In the instant he was pierced by Michael's power, he seemed to have glimpsed an ancient, rust-covered circular object. Was a clock? A clock. Time. Xie Luo murmured, his pupils suddenly narrowing. It struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he dashed to his bedside. There lay an antique clock, which he had previously speculated was a gift from Chronos. Xie Luo's heart nearly ceased to beat. Trembling, he lifted the clock, its surface tarnished with verdigris, its gears frozen in time. This was no mere dream. He had traversed through time and space, directly engaging in the primordial battle between heaven and hell. And he, a minor deity from the domain of Chronos, who had stealthily infiltrated with the intention of forming a bond with Michael, had inadvertently chosen the wrong side, becoming an ally of Lucifer, the very nemesis pursued by Michael. To make matters worse, he was using the alias Rossi, which was now under Michael's explicit orders for thorough investigation. This was catastrophic. Xie Luo paced anxiously, wondering why Michael was so petty, always so petty since childhood, and now still so petty. Could it be that he intended to capture and torment him? Wait. Confirmation. I must ascertain whether Michael is indeed Michael. What if it is merely a coincidence of name or a resemblance? The thought of Lux served as his last lifeline. Yes, a prayer. I shall test, carefully discern whether his essence is that of Michael. After all, I possess the ability to deceive. I can uncover his identity while concealing my own. In a frenzy of desperation, Xie Luo rushed to the altar, seizing the bouquet of exquisite white roses from a nearby vase. He piled them before Michael's statue and hurriedly lit the purest incense, the rich floral fragrance mingling with the smoke that wafted through the air. Xie Luo offered a silent yet profoundly devout prayer to the statue. Noble Archangel Michael, illustrious warrior of light, defender of order, a humble believer presents to you the most sincere prayers and fragrant roses. I beseech you to heed the doubts of your devoted servant. Regarding the task you assigned to Lin Xie to seek out Rossi, is this matter of utmost urgency? Unintentionally, I have come to learn of this affair, and the devotee is willing to spare no effort to alleviate your burden. His prayers focus primarily on the task itself, carefully avoiding direct inquiries about the identity of Rossi or whether you are Michael. Yet, the deliberate piety and fervent loyalty embedded in his words were almost palpable. As time ticked away, the atmosphere grew so heavy it felt as though it could be wrung out for water. Xie Luo's heart thundered within his chest, nearly bursting forth from his ribcage. Just as he was on the brink of despair, fearing his prayers would sink into oblivion or be disregarded. Indeed, it is of great urgency. If you can locate him, be sure to inform me. I shall bestow upon you abundant rewards. Xie Luo was on the verge of exploding, but still inquired cautiously, is the deity to be alive or dead? Michael on the moon furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating that although he sensed Rossi's essence, it was uncertain whether Rossi was indeed living. He could very well be a spirit or something of that nature. Thus, Michael replied, life or death matters not. Whether living or deceased, bring him back. Life or death matters not. Xie Luo felt tears welling up. Does that mean he would not be spared even in death? Michael, how could you be so stingy? You should have revealed you were Michael sooner. Truly, I fail to recognize the true Michael. Xie Luo feigned understanding towards Michael, discerning his essence and confirming it was indeed Michael, decisively severing communication with him. Xie Luo thought, the sky has fallen. Chronos, you have deceived me. Woe is me. Perhaps I should defect to Lucifer. Even though he seems to be the antagonist, he has treated me quite well. Moreover, Lucifer, at least, is rather gentle. At this moment, the devotee knelt tremulously on the ground. Had he known Xie Luo's thoughts, he would likely retort that Lucifer's gentleness was a farce. The devotee was nearly suffocated by Lucifer's sudden outburst of wrath. Lucifer squinted his eyes, demanding in a sharp tone, "What did you say?" Michael has been searching for someone. Who could he possibly be looking for? Suddenly realizing something, Lucifer sprang to his feet, his crimson pupils narrowing sharply. Searching for someone? Who else could it be? Only him. Only Rossi. The name slipped through his teeth, accompanied by exhilaration. Michael, is he searching for Rossi? Has Rossi been reincarnated? The devotee trembled in fear, bowing his head even lower, his voice quivering uncontrollably. Why, yes, my lord. We have received whispers from our undercover agents. Lord Michael is indeed secretly seeking someone by the name of Rossi. Enough! Lucifer roared, his voice echoing like thunder from the depths of hell. His chest heaved violently. The elegance and languor he had just displayed were now obliterated by fury. How dare Michael compete with him for a soul? Before Lucifer's eyes, a fleeting figure appeared. Those eyes, pure enough to reflect the stars. That expression, imbued with stubbornness yet occasionally revealing vulnerability. An existence seemingly capable of dispelling the deepest shadows of hell. That was the treasure Lucifer had long claimed as his own, impervious to the touch of others. It was the sole brilliance he truly yearned to possess amidst the monotony of his prolonged existence. Only he would feel compassion for me, understand my pride, and willingly lay down his life for me. That was my demon queen. Lucifer's expression darkened. Find him. We must locate him before Michael does, or I shall unleash a divine war. As Lucifer and Michael frantically searched for the missing individual, Xie Luo, after an initial surge of panic, regained his composure. Indeed, he possessed deception. As long as he refrained from revealing himself or generating significant energy fluctuations, Michael should not be able to pinpoint this mere mortal. At that moment, faint footsteps approached, halting outside his door. Following this, there were two gentle knocks. Xie Luo? Let me in, came the voice of Xie Luo from beyond the door. Xie Luo swiftly adjusted his expression and hurried to open the door. What is the matter? Don't you have a key? And Xie Luo replied, I forgot to bring it in my haste. Are you going to the movies? Xie Luo chuckled, teasing, just going to movies? He leaned against the doorframe, a hint of a provocative smile playing at his lips, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Xie Luo. And Xie Luo did not respond immediately. His gaze deepened, akin to a profound abyss. Observing the smile on Xie Luo's face, the corners of his mouth curled ever so slightly. In the next moment, and Xie moved. He seized Xie Luo's wrist and tugged him forward with force. Taken by surprise, Xie Luo stumbled and nearly collided with him. "Hey you!" Bang! The door slammed shut behind Xie Luo, isolating them from the outside world. And Xie did not release his grip, stepping forward. The clean, crisp aura emanating from him enveloped Xie Luo instantly. Pressured, Xie Luo retreated until his back met the cold door, leaving him with no escape. The distance between them evaporated. And Xie leaned in, their foreheads nearly touching. "What else do you wish to do?" His voice dropped to a dangerously low tone, devoid of its usual softness. "Xie Luo, what do you intend to do?" "I." Xie Luo's throat tightened, his heart racing like a drum. Instinctively, he attempted to turn his head away. And Xie did not afford him that chance. "You will." And Xinyu's demand was resolute. Xie Luo instinctively protested, "I don't want to. That's unacceptable. You're my boyfriend. We are in a relationship, and I am currently in a special phase. Yog-Sothoth, as a deity, does not lack compassion as many might presume. Upon acquiring a spouse, Yog-Sothoth exhibits a gentler demeanor and occasionally responds to the prayers of his followers. However, it is crucial to note, Yog-Sothoth may be in a nesting phase, rendering him particularly sensitive. Should one utter inappropriate remarks, such as disparaging his spouse or requesting a new partner, it would offend the divine being, inciting his wrath. Every 3 months, the divine being enters a nesting period that lasts over a month. Before Xie Luo could react, Xie suddenly lowered his head, not gently probing, but rather seizing. Xie Luo's muffled groan was devoured. "Kiss, kiss, kiss. All you know is to kiss." "Xie, you insatiable dog. Can you not survive a day without it? Whose boyfriend is this clingy?" Chapter 23. Dream Girl and Dream Boy in the Cinema. Xie Luo's resistance was feeble, almost consumed by the resounding sound system. It was amusing. Who truly goes to the cinema solely to watch a film? In any case, Xingyu had ulterior motives for his visit. And Xingyu's actions radiated a possessive fervor and an undeniable dominance characteristic of the nesting period. One of his hands was interlocked with Xie Luo's fingers, while the other firmly gripped the nape of his neck, entirely controlling the angle of their interaction. The screen flickered with shifting lights and shadows as the lead characters enacted a poignant farewell, the tragic score echoing deafeningly. Xie Luo felt dizzy, his heart pounding violently in his chest, reverberating against his ribs, while his eardrums throbbed in tandem. And Xingyu's icy touch had ensnared his hand with an almost predatory grip. Xie Luo thought to himself, "And Xingyu is insane. How dare he reveal his true nature in a cinema, unafraid of being seen?" In the dimly lit theater, slick shadows crept through the crevices of the seats, much like a living mire, silently devouring Xie Luo's sanity. The skin at the nape of his neck emitted a faint blue glow. He inherently possessed traits akin to a jellyfish, known for their susceptibility to stress. When subjected to physical interference, jellyfish swiftly retract their bell and tentacles, and in severe cases, may even experience physiological anomalies like tentacle inversion or shedding. Xie Luo was no exception. He realized that he had been startled by Xingyu, triggering a stress response, causing even his bell to slightly invert. Xie Luo, in a fit of frustration, pushed against Xingyu's arm and exclaimed, "I am stressed, just get away." At that moment, the screen erupted with blinding white light. As the audience instinctively closed their eyes against the glare, Xie Luo's words were swallowed by the writhing shadows, and the entwined alien limbs beneath the seats swelled into an indescribable nest. As the tragic music reached its zenith, and Xingyu maliciously bit down on Xie Luo's lower lip. The instant blood dripped, the screen abruptly shifted to stark black and white, only to revert to its normal hues as the human audience rubbed their eyes in confusion. Yet, amidst this chaos, Xie Luo trembled, discerning the unsettling truth. He was ensconced within a mass of tentacles extending from the fragments of Yog-Sothoth, while from the depths of darkness came Xingyu's satisfied sigh. "Cursed nesting period, damn it." Xie Luo cursed vehemently within his tumultuous thoughts. The cinema's illumination fluctuated in tandem with the screen's imagery. When a particularly bright beam of light swept across their row, The hushed whispers of two girls behind them pierced through the background music, clearly reaching Xie Luo's somewhat dazed ears. Are you looking forward? A voice, stifling excitement, inquired. Forward? Another voice responded, tinged with confusion. Yes, yes. That's our school, as famous little couple. Ha! Isn't it delightful? Oh my goodness. This is fantastic. They're holding on so tightly. Are they kissing? They must be kissing. Isn't that so? The one on the left wearing glasses is the top student, and Xingyu, and the one on the right. The one being held down with a kiss is Xie Luo. As soon as the words left her lips, Xie Luo distinctly felt in Xingyu's movements falter momentarily. Following that, the pressure on the nape of his neck seemed to intensify slightly, as if silently asserting dominance. Who is Xie Luo? Why do you say that as if I know him? The girl in the back who had just joined the discussion evidently failed to grasp the situation. You seriously don't recognize him? The girl revealing the information spoke with incredulity. Not to mention, it's his song. You even posted saying, my brother sings so beautifully, I'm gonna die. A brief, suffocating silence ensued. In the next moment, a sharp gasp, filled with shock and a sense of impending collapse. Echoed, I pushed. The volume was uncontrolled, drawing the attention of several rows nearby. Yes, you pushed. The song was popular, but he recently starred on Douyin, and when I saw a borderline video, I thought he was some new emerging influencer. But then I looked at the name, Xie Luo. Only then did I realize it was you, the brother of Tuo Tang. Hee, meeting your sister-in-law. What's wrong with you? The girl who shared the information finally noticed the odd tone of her companion. The girl who recognized Xie Luo spoke, her voice trembling with a kind of mournful heartbreak. I'm his dream girl. In the front row, Xie Luo. This statement struck him like a bucket of icy water, instantly extinguishing the muddled confusion that had enveloped him. An overwhelming sense of social embarrassment surged through him, igniting a flush that spread across his entire being. He struggled violently. Let go. Seizing the moment, while Xingyu was momentarily distracted by the sudden turn of events, Xie Luo tilted his head with all his might, finally reclaiming his breath and the right to speak. His face was crimson, a mixture of shame, anger, and embarrassment. And Xingyu, did you hear that? The one behind. His protest was once again silenced, and Xingyu merely paused briefly, confirming that the girl who had referred to herself as a dream girl posed no threat. His calm eyes flickered with an elusive glint in the dim light, a hint of possessiveness sparked by the notion of an outsider coveting his partner. Not only did he not loosen his grip, but he also reinforced his claim with actions, his deep voice laced with undeniable authority. I understand. Xie Luo felt as if he might lose his mind. From the back row, the girl who had revealed the information finally grasped the situation, her voice trembling with a desperate plea for survival. I am guilty, QAQ. Just as Xie Luo felt he was on the verge of suffocation, his only movable foot, fueled by pent-up frustration and the last vestige of reason, retaliated by kicking towards Xingyu's grasp. However, the kick missed. Bang! The front row seat jolted violently, causing an innocent, bespectacled man sipping soda to choke, nearly spewing it out as he turned angrily. Who was that? Xie Luo finally lifted his head, gazing at Xingyu's eyes, which shimmered with an astonishing brilliance, and at his face, as crimson as if it were about to bleed. Xie Luo gasped, staring intently at Xingyu, and with gritted teeth, he hissed, Xingyu, you are finished. I shall ignore you now. And Xingyu calmly stated the facts. That is not acceptable. During the nesting period, it lasts at least a month, as you know. I tend to become impulsive and irritable, and my actions may lead to undesirable consequences. Xie Luo felt darkness cloud his vision, gripping Xingyu's ear and demanding, is this the extent of your self-control as the key of the door? Before Xingyu could respond, they both heard a faint, heart-wrenching sob from the back row, accompanied by the words, they are so sweet, I shall no longer dream. Xie Luo murmured, my fans truly love me like this? They are unwilling to challenge Xingyu? With a snort, he released his grip and declared, Xingyu, remove your various limbs from my person. Xingyu was somewhat dissatisfied with Xie Luo's reference to various limbs. for he wished for his beloved to remember all of his appendages. He patiently corrected, "The left is my nurturing limb, the middle is my sustaining limb, and the right is my extracting limb. You may consume from the left and the middle, but not from the right. These are conceptually manifested or extended organs intended for a transcendent exchange of energy and essence with you. They are a mixture of indescribable consciousness." Xie Luo frowned and replied, "Speak plainly, what are these for?" And Xingyu chuckled sheepishly, "A Rassalet rep Weich." Xie Luo was somewhat bewildered, asking, "Why are you calling my name? I inquired about something, and you call my name. Are those limbs intended for me?" Realization dawned upon Xie Luo. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Are you out of your mind? And Xingyu, if you dare to develop any new limbs, do you believe I one T strike you?" Chapter 24. Whom did you strike? From a young age, Xie Luo revered the four truths. Rather than striving alone, it is better to rely on others. If there is a shortcut to take, do not start from scratch. However, upon realizing that he had inadvertently attracted the attention of numerous deities, and with Michael still pursuing him, Xie Luo felt compelled to rise and take action. While one may genuinely wish for death, one cannot truly succumb to it. This could be seen as upholding the traditional virtues of the Cthulhu deities. As for the troublesome night watchmen, Xie Luo believed they would understand, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. That night, a smile graced Xie Luo's lips. "My compatriots, your efficiency is woefully inadequate. A Cthulhu deity that lacks the understanding of how to create hype is not worthy of the title." He referred to those ancient entities lurking in the abyss, the cosmos, or the crevices of time, whose methods of harvesting faith, in Xie Luo's eyes, were as clumsy as the fire-starting techniques of the Stone Age. As for the clever deities like the key of the door, they likely knew better ways to gather faith, yet refrained from doing so purely out of strength and laziness. Now, there was an additional factor, the infatuation with love. Who knows why Xingyu was so enamored with romance? Perhaps her thoughts dwelled solely on dissections and dates. Yet, compared to others, she remained at the top of her class, inciting envy among many. It was not uncommon for students to report Xingyu's romantic pursuits to the director, but the director merely responded, "Oh, she's just in love. Youthful folly is perfectly normal. Why are you youngsters so rigid?" Other students retorted, "But when you caught us, you didn't say that." A thought, as light as a sea foam, arose in Xie Luo's chaotic consciousness. Given that the cities of mortals were the most concentrated pastures of faith, and these pastures had their own unique rules, instant feedback, viral propagation, and the pursuit of trends, why not exploit them directly? Although it might be deemed immoral, Xie Luo, he possessed no moral compass. If the average person's sense of morality was a 5, Xie Luo's was merely a 0. 5, he pondered, akin to his desire for a viral video. Why not take advantage of human nature? The thought rapidly took shape and expanded, drawing upon the youthful divine power still lingering within Xie Luo. A set of rules began to weave itself quietly, imbued with the peculiar dampness and ineffable rhythm of the deep sea. It silently anchored itself in various cities. Xie Luo's plan was simple: to fabricate an urban legend, a temptation, enticing the prey to willingly present themselves, offering their faith. What Xie Luo had to pay was but a minuscule grain of sand in the vast cosmos of the key of the door's knowledge. He intended to create an urban legend, a wishing box that appeared at midnight accompanied by eerie melodies. With the rules established, Xie Luo delightedly snapped his fingers, contentedly leaning back against his warm buoy, his fingers tapping out a silent rhythm on the armrest. Now, he merely awaited the unsuspecting victims to take the bait. As the clock struck midnight, rain washed over the winding, narrow streets of the old town, making the name Ink Street all the more fitting. The dim glow of the streetlights spreads across the wet cobblestone path, with puddles reflecting fragmented light. This is the city's creases, a forgotten corner. Deep in the alley, beside an abandoned public telephone booth, stands a strikingly new mailbox. Its cleanliness is almost jarring. The profound matte black paint, glistening with a mysterious sheen under the rain's caress, is edged with delicate lines of gold, exuding an elegance that feels almost otherworldly amidst the dilapidation of the alley. There is no slot for letters, only a narrow seam, resembling tightly sealed, enigmatic lips. At the bottom of the mailbox, a line of distorted, barely legible text is etched, as if alive, subtly writhing on the damp metallic surface. Nearby, a soft melody begins to play, a tender song whose lyrics remain unintelligible. A figure hesitates at the entrance of the alley, Zhu Jiatian, a fine arts student from a provincial university, tormented by her graduation project and a scarcity of inspiration. She holds an umbrella, her fingers tightly gripping the handle, knuckles whitening from the strain. The weight of fatigue and the anxiety of creative drought are etched in her eyes. 3 hours ago, she had stumbled upon vague photographs and insinuations shared on social media. The jellyfish mailbox. Deposit your troubles. Exchange for inspiration? Initially, it seemed absurd, but now, that black mailbox softly sings in the rainy night, like the sole beacon in a sunken ship. The mailbox bears an inscription, 18-year-old pure jellyfish baby at your service, accompanied by playful emoticons. The struggle lasted only a few seconds. Hypnotized, Zhu Jiatian staggered forward, the cold rain splattering against her canvas shoes. She rummaged through her belongings, but found no pen, ultimately extracting a napkin from CF. Lacking a writing instrument, she bit her fingertip, feeling a slight sting as a drop of crimson blood emerged. Trembling, she inscribed the torment that had plagued her entire semester. I cannot create. Graduation project. I cannot graduate. The ink blurred on the damp napkin, resembling a smudged tear of blood. Taking a deep breath, she shoved the crumpled napkin into the cold metallic seam of the mailbox. Just as the napkin vanished into the darkness, a transformation occurred. A thick, inky liquid surged from the seam, defying gravity as it slithered upward, like living tendrils, swiftly enveloping the shadowy surface of the mailbox. An indescribable scent wafted through the air, a briny aroma of the deep sea mingled with the scent of decaying parchment and deep-sea silt, cold and viscous, striking her nostrils. The ink flowed, silently consuming the light. Startled, Zhu Jiatian stumbled back, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. Instinctively, she sought to flee, but a sudden wave of heat struck her head with a jolt. It felt as if a frigid bolt of lightning had cleaved through the murky chaos. Countless fragmented images, distorted colors, unprecedented compositional angles, and forbidden combinations of imagery erupted in her mind, twisting and reshuffling without warning. Inspiration. Unprecedented waves of inspiration surged forth, akin to a dam that had been confined for far too long, bursting open to unleash a torrent that flooded her consciousness. The seemingly insurmountable barrier of her graduation project crumbled in that moment. She vividly envisioned the final masterpiece, a haunting underwater ruin where ethereal pink jellyfish drifted gracefully. This force came upon her with such intensity and precision, swiftly engulfing her fears. Zhu Jiatian clasped her mouth. A sound oscillating between a sob and a cry of elation escaped her throat as she exclaimed, I did it! I can graduate! Tears mingled with raindrops as they cascaded down her cheeks. Without a glance at the mailbox, inked with strange liquid, she turned and dashed into the rain towards her modest apartment. The sound of her hurried footsteps echoed through the damp alley, swallowed by the patter of rain. Zhu Jiatian embarked on a fervent creative spree. She wielded her brush with abandon, a fervent flame igniting in her eyes. Her body was weary, yet her spirit soared with exhilaration. Only when the sky outside lightened to a pale gray, and the dawn struggled to pierce through the rain-laden clouds, did she collapse, utterly exhausted, amidst her array of art supplies, sinking into a deep slumber. Then, dreams descended upon her. Upon awakening, as she shook her head and cast her gaze back upon the distorted shadows on the canvas, a more feverish creative impulse seized her. Not enough. Not real enough. Not enough, she murmured, her eyes rekindling with fervor and focus. She must paint it. She must depict it. Struggling to rise, she lunged back toward the paints. 3 days later, Zhu Jiatian's graduation project, Xie, received the highest accolades, earning her a recommendation from her mentor to study at the prestigious Daxia Academy of Fine Arts. The photograph of the ink-stained mailbox, along with her anonymously sent message expressing her troubles and excitement over the inspiration received from an enigmatic benefactor, created ripples akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond. The reverberations swiftly expanded, ultimately culminating in a tidal wave. Soon after, similar messages began to surface in the hidden corners of forums. Exquisitely composed sketches, ethereal musical compositions, emotional verses, and groundbreaking algorithms, each tagged with phrases like mailbox gift, inspiration for midnight, jellyfish baby, and challenger limits. Whispers spread. Some claimed to have seen it deep within abandoned subway tunnels. The mailbox standing beside damp walls, its base entwined with fractured cables. Others spoke of its presence on a deserted park bench under the pale moonlight, surrounded by withered leaves. More bizarre images circulated. The mailbox perched on the edge of a helipad atop a skyscraper, framed by the neon-lit skyline. The tag Jellyfish Mailbox Challenge ignited like wildfire, rapidly ascending the social media charts, followed closely by a blazing flame icon. Young people, creators, and even ordinary individuals driven by curiosity and conformity became entranced, caught in a frenzy. This evening, an adventure unfolds in the old town, with a singular target, the mailbox. A vibrant-haired streamer flashes a peace sign at the camera, set against the backdrop of a desolate, moonlit alley. Family members shower the stream with gifts. Upon encountering the jellyfish mailbox, the streamer vows to deliver their woes live. I am eager to uncover the wonders of this mystical mailbox. In another dimly lit streaming room, the host lowers their voice, whispering into the microphone. The coordinates shall be erased by mysterious forces. But remember, it delights in song. Family members send forth the little rockets and shield us with the barrage of comments. I see it. The screen erupts with a flurry of comments, a cacophony of high energy ahead. Bless the streamer's ocean. The visuals spread virally across the platform. A graffiti artist discovers the mailbox beneath a bridge and, with a fervent shout for art, stuffs a paper inscribed with "pour" into it. Moments later, he joyfully rolls on the ground, exclaiming, "Wow, incredible. I know how to pay now." Ultimately, he creates a bizarre and surreal piece featuring a gigantic jellyfish-like entity, dreamlike and mesmerizing, which captivates countless viewers and fetches an auction price of $3 million. In narrow alleys, tunnels, and abandoned buildings, beams of flashlights pierce the darkness, young faces flickering in the interplay of light and shadow, excited cheers rising amidst disappointed curses. An atmosphere of collective unrest pervades, a fervor unrestrained. Suddenly, an ecstatic scream pierces the air. Wow, here it is. Found it. This ignites a frenzy of commotion and rushing footsteps. On the heat map of social media, glowing points mark the density of the crowd and the intensity of discussions, radiating a fiery red. In a distant corner, Xie Luo reclines comfortably in his floating pod, a phantom screen of dark purple data streams hovering before him, displaying the trending topic page of Jellyfish Mailbox Challenge. The real-time popularity index skyrockets like a rocket. Excellent. A satisfied smile graces Xie Luo's lips as he glides his fingertips across the screen, opening a live stream dedicated to the search for the mailbox. On screen, an exuberant young man fervently sweeps a flashlight across a trash-strewn alley. More fervent, even more fervent. Xie Luo murmurs, his non-human pupils glimmering with countless blinking eyes. He gently raises his hand, a barely perceptible thread of divine power extending quietly through the vast consciousness network. In a corner of the city, a streamer, recently concluded with a live broadcast and preparing to return home in disappointment, suddenly halts, compelled by some unseen force. He takes a turn down an alley he would ordinarily avoid. At the alley's end, a black mailbox stands silently in the shadows, untouched by moonlight. The streamer's disappointment transforms into ecstatic joy as he screeches to commence a new live broadcast. Xie Luo retracts the invisible thread with satisfaction. Now, that's more like it. Just then, he notices something. His fingertips tap lightly in the void, and an interface abruptly overlays the once boisterous social media live stream. It was an exceedingly peculiar website, a deep, dark blue background reminiscent of the abyssal depths of the ocean, devoid of light. The only vivid colors were the slowly undulating, ethereal shadows of jellyfish, a blend of soft pink and fluorescent blue. The website's logo depicted an abstract jellyfish totem, replete with countless delicate tentacles and chilling compound eyes. At the top, the title, crafted from writhing tentacles, boldly proclaimed, "Sanctuary of the Jellyfish Deity." Below, an extremely conspicuous login box was flanked by a scarlet warning. This sanctuary is an exclusive information repository for the devoted followers of the jellyfish deity, requiring full real name verification for entry. Warning: the mundane shall not disturb. One must pass a trial of 100 questions. Only the perfect may gain an audience. Blasphemers shall have their consciousness returned to chaos. Long live the jellyfish! Xie Luo gazed at this solemn interface, his inhuman pupils gleefully blinking. Quite swift indeed. Yet, I merely jested about being a jellyfish baby. How did I become the jellyfish deity? He understood that this was established by a fervent programmer, deeply immersed in the gifts of inspiration from the deity, who had acquired the ability of the ignorant, with numerous followers participating in this endeavor. With intrigue, he extended a tentacle and clicked Begin Trial. Instantly, the screen was inundated with a plethora of questions, the text seemingly writhing. The content was vast, yet exceedingly bizarre. What colors does the appearance of the Great Crown display? Multiple choice: A. Pink B, Blue C, Black D, Gold. Xie Luo smirked. Why were these individuals so concerned with his color? The answer was undoubtedly A, B, C, and D, for he was a striking deity of the K-series. What is the nature of the crown's song? Single choice: A. Gentle B, depressing C, majestic D, sad E. The most beautiful music in the world. I shall not allow anyone to oppose it. Upon seeing this option, Xie Luo rolled his eyes in unison with his small eyes. He selected E. As it was evident that option E was quite flattering. What is the most common physiological reaction upon receiving the gift for the first time? Single choice: A. Sharp pain or a cold burning sensation in the skull. B. Brief visual distortion. C. Intense creative impulse and mental euphoria. D. Instant mastery of an unknown language. E. Abnormal taste. Xie Luo chose D. If you understood the language of the K-series deity, you would surely perish, making it impossible to answer the questions. How to properly sustain a jellyfish, the crown as projection? Short answer: mandatory. Xie Luo smiled with satisfaction, mentally inscribing a lengthy response of 1,500 words. He may not know how to care for a jellyfish, but he certainly knew how to care for himself. Please enumerate 3 effective environmental factors that attract the emergence of the mailbox. Fill in the blanks. Xie Luo swiftly filled in. Intense creative yearning, soul's anguish. The moisture in the environment is electrically active, the unstable nodes of spatial structures. Who is currently the companion of His Majesty? Not necessary to answer. A. Yog-Sothoth. B. Yog-Sothoth. C. Michael de Lucifer. Xie Luo rolled his eyes again, fully aware that it was likely a follower who inadvertently witnessed the scene of his divine power intertwined with Enkinjiu and subsequently spread the word. With resignation, he selected option B. The questions became increasingly intricate, delving into his physiological characteristics, the types of offerings he preferred, and even some doctrines and rituals conjectured by the followers, alongside a wealth of knowledge about jellyfish. At first glance, they indeed resembled questions posed by a fervent jellyfish enthusiast. Some questions were crafted with considerable cunning, requiring nearly insane associations to decipher the correct answers. Answers that, from a human perspective, seemed utterly nonsensical. Yet for Xie Luo, it felt akin to completing a whimsical questionnaire about himself. He answered with astonishing speed. Multiple choice questions? The moment the options illuminated, his answers were already determined. Fill in the blank questions? He could manage those effortlessly. Short answer questions? He could even compose interpretations more authoritative, profound, and spine-chilling than the standard responses. It was as if he were filling out a self-questionnaire. So this was the feeling of an academic prodigy. The 99th question presented an extremely distorted, abstract painting reminiscent of mental pollution, asking to identify the concealed sacred symbols within. Xie Luo glanced at it and mentally circled the area. The final question, the 100th, the ultimate inquiry. Why do you seek an audience? How much of your soul would you sacrifice for the radiance of the jellyfish? Open-ended response. Xie Luo's mental tendrils hovered in the air, as if he were contemplating. After a moment, he inscribed a line of text imbued with his undeniable divine essence, piercing through the cold screen. I am Arasalit Repwich. You may call me Arasala. It is not I who seek an audience, but rather I who am to be visited by you. Upon completion, the screen was instantly engulfed in darkness. Following this, a resonant hum, ethereal and profound, reached deep into the soul. A massive, luminous inscription solemnly emerged at the center of the screen. True knowledge confirmed. Flawless devotion. Welcome, Your Excellency, His Majesty. Long live Arasala. Long live. Long live. The highest administrator's identity has been transferred. Side announcement. The deity has arrived. After this proclamation appeared, Xie Luo was bombarded with countless messages. My lord, may I see what you look like? I wish to paint your portrait. My lord, do you truly favor Yog-Sothoth? I feel he is unworthy of you. My lord, there are night watchmen pursuing me, claiming I am mysterious. But I merely listened to your murmurs and grew tendrils. I did not consume them, yet I have confined them, awaiting your judgment. My lord, I have heard of an ancient cult that harbors many delectable individuals. I intend to capture some of its members as an offering to you. My lord, I have dealt with a follower of Lucifer and also confronted one of Michael's adherents to demonstrate your might. We even attempted to confront the divine representative of Chronos. But he proved too formidable, inflicting only superficial wounds upon himself while we sustained considerable injuries. Brave one upstairs, that so-called mass squad leader, is quite powerful. How do you fare? Surely, you are injured. As a physician, I shall attend to your needs. I shall accompany you as well. I hold a master's degree in medicine. Xie Luo exclaimed. Who have you assaulted? Who have you captured? Do you mean to say you have offended both the righteous and the wicked? You even dare to confront Wang Mian? Rosa lamented, striking her thigh in distress. Goodness, Captain. That despicable, mysterious figure took advantage of your moment of nostalgia while you were nestled in that toy car, exclaiming Daddy's daddy is Grandpa. Tian Ping, filled with righteous indignation, nearly drew his sword, declaring, This is intolerable. Such treachery must not go unpunished. How dare they ambush our captain during his reminiscence of childhood? Wang Mian, with an expressionless visage, regarded his seemingly concerned yet stiflingly amused comrades, and through gritted teeth revealed the truth. Understand this. I was bound and tied up by that scoundrel. The whirlpool of laughter could no longer be contained, nodding vigorously, yes, yes. He was tied up and placed there, Clutching his belly, he squatted down, laughter shaking his frame. Captain, forgive me. Allow me a moment to laugh. Ha ha. Who, pray tell, is the unkind soul that forced our 190 centimeters tall captain into that pink toy car, barely longer than his legs, and proceeded to assault him? This humiliation to our captain will surely hinder his prospects of finding a bride in the future. Chapter 25. The Luciferians and the shifting faces. Zhu Jiating lay upon a hospital bed designated for the night watchers, her body swathed in bandages, with one arm elevated and encased in plaster, while bruises lingered on her cheek. Grimacing in pain as she attempted to shift her position, she gasped at the sting of her wounds. Indeed, she was one of the ill-fated group members who had dared to strike at Wang Mian. The door to her ward was gently pushed open, and two heads peeked in, her most steadfast friends, Chen Xiaoqing and Su Meiyu. Do not be mistaken. Chen Xiaoqing is a male, though he presents as a rather ordinary young man with a delicate demeanor, while Su Meiyu embodies the archetype of a typical strong woman. Lowering his voice, Chen Xiaoqing leaned over the bedside, gazing at her pitiful state with a mix of sympathy and bemusement. Goodness, did you truly manage to beat up that captain? And tie him to a rocking chair? The forums are in an uproar. Everyone is saying that the night watcher captain was humiliated. Shoo, keep it down. Su Meiyu quickly closed the door and joined them, her eyes sparkling with both admiration and concern. You are incredibly bold. That is the captain of the mass squad. I've heard he was furious. Are you badly injured? I saw the few in the next room with 3 broken ribs. Fortunately, we have a renowned orthopedic surgeon from Beijing among us, or we would truly be suffering. Zhu Jiating managed to muster a smile that was more painful than joyful, hissing as she drew in a breath. "I'll be fine. I won't die. I simply underestimated him." He was momentarily affected by the murmurs of our Lord, which emboldened me to strike fiercely. But he retaliated with such ferocity. Such a pity about that recording. It's now rendered useless after a single use, and it was painstakingly captured by the other devotees. She glanced away, a hint of stubborn pride in her gaze. As for the rocking chair, when I needed something to bind him, I found an abandoned one in that derelict factory. Who would have thought that such a rickety thing could still make noise, crooning about grandfathers, and attract his teammates? Thank heavens we managed to flee quickly, and with the delusion's ability bestowed by our Lord, he was unable to utilize his time manipulation skills. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. That truly was quite unfortunate. Chen Xiaoqing and Su Meiyu exchanged glances, recognizing the terror that Wang Mian instilled within them. Chen Xiaoqing sighed and pulled up a chair to sit down. "What will you do next?" "It seems the plan to defeat the avatar of the god of time and assert our Lord's dominance is no longer feasible." Su Meiyu also settled into a chair, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement as she whispered conspiratorially, "Jiating, Xiaoqing, I believe we require a strategist." "A strategist?" Zhu Jiating and Chen Xiaoqing both blinked in surprise. "Yes, one of those who can plan 10 steps ahead, crafting schemes that ensnare without leaving a trace of fault." Su Meiyu's enthusiasm grew with each word. Chen Xiaoqing appeared bewildered. "But where would I find someone like that? Those with such sharp minds have all been conscripted by the state. TSK, TSK, TSK. Have you forgotten a certain type of person, the specialized warrior? They have not been surrendered to the state. Such a person is both distant and yet so near." Su Meiyu swiftly took out her phone and tapped on a penguin icon, displaying it for the two to see. The avatar depicted a cartoon woman with soft lines, her gaze imbued with a hint of coldness and a substantial measure of calculation. The ID boldly read, "Sister Ka, who will be trapped today." "Sister Ka? You mean Su Wenhe? A person who harms the benevolent yet spares the wicked?" "Su Wenhe?" Zhu Jiayan nearly sprang from the bed, wincing as her injury flared up again. "Hiss." She's the one from the literature department who scored a staggering 140 in the Chinese exam, but a dismal 52 in mathematics. For 4 years at university, she left her calculus professor bald from worry, having to retake calculus from her freshman year all the way to her senior year, right? Su Meiyu exclaimed. "Isn't that her? Having her as a strategist would be incredible. Have you forgotten her past exploits?" Chen Xiaoqing smacked her thigh, realization dawning upon her as she began counting on her fingers. This person would trap you without negotiation, yet make you feel it is justified. Zhu Jiayan recalled something, her lips twitching. That time during the interdepartmental basketball match, their class's main center was injured in a sneaky maneuver by the neighboring class. The very next morning, Sister Ka confessed her feelings to a boy from the other class. I thought she had lost her mind, not realizing she was gathering evidence. When that boy boasted about how they had injured their classmate, Sister Ka recorded the conversation. She declared her affections in the morning and by afternoon, armed with a medical diagnosis and legal provisions, confronted the other class's counselor. In the end, not only did the other class apologize and cover medical expenses, but their main player was also banned from 2 matches. Sister Ka took her leave, her achievements hidden in humility, and only used a secondary account to boldly post in the neighboring class group. Plan carefully before acting. It is better to sever a finger than to injure all 10. My friends, victory without valor is still valor. Get her to help me strategize on how to best assert my Lord's dominance. Chen Xiaoqing frowned slightly. Is that feasible? After all, Sister Ka has not been favored by our Lord, and she is quite fond of Lucifer. Should she discover that true deities exist, she might very well turn to Lucifer. Zhu Jiayan narrowed her eyes, suggesting, "Let us invite her first and see." An hour later, the ward door was pushed open once more, revealing a figure who exuded a unique sense of relaxation. Su Wenhe, nicknamed Sister Ka, sauntered in leisurely. She wore oversized pajamas adorned with bears, fluffy bunny-eared slippers on her feet, and the signature black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. With her student ID hanging around her neck, it was hard to fathom that a third-year student still wore their ID like a primary school child. She glanced at the bedridden Zhu Jiayan, Then at the expectant faces of Chun Shaoqing and Su Meiyu, her brow unruffled. "Oh, quite lively here." Sister Ka's voice was flat as she approached the empty chair by the bed. She did not sit, but placed a thick tome, a comprehensive analysis of classical literature, on the chair and leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. "Speak. We are indeed very acquainted. What do you need from me?" Su Meiyu quickly donned a smile. "Sister Ka, we may not be familiar now, but we will be. We wish to invite you to be our strategist." "A strategist?" Behind the lenses of her glasses, Ka Jie squinted slightly, resembling a cat that had just spotted something suspicious. "What are you up to? Planning to secretly place thumbtacks on the principal's chair? Or perhaps you have a grievance against a certain instructor?" "No, no." Chun Shaoqing quickly waved her hands, lowered her voice. It's about our Lord. We wish to elevate his prestige." Ka Jie's gaze instantly shifted from languid to one of patronizing concern. "Our Lord? Which Lord? The Marxist philosophy teacher or the elderly professor Li who teaches advanced mathematics?" Zhu Jiating's eyes momentarily faltered as she replied, "No, it is the deity we revere. Yog-Sothoth adusting herglases. Thank you for the invitation, but I must respectfully decline, dear little ones. My primary occupation is to lounge about, and my secondary pursuit involves mastering the art of gracefully neglecting advanced math assignments. My hobby consists of composing laudatory essays for Lord Lucifer. Why would I serve as a strategist for the followers of any other deity? Besides, there is but one true God, our Lord Lucifer." Seeing that Ka Jie was impervious to their entreaties, Zhu Jiating and Su Meiyu exchanged a knowing glance. Drawing a deep breath, Zhu Jiating winced as she inadvertently tugged at her wound, yet her expression remained resolute. The group informed Ka Jie about the existence of mysterious forces, as well as the reality of deities, the Forbidden Ruins, and the Night Watchman. After a brief pause, Ka Jie exclaimed, "Wait, there truly are gods in this world? Ah, our Lord Lucifer really exists. You mean to say that the deity you worship is the one associated with that uproarious jellyfish mailbox online, the divine agent? I won't be the divine agent for Lucifer." Chun Shaoqing massaged her forehead and turned to Zhu Jiating, whispering, "I knew it would be futile to ask her. She's a fervent admirer of Lucifer. How could she possibly be our strategist?" Yet Ka Jie's eyes, hidden behind her glasses, sparkled with an astonishing brightness, banishing the earlier languor and condescension. Instead, sheer ecstasy took its place. She abruptly straightened up, no longer leaning against the wall, but rather leaning forward, nearly pressing her face against Zhu Jiating's. "Wait, you just mentioned the Forbidden Ruins, the Night Watchman, and your deity. Is that true?" "Absolutely. I bear the mark of the wound inflicted by a follower of the God of Time," Su Meiyu quickly affirmed, pointing to the blood-stained bandage on Zhu Jiating's arm. "Stop." Ka Jie abruptly raised her hand to interrupt her. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Deal," she declared decisively. "Huh?" Chun Shaoqing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Aren't you a die-hard fan of Lucifer? Didn't you say there's only one God?" "Indeed," Ka Jie replied with an air of certainty, excitedly tapping her fingers against the back of the chair where an analysis of classical literature lay. "Thus, I must take on this role." The three exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to keep pace with her erratic train of thought. Ka Jie adjusted her glasses once more and continued, "The logic is quite simple. Your plan sounds like an excellent opportunity to connect with the divine realm. I can help you elevate your standing and amplify the reputation of your new deity, ensuring he gains prominence in this circle." She paused momentarily, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. "If it infiltrates a larger circle, as its devotee, would I not have a greater chance of accessing the messages of other deities? For instance, the magnificent and resplendent, rebellious yet captivating Lord Lucifer." She clasped her hands together, her face radiating a pilgrim's yearning. "Perhaps I might even obtain his signature, or become his envoy. Oh, what ecstasy!" Each word brimmed with boundless fantasies of her idol. Chun Shaoqing was utterly speechless, resting her forehead in disbelief as she murmured, "I knew it. I have invited the wolf into the fold." Zhu Jiadong and Su Meiyu were equally astonished by this divine logic. Yet it seemed that Sister Ka was the only one willing to assist. "Your reasoning is rather Su Meiyu struggled to find the appropriate words. So cool. Sister Ka retorted confidently, this is what I call a strategic approach to faith. She patted the hefty tome of ancient literary masterpieces, declaring, helping you gain prestige is akin to drawing closer to Lord Lucifer. A win-win situation. A grand win-win. Chun Shaoqing observed this scene, feeling a wave of darkness wash over her. It appeared they had indeed enlisted an extraordinary strategist. Though her ultimate goal seemed to be somewhat distorted in relation to the deity they revered. Su Meiyu cautiously inquired, Sister Ka, do you not think aiding us in worshipping another god might be somewhat disloyal to your Lord Lucifer? Sister Ka lifted her head, adjusted her glasses, and replied in a tone steeped in worldly wisdom. Ah, you are still too young. Even the divine must engage in social interactions. I am merely conducting an advanced assessment of the new neighbors for my Lord Lucifer. Should any prove detrimental to our master, I can eliminate the threat. Conversely, if they are allies of our master, I shall help foster that relationship. This is called strategic planning. Do you understand? She then bent her head, jotting down some peculiar and insidious schemes in her notebook. Zhu Jiadong, Su Meiyu, Chun Shaoqing. Very well, as long as she is willing to exert effort. Let us consider her as a fellow devotee of Lucifer within the Arahazara sect. After all, there's an ancient saying in Daxia. Now that we are here, we might as well. Sister Ka lowered her head again, writing a few words in her notebook, suddenly stating, based on the information you have provided, I believe we can first target the followers of Michael. Zhu Jiadong exclaimed in surprise. Why? Sister Ka smiled. Because Michael is relatively strong, and it is suitable to showcase our prowess through him. Moreover, I just searched, and the number of ordinary people who believe in Michael is quite limited. Michael's own character is likely somewhat aloof, so I doubt he would notice if we captured a few of his followers and gave them a good beating. Furthermore, do the followers of Lucifer have a problem with Michael? That pretentious angel could never compare to their great Lord of Darkness. I could tolerate the ignorance of a world without deities, but knowing that gods truly exist, do you see me avenging our master? At that moment, what was Xie Luo doing? Xie Luo was lying on the ground, fearful of being wronged. Upon his arrival in Lianjing City, he intended to sample the renowned roasted duck that had garnered fame online. However, due to his lackluster cycling skills, he collided with a burly man who, despite his fierce appearance, was equally inept on a bicycle. To avert any potential accusations, Xie Luo resolutely lay on the ground, remaining utterly still. Little did he anticipate that he was not alone in this thought. The burly man also chose to recline on the pavement. The two remained silent, locked in a stalemate for 30 minutes. After 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and yet another 30 minutes passed. Xie Luo could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Brother, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The man replied gruffly, don't say a word. Don't even think about trying to extort me. I have no money. Xie Luo's lips twitched as he responded, I have no intention of extorting you. I'm merely concerned you might try to extort me. The man insisted, you get up first, and then I will. Xie Luo was reluctant, wary of whether the man would seize the opportunity to accuse him. He countered, you get up first, I will follow. The man, dissatisfied, retorted, no, you go first. I'm a good person. I want to extort you. Xie Luo, equally displeased, replied, you first. What is your name that gives you the audacity to presume you are the virtuous one, compelling me to rise first? The man, now irritated, declared, Shun Qingzhu. Shun, as in the family of Shun Wansan, and Qingzhu, the green bamboo. I grew up in the nearby Hanshan orphanage. You can inquire about me. I value loyalty above all. Wait a minute. Are you actually getting up? Xie Luo's expression shifted as he dusted himself off. What are you saying, brother? Do you think I'm the type to distrust you? Shun Qingzhu replied, you trust me? You've been locked in a standoff for an hour. Why the sudden change of heart? Chapter 26. The discovery of not being impossible with Michael. Shun Qingzhu observed the suddenly standing Xie Luo, his lips twitching slightly, a complex expression in his eyes. He slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Fine then, he replied in a calm tone, devoid of the earlier excitement. Splendid. Xie Luo immediately fell in step, wearing a facade of casualness, as if nothing had transpired. Shen Qingzhu, is it? Such a name resonates with integrity. I knew it, the moment I laid eyes on you, that you are a person of substance, incapable of engaging in deceitful acts. It was merely a misunderstanding, a pure misunderstanding. The soft, flattering tone made Shen Qingzhu's ears flush. He was a straightforward man, unaccustomed to such compliments from a woman. A smile graced Shen Qingzhu's lips as he adjusted his somewhat crooked bicycle, casting a glance at Xie Luo. You certainly have a way with words. The rapid change in demeanor and the playful charm of this woman were novel to him. Indeed, Shen Qingzhu had assumed that the long-haired, melodious-voiced Xie Luo was female. Cough. Fate has a peculiar way of manifesting, he mused. Xie Luo pushed her bicycle, quickening her pace to walk alongside him. I see you're also headed to buy roast duck. How about? She paused, her eyes sparkling as they met Shen Qingzhu's. Without missing a beat, he inquired nonchalantly, how about what? How about you treat me to roast duck, and I'll buy you a drink? Xie Luo grinned broadly, her tone refreshingly candid. After all, I'm from out of town, unfamiliar with the surroundings. And she pointed to the slightly deformed front wheels of their bicycles. Technically, your bike seems sturdier. Mine looks worse for wear. So, do you expect me to compensate you? Shen Qingzhu halted, turning to scrutinize Xie Luo for a few moments. Undeterred, she met his gaze, her smile sincere, though a glimmer of mischief lingered in her eyes, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. Ha! Shen Qingzhu chuckled unexpectedly, a brief sound tinged with resignation. All right, I can afford a meal of roast duck. Let us go. How delightful. You are truly kind, Xie Luo exclaimed, slapping her thigh. The two of them pushed their crooked bicycles along the street towards a roast duck shop. The earlier tense atmosphere dissipated entirely. Although Xie Luo continued to shower Shen Qingzhu with playful accolades, calling him a good man, a brother of great loyalty, words flowing effortlessly from her lips. Shen Qingzhu, evidently flattered, felt his face heat up and hastily retorted, "Be quiet and walk." He pondered inwardly, why was this girl so exuberantly friendly? Xie Luo, unperturbed, cheerfully shifted the topic. The sunsets stretched their shadows long, mingled with the occasional soft clatter of bicycle wheels and their intermittent conversation. So, you truly are from Han Mountain Orphanage? That place must be quite challenging. I've heard the duck skin there is especially crispy. Not bad. If the queue is long, shall we split up to wait? As you wish. Half an hour later. Phew, after such a long wait, we finally got it. The aroma is intoxicating. Xie Luo exhaled contentedly, adjusting the oiled paper bag he clutched tightly in his hand, the warmth seeping through the paper and soothing his palm, the rich aroma boldly invading his senses. How delightful it was. He planned to bring it back for Qingyu to taste. Turning his face, he smiled at Shen Qingzhu, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy, radiating warmth. What a fateful day. I'm leaving now. Do keep in touch. Shen Qingzhu tugged at the corners of his mouth, his gaze drifting ambiguously over Xie Luo's long hair and his beaming face, murmuring indistinctly, "All right, let us add each other on WeChat, Miss Xie Luo." Xie Luo. He longed to clarify that he was male, yet inexplicably, he fell silent. After parting ways with Shen Qingzhu, Xie Luo wandered along the riverside, eventually discovering a church, peering inside for a moment before exiting. Upon stepping through his front door, the aroma of roasted duck clung stubbornly to his clothes. He had barely placed the oiled paper bag on the table when an invisible pressure enveloped the room. The air thickened, turning cold and oppressive, and Qingyu had appeared behind him, uncomfortably close, almost pressing against him. Those eyes, profoundly deep, now brimmed with a chilling indifference and a hint of displeasure. There's a cold presence about you. The icy breath brushed against Xie Luo's ear, carrying the chilling essence of an abyss, tinged with another scent. Xie Luo shivered, his skin prickling. He was all too familiar with this state. The nesting phase of Yog-Sothoth brought a terrifying territorial instinct, perceiving any foreign scent as a provocation. He attempted to explain, "I bumped into someone on the way, and we went to buy roasted duck together." Roasted duck? And Qingyu's voice deepened, laced with an incomprehensible distortion. His cold nose brushed against Xie Luo's neck, sniffing along, as if confirming the lingering scent. The motion was slow and deliberate, imbued with an undeniable possessiveness. Xie Luo froze in place, paralyzed he did not wish to be. The air seemed to solidify, the room filled only with the slow, frigid breaths of Xie and the rapid thumping of his own heart. He felt the chilling touch glide across the skin of his neck. Not fingers, but rather an intangible, slick, cold substance leaving a damp trace upon his flesh. The scent of a stranger lingers on him, Yog-Sothoth was reporting to Xie. The icy sensation slithered down Xie Luo's spine like countless tiny serpents, bringing a numbing, irresistible sense of confinement. Xie whispered, "Mine, mine." An unseen force tightened around Xie Luo's waist, pulling him backward, pressing him against that cold, inhuman form. He could distinctly feel those cold, slick touches silently constricting, inducing a suffocating chill. Xie lowered his head, his lips nearly brushing against Xie Luo's trembling earlobe, murmuring in a chaotic whisper imbued with undeniable possession. "Clean it thoroughly. Now, reveal your true form. I must cleanse." "Reveal my true form? That is utterly shameful." Xie Luo seethed with indignation. "Absolutely not. Yes, you. It's impossible. Do you think I'd surrender so easily?" Xie calmly interjected, "If you disagree, I shall subject you to a false pregnancy. You must understand, it is because of your birth that I have a partner. Thus, under normal circumstances, where you have been by my side since your arrival, I would, in fact, impose upon you false pregnancies once or twice each year to satiate my excessive possessiveness. As a fragment of the key to the door, I have developed this hidden inclination, which had remained dormant until now, as I unconsciously endured it. Much like a key is unaware of the existence of a lock, it experiences a vague restlessness, sensing something amiss, until one day it discovers the lock and comprehends the agony of that restlessness. Moreover, I am your boyfriend, am I not, darling?" Upon hearing the term false pregnancy, Xie Luo's expression changed dramatically. "Fine. It is not impossible to yield. I suppose clinging to someone powerful comes at a cost, such as oneself. A typical individual might think, heavens, such behavior from a beloved is unacceptable. Yet for Xie Luo, it was, I can be the cherished one without any effort. What a delight. Furthermore, Xie was quite straightforward, indulging only in sweet kisses and embraces. Their affection remained pure. He himself felt a tinge of shyness. After all, aside from their non-human nature, they were akin to those endearing, clingy campus couples. Holding hands on the way to school, cuddling in the thicket, seizing every opportunity to date. Xie Luo even knitted a scarf for his partner. Despite the weather not being particularly cold, wearing a scarf seemed rather foolish. Nonetheless, Xie stubbornly wore it. Fortunately, when the school's disciplinarian roamed with a flashlight in search of couples, they had no need to hide, for their status as the top students afforded them certain privileges. Thus, Xie Luo exhibited a considerable tolerance towards Xie. He had always lacked principles and would abandon them entirely when there was something to gain. On the cold, desolate surface of the moon, a profound silence reigned. Michael's vast consciousness loomed like an invisible net, enveloping the silvery orb while extending downward toward the azure planet. His gaze had long since penetrated the physical boundaries, transforming into intangible probes that repeatedly scanned the Earth's rhythms. Suddenly, in an inconspicuous corner of the Earth, a breath emerged like a match striking in the darkness, faint yet piercingly clear within his perceptual network. It was familiar, yet obscured, leaving him unable to probe further. That fleeting essence vanished in an instant, as swift as an illusion, akin to a fragment of a dormant memory stirred by chance. His consciousness surged forth, locking onto that region, instantly enveloping, analyzing, and tracing back. Exultation. Michael's decree forcefully descended upon a specific point on the blue planet, one embedded within his divine consciousness. There were no pleasantries, no syllables beyond the command, only one phrase. I require the list of all individuals present at Linjiang today. Lin Xie, bewildered and clutching his blanket in the dead of night, sat up. Huh? God, do you believe I am so formidable that you can simply demand a list? Recently, The conversations between us have been more frequent than in the past few years. Have you fallen head over heels in love? Indeed, Lin Xie has surmised that Michael is in search of someone he cherishes. After all, goodness, this deity's voice softens by 2 degrees whenever that person is mentioned, and it is utterly free of restraint. Lin Xie mused this to himself, and after engaging in a perfunctory exchange with Michael, he messaged Xie Luo, 7 days and nights. Xie Luo, let me tell you, my boss is quite bothersome. He insists on a list of individuals who appeared in Linjiang at the dead of night. He is truly infatuated. 7 days and nights. Xie Luo, your new song is splendid. 7 days and nights. Xie Luo, are you asleep? Well then, good night. 7 days and nights. Xie Luo QAQ, why are you ignoring me? Are you truly asleep? 7 days and nights. In that case, I shall bid you good night. Michael will likely remain oblivious to the fact that both he and his agent are merely playing the role of sycophants. Moreover, a significant reason why he cannot find his beloved Moonlight is that his agent has inadvertently leaked information. Chapter 27. Human calculations pale in comparison to divine predictions. Lin Xie sent a message to Xie Luo, but there was no response for a long time. This was not due to Xie Luo's desire to disregard him, nor was it because he had succumbed to slumber. Xie Luo had always been adept at discerning the opportune moment, knowing that Lin Xie was the consciousness of the fifth universe. He would naturally cherish this connection. Despite Lin Xie's somewhat servile demeanor, it was in fact Xie Luo's proactive engagement that sustained it. Otherwise, given Lin Xie's character, how could he so easily extend a cold shoulder? The true reason for Xie Luo's silence was that he was currently engulfed in an emotional turmoil. It is not uncommon for deities to experience melancholic sentiments, especially considering that Xie Luo was merely a young god. If such behavior were to be observed in the human realm, certain actions of an Xingyu might elicit headshakes and sighs, prompting a swift judgment of 3 years probation. In a boundless night, Xie Luo gazed with his eyes, shimmering like countless stars, while his soft, immense umbrella appeared listless. 18 tentacles curled, clumsily wiping away non-existent tears, and his flotation sac was bloated, filled to capacity. One of the tentacles brushed against his computer and gently played a song titled Flying West on a Crane. The deep, melodious notes flowed forth. Life is fraught with too much anguish. I always yearn for blissful dreams. In my dreams, Kunlun hangs a rainbow, devoid of right and wrong, of good and evil. I have flown west on a crane now. Do not linger in thought any longer. Cross the bridge, and everything begins anew. Come now, it matters not. In this life I do not blame you. Xie Luo hummed along softly with the melody, his voice laced with a barely perceptible quiver. Enough, he murmured gently, his myriad eyes flickering faintly in the darkness. Regardless of why Michael had resolutely sought to end his life, it was all in the past now. Death was death, and he bore no grudge. In his heart, Michael was a rival, yet he had never truly believed that the other would genuinely strike him down. Xie Luo was a peculiar being, possessing an almost obsessive faith in time, firmly believing in the bonds that time nurtures. In that protracted divine dream, he had spent a full 17 years, equivalent to the length of his previous life. That period was not mere fragments to be casually discarded. Rather, it felt as though he had lived an entire life anew. Michael was not a trivial matter in Xie Luo's existence. While he indeed harbored disdain for Michael, that loathing was primarily directed at Michael's harshness towards him and Lucifer, rather than the person himself. For he had witnessed Michael's integrity and strength, and glimpsed the kindness and responsibility that resided within him. Ultimately, Xie Luo found it impossible to truly hate Michael. It is akin to a childhood companion, who may have a sharp tongue and often pick at your flaws, yet has never laid a hand on you nor committed any genuine harm. Would you ever come to hate such a person? Perhaps not in truth. You understand that they were simply born with such a disposition. Their words may be unkind, but their heart is not malicious. You do not genuinely harbor hatred toward him, nor should you ever believe that he truly wishes to take your life. Xie Luo distinctly sensed that Michael ought to show some leniency. At this moment, what lingered in his mind was merely a lingering, somewhat childish sense of grievance. However, despite this grievance, Xie Luo would never stoop to inquire of Michael why he was so merciless as to wish for the demise of both himself and Lucifer. Oof. What do you mean by that, Sister Ka? How could the jellyfish god possibly be the Rasi that His Majesty the Demon King is searching for? A young man looked at Sister Ka with some astonishment, unable to fathom why she had suddenly entertained such a peculiar notion. Indeed, it was common knowledge that both Michael and their Demon King were in search of someone named Rasi. Although the young man had not received the Demon King's favor, he was still a fervent devotee of Lucifer. Sister Ka, being a prominent figure within the circle of Lucifer's followers, naturally had many admirers. One such admirer had gravitated toward the jellyfish god, attempting to find an alternative path to faith. But now, Sister Ka actually claimed that the jellyfish god is Rasi. Sister Ka furrowed her brow slightly and asked, "Do you not believe me? Yet I possess evidence. Firstly, I discovered on a forum that the jellyfish god once sang a song. I purchased the recording for 500,000 and found that its rhythm closely resembles that of a hymn. Particularly, the young man, astonished, inquired, "A hymn? Isn't he a deity of the death domain? How could he sing a hymn? And especially what? Pray tell me." Sister Ka took a deep breath, her gaze sharp as a blade, and lowered her voice, particularly. The theme and melody of that song, its core elements bear a striking resemblance to the hymn Sanctus, which I suspect was sung in ancient Hebrew. I know this because I am an ardent fan of Lucifer and stumbled upon this song for Hidden Corner. But a deity of the death domain, under no circumstances, would concern themselves with such hymns, would they? The young man gasped, his face instantly paling. That does not necessarily indicate anything, does it? What if he simply has an unusual penchant? Sister Ka interrupted him, speaking even more rapidly, more crucially. I deduced that the jellyfish god appeared almost simultaneously with Michael and Lucifer beginning their search for Rasi. Do you not find that suspicious? The young man was bewildered, but what does this have to do with the Rasi that His Majesty the Demon King is seeking? Moreover, the Demon Queen. Rasi is an angel. The jellyfish god, images of that vast, soft umbrella and the countless starry eyes filled his mind, making it impossible to connect them with the sacred and majestic nature of an angel. This is my second piece of evidence, power. Sister Ka's voice bore an insightful chill. As once angels, both Lucifer and Michael had now ascended to godhood. If Rasi were to be resurrected, what do you think his power would be? A god. What else could it be? The young man's pupils trembled. Indeed, upon deeper reflection, the thought is chilling, and even a cursory consideration is unsettling. No, Sister Ka, you are even more terrifying. Sister Ka spoke rapidly. Do not remain dazed here. The matter of utmost importance now is to establish contact with His Majesty the Demon King. Regardless of whether she is the goddess of jellyfish, a report must be submitted to the higher authorities. It is imperative that the followers of Michael do not get the upper hand, all while keeping the goddess of jellyfish in the dark. Damn it. Why can't I locate our divine agent? I attempted to pray to Lucifer, but perhaps the goddess of jellyfish has orchestrated something, for His Highness did not heed my supplications. Go find them. Seek the devout followers of the Demon King, particularly those with no ties to the goddess of jellyfish. Little Jiaxiu is formidable, yet ultimately, human calculations cannot surpass divine foresight. The moon hung in silence, devoid of sound. Michael's fingertips trembled as he perused the list provided by Lin Xie. Each name offered by Lin Xie glided past him, imbued with the essence of worldly life, yet failing to stir even the slightest ripple within his heart, until suddenly his fingers halted abruptly. It was as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning, leaving Michael frozen in place. A corner of that list, too close to the radiant belt entwined around his waist, bore two characters that softly glimmered. Their gentle luminosity, set against the cold lunar landscape, appeared painfully bright, searing his eyes like a brand. Xie Luo, student of Songnan. Time stood still at that moment. Michael. Who? Who do you say it is? Am I seeing things? Michael. Michael tried once more, and the radiance flared anew. Instantly, an uncontrollable tremor surged from his fingertips, spreading throughout his entire being, leaving him utterly bewildered. This name, this one quietly resting on the list, favored by Rasi's holy light. the name he cherished in the softest recesses of his heart, as gentle as the full moon, yet etched deeply in memory. My white moonlight. Yes, that little beagle dog follower? Impossible, absolutely impossible. At times, I even muted him just to avoid his incessant chatter. Michael remained silent for a full minute, finally whispering, "Well, it's not entirely unfeasible. He merely happens to be a bit noisy in this lifetime. What of it?" And at that moment, Xie Luo, finally noticing the message on his phone. "Oh no, why on earth am I being so emo?" Chapter 28. Is Michael truly Michael? In the fleeting moment upon realizing the potential exposure, the singular thought racing through Xie Luo's mind was, flee, escape immediately. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, it was not merely a sound, but rather a grand and overwhelming sense of presence that crushed everything in its path. A radiant pillar of holy light, without warning, surged down from the rifts in the very fabric of space surrounding him. This was not the gentle luminescence from the moon. It resembled the very tearing of space itself, spilling forth the most resplendent and magnificent dawn. The light enveloped Xie Luo entirely, warm and heavy, imbued with an undeniable divine pressure. Xie Luo froze. He was being drawn into an independent realm. Instinctively, he raised his gaze, his pupils contracting in shock. Within the folds of space, 6 colossal, pure white wings, large enough to obscure the stars and moon, unfurled like ancient clouds stretching across the sky. At the core of these wings was the figure that sent tremors through his very soul, Michael's projection. Michael could not descend to Earth in his true form. He could only pull Xie Luo into this special space and project his ethereal image. Yet the Michael before him was vastly different from the tempestuous, ill-tempered figure of his childhood memories, now a figure of majesty, coldness, and sternness who had once chastised him for being too noisy. The gaze of the seraphim, he dared not meet it. Michael's form was contorting in a nearly clumsy manner, drawing inward with great effort. Those 6 pure white wings, which should have exuded supreme authority, now served as the most perfect barrier. They wrapped around Michael's body, particularly his face, with a careful urgency, layer upon layer, sealing him within. Only a vast, sacred cocoon, radiating a gentle, warm light, remained suspended in the holy glow. From the crevice at the top of the cocoon, a few stubborn strands of golden hair could just be glimpsed, cascading down like flowing light. There were no words, no proclamations, no accusations. A profound silence enveloped the space. Only the subtle hum of the flowing holy light and the thunderous beating of Xie Luo's heart echoed within his chest. This extreme contrast left Xie Luo utterly bewildered. Flee? In the mortal realm of the divine, where could he escape from Michael? As a mere minor deity of the K-series, how could he possibly stand against the archangel? Moreover, observing the fluffy ball above him, who dared not even glance his way, choosing instead to cocoon himself, did he even need to run? The fear of being slain still lingered, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of absurdity and an oddly tantalizing familiarity. This ostrich-like posture, this silent self-concealment, why did it seem a bit endearingly foolish? This thought surged uncontrollably in Xie Luo's mind, only to be submerged by a greater confusion. Michael, what exactly do you intend to do? As his thoughts spiraled into chaos, an overwhelmingly warm and divine force enveloped him, infused with resplendent golden holy light. This force, imbued with an irresistible, gentle authority, surged into Xie Luo's body without warning, without regard for his capacity to respond, let alone to refuse. It was as if the most imperious of sovereigns had unceremoniously bestowed upon him a supreme gift, the mortal realm. To Xie Luo's astonishment, Michael had directly implanted one of his most fundamental powers within his very soul. Wait, did this being not remember that he had come to thwart the invasion of the clay gods upon Earth? What was this? Our commander defecting first? No. Xie Luo suddenly recalled his disguise as a variable, still perfectly embodying human form. Michael likely remained unaware of his true identity. He chuckled to himself. Within the radiance, Xie Luo felt as though his soul had been ignited by the purest dawn. The power flowed gently into him, formidable yet delicately restrained, as if fearing that even the slightest impact might harm his fragile human essence. How considerate! In theory, Michael could not have multiple divine agents. Yet Xie Luo was an anomaly. He had traversed time and space to become an angel, his essence of power stemming from the same source as Michael's. Thus, this exceedingly precious supreme authority, the mortal realm, was seamlessly accepted by him. Michael found no surprise in this. In his eyes, Xie Luo was the reincarnation of Rasi, who had never been weak, making the acceptance of the mortal realm seem entirely natural. However, all this transpired beneath the stubborn silence of the cocoon of feathers radiating gentle holy light. It remained utterly still, as if resolutely determined to uphold the timid demeanor of this reclusive angel, bathed in the divine light that warmed his very soul. Xie Luo felt the power of the mortal realm within him. He gazed at the seraphim above him, who dared only to present its feathers in his direction, cocooned like an oversized, glowing ball of yarn. Escape? That notion had long since dissipated. All that remained was bewilderment and an increasingly clear, absurd yet strangely reasonable thought. Could it be that Michael was feeling shy? A sense of trepidation upon nearing home. As if to affirm his conjecture, a pure white feather, edged with soft golden light, fluttered free, as if released by the gentle caress of the wind. It twirled and drifted silently from the tight seams of the cocoon, landing softly in the palm of Xie Luo's hand, akin to a silent sigh. This being could truly be shy? Once this thought took root, it spread like wild grass. Xie Luo lowered his gaze to the golden glowing feather resting in his palm. It felt warm to the touch, imbued with an astonishing softness and a sense of purity. He lifted his eyes, focusing on a particularly docile feather on the outermost layer of the vast cocoon above him, one that was relatively close. A wild idea suddenly surged forth. Xie Luo cautiously and tentatively extended his finger, gently prodding. The tip of his finger brushed against a feather, its soft and warm texture exceeding all expectations, as if he had touched the finest wisp of cloud. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, the feather, along with several surrounding plumes, trembled violently. It was not a defensive contraction, but rather akin to being scalded, curling inward in surprise. The entire massive cocoon of wings visibly shook, and the figure enveloped within seemed to draw even closer. Xie Luo could still feel the lingering warmth on his fingertip. He had touched Lucifer's feathers, but Michael's felt distinctly warmer. Suddenly, more feathers, seemingly startled, fluttered down in a flurry from the abruptly constricting seams of the wings. They twirled and cascaded like a snowfall of pure white interspersed with golden glimmers. Silently, they descended upon Xie Luo, with a few playfully brushing against his cheeks and shoulders. Xie Luo, help me. What is my adversary doing? Are you intending to smother me with feathers? To crush me? A heavy silence enveloped him. His heart raced, and his fingers froze mid-air. Had he gone too far? Had he just poked Michael's wings? Was there a difference between this and a thief dancing before a policeman? A voice emerged from the layers of the enormous cocoon of feathers. Do not touch without permission. Why are you so annoying? The reprimand was meant to be icy and authoritative. Yet, at this moment, it sounded muffled and harmless, reminiscent of Michael's childhood anger when Xie Luo provoked him. Xie Luo blinked, gazing at the massive cocoon. The tension from his earlier poke dissipated significantly. He even felt an uncontrollable urge to smile at the corners of his mouth. Clearing his throat, he decided to respond now the other party had spoken. Moreover, it seemed there was no real anger, and his audacity returned. Xie Luo's voice carried an unexpected lightness. Am I bothersome? Great Michael, you have wrapped yourself up so tightly that you dare not even glance at me, and yet you have bestowed upon me the mortal realm. What does this signify? He paused deliberately, as if recalling something from ages past, teasingly adding, Miker? Surely, you're not apologizing to me. This name was far more familiar to Xie Luo. Boom! As soon as the words left his lips, the entire cocoon rose abruptly in height. The outermost layers, which had been striving to maintain an elegant and poised demeanor, were now completely thrown into disarray. Who permitted you to utter that name? Michael's voice shifted entirely, suddenly soaring in pitch. It brimmed with disbelief, embarrassment, and sheer panic, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The sound pierced through the thick barrier of feathers, sharp enough to nearly crack. He feared that Xie Luo would realize that his name change was tied to the white moonlight Michael in Xie Luo's heart. The enormous wings suddenly unfurled, flailing in a frantic attempt to fold back, stirring the sacred radiance, causing the light and shadows to oscillate violently, with feathers cascading down in greater urgency. It was then that Xie Luo caught sight of something nestled against the inner side of the vast wings, seemingly trying to embed itself within the feathers. An ear tip, distinctly tinged with an abnormal crimson hue. This splash of red stood out starkly against the dazzlingly white feathers. Xie Luo's myriad of tiny eyes widened in astonishment. An ear tip? Red? Michael, the seraph, you are blushing? Wasn't it you who wore the expression of "I am the greatest" since childhood? Didn't you always manage to conceal your emotions, even in anger? At that moment, all notions of the mortal realm and divine domain were cast aside by Xie Luo. The sheer force of the revelation rendered his mind a blank slate, with only that blood-red ear tip embedded in the feathers looping infinitely in his thoughts. He parted his lips, rendered speechless, as if sensing that stunned gaze. The crimson hue deepened and spread at a visible pace, igniting from the ear tip to engulf the entire ear. The exposed wings recoiled as if scalded, retracting inward in a flash, sealing shut with a swiftness that left only an afterimage. Immediately after, a muffled voice emerged from within the feathers, trembling with indignation and embarrassment. The mortal realm is yours. It's yours, I'm leaving. No sooner had the words left his lips than the column of holy light enveloping Xie Luo abruptly contracted. The warm, heavy pressure vanished instantaneously. Xie Luo felt himself gently propelled, ejected from that isolated sacred space. As the light and shadows flickered, his vision cleared in an instant. He found himself standing at the threshold of his home once more. The power of the mortal realm confirmed that this was indeed not a dream. Instinctively, Xie Luo opened his palm, finding not just one feather, but several resting quietly within. There was the original intact feather that had fallen, along with smaller fragments that had later drifted down, their edges adorned with fine down. They glimmered with a soft golden light, their touch warm and smooth, emanating a pure warmth that instilled a sense of tranquility. Xie Luo mused that they were quite beautiful. Perhaps he would fashion them into a pendant to wear, and he must take care to conceal it from Qingyu. He gazed down at the feathers lying in his palm. After a long moment, he slowly lifted his other hand, fingertips gliding gently over the smooth surface of the feathers, as if he could still feel the peculiar sensation of his finger prodding the wing moments ago. He ran away. Xie Luo's voice was light as a feather. Shy. Truly ran away? Then, unable to contain himself any longer, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards, culminating in a barely audible yet deeply meaningful chuckle, filled with the relief of survival and newfound clarity. Huffed. Huh. You've truly grown. Yes, even if Michael tries to disguise it. Xie Luo has come to realize one undeniable truth. Michael was not always called Michael. He simply desired to be Michael, and thus took upon that name. In this instance, I aspire to become the radiant moonlight for my cherished beloved, yet it appears that I am, in fact, the moonlight for my own beloved. Xie Luo shook his head in exasperation, pondering how Michaela would react if he were to realize his true identity as Michaela. If he had a tail, it would surely be soaring high towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, who was participating in training, sensed something amiss and sat up in bewilderment. Another divine incarnation of Michaela? Oh my lord, what have I done wrong this time? Am I truly a wretched person? Why must I not only be a hopeless romantic, but also have these nocturnal fits? Years later, Lin Xie would lament, "Oh no, the beauty trap. That nefarious deity of the K lineage has resorted to such insidious tactics." Yet, the deities of the K lineage retorted, "Are you all out of your minds? The gods on your side shout incessantly about wives, babies, and their one true love while attempting to seize our new deity. And yet, you accuse us of being malicious? How utterly tiresome. Furthermore, is she truly your wife that you must call out for her? Xie Luo, unable to find rest, opted instead to listen to music. 18 tendrils swayed in harmony as he sang. When I was a child, I was your little puppy. Could you not make me wait too long? Though I can only accompany you for a handful of years, my wish is to outlive you, for in doing so, you shall never lose your little puppy. Chapter 29. The mortal wounds the divine, yet the nephew resembles the uncle. Xie Luo squinted at his phone, which had been incessantly buzzing since the early hours of the morning. He was utterly oblivious to who might be on the other end of this harassing call. Were it not for the incessant ringing that had frayed his nerves, he would have never answered. With his head bowed, Xie Luo remained silent, lost in a daze. The screen displayed an unforgettable contact name, Mother Dearest. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. Trembling, he pressed the answer button and slowly brought the phone to his ear, his voice dry as sandpaper. Hello. On the other end, a voice that resonated deeply within him, familiar to the marrow yet accompanied by a hint of static, emerged with warmth. Hello? Baby, why did it take you so long to answer? The signal seems a bit off. Crackle. Xie Luo froze on the bed, his mouth involuntarily agape, uttering a disbelieving, absurd single syllable. Mom? Unperturbed by her son's peculiar reaction, his mother continued her habitual chatter. Hallelujah. Oh, it's me. How are you over there? Have you eaten? Make sure to dress warmly in this cold weather. Oh dear. Xie Luo pinched the inner thigh of his leg with force, the sharp pain confirming that this was no illusion. His throat tightened, and with a voice tinged with near despair, he interrupted her incessant prattle. Mom, please, wait. That's not the point. Taking a deep breath, he nearly shouted the question that sent tremors through his very soul. How? How did you manage to call me? I'm not supposed to be here. I've transmigrated into a book. I'm not supposed to be in this realm. There was a pause on the other end as his mother seemed to finally grasp the gravity of his distress. Instead of addressing his question, she responded with a tone of confusion, tinged with a hint of incredulity. Huh? ISNT crossing over quite normal? Your uncle did it several times back in the day. Crackle. Hello? Baby? Is the signal bad again? Can you hear me? Xie Luo sighed in exasperation, rubbing his temples. Mom, can you let my uncle speak to me? I'm currently a Cthulhu deity. A silence fell for a few seconds, interrupted only by the crackling static. Then he heard his mother muttering softly. Brother, come over quickly. Your eldest nephew is looking for you, claiming he has become a Cthulhu deity. This child, why must he mimic you? After a rustle of noises, a slightly hoarse voice, laced with a carefree tone, replaced his mother-s. Hello? Little treasure, wow. You've achieved something. A Cthulhu type? How's the tentacle development coming along? Send me a message later, and I'll see if you need anything to boost your strength. His uncle's voice bore the casual warmth of a relative checking in on a child's academic performance. And Xie Luo felt as if he were on the brink of madness. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the instinctive urge to crush his phone into dust. Uncle, that's not the focus. Xie Luo's voice struggled to maintain composure, emphasizing, I am currently in the world of Godslayer. It's truly real. Mom, and you? How did you know I was here? And you even called? Is this normal? TSK, his uncle on the other end of the line, clicked his tongue, his tone as casual as discussing the freshness of fish at the market downstairs. What is there to be nervous about? It's just a book. No need for such fuss. Our family ISNT human. Did you just realize that? Your mother is a high-ranking seraph. Your father is the Buddha of the West. Your grandmother is a millennial-old ghost king. Your grandfather is half man, half god, and I am a deity of the case system, and so forth. Even our turtle and little loach at home are manifestations of Xuanwu. His uncle paused, his tone laced with genuine pride and a hint of schadenfreude. But I didn't expect you to awaken in our case system. Good boy. You take after your uncle. I'll send you some materials later, such as 18 methods to enhance tentacle resilience with abyssal giant squid sashimi, how to grow a more perfect sack, and a human deception manual, etc. Xie Luo glanced down at the uncontrollably sprouting pink appendages, mind racing in disbelief. What on earth is happening? No, uncle. His voice cracked, teetering on the brink of despair, almost shouting. The key point. How could you call in here? This is the world of God's Slayer. How did you manage to get through? There was a brief silence on the other end, and his uncle seemed to pull the phone away slightly, shouting to someone nearby, "Sis, little Bao is asking how he got it." Oh. He leaned closer to the microphone, his tone becoming slightly impatient, as if explaining why 1 + 1 = 2. TSK, why do you overthink things? Your mother missed you. So she sought out a god from another world, used his holy pool. Your grandmother found a river of the underworld as a relay station, and your grandfather contributed some divine power. Oh, and I casually tapped into your aunt's divine power as well. She is also a deity of the K system. See? It all connected easily. Xie Luo. He imagined the scene. His holy mother, his solemn father, mixed with his uncle, who had those indescribable tentacles. Is this reasonable? Is this even scientific? He had entered a book only to discover his entire family were hidden powerhouses. Following the overwhelming influx of information, an indescribable weariness and profound sense of helplessness engulfed Xie Luo. He felt like a deflated balloon, collapsing onto the bed piled with tentacles. Uncle. Xie Luo's voice was as exhausted as if he had just run a marathon. I understand now. Our family. Impressive. Very impressive. He paused, summoning the last of his strength to voice his complaint. So, it turns out I spent 20 years on Earth, surrounded by gods, monsters, angels, and Buddhas, pretending to be an ordinary person and enjoying it immensely? Ah, that was to ensure you had a normal childhood. His uncle's voice brimmed with a sense of pride, as if to say, we had your best interests at heart. Integrating into society and experiencing life. How wonderful. Look at yourself now. You've successfully ascended to greatness. This indicates that our family's educational approach is indeed effective. Xie Luo was so exhausted that he couldn't even muster the strength to roll his eyes. Well, all right then. By the way, Uncle, I found a partner here. So please tell my mother to cease her marriage pressures. Uncle chuckled, not letting Xie Luo off the hook. It's wonderful that you found a wife. Ahem, when might we expect grandchildren? Your mother is eager to cradle a little angel. When will you find an angel to bear one? Although our family is rather complicated and may not produce angels, the likelihood increases if you choose a partner with angelic qualities. Oh dear, I actually think having a little creature from the Cthulhu mythos will be delightful. I adore children with numerous suckers. They are simply adorable. Who could possibly understand? Moreover, our Cthulhu deities possess exceptional abilities. By the way, is your girlfriend human? If she is not, be cautious. Humans are quite fragile. Xie Luo? With an expressionless face, he ended the call. Uncle, you may not be aware, but I do not have a girlfriend. Instead, I have a boyfriend. Indeed, I'm playing the role of someone else's spouse. Furthermore, the pressure has shifted from finding a partner to the urgency of procreation, hasn't it? And, Grandma, you mentioned attracting spirits. I assumed you had been haunted since childhood, and my heart ached for you. It turns out you are a ghost king. Uncle, I thought you were merely indulging in delusions, incessantly lamenting about disobedient followers and spouting peculiarities, but it appears you genuinely have acolytes. Aunt, when I first met you, I believed you to be a pure and gentle girl, only to discover you are a deity of the Cthulhu mythos. Mother, I wondered why you had such a penchant for purchasing feather ornaments. Turns out, those are your own feathers? I've been contemplating the apparent high degree of religious freedom in our household, only to find out that it indeed leads to conflicts. It seems the best means to prevent war is for everyone to possess a nuclear bomb. Since no one desires death, they must sit down and converse amiably. The most effective method for familial harmony, high quality among family members, average extraordinary combat prowess. Chapter 30. The Night Watchman with all meals provided on Michael's side. The discovery of the white moonlight brought forth a wave of jubilation, yet Xingyu found himself uncharacteristically enveloped in melancholy. He had never anticipated that one day he would be troubled by the burdens of caring for a partner. Leaning against the doorframe, strands of his dark hair cascaded down, partially obscuring his face. The edge of the doorframe pressed against his back, the faint chill seeping through the thin fabric of his clothing, failing to quell the sudden surge of sticky agitation that swelled within his heart. At the end of his line of sight was Xie Luo, the ebony-haired youth curled up beside the dining table, his chin lazily resting on the cold, white surface of a chair that was far too large for him, radiating an air of cool detachment and rebelliousness. Little fish, Xie Luo's voice drifted through the air, lingering in a drawn-out manner. "I really want something to eat," he mumbled, lifting a hand to idly rub his slightly protruding belly, his fingertips sinking slightly through the thin fabric. "I'm hungry," he hummed again, the sound of his clear voice brushing against Xingyu's eardrums in the overly quiet room. A surge of unnamed frustration ignited within him, and Xingyu straightened abruptly, striding toward the refrigerator. His footsteps felt sluggish, as if he were wading through some viscous, invisible substance with each movement. The metallic handle of the fridge was chilling to the bone. The moment his hand made contact, the icy sensation surged through his fingertips like an electric jolt, and Xingyu's fingers tightened suddenly, his knuckles paling from the exertion. Irritation crawled up his spine like a swarm of tiny, barbed worms, gnawing away at his dwindling patience. With a swift motion, he yanked open the freezer door, a rush of cool air enveloping him. It was empty, and Xingyu's gaze fixated on the barren interior, the darkness in his eyes solidifying, akin to a frozen abyss. He spoke softly, "Xie Luo, have I not told you that you cannot consume too much at once no matter how desperately you crave it? If you absorb too much power now, you will become addicted." At the mention of his name, Xie Luo finally stirred, slowly lifting his head from the table. His misty black eyes met Xingyu's, devoid of any guilt for being caught in the act of indulgence. Instead, they held an innocent bewilderment. His lips parted slightly, tinged with a vulnerable pink, a testament to the hunger that tormented him. "Is that so? I don't remember, but I'm really too hungry." The words flowed into Xingyu's ears like a soft, innocent plea, imbued with a natural dependency, yet resembling a poison hook that ensnared his taut nerves. "Feed me something," Xie Luo repeated, and Xingyu turned abruptly on his heel. He walked back step by step, ultimately pausing beside the dining table, towering over Xie Luo, who was nestled in the oversized chair. The boy's face was buried in the crook of his arm, revealing only a hint of soft black hair and a small section of the nape of his neck. His shoulders trembled slightly, reminiscent of a newly born creature, shivering from hunger. Who would have imagined that this individual had consumed 14 mysterious beings in 3 days? The secrets of Cangnan had nearly been exhausted, and the surrounding seafood markets had been stripped bare. Xie Luo alone had devoured over 100 black fish. Xingyu's fingers, hanging by his side, twitched spasmodically, igniting a nameless fury within him. Raising his gaze, he noticed Xie Luo's body stiffening momentarily, seemingly instinctively attempting to withdraw further, yet ultimately, he slowly lifted his face. Those misty, dark eyes were veiled with a glistening sheen, gazing back with a hunger that demanded satiation, accompanied by a subtle, almost imperceptible cunning. A thin fissure cracked open the icy veneer in Xingyu's eyes, revealing the seething magma beneath. He leaned closer, scrutinizing Xie Luo with a ferocity that bordered on predatory. Suddenly, his hand shot out with an irresistible force, gripping Xie Luo's jawline. The youth's cheek was soft and warm, yet the bone structure was distinctly prominent, yielding slightly under Xingyu's frigid fingertips. Xie Luo instinctively struggled, a muffled whimper escaping his throat. However, when his misty, dark eyes met the unfathomable depths of Xingyu's gaze, the struggle weakened, leaving only a deeper attachment and yearning, enveloping him in a silent plea. Xingyu's eyes fixated on Xie Luo's reluctantly parted lips. His gaze swept over the soft, pitifully pink mouth, finally honing in on the 2 rows of neatly aligned teeth. They appeared pristine and harmless, almost excessively refined. Yet, as Xingyu stared at them, his gaze sharpened like a blade. He traced his fingers along Xie Luo's teeth, realizing they were not the dull canines typical of humanity. His fingertip pressed against the sharp apex, repeatedly grinding against it, distinctly perceiving the acute angles, rather than mere teeth. They resembled miniature bone blades hidden within flesh, growing alarmingly fast, having not been present just days prior. Xingyu's pupils abruptly constricted, his grip on Xie Luo's jaw tightening with a sudden surge of repressed fury. Xie Luo, how much have you consumed? Surely, you have feasted beyond what I provided. Do you not realize that indulging to this extent will harm you? Tell me, what is this? His fingertip pressed forcefully against the unusually sharp canine, applying pressure as if to shatter it. Speak. His voice deepened, laced with a suppressed peril. When did these emerge? Such excess has led to the growth of additional teeth. Look at me, like a fool, worrying and frantically seeking food for you, only for you to nearly burst from your indulgence. Do you find this amusing? Forced to tilt his head back, Xie Luo winced painfully as his chin was pinched. Anqing Yu's pressure on the teeth was considerable, the subtle sting of friction causing discomfort that drew Xie Luo's brows together. A muffled grunt escaped his throat, physiological tears quickly welling in his eyes, obscuring Anqing Yu's face. He attempted to shake his head, but his jaw remained firmly restrained, immovable. The fury in Anqing Yu's eyes shattered any lingering innocence in Xie Luo's gaze, revealing a flicker of genuine panic. Ugh! Broken syllables spilled from his lips, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. Hungry, darling. Desire overwhelmingly eclipsed the pain and the grievances of reprimand. Do you not realize how perilous this is? The teeth have emerged. Do you not feel the pain? Are you not afraid of it? Enkinju's voice bore a peculiar rasp. The previous ferocity drained away, leaving only an inescapable heaviness. The fingers that restrained Xie Luo's chin relaxed subtly, instinctively caressing the supple skin of the youth's jaw. Xie Luo keenly detected this slight loosening. Almost desperately, he bit down harder on the finger, imploring, "Give me something to eat. Your wrist will suffice. Anything else will do. The gland could be marked too, at that little cross just above the stomach pouch. Are you perhaps past your nesting period? You haven't fed me at all." Tears mingled with saliva, dampening Enkinju's fingers and moistening his lips, lending him a pitiful appearance. Those misty eyes locked onto Enkinju's, and the dam of rationality he had constructed began to crumble under the gaze of such hollow yearning. "Very well, I shall feed you first. Tonight I will mark you." Enkinju heard his own voice declare. This was all Xie Luo's demand, not his own intention. Enkinju withdrew his fingers, and Xie Luo whimpered, instinctively leaning forward, yearning to reach out. Enkinju did not look at him. He merely raised his right arm with an expressionless demeanor. His long fingers rested upon his left shoulder, near the collarbone, taut and pale with exertion. The skin there quivered slightly, something beneath it writhing restlessly. In the next moment, the air emitted a barely perceptible tearing sound. A shadow abruptly pierced through the flesh of his left shoulder. At the instant this presence manifested, Xie Luo, curled in his chair, suddenly tensed as if electrified. He gasped sharply, his dark eyes igniting with a startling brilliance, akin to a famished wolf finally locking onto a readily available, succulent prey. "I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat well." Xie Luo's body leaned slightly forward as if poised to pounce and devour. Enkinju's gaze fell upon the torn flesh of his shoulder, the skin splitting open, sending sharp, icy pangs radiating through his limbs. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only a profound, almost deathly calm remained in his gaze. He extended his left hand, firmly grasping the joyful wrist that had just emerged from his torn body. Enkinju's palm remained steady, his knuckles whitening with pressure. He silently observed Xie Luo, who could no longer contain himself, tilting his face upward, fixated on the writhing shadow, his mouth slightly agape, revealing two exceptionally sharp canine teeth. His gaze was pure and fervent, stripped bare to the raw desire for sustenance. Enkinju murmured, "This is the last time. I shall certainly impose fasting on you tomorrow. If this continues, the little jellyfish will not only grow plump, but explode as well." The new deity's limb, consumed by the indescribable key to the gate, radiated an inhuman tenderness. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Xie Luo languidly reclined upon Anqing Yu, a sense of melancholy enveloping him as he lamented, "Little fish, why must the Kashi deities invade Earth? While I understand it is for the sake of energy plunder, could we not aspire to a semblance of shared prosperity? I am but a juvenile form. If only each Kashi deity could offer me a morsel." Yu nestled against his chest, retorting, "Your thoughts are rather fanciful," and refrained from uttering such madness. "You are my wife. It is only I who would nourish you with my essence. Who else would do such a thing?" Instinctively, Xie Luo thought to counter, "That is simply untrue. That is far too generous. Even Michael has bestowed his essence upon me. And who knows what more may come in the future." He swallowed these words, suddenly struck by a peculiar notion. "Yu, let us become night watchmen. I have heard they provide meals and generous salaries." Yu paused, her brow slightly raised. "Meals included?" Xie Luo nodded emphatically. "Indeed. Their missions involve capturing the mysterious, which essentially means meals are provided, right? Just admit it, meals included. Perhaps we might even dine with the gods." Chapter 31. I am quite inept upon hearing Xie Luo's words. And Yu gently caressed his face and remarked, "The night watchmen are currently undergoing rigorous training in Songnan. Are you prepared to rise at 4 in the morning for such training?" Xie Luo echoed, "For a clock?" His voice escalated in pitch. "At 4 in the morning. This is not training. It's a humane obliteration. Even cattle and horses have time for a nap. If I were to join the night watchmen, what would become of my precious sleep, my afternoons that gleam like gold, those cherished hours spent in tender embraces with my partner, and my 2 hours of devotion to the gods? All gone? For just a morsel of food, am I to rise at such an ungodly hour? I could simply charm a deity for some strength." Typically, Xie Luo would not arrive at school until 3 in the afternoon. "Look," he said, "arriving at school at 3 aligns perfectly with an artist's schedule. It allows me to evade the morning rush and the cafeteria stampede. As for evening classes, what are those? You must adhere to the Ministry of Education's regulations. The ministry mandates that classes run until 6 o'clock. This is the highest tribute to life and creative freedom." Moreover, Xie Luo had long achieved financial independence. While he was somewhat avaricious, he was not destitute, and his academic qualifications had become irrelevant to him. Of course, and Yu also had no intention of attending, his rationale being, "I have been guaranteed admission, my energy should be devoted to more significant pursuits, and I must have time for dating." Observing the profound indignation etched on Xie Luo's face, which seemed to scream that rising at 4 was akin to a death sentence, and Yu sighed in resignation. "So, are you still considering becoming a night watchman?" Xie Luo immediately shook his head, exclaiming, "Not a chance. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I would rather be confined to a small dark room for breeding than rise at 4 in the morning. At least Yu would allow me to wake naturally." Witnessing Xie Luo's defiant demeanor, especially upon hearing the notion of being bred in a small dark room, a faint smile curled at the corners of Yu's lips. He said nothing but sat up while holding Xie Luo close. "What are you doing?" Xie Luo asked, instinctively drawing back like a cat sensing a predator. And Yu did not respond to his question. Instead, he raised his hand, his slender fingers unexpectedly pressing against the upper left side of Xie Luo's abdomen. Xie Luo felt a jolt run through him. "What the?" And Yu, before he could fully articulate his protest, a sudden, cool sensation silenced him. Xie Luo froze instantly. The sensation was peculiar. He instinctively tried to break free, but found Yu's fingers gripping his waist, rendering him immobile. Seconds stretched into what felt like minutes. And Yu's hand remained firmly on his waist, the warm, humid touch sending shivers down Xie Luo's spine, igniting an inexplicable itch at his coccyx. "Are you done yet?" Xie Luo urged. And Yu teased, "I am done, but are you not a jellyfish? Why do you not possess a higher water content?" Xie Luo, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Your words imply a challenge to my capabilities," he retorted. "A man, of course, cannot admit to inadequacy." He immediately retorted, "Who said that? I have plenty of water. Duong duong." And Qing's eyes darkened slightly as she smiled. "Oh, really? You have a lot of water?" Xie Luo, in his innocence, replied, "Yes, I have an abundance of water. Among the Kashi gods, I must be the one with the most water." The reviewer scrutinized. "A college student, huh? Is it not permissible for college students to engage in romantic relationships?" Chapter 32. Lucifer. A few days later, Sister Ka contemplated informing Lucifer that the jellyfish god might be the Rosie he was searching for. However, she found herself unable to reach any of Lucifer's high-ranking devotees, those capable of conversing with him. Alas, Lucifer himself remained trapped beneath a North American volcano, requiring some time before he could emerge. This predicament was not due to his inadequacy. After all, he had once been the radiant morning star, the vice lord of heaven, and a former archangel. Yet, following the death of Xie Luo, Lucifer endured both physical and emotional wounds, suffering for centuries. In his desperate attempts to forge the gates of hell and resurrect Xie Luo, all in vain, he resorted to a frenzied assault on heaven. Unexpectedly, Michael, burdened with guilt over Xie Luo's demise, developed a deep-seated hatred for Lucifer. He believed that if Lucifer had not been so arrogant and had been willing to humble himself before God, those tragic events would never have transpired. During Lucifer's melancholic centuries, Michael's power surged. At that juncture, God sought to maintain a balance between light and darkness, ensuring the latter did not grow overly formidable. Thus, he bestowed strength upon Michael, elevating his might to a level akin to 1/3 of God's own. The angelic legions of heaven were inherently powerful and meticulously trained. How could the demons and malevolent beings of hell prevail against them? Even if Lucifer himself possessed great strength, it proved futile against his inept allies, ultimately leading to hell's dismal defeat. Severely injured, Lucifer lay ensnared beneath the North American volcano, biding his time for a chance to escape. Yet, Michael did not fare any better. Lucifer, a celestial prodigy, had been remarkably proud, yet he lost his most beloved in the prime of his existence, akin to a swift and brutal execution. This loss not only precipitated his fall from grace and turned his hair white overnight, but also unleashed the darker aspects of his soul. The chains of the 7 virtues succumbed to the 7 deadly sins. Chastity transformed into lust, temperance into gluttony, generosity into greed, diligence into sloth, kindness into wrath, humility into pride, and tolerance into envy. In other words, Lucifer embodied a sentiment akin to, "My wife is dead, I shall no longer pretend. Let the world burn if it must." Conversely, Michael suffered a slow and painful unraveling. Proud, yet oblivious, he struggled to acknowledge his own affections, even as he inadvertently took a life. Initially, he failed to comprehend the gravity of his actions. It was not until many lifetimes later, during his reincarnations on Earth, that he came to a harrowing realization. Who did I kill? Who did I kill? Who did I kill? Michael's demeanor grew increasingly icy, devoid of warmth, transforming him into a solemn and just archangel, far removed from the vibrant and somewhat arrogant little angel remembered by others. His name change was less a matter of personal whim than an act of jealousy, a manifestation of his own insecurities. He wished to deceive himself. He loved that Michael. Well, I am now Michael, and he loves me. God did not remain silent regarding this name change. He certainly opposed it. In the beginning, God was quite aware that the angel named Xie was not truly a celestial being of heaven, but rather a deity in his own right. Hesitant to act, God found himself in a predicament. After all, he had only recently descended to the mortal realm and was uncertain of his capacity to become a genuine creator god. The faith of humanity was still nascent, insufficiently potent to confront another deity. Thus, God chose to turn a blind eye, intending to subtly leverage the situation with Xie Luo to advance his grand endeavor of balancing light and darkness. However, to his astonishment, while the balance was maintained, that deity had escaped. Yes, upon reflection, God found this rather absurd. Although the deity had fled, 2 angels had completely lost their minds. One, upon entering hell, was either wallowing in despair or constructing a demonic palace, behaving like a jilted lover. The other angel was not faring much better, with red-rimmed eyes expressing a desire to adopt the name of that deity, pleading for God's approval. Such sycophantic behavior left God bewildered. After all, he was a deity of dignity and did not wish to be perceived as a heaven filled with love-struck beings, and thus felt compelled to intervene. Yet, Michael exhibited a stubborn resolve, declaring his intent to change his name, unabashedly embracing the role of a sycophant. Do you not realize how many are eager to serve him? Even Lucifer longs to be in that position. Now that he is gone, we find ourselves unable to fulfill that desire. God sighed, perplexed by their antics. as his focus lay on more substantial matters. This was a tale of yore, momentarily set aside. Meanwhile, the most significant undercover agent, Card Sister, after days of fruitless searching, finally discovered a lead. Accompanied by a young man, they swiftly traversed a street. They navigated through several secluded alleys, shrouded in ancient ruins and secretly controlled by devotees, ultimately halting before an unremarkable yet sturdy wooden door. The young man inhaled deeply and knocked in a specific rhythm. 3 long and 2 short, repeated twice. The door silently creaked open, revealing a dispassionate eye scrutinizing them from the shadows. The black raven guided their path, bringing dark currents home. The young man whispered the passphrase, indicating abyssal-level intelligence, required for presentation to the hall master that very night. As the door gradually opened, a rich aroma of incense and a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. Behind the door lay a dimly lit hall, its space distorted, with walls seemingly flowing with liquid shadows. A figure, cloaked entirely in black, with only a pale chin visible, sat upon a shadowy throne at the hall's end. Abyssal level? A deep voice, composed of countless fragmented tones, resonated. You are aware of the consequences of false reporting. Card Sister released the young man's hand, stepping forward without a hint of fear against the icy pressure. Her voice trembling with excitement yet remarkably clear. I report to the hall master. The devotee Su has made a significant discovery concerning the target long pursued by the Demon King's heir, Rossi. At the mention of Rossi, the shadowy figure leaned slightly forward, and the shadows within the hall began to swirl with renewed vigor. Sister Ka spoke with remarkable speed, yet her discourse was remarkably coherent as she laid bare her discoveries. First, I was invited into the realm of the jellyfish god, whose publicly revealed information contained a melody strikingly aligned with a long-lost sacred hymn, Sanctus Anima, a hymn that exists only as a single page in my family's ancient texts. The rhythmic structure bears a resemblance to ancient Hebrew, which starkly contradicts the nature of its deity. Second, the timing of its deification coincides precisely with the moment when the Dark Lord commanded a thorough search for Rossi's whereabouts. Third, she paused momentarily, emphasizing her tone before delivering her most crucial inference. Both the Dark Lord and Michael achieve their exalted divine status through their angelic forms. Should Rossi be resurrected, it would be almost inevitable for her to attain a divine rank given her former standing and potential. In the panorama of newly ascendant mystical beings in this world, the jellyfish god's existence, though distinct from that of angels, could very well represent an evolved form following resurrection. Thus, I harbor grave suspicions that the jellyfish god is indeed the Rossi sought by the Dark Lord. You must relay this to His Highness. A profound silence enveloped the hall. The master of the chamber, cloaked in black, remained silent for several seconds, his icy gaze piercing through Su Wonha as though weighing the veracity and gravity of her words. Sacred hymn, time, strength, concealment. A hoarse voice echoed the key phrases, abruptly rising with a note of incredulity. Absurd, yet not entirely impossible. If it were the Dark Lord's Rossi. He abruptly stood, his cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the shadows within the hall surged, coalescing into a multitude of cawing shapes. An overwhelming aura of terror descended, nearly suffocating Su Wonha and the young man. The Master's voice bore an unprecedented seriousness. You would do well to pray that your conjecture holds truth. Otherwise, the abyssal inferno shall be your eternal abode. He raised his hand, and a scroll materialized in his palm, known as the Shadow of the Throne, destined to reach His Highness. Depart. Await the divine oracle. Before Sister Ka and the young man could respond, a force propelled them into a dim chamber. The door slammed shut behind them, isolating them from the surging shadows and the disquieting atmosphere. The two stood within, their backs drenched in cold sweat. The young man's voice trembled. Sister Ka, have we truly stirred the heavens? Your impulsiveness is alarming. This news is false. We are doomed. Su Wonha gasped for breath, yet her eyes blazed with a fervent light as she whispered, Stir the heavens? No. If death is our fate, let it be. All for the sake of faith. The young man, in a panic, replied, But I do not wish to die. How can one devote oneself to faith only to perish? He certainly wasn't that devout. Su Wen had cast him a languid glance, a smile playing on her lips, enticingly proposing. Could it not be seen as a noble sacrifice? The young man was momentarily taken aback, gazing vacantly at the woman seated in the shadows, and then murmured, well, that is not entirely out of the question. I am quite devout. His fragmented words lingered in the air, uncertain of to whom they were addressed. Moments later, on the distant shores of an endless dark throne, Lucifer reclined upon his seat, his elongated fingers delicately grasping a crystal-clear goblet filled with shimmering nectar. Do not presume that his entrapment beneath a volcano brought him suffering. Over the years, he had regained much of his former strength, and escape was entirely within his grasp. The reasons for his presence here were twofold. Firstly, he sought to avoid a confrontation with Michael, and secondly, where else could he go? Lucifer possessed no home, having long lost any semblance of family he once cherished. Michael, too, was in a similar predicament, stationed on the moon, half in duty, half out of sheer nowhere to turn. Lucifer's exquisitely handsome visage bore a hint of languid mischief, his crimson eyes half closed, betraying a flicker of restlessness. A host of fervent followers, unable to locate a single soul, dared to think themselves worthy of being his divine emissaries. How absurd! One blow for each male devotee, another for each female, and Michael could perish for all he cared. Suddenly, a strand of pure darkness entwined around his fingertips trembled slightly. Subsequently, a silent shadow emerged from the void before the throne, coalescing as if drawn from the deepest night, writhing until it formed an indistinct humanoid silhouette, kneeling soundlessly. It bore no features, only an all-consuming darkness that devoured all light. This was the shadow of the throne, the most exalted extension and messenger of Lucifer's will. The indistinct shadow raised its faceless head, transmitting a mental ripple that directly affected the very essence of Lucifer's soul. Emotionless, yet distinctly reiterating the report from the Hall of Shadows on Earth, it emphasized the three pivotal conclusions drawn by Sister Ka. The eternal darkness within the hall seemed to solidify at that moment. The fingers that held the goblet paused imperceptibly. The ripples upon the surface of the drink abruptly stilled, as though time itself had been arrested. His half-closed crimson eyes snapped wide open. The languid mischief vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling sharpness capable of freezing souls. Along with the tempest buried deep within his pupils, awakening like a slumbering volcano after eons a cataclysm. Kraken, the goddess of the abyss, Lucifer, intoned gravely, each syllable deliberate. The goblet in his hand crumbled silently to dust, along with the congealed nectar dissipating into the void without a trace. Atirifayinyoha, vast as a collapsing sea of stars and reminiscent of the universe's inception, erupted from him with cataclysmic force. The very space of the dark throne hall twisted violently, wailing. As the phantom gates of hell beneath his feet surged, countless damned souls emitting silent screams. He rose slowly, his black robe trailing behind him like a flowing shroud of night. Lucifer directed his mental energy towards the so-called forum of the goddess of the abyss. Just as his mental tendrils stealthily grazed the core of the forum, buzz, an invisible tremor coursed through every fiber of his being. His consciousness fervently dissected this newfound power. It is a bond, a deep affection, a familiarity. Lucifer has meticulously honed his mental prowess for his dear friend on numerous occasions. He is acutely aware of Xie Luo's power. Despite its chaotic blend of various influences, it is indeed Rasi. Without a doubt, no matter how much time elapses, the essence remains unchanged. In the depths of Lucifer's gem-like, piercing crimson eyes, the haughty ice of hell shatters silently. My wife is alive. My wife is truly alive. Ha 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 ha. I am invigorated once more. Lucifer conceals his face, revealing a pair of obsessive red eyes, fixated on the jellyfish-like figure on the forum. How beautiful! My wife transformed into a deity of chaos is the most exquisite sight. So many tentacles, they must be incredibly soft. I long to embrace her and envelop her with my wings in a union. Among the 7 deadly sins, lust holds a prominent rank. and Lucifer's mind is flooded with various fantasies. The eternal flames of hell surrounding him seem to sense their master's unusual fervor. The once languid tongues of fire suddenly flare with fervor, casting countless wildly dancing shadows upon the cold walls. If the flames of hell could speak, they might exclaim, "Ah, this sister, I recognize her. This is the wife of my master, who has been gone for many years. This is one of the two lords of hell." Lucifer reveals a somewhat deranged smile of joy, raising his hand in the dim chamber. "Well done. I shall appoint you as my emissary. By tomorrow at the latest. You must find a way to contact him, bring everything I have prepared for him, and inquire if I may visit. Also, ensure to seal this information. Michael must not learn that he is now a deity of chaos. Since you are also a devotee of the Demon Queen, you must remain loyal to him. Should you betray me, I shall personally end your life." At that moment, the bewitched youth Su Wonha exclaimed. She forcefully pushed away the young man proposing to her, kneeling instantly to pledge her loyalty. "My lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Rest assured, the affairs of the Demon Queen are my highest command. That mere Michael cannot be compared to you." The young man, still holding the ring, was left bewildered. "Lucifer, are you out of your mind? Must you deliver a divine decree at this moment? Can't you read the room? Your wife is alive, but I have no idea about mine." Meanwhile, Xie Luo, seated in the audience and scanning the surroundings, felt a stirring instinct of life pass through his soft core of consciousness, causing his umbrella to instinctively contract slightly, while the 18 tentacles within him wriggled in confusion. "Huh?" He blinked, all his eyes in bewilderment. "How strange. Why do I suddenly feel someone has touched me?" After days of concern, Wang Mian sighed deeply, ultimately deciding to seek out the new deity of Chronos. "I hope that the devotee is easy to get along with. Moreover, let us hope that this individual does not find my voice too childish and look down upon me. It is not my fault that my voice resembles that of a puppy." Chapter 33. The perils of car accident. Xie Luo found himself seated in the audience. For the school was hosting a sports meet, and Xingyu had been summoned by their homeroom teacher to participate in a race. Indeed, even the gods must adhere to the rigors of athletic competition and maintain their speed within reasonable limits. Round after round, as Xingyu finally crossed the finish line and began to catch his breath, Xie Luo could no longer contain his excitement. "Little fish." Xie Luo sprang gracefully from his seat, having discreetly utilized several resilient tentacles to execute this leap. In a matter of steps, he glided to Xingyu's side, who had just halted, his chest still rising and falling with exertion. The warmth of Xingyu's post-exercise body and the scent of sunlight enveloped Xie Luo. Almost instinctively, he leaned in closer, pressing his face against Xingyu's damp neck. "You've worked hard. You were incredible." And Xingyu, clearly accustomed to such displays, merely tilted his head slightly, allowing Xie Luo to nuzzle against his cheek, a hint of a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Stop it, I'm all sweaty." This scene ignited envy in the onlookers, who whispered among themselves, "How is it that Xingyu is so fortunate? Xie Luo is not only strikingly handsome, but also possesses a good temper, not to mention wealth and talent. Is it possible that Xingyu is not lacking either? He is quite handsome and intelligent, and recently there have been whispers about him being recommended to XX University. Really? Is that true? All right, look quickly, and Xingyu has to participate in other events now." The lively clamor of the sports field had long since faded, leaving only the cool moonlight and the dim yellow glow of the street lamps to illuminate the schoolyard. In the southeastern corner of the city, within an old community named Wutong Garden, the tranquility of the night deepened. Wang Mian rubbed his aching temples, feeling a pulsing throb between his brows. The mere pursuit of time was tormenting enough, especially when the target appeared to excel at evasion. Like a weary hound, he followed the faint yet tenacious scent through alleys perfumed with night-blooming jasmine and the remnants of home-cooked meals, eventually stopping beneath a 3-story building adorned with climbing vines. Here, the scent intensified and clarified, directing him toward a window on the 3rd floor that glowed with a warm yellow light. At last he had found it, this divine being hiding in such a down-to-earth place. Wang Mian muttered to himself, his tone weary yet subtly relaxed. He stretched his stiff neck, preparing to ascend. Within that illuminated window on the third floor, the atmosphere contrasted sharply with the chill below, and Xing Yu appeared as though all his strength had been sapped, sinking into the softness of an old sofa. "Little fish, drink some warm water." Xie Luo's voice was lively, a nimble light pink tentacle gracefully maneuvering a mug to Xing Yu's lips. A thinner, more delicate, transparent tentacle gently wiped away the sweat lingering on his forehead and the side of his neck. Thank you." And Xing Yu, with his eyes closed, took several sips of warm water from the cup encircled by his tentacles, finding considerable relief from the dryness in his throat. He had restored his physical condition to its normal state, reminiscent of his pre-awakening vitality. However, the typical ailment of an academic overachiever lingered within him, leaving him somewhat frail. "Are you exhausted? Your homeroom teacher is utterly despicable for making you run so much," Xie Luo murmured, extending another tentacle to gently knead the taut muscles of Xing Yu's calves. A soft, contented hum escaped in Xing Yu's throat, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. "I'm all right, just a bit sleepy." His voice, tinged with the characteristic raspiness and languor following exertion, made Xie Luo's ears warm with delight. "Ah, how delightful it sounds!" More of Xie Luo's tentacles emerged, enveloping Xing Yu like a soft web, instilling a sense of tranquility. "You should rest. I shall create a sanctuary for you." Since discovering Xing Yu's aversion to noise, Xie Luo had ingeniously evolved his ability, crafting a branch called Sanctuary that could isolate sounds and create a safe space. It was quite an impressive talent, initially devised solely for the purpose of ensuring Xing Yu could sleep soundly. And Xing Yu replied softly, "All right, I'll rest for a bit. Later, I'll get up to shower. May I sleep here with you tonight?" Xie Luo paused, responding, "No, always sneak off after a good rest." "Understood?" And Xing Yu nodded nonchalantly, "MHM." Just as this serene moment was poised to settle into the depths of night, there came a distinct, restrained knock at the door, shattering the tranquility like a stone cast into still waters. And Xing Yu remained oblivious. Xie Luo, however, instantly became alert. Who could be at the door at this hour? Upon opening the door, he found a tall young man standing there. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and he was undeniably handsome, but what mattered was Xie Luo recognized him. Stunned, he exclaimed, "Wang, what was it, Brother Wang? What brings you here? Didn't you enlist in the military? How did you find this place?" Though Xie Luo had traversed into a narrative, he initially believed he had merely time-traveled. The original host had lost his parents in a car accident at the tender age of 6, leaving him with only a dilapidated house and the companionship of his grandmother. Tragically, when Xie Luo arrived in this world, the original host's grandmother had also passed away. Upon awakening, he was met with the sorrowful visage of Wang's father, lamenting, "Oh dear, your grandmother is gone, and now you're all alone. What will you do?" Subsequently, Wang's father suffered severe injuries in a car accident in 2012. And a year later, Xie Luo learned that Wang's son had enlisted. Yet within 2 years, another neighbor in the vicinity succumbed to a car accident. And Xie Luo himself had endured numerous leg injuries from bicycle mishaps. He couldn't help but think what a curse this area seemed to bear. In a fit of anxiety, he hastily sold the house, seeking refuge elsewhere. This decision led him to Tsangnan. Upon landing in the vast southern lands, he experienced a resurgence of some antiquated memories. Indeed, it was not a mere transmutation of worlds, but rather a literary reincarnation. Consequently, Xie Luo found himself astounded at how little Wang could have sought him out. Observing Wang Mian's silence, Xie Luo inquired, "Little Wang?" Wang Mian rubbed his face and slowly replied, "Allow me a moment to contemplate how to articulate this. Also, I am called Wang Mian, with Mian signifying exemption from charges. You haven't been unaware of my name all this while, have you?" Wang Mian pondered. This Chronos is indeed a harbinger of calamities associated with vehicular accidents, is it not? Xie Luo exclaimed, "I truly had no idea. A few years ago, when I was dining at your home, I only heard your father refer to you as Little Wang. How was I to know your actual name? Now you tell me you are Wang Mian?" Chapter 34. The fallen great sect Wang Mian approached directly, stating, "Xie Luo, I came specifically to find you. This matter. Can we discuss it inside? The outside is not suitable for conversation. Unbeknownst to Xie Luo, he was indeed the agent of Chronos. It would be prudent to be aware of this. Otherwise, that power should not be wielded recklessly. Wang Mian gestured toward the door behind Xie Luo, indicating they should enter to talk. No way! Xie Luo exclaimed almost instinctively, his voice rising an octave, his body subconsciously retreating slightly, half of him blocking the gap in the door. Wang Mian was taken aback, his brow furrowing. He keenly sensed the intensity and abruptness of Xie Luo's resistance. He instinctively inquired, "What is wrong?" Xie Luo realized he was perhaps overly sensitive, his gaze flickering as he dared not meet Wang Mian's eyes. His fingers nervously scratched at the edge of the doorframe. "Ah, well, it's just... my place is a mess. Yes, it's practically unlivable. It's such a chaos that there's no room to sit. I wouldn't want to neglect you." He forced a couple of dry laughs, sounding exceedingly guilty. A mess? What a pathetic excuse. This is a feeble pretext. Wang Mian silently scoffed. Xie Luo had never been one to prioritize cleanliness, and Wang Mian had certainly seen his disheveled abode before. At that moment, Xie Luo's inner alarm bells rang frantically. "How could I possibly let you in? Anqing, you might reveal a monstrous form, lying asleep in bed. As a night watchman, you would surely confront him." Xie Luo struggled to muster a cheerful smile, attempting to shift the focus. "Since my place is so chaotic, look at the lovely weather outside. Shall we go for a stroll? I know of a newly opened cafe nearby called Liu Bai, which is exceptionally tranquil, and their coffee is delightful. We can chat outside, book a private room to talk at length, ensuring peace. What do you say?" Xie Luo spoke rapidly, infused with an urgent desire to escape the current place, reaching out to grasp Wang Mian's arm. Wang Mian's gaze drifted beyond Xie Luo's shoulder, a keen curiosity to ascertain what secret lay hidden within that could render Xie Luo so uneasy. He fell silent for a few seconds, causing Xie Luo's back to break into a sweat. Ultimately, Wang Mian withdrew his gaze, letting out a sigh of resignation, seemingly abandoning his intention to probe into Xie Luo's chaotic sanctuary. A moment later, the Liu Bai CAF lived up to its name, minimalist and serene, the private room insulated from the external clamor. It was not until 2 steaming cups of coffee, wreathed in white vapor, were placed before them that Xie Luo truly exhaled in relief. He lifted his cup, taking a large sip to mask his anxiety, wincing at the scalding heat. Wang Mian did not touch his coffee, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized his former neighbor. His hands were interlaced upon the table, his knuckles gently tapping the surface, producing a muted thud that seemed to organize his thoughts, or perhaps solidify his resolve. "Xie Luo, observing your composed demeanor, you ought to be aware of your identity as Chronos' agent and the powers you possess. Are you willing to join the night watch?" Wang Mian's voice shattered the temporary tranquility of the private room. Xie Luo's hand, which was holding the coffee cup, froze. The scorching heat of the cup seemed to dissipate in that instant. He forced a somewhat stiff smile and said, "Brother, I am just an ordinary person, lacking any special abilities." "Ordinary?" Wang Mian lightly scoffed, refraining from exposing Xie Luo's deceit. Instead, he urged, "By joining the Night Watchers, you could play a more significant role." "A more significant role?" Xie Luo chuckled bitterly, setting down his coffee cup. "Brother Wang, I understand what the Night Watchers do. They confront those monsters, teetering on the brink of chaos and death. In essence, it is living life with one's head precariously perched on the waistband." He lifted his gaze, meeting Wang Mian's eyes directly, his expression devoid of the previous evasion, instead imbued with an almost earnest sincerity. "I admit I fear death, profoundly and intensely. I simply wish to live a stable life. That exhilarating lifestyle is something I am neither suited for nor wish to encounter." "Do you think him foolish? Training at 4 in the morning. Only a madman would attend. Whether death or survival, he comprehends that initial hardship does not guarantee sweetness, while initial sweetness does not ensure the same. Moreover, placing a nearly starving deity of famine into the ranks of the Night Watchers is akin to releasing a wolf among the sheep. It is crucial to note that Xie Luo, being a deity of famine, has a varied diet, He can consume both the mysterious and humans. Yet, out of a semblance of morality, he refrains from devouring people. A brief silence enveloped the private room. The aroma of coffee lingered, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant. Wang Mian regarded Xie Luo, his brow once again furrowing slightly. He could comprehend the fear that ordinary individuals hold toward danger. However, he firmly believed that with great power comes great responsibility. Xie Luo, with a pitiful tone, added, "Moreover, brother, should I truly join the Night Watchers and something were to happen, my family would face extinction. Whether it's the threat of danger leading to extinction or the fact that I am gay resulting in it, you needn't concern yourself." Wang Mian's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping on the table. At last, he spoke again, his tone considerably softer, imbued with a soothing quality. "Very well. Each person has their own aspirations, and one cannot be compelled against their will. Since your heart lies elsewhere, and you harbor so many concerns, I shall not impose." Just as Xie Luo felt a sense of relief beginning to settle in, he heard Wang Mian pivot his words. However, Wang Mian emphasized if you were to encounter an extraordinarily perilous situation in the future, one that conventional means could not resolve, and that might even endanger the entire city or a broader realm. When humanity's survival hangs in the balance, at that critical juncture, might I beseech your assistance, for the sake of our acquaintance, and for the countless ordinary lives at stake? For instance, that recently rumored miraculous jellyfish mailbox, which could potentially incite considerable trouble. Wang Mian's gaze was unusually solemn, even carrying a hint of rare imploring. Upon hearing this, Xie Luo felt even more guilty, his heart constricted as if gripped by a slick tentacle. You want me to help resolve the trouble? Brother Wang, before you sits a deity of famine, albeit one on the verge of starvation. Is it possible that a portion of the trouble might stem from me? Much like that jellyfish mailbox, the contraption I devised was intended for the collection of faith. Xie Luo felt as though his conscience was being slowly roasted over a charcoal fire, sizzling and smoking. The words of refusal lingered on the tip of his tongue. Brother Wang, this is rather unfeasible. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he encountered Wang Mian's eyes, sincere, earnest, filled with concern for the future of humanity, and even imbued with that peculiar, moist anticipation characteristic of large canine breeds. Internally, this underhanded assault with a gaze. When did you learn to charm with your eyes, Brother Wang? Who could possibly withstand this? Are the night watchmen still training for this sort of thing upon joining? Bewitched by such a lure, Xie Luo froze for a few seconds, mentally shaking his head in fervent denial. No, Xie Luo, stay alert. To acquiesce would mean dismantling the very edifice of transgression you have constructed. Is this not a pure, I condemn myself narrative? With great difficulty, Xie Luo's throat swallowed hard, as morality and the instinct for survival engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Ultimately, he forcefully crushed the unfeasible that had surged to his tongue and swallowed it back, conceding, "All right, very well. Splendid." Wang Mian's eyes sparkled, his face transforming from gloom to brightness, even gracing Xie Luo with a look of relief, as if Xie Luo had just saved the world. He reclined back in his chair, picked up the untouched coffee, and took a sip. "I knew you would come through when it mattered." Wang Mian's tone was relaxed, even tinged with jest. Reliable? Are your filters encrusted with jewels? With someone like me, your night watchman would execute on the spot. Xie Luo chuckled awkwardly, lifting his cup of coffee, now mostly cold, in an attempt to quell his unease with the bitter liquid. Just then, his hand trembled, nearly spilling coffee onto his lap. At that moment, Wang Mian interjected, "By the way, although you won TB joining the Night Watchman, you still need to undergo a physical examination. It's a regulation from above. Are you free tomorrow? We Night Watchmen are in training, and we have the necessary equipment and doctors there. I can take you." Xie Luo exclaimed, "You mean you're going to take me to your training facility?" He was about to politely decline. He had plans to go to the aquarium and shop for groceries with Xingyu. However, just as the words were about to escape his lips, Wang Mian seemed to recall something, suddenly setting down his coffee cup, his brow furrowed, and added. Wang Mian leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. "But there are a few mysterious entities there that the Night Watchmen practice on, It might be a bit dangerous. If you truly feel uneasy, or if something comes up tomorrow and you can't make it, that is perfectly fine. We can arrange for the examination later. Dangerous? Mysterious? Wang Mian continued to speak with comforting words, but Xie Luo heard none of it. His mind was consumed with just 2 words. Dinner, 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 had delightful, tender, crispy little mysteries. The moral struggle and instinct for survival evaporated in an instant. Dangerous? Huh. Brother Wang, the real danger is me, all right? Within Xie Luo's heart, a roar of excitement surged, a subtle, tingling sensation fluttering at his fingertips. What did you just say? Xie Luo's voice floated, struggling to suppress the anticipation bubbling in his throat. Wang Mian, mistaking his reaction for genuine fear, quickly clarified in a gentler tone. Oh, I meant that a few recently captured mysterious creatures at the training base have been secured for newcomers to practice with. Although the protective measures are stringent and theoretically safe, the mere proximity to these enigmatic beings can induce a degree of psychological pressure. If you feel uncomfortable or have other commitments tomorrow, we can. Let's go. Xie Luo blurted out, his voice rising an octave higher than usual. Observing the look of surprise on Wang Mian's face, he quickly realized his overreaction, clearing his throat in an attempt to regain composure. Ahem. I mean, it's nothing. Danger? Collaborating with the Night Watch is everyone's responsibility. He forced a noble expression, though it was somewhat distorted by his internal elation, resembling more of a suppressed chuckle. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, a complimentary buffet. He could sneak bites of anqing fish. The little figure in Xie Luo's mind was already brandishing a knife and fork. Wang Mian, noticing Xie Luo's sudden surge of enthusiasm, smiled warmly. His eyes illuminated with a gentle radiance reminiscent of a large dog. You have courage. He interpreted this as Xie Luo overcoming his fears and stepping up to the challenge. So it's settled. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. Absolutely. I'll be waiting at my doorstep on time. Xie Luo replied swiftly, anxious that Wang Mian might change his mind. Then it's settled. Wang Mian relaxed completely, rising effortlessly. That's enough for today. I need to head back to attend to some matters. Rest well. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Brother Wang. Xie Luo also stood, his smile radiant, devoid of fear towards the mysterious, only filled with the desire to indulge. It was not until Wang Mian's figure disappeared at the CAF entrance that Xie Luo abruptly sank back into his chair, exhaling silently, covering his mouth as his shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably. It was not fear. It was sheer ecstasy. His eyes sparkled as he lowered his voice, murmuring to the air before him, Danger? Mystery? Brother Wang, don't worry. Tomorrow, it will be absolutely safe. Absolutely no danger. A silent smile broadened across his face, tinged with an almost imperceptible thrill akin to a predator locking onto its prey. If I don't deplete your resources tomorrow, I'll change my name to share yours. Just as Xie Luo reveled in his excitement, his phone vibrated suddenly. He looked down to find a private message on the Jellyfish Forum. Greetings, Your Highness. I am the divine agent of Lucifer. He expressed a deep longing for you and a desire to meet you. Considering your status as a new disciple of the divine, he has prepared an array of gifts for you, including several hundred mysterious entities and a splendid palace along with dozens of estates. However, he finds himself somewhat constrained, being in North America at present. Nevertheless, Lord Lucifer has assured that he will be able to emerge in a few days. He advises your majesty to conceal your identity to avoid detection by Michael. Furthermore, I have recently wed and have prepared a token of celebration for you, a selection of delightful sweets. Address, XXXX Warehouse. Yours faithfully, your most devoted follower. Shiro, how many? How much mystery? Is this the foundation of a once great sect? In the future, may the standards for celebratory sweets be measured by this. Chapter 35. The adorable unwrapping Xie Luo felt that henceforth, anyone who got married without offering such exquisite wedding candies would be remiss in even greeting him. After the initial euphoria, a more intense thought swiftly consumed his mind. He must cling tightly to this golden opportunity and act promptly. His fingers danced across the screen, almost at the speed of light, as he typed fervently in a private chat. Xie Luo, I am your devoted follower. Thumbs up. JPG. I can truly feel the affection of Lucifer. It overwhelms me. Tears of joy. JPG. His longing strikes my heart like a heavy hammer. I too yearn to meet him at once, starry-eyed. JPG. Xie Luo, those hundreds of mysterious and the grand palatial estate. Drooling. JPG. He is exceedingly gracious. Truly generous. Embracing the sun. JPG. He loves me so much. Xie Luo. However, North America is indeed quite distant. Pleading with finger. JPG. At present, it is rather inconvenient for me to embark on a long journey to find him. I am somewhat preoccupied, weak, and helpless. JPG. But technology alters destiny, and the internet connects souls. Xie Luo. Congratulations on your marriage. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. May you bear children soon. Would you be so kind as to, share Lucifer's WeChat with me? I miss him dearly. As he reached this point, Xie Luo felt that merely requesting WeChat was insufficient. He needed to add some enticing details to validate his eagerness. He gazed at the extensive list of gifts described, his heart racing with excitement and trepidation. What if it was all just a ruse? What if the warehouse was empty? What if someone was playing a trick on him? His fingers flew across the keyboard. Xie Luo, by the way, my dear follower, you are simply too considerate. I have noted the address for the wedding candies from 3 ghostly faces and meaty blocks. Blowing a kiss. JPG, I shall arrange, for my pet to fetch them. Xie Luo had no pet. He intended to sever a small tentacle to retrieve them. Xie Luo, by the way, could those hundreds of mysterious gifts be expedited? Xie Luo sent a lengthy message, feeling somewhat unrestrained, but he dismissed his reservations. Enkinjiu had already put him on a strict diet for 7 days. 7 days. It was akin to torturing a jellyfish. Although Enkinjiu, like a parent denying candy to a child with cavities, believed it was for Xie Luo's benefit, he simply longed for a taste. At that moment in North America, Su Wenhe was preparing to exchange a sweet goodnight kiss with her newlywed husband. The lighting was intimate, the atmosphere just right. As her hand rested gently on her husband's chest, buzz, buzz. Her phone, seemingly electrified, vibrated furiously at her bedside. The screen flashing with a barrage of explosive messages that were blindingly bright. TSK. Su Wenhe frowned, her tender moments of newlywed bliss interrupted, which was displeasing to anyone. She leaned over to grab her phone, unlocking it. What greeted her was Xie Luo's enthusiastic message, a cascade of emoticons and exclamation marks. A follower? Lucifer's affection? Longing like a heavy hammer? He loves me so much. North America is a bit far. And lastly, a request for Lucifer's WeChat. Su Wenhe's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the screen, where each word and every emoticon exploded like a dazzling firework before her eyes. She forgot to breathe, to be aware of her surroundings, and most importantly, she forgot about the living man beside her who was poised to become intimate. What tenderness! What newlywed husband! At that moment, Su Wenhe's mind was consumed by a singular thought that monopolized all her mental faculties. I am utterly captivated. Xie Luo's tone, his excitement, and the way he playfully pouted. Was this not a display of affection? How could he profess such love for her? Did he truly feel the favor of Lucifer? Su Wenhe's pupils trembled violently, and her lips involuntarily curled into a manic grin, an overwhelming and twisted smile blooming on her face. Ah, Lucifer had graciously bestowed gifts upon Xie Luo, who received them with ecstatic jubilation, his words tumbling forth in a joyous frenzy. He even mentioned being too busy to visit North America recently. Sister Ka conveniently overlooked the geographical distance, perceiving only the playful tone, and, to her astonishment, he even asked for her WeChat. What was this? A magnificent romance between the Demon King and his queen. Xie Luo's declaration of love struck a chord deep within Sister Ka's shipper heart. The little jellyfish was just too adorable, too enthusiastic, too enamored with his lord. While Sister Ka's mind raced with delightful fantasies, her smile grew increasingly unsettling. She was completely immersed in the whirlwind of Xie Luo and Lucifer's breathtaking love story, envisioning the aloof demon king secretly observing, showering riches upon the beauty just to elicit a smile, picturing the little jellyfish clingily adhering to his majestic figure. This plot was 1,000 times more enthralling than any idle drama. Unable to contain herself, Su Wonha let out an uncontrollable giggle. Her husband, Mr. Guqing, who finally had a name, awkwardly held his hand in midair, frozen in the posture of an intended embrace. He watched as his newlywed wife clutched her phone, her pupils shaking, her mouth covered in suppressed laughter, emitting strange sounds while her expressions fluctuated wildly, tears falling for the sake of a sublime romance. As for him, the living man who had just exchanged rings and made promises with her, he had once again been overlooked. Sister Ka took a deep breath, her fingers trembling with a fervent sense of witnessing history and facilitating a beautiful tale. She began to reply to Xie Luo. Sister Ka, groundhog screams. JPG, frantic bowing. JPJ, Your Highness, I understand, I comprehend it all. WeChat, is it? No problem, I've got this covered. What's jest? Jiff, I shall inquire with His Majesty. Although His Highness may not possess WeChat, he can register on site. Sister Ka, His Majesty's intentions towards you are entirely sincere. Sister Ka, the young couple must absolutely have 99. I implore you. After sending the message, Sister Ka felt she had accomplished a sacred mission. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she twirled in place with her phone in hand. She was entirely oblivious to the bewildered and frustrated expression on her husband's face, which was dark as a pot's bottom, filled with thoughts of who am I? Where am I? What has happened to my wife? WeChat? How could Lord Lucifer possibly utilize such a method? Nevertheless, Sister Ka resolved to impart her wisdom immediately. Buzz. The screen illuminated. Sister Ka nearly hurled her phone in shock, but upon closer inspection, her heart nearly ceased. Lucifer, is this how one registers? I have added my WeChat, and my WeChat Wi-Fi as well. They're to be together. A fresh wave of excited squeals erupted within the bridal chamber, startling the night birds outside into flight. Sister Ka's hands trembled uncontrollably, akin to a Parkinson's episode, as she swiftly copied and pasted that illustrious account name, reverently sending it to Xie Luo. Sister Ka, kneeling in offering. JPG, Your Grace. WeChat, Your Majesty's WeChat. Quick, add me. Blurred with excitement. JPG. Meanwhile, Xie Luo, contemplating whether the 3 ghostly, meaty candy pieces were spicy or 5-spice flavored, was jolted by the sound of a notification. Everyone his tendrils instantly snapped to attention. He lunged toward his phone. Recommended contacts. Lucifer. Oh bliss. It worked. Xie Luo jubilantly bounced on the spot, his entire being radiating a rosy glow. Restraint? What is restraint? Can be consumed? Without hesitation, he transitioned to the WeChat friend request interface. In the private room, with a racing heart and 18 trembling tendrils, he fervently typed in the verification box, I am your most cherished little jellyfish duck Phil. You shine like the stars and the vast sea in my heart. I long to meet you instantly. Please accept my request, starry-eyed attack, BUBUBU. JPG, click to send. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The screen remained stagnant. Xie Luo's heart sank gradually, the rosy glow beginning to fade, just as he started to ponder whether to send another message. One even more adorable and pitiful. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up. The WeChat system notification succinctly appeared. Lucifer has approved your friend request. You may now begin chatting. Lucifer, typing. Xie Luo immediately held his breath, every tendril suspended. He fixated on the screen, time seemingly stretching infinitely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The typing indication persisted for a full half-minute. Xie Luo's heart raced to his throat. What could His Majesty be about to say? Finally, the typing notification vanished. Lucifer, Jibshibm, Xie Luo. Lucifer, HJSBDNDND, Xie Luo. He waited for half a minute. Lucifer, I miss you too. Lucifer, I was just unable to type in pinyin. Lucifer, what does it mean? Xie Luo. Hee. Don't you find it quite adorable when you break the characters apart, Phil? Lucifer, mouth-eye Xie Luo. That's not how it's used, Phil. Are you doing this on purpose? Chapter 36. Cherished friend, Lucifer. I also took the liberty of studying online, and it seems there exists a method of character disassembly. Lucifer, cherished friend and companion, with whom one holds hands. Lucifer, is that correct? Does it imply we can hold hands? Xie Luo, upon seeing the message, momentarily froze. His cheeks flushed as he endeavored to correct Lucifer. Xie Luo. Ahem, Phil. Xie Luo's fingers danced nervously upon the screen, tapping out a chaotic rhythm on the tabletop. Xie Luo, you mentioned that you miss me too, right? The typing indicator on the other end flickered back to life. A few moments later, a reply arrived. Lucifer, indeed. Lucifer. Disassembling characters is quite fascinating. I have acquired new knowledge that resonates with the subtle beauty of Eastern aesthetics. Xie Luo. Subtle? Well, you're anything but subtle. Just as he contemplated a retort, another message appeared. Lucifer, I genuinely miss you. I saw your verification the moment you sent it. Xie Luo's heart raced, a playful grin spreading across his face. Ah, Phil, his resplendent archangel. Although perhaps not so pure after his fall. Xie Luo inhaled deeply. Xie Luo, then, why did it take you so long to respond? I waited for what felt like an eternity. Lucifer, typing. This time, the pause was slightly longer. Lucifer, I was perusing the books How to Affectionately Embrace a Cherished Friend and How to Sincerely Compliment the Tentacles of a Jellyfish. Xie Luo, Lucifer, could you share with me your tentacles? Xie Luo glanced at the two lines on the screen, then at his own tentacles, which had inadvertently entwined due to his earlier excitement. He was now striving to untangle them. Xie Luo, that can wait. My tentacles are all tangled up. The screen fell silent for a few seconds. Lucifer, typing. Lucifer, do you require assistance? Although it might take a few more days to mend, I could forcibly sever the seal if necessary. Xie Luo, that would be painful, wouldn't it? Startled, all his tentacles stiffened immediately, and those that were intertwined were suddenly yanked apart by an explosive force, producing a faint pop. Xie Luo, no need for that, Phil. Please proceed at your own pace. By the way, I'm currently residing in Sanan XXX. Lucifer, I shall arrive the day after tomorrow. By the way, am I the first to find you? Xie Luo paused, a chill coursing through him. As an old friend of Lucifer, he was well aware of the possessiveness lurking beneath his friend's cool exterior. If he were to disclose that Michael had found him first, it would surely cause a stir. Thus, Xie Luo decisively responded. Xie Luo, of course you are instinctively. Xie Luo tightened his grip on the delicate feather pendant hanging from his neck. Pure white and warm. It was a feather from Michael. Phil. Surely he wouldn't discover the truth, would he? What does it matter? Surely he wouldn't hit me. And as for Kinjiu, he wouldn't scold me, would he? We are merely friends, and he is my significant other, after all. Xie Luo murmured softly, his voice wavering, unable to deceive even himself. He hurriedly tapped at the screen, his fingers flying. Xie Luo, I just remembered that the soup at home might be boiling over. Let's talk later. See you the day after tomorrow, Phil. His heart pounded within his chest, racing as he dashed back to the entrance of his apartment complex. Only when he reached the foot of the building did he dare to slow his pace, exhaling a long breath. The evening breeze carried a hint of chill, brushing against his flushed cheeks, soothing his chaotic heartbeat ever so slightly. Following the familiar, comforting aroma, Xie Luo ascended the stairs, the key jingling as it unlocked the door. The warm, golden light spilled forth, gently enveloping the small entryway. From the kitchen came the soothing sounds of bubbling water and the clink of utensils. Kinjiu stood with his back to the door, facing the stove, clad in soft gray loungewear, the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing his elegantly toned forearms. He stirred the simmering soup with a spoon. Back already? Where have you been running off to? Next time, remember to inform me. Kinjiu did not turn around but slightly tilted his face, his voice carrying a hint of a raspy tone, as if he had just awoken. The soup is almost ready. Xie Luo responded brightly, kicking off his shoes and padding barefoot towards the familiar figure in the kitchen. Several slender, semi-transparent tendrils moved more swiftly than he did, affectionately wrapping around Kinjiu's waist and arms, playfully tightening with a gentle grip, the cool suction cups pressing against the thin fabric of his clothing. Kinjiu chuckled softly, setting down the spoon and turning to embrace this boneless creature that nestled into him. Are you this clingy? He inquired, looking down as his fingers instinctively brushed aside the damp strands of hair from Xie Luo's forehead. Xie Luo buried his face in the crook of An Qinjiu's neck, nuzzling slightly before pulling back just enough to gaze up at An Qinjiu's lips, which were tantalizingly close. Understanding his intent, An Qinjiu leaned down to comfort the little jellyfish. Xie Luo's inner thoughts. An Qinjiu, let's south be close. Chapter 37. Zhou Ping the following day, a boy chuckled. And Qingyu, are you off to find a partner again? And Qingyu nodded slightly and replied, yes, I'm going to find a partner. He hasn't had breakfast this morning. After speaking, she gently shook the bag in her hand, evidently containing breakfast for Xie Luo. The boy smirked, thinking to himself, I didn't even ask. You guys just love to flaunt your affection. He waved his hand dismissively and walked away. And Qingyu swiftly traversed the somewhat noisy corridor, her gaze effortlessly gliding over clusters of students engaged in idle chatter, pinpointing the familiar figure at the back door of Class 2. Indeed, Xie Luo was already waiting there. He stood not leaning against the wall, but rather poised with a relaxed yet subtly upright demeanor. The morning light streamed in at an angle through the window at the end of the corridor, illuminating his face. Xie Luo's appearance was not one of gentleness. His high bridge of a nose and habitually pursed thin lips exuded a cold, distant air that discouraged approach. While most of the people from the summer region had amber or black irises, Xie Luo's were a rare misty gray, reminiscent of the thin haze enveloping mountains at dawn, or the crystalline ice forming on the surface of a deep winter pool, occasionally sparkling with fragmented reflections of water. When not smiling, he and Qingyu together radiated an aura of icy detachment, as if they were both unfamiliar with the world and its emotions, like monsters. Yet they indeed were. As Xie Luo's gaze caught sight of Qingyu, his misty gray eyes shifted slightly, focusing on her, and he immediately broke into a smile. Qingyu halted before him, observing his drooping eyelids, and extended the bag in her hand, saying, I've already mentioned that if you can't get up, then you can't get up. You could attend afternoon classes. Why must you come for the morning reading? Xie Luo was often a bit neurotic, his mind filled with odd thoughts that would frequently surface. His eyes drifted from Qingyu's face to the bag. As he took it from her, he deliberately grazed her hand, a brief contact that caused her fingers to instinctively curl slightly. I thought I might find some inspiration at school. I've recently taken on the theme song for a campus radio drama. Xie Luo murmured in response, his voice still slightly hoarse from just awakening, sounding somewhat drowsy as he took a bite of the sandwich. He offered no additional words of thanks, nor was there a need for them. This unspoken understanding had long since woven itself into their daily lives. Sometimes, Xie Luo would even teasingly scold Qingyu, but more often he would simply indulge in playful affection. For beings of the K-class, even a scuffle could be a form of play. Let's go, Xie Luo said, swallowing the last bite, naturally intertwining his fingers with Qingyu's that had just curled. And Qingyu did not inquire about their destination, allowing him to lead her through the bustling corridor's turn, towards the seldom trodden path connecting the old laboratory building and the main teaching building. Upon reaching the shadowy end of the path, Xie Luo halted. The shadows enveloped most of their figures. He leaned his forehead against Qingyu's, their noses nearly touching. As An Qinjiu beheld those misty gray eyes fixed intently upon him, he noticed countless little eyes fluttering, brimming with an intensity that no mere human could possess, coupled with a predatory aggression. An Qinjiu did not flinch. He held the gaze in return, his deep black pupils seemingly harboring a monster that screamed within. He raised his hand, gently brushing his fingertip across Xie Luo's lip corner, the gesture natural and imbued with a possessive intimacy. May I kiss you? An Qinjiu's voice was barely a whisper, almost dissolving into the shadows, laced with a hint of indulgent provocation. Xie Luo's response came with a nasal tone, sticky and inviting. As he tilted his head slightly and leaned closer, just as their lips were about to meet, An Qinjiu withdrew slightly, leaving Xie Luo momentarily stunned. An Qinjiu's voice remained soft, as if discussing the weather, yet the content was enough to astonish any mortal. Xie Luo, tell me, what benefits are there in invading Earth? Since learning that he was a fragment of the key to the gate, An Qinjiu had accepted his non-human status in a mere minute. Moreover, His premature awakening had significantly amplified Yog-Sothoth's inherent power. Perhaps in a short while, Yog-Sothoth would fully restore itself, drawing ever closer to the true key to the gate as described in the Cthulhu mythos, becoming even more formidable and omnipotent. Of course, Yog-Sothoth would ultimately transform entirely into Enkidu. Why, you may ask? Because Enkidu has a wife. Recently, Enkidu had grown increasingly weary of the Elder God's plans to invade Earth. Although they claimed it was for the sake of seizing power, he found Earth too primitive and uncomfortable, and he harbored a desire to whisk Xie Luo back to a higher dimensional realm. In essence, Enkidu wished to return home with his beloved to build their nest. What? Invading Earth? I have no interest, he declared. Xie Luo clicked his tongue in agreement, adding, indeed, I cannot comprehend what affliction Nyarlathotep suffers from. While I understand he has his reasons, frankly I lack interest. As a new god, I do not endorse his ideologies. Moreover, now that I am a deity, what purpose does remaining on Earth serve? Every time I wish to fully unfurl my essence, I fear inadvertently damaging those towering structures. A trace of helpless amusement flickered in Enkidu's eyes as he coaxed. Then let us skip class and go play. Where to? The deep sea. There was no need for extraneous movements or elaborate rituals. Enkidu simply lifted his other hand, and with a delicate stroke of his fingertip against the shadowed wall behind Xie Luo, a dark fissure materialized. It was not the sound of fabric tearing, but rather the groan of space itself, overwhelmed. A deep, dark rift appeared out of thin air. The fragment of the key to the gate had effortlessly opened the door. Being omniscient and omnipotent, traversing space was a trivial matter for him. Xie Luo emitted a short, delighted chuckle, akin to a child captivated by a new toy, as he pulled Enkidu into the fissure. Upon reopening his eyes, they found themselves in a world entirely different. Absent were the screams of air and the searing heat of sunlight. Here lies the abyssal depths, an untouched expanse as profound as it is enigmatic. The darkness serves as an eternal backdrop, yet it is not devoid of life's whispers. Occasionally, a deep-sea fish, adorned with luminous appendages, glides by, reminiscent of a string of frigid lanterns. This realm is a sanctuary for certain beings, a forbidden zone for life. Xie Luo feels as though he has returned to a primordial, comforting womb. He exhales a deep, contented sigh, which silently reverberates through the ocean's vastness. In that moment, his form begins to transform. The shape of a human dissolves like ink in water, its edges blurring and extending. Countless semi-transparent tentacles, radiating a gentle moonlit glow, unfurl silently from the contours of his torso. The onching fish observes quietly. A ghostly octopus, drawn by Xie Luo's soft luminescence, approaches with innocent curiosity. Its body, a deep crimson, is adorned with bioluminescent spots that flicker like stars between its membranous limbs. Xie Luo's attention is instantly captivated. He tilts his head, and one tentacle, with childlike wonder, gently prods the gelatinous body of the ghostly octopus. Suddenly, the octopus, startled, releases a thick cloud of ink and accelerates away, resembling a frightened meteor trailing blue light as it vanishes into the abyss. Xie Luo stands momentarily stunned before erupting into silent laughter. His playful spirit ignited. He begins to chase after a drifting swarm of glowing jellyfish. The umbrella-shaped creatures, illuminated by his radiance, appear even more ethereal. He spots a massive congregation of moon jellyfish, moving slowly like a small mountain. Composed of countless tiny entities, they form a long, luminous chain. Eagerly, Xie Luo swims closer, his tentacles deftly weaving through the glowing links, attempting to tie them into a grand, sparkling bow. The onching fish hovers nearby, its eyes brimming with indulgence. It is beautiful. Oh, invading Earth? How mundane. Return, to nest, back to higher dimensions, back to the void. The voice of Yog-Sothoth resonates softly. It loathes Nyarlathotep's foolish schemes, deeply believing that Nyarlathotep's idle whims, devoid of a companion, led to such a trivial pursuit as invading Earth. Just as Xie Luo is on the verge of successfully knotting the moon jellyfish into a bow, The pupils of the onching fish suddenly constrict. In the far distance, two artificial lights pierce the heavy darkness, akin to colossal blades of light, shattering the veil of the deep sea. This illumination, imbued with intent, sweeps through the water, probing the depths. Following closely, a streamlined metallic silhouette emerges, a human scientific submersible, its massive mechanical arm gleaming coldly under the lights. Slowly approaches the rare gathering of jellyfish in which they reside. The radiance of human technology intrudes abruptly upon the sanctuary of the divine, clumsily encroaching upon a domain that should remain untouched by mortal hands. All of Xie Luo's movements come to an abrupt halt. He was reveling in his play. The bow fashioned from jellyfish is but a step away from completion. In the perception of Xie Luo, this human creation is akin to a bothersome fly intruding upon a bowl of pristine rice. The spotlight of the deep-sea submersible arrogantly sweeps across the surroundings, ultimately pinpointing Xie Luo with its most robust beam. Beneath this luminous column, countless glowing tentacles emerge, revealing a breathtaking and uncanny beauty under the fierce illumination. The contours of Xie Luo's human form appear somewhat indistinct in the glaring light. Yet the slight tilt of his head and the gradual opening of his misty gray eyes under such intense radiance are unmistakable. Buzz! Within the submersible, a shrill alarm erupts without warning. Red lights flash wildly, casting the cramped cockpit in a hue of crimson. The main screen trembles violently, displaying an enlarged, high-definition image. The operator glares at the screen, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets in sheer horror. Oh God! The operator catches a glimpse of the icy demeanor of Xie. Just one glance. An overwhelming tide of knowledge inundates his mind. He has gone mad, driven to insanity by the sight of the divine. Days later, the creatures emerging from the depths bear a striking resemblance to the jellyfish deity that recently appeared in Daxia, Zhouping. Yi Fan furrows his brow, his frustration mounting. Initially, he was quite pleased with Lin Qia's emergence as the new deity. However, days have passed, and the jellyfish mailbox has appeared out of nowhere, with several sentinels having vanished without a trace. Wang Mian has claimed that the god of time has entered a new era, yet that deity refuses to join the sentinels. Wang Mian, too, stubbornly declines to divulge any information to them. Then Lin Qia mentions that Michael also has a new deity, but Lin Qia, lacking strength, cannot trace the aura to locate this new divine figure. Furthermore, Michael and Lucifer have been in a frenzy searching for someone named Rossi. Rumors circulate that Lucifer has acquired a divine agent now, and it is said that the jellyfish deity truly exists. Observing Yi Fan's agitation, Zhouping attempts to offer consolation. I'll go investigate, if that is all right. Yi Fan lets out a heavy sigh, replying, yes, Zhouping, truly, we can only rely on you now. With Zhouping taking action, surely success is within reach. Meanwhile, Nyarlathotep mutters to himself, strange. Why do I feel as though someone has been secretly cursing me lately? That key of the door's consciousness has been incessantly claiming it has a wife. If it has one, so be it. Yet it dares to suggest that I am too idle and lack a wife. Hence I wish to invade Earth. What a fool. I shall see what sort of goddess this wife is. If she is indeed stunning, one moment she will be his wife. The next she will be mine. But what attractive goddess exists in our Cthulhu faction? It must be mere boasting. Chapter 38. Yuomi, a wife Xie Luo, and Wang Mian had arranged to undergo a physical examination at the Night Watcher's training ground, and he certainly wished to keep this from Xingyu. After all, Xingyu possessed a strong sense of possessiveness, equally rejecting both males and females who approached Xie Luo. Thus, he devised a way to cuddle and kiss Xingyu for a while, soothing the illustrious key to the door into slumber. Subsequently, Xie Luo donned an elegant outfit and made his way to the training camp. Do not misconstrue his intentions. It was not the prospect of meeting Wang Mian that delighted him. Xie Luo's visit was motivated by the anticipation of a grand feast, and his change of attire was merely akin to how one dresses nicely before entering a fine dining establishment. Xie Luo, The little glutton joyfully attending the banquet, the very thought of this made Xie Luo feel somewhat disheartened. After all, he was a deity. How could he not even afford dessert? Indeed, the arcane was not Xie Luo's staple diet. Faith was. Yet, no child can resist the allure of snacks. And Xie Luo was no exception. Presenting the token bestowed by Wang Mian to the soldiers at the entrance, he confidently strode into the training camp, only to find himself lost shortly thereafter. Having grown accustomed to human ways, he did not immediately recall to utilize the unique solution, instead opting to follow his instincts. As is well known, Xie Luo's authority lay in the paradox of all things, and his own intuition was rarely accurate. Consequently, after just a few steps, he collided with someone. As he rubbed his forehead in annoyance, having bumped into what was evidently a rigid object, he lifted his gaze to meet a pair of eyes. The individual he had collided with was none other than the tall and lean Shen Qingzhu, who had sneaked nearby with the intention of discreetly purchasing cigarettes. Shen Qingzhu appeared somewhat surprised and inquired, "Miss Xie, what brings you here?" Assuming Xie Luo was an ordinary person, he realized that anyone who could enter the Night Watcher's camp must possess more than meets the eye. Xie Luo's eyelid twitched. "Just call me Xie Luo." Their relationship was amicable enough, as they were both, to some extent, internet addiction enthusiasts, often gaming together. Shen Qingzhu had even praised Xie Luo for his remarkable speed, never losing points during their gaming sessions. Little did he know that a certain jellyfish was sprawled on the bed, using 18 tentacles to play games, alternating them to maximize efficiency. Just as Xie Luo sought to leverage this camaraderie to have Shen Qingzhu guide him. "Bro, Qingzhu." A series of urgent calls rang out simultaneously, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Lin Xie, Li Pang, and Chao Yuan rushed around the corner, their expressions fraught with concern, clearly targeting Shen Qingzhu. Lin Xie's face was clouded with a frosty demeanor. Chao Yuan furrowed his brow tightly, and Li Pang, rarely serious, displayed a hint of anxiety. Without sparing a glance at Xie Luo, Lin Xie urgently addressed Shen Qingzhu. "The Sound Hunter has killed many people." "The Sound Hunter?" Shen Qingzhu's gaze sharpened like a blade, pondering how many mysteries the instructors had unleashed upon them for this trial. Xie Luo felt a surge of excitement. A mystery? Is it truly a mystery? Is it related to sound? This could very well be the delightful little snack I adore. At this moment, Lin Xie finally spotted Xie Luo, exclaiming in astonishment, "Xie Luo, what brings you here? Aren't you an ordinary person?" However, he quickly corrected himself, recalling the heavy aura of Michael that had enveloped Xie Luo. "Wait, what is that?" Lin Xie's gaze fixated on the feather earring, his pupils trembling in shock. The divine presence of a seraphim? So pure. Could it possibly be a feather from Michael? Yet, why did this divine aura seem somewhat obsequious, tightly wrapping around Xie Luo? Is this something one can casually adorn on their ear? Could it be that Michael, fearing Xie Luo might get lost, had specially bestowed upon him a seraphim certification, marking it as his private possession? Lin Xie had come to a profound realization. Xie Luo was likely the new emissary of that seraphim. In his mind, a grand romantic drama unfolded. The imposing Lord Michael, blushing, plucked a feather from his most splendid and regal plumage, perhaps even the fluffiest from his rear, and shyly presented it to Xie Luo, saying, "Wear this, and it shall be as though I guard you by your side." Why is it that, despite both being emissaries, Michael always enlists my aid, while Xie Luo enjoys such ease? Lin Xie felt a pang of jealousy. Xie? Chao Yuan nudged the frozen Lin Xie. Startled back to reality, Lin Xie forcefully suppressed the image of Michael plucking feathers from his mind, yet his gaze remained glued to the feather, inadvertently blurting out, "Xie Luo, that earring of yours." Before he could finish, he mentally chastised himself, questioning if this was the appropriate moment for such inquiries. Li Pang followed Lin Xie's gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Wow, sister, that feather earring is truly stunning. I want a pair as well to give to Emoli." Xie Luo felt slightly uncomfortable under the scrutiny and instinctively raised a hand to touch his ear, but felt it somewhat foolish, forcing himself to lower it and redirect the conversation. "So, could we discuss the Hunter of Sounds?" Is it a formidable entity of sound mysticism? The essence, can I offer my assistance? Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback by the word essence, casting a puzzled glance at Xie Luo. He patiently explained the situation to everyone. The specifics are as follows. Details regarding the hunter of sounds omitted. Upon hearing that they would engage in combat with a mysterious being, Bailey Pang Pang instantly deflated. However, upon observing the feather on Xie Luo's ear, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, TSK, practical combat. Could I possibly borrow your earring later? I really want to get one for Oli. It's so stylish. Is that even feasible? Lin Xie, feeling a sense of urgency, interjected Pang Pang. Is this really the time for such considerations? Also, Pang Pang, Xie Luo is male. Male? Chao Yuan instinctively repeated, casting a glance over Xie Luo's exquisite and delicate features. Momentarily surprised, but quickly subdued his curiosity and returned to the matter at hand. Lin Xie was right. The hunter of sounds was of utmost importance. Yet, just as Lin Xie was about to urge everyone to act immediately, a thunderous voice erupted, laden with disbelief. What did you say? All eyes instantly converged upon the source of the sound, Shun Qingzhu, the usually unflappable Shun Qingzhu, who could nonchalantly smoke a cigarette even before the crumbling of Mount Tai. Now bore an expression of sheer astonishment. He fixated intently on Lin Xie, then abruptly turned to Xie Luo, his gaze sweeping across the latter's androgynous visage. His lips slightly parted as if he struggled to breathe. A man. Shun Qingzhu's voice rose several octaves, losing its usual calmness. Infused with a bewilderment akin to being struck by lightning, and even cracking in pitch. Xie Luo, he is a man? Shun Qingzhu stood frozen, his mind akin to a CPU overheating, as if it might explode into a brilliant display of fireworks at any moment. A man. He repeated the phrase, his voice resembling a strangled scream, quivering with disbelief. His mind raced with vivid recollections. Miss Xie, this blue is for you. He had intentionally lowered his voice, thinking it charmingly magnetic. Miss Xie, the jungler across is constantly targeting you. Fear not. I shall protect you. Miss Xie, your voice is exceptionally sweet today. Sweet. My foot. That is a man. A man. Would you like something to drink? I can buy it for you. He had even thought Xie Luo's flustered demeanor was rather endearing. Endearing. Shun Qingzhu, trembling, pointed a shaky finger at Xie Luo's hair. You actually deceived me by cross-dressing. You never informed me you were a man. How utterly vicious. Truly, how malicious. Just because I bumped your car, you sought to turn me into a homosexual. Xie Luo, taken aback by the outburst, blinked innocently, his eyes reflecting confusion and a hint of concern for Shun Qingzhu's well-being. He instinctively touched his smooth hair, only then realizing the implication. Ah, you mean this? Xie Luo responded nonchalantly, a tinge of bewilderment at the fuss. Brother, I simply have long hair. It does not signify that I am female. He proudly puffed out his chest, gesturing to his own face. I have a boyish beauty, a natural charm that cannot be discarded. Is it my fault that I am handsome? I didn't disclose my gender because I thought you had some peculiar quirk. I truly didn't expect you to be this oblivious, and I feared it would make you uncomfortable if I told you. Moreover, I am not cross-dressing. I'm not wearing a skirt. After a half-minute of silence, Shun Qingzhu finally erupted. You owe me. I don't care what you owe me. You owe me. He lamented the irony of initially believing he had encountered a beautiful girl, engaging in a flirtation that might have led to something more, only to discover he was a man. How utterly shattering. Observing the scene, Lin Xie, Bailey Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, seemingly aware that their friend had been foolishly smiling at his phone, evidently engaged in a chat with someone. Chapter 39. The past of the Uncle Xie Luo, amidst a throng of fresh recruits, vanquished the monster alongside them. However, he cleverly employed deception to mask his true intentions. The mysterious corpses witnessed by the Night Watch were mere illusions, while the authentic remains had long been consumed by Xie Luo. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, he accompanied Wang to undergo a preliminary examination. Wang was notably gentle throughout the process, even apologizing to Xie Luo, claiming it was entirely his fault for forgetting that Xie Luo was to be present that afternoon. which may have caused him some distress. Xie Luo, not one to be easily fooled, discerned Wang's alternative testing method, yet he bore no resentment, primarily because Wang presented him with a red envelope containing 2,000 yuan, declaring it as compensation. Xie Luo had long harbored a peculiar affinity for the sight of such crimson notes, which invariably brought him a sense of tranquility. He bid Wang a cheerful farewell before turning to head home. In contrast, Lin Xie, with a complex expression, cautioned Xie Luo, "You ought to refrain from flaunting that earring. It may attract the attention of the ancient god's church. It quite explicitly signals to others, 'I am the cherished offspring of the seraph. Come and seize me.'" Observing Xie Luo's apparent indifference, Lin Xie's concern for him deepened. On his way home, Xie Luo purchased a popsicle, intending to engage in conversation with his uncle, who shared his affinity for the Xie deity. A melodious male voice resonated from the other end. "Child, what brings you to me?" "Uncle." Xie Luo shifted the popsicle aside, licking the remnants of red bean paste from the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing significant. I merely wish to inquire about your journey through dimensions. My mother mentioned that you were unceremoniously expelled by her." A brief silence enveloped the call, with only the background sounds of splashing water becoming distinctly audible. "You rascal." His uncle's voice lowered, tinged with embarrassment. "Why do you ask this?" Xie Luo chuckled lightly, adjusting his posture. "What was it like being a Xie deity in another world? Did it feel particularly impressive? Did your mere glare cause others to lose their sanity?" "Impressive my foot." His uncle's exclamation rose sharply, brimming with pent-up frustration, as if struck in the lungs. "I was a quintessentially straight man in my prime, a glorious youth. Wasn't it delightful to drink, boast, and play games? And then what? Catastrophe struck." His uncle's voice crackled with excitement, reverberating through the line, as if some colossal entity were violently battering against a formidable barrier. It must have been his uncle's tendrils at work. Xie Luo, savoring the popsicle, listened intently, the wooden stick crunching between his teeth. He paid no heed to his uncle's impassioned lament, instead honing in on another pivotal piece of information. "Are you suggesting that you're not straight?" he inquired, his tone buoyant and laced with genuine curiosity, as if discussing the flavor of the popsicle. "ISNT and a woman? How on earth did you transition from bent to straight?" A sudden silence fell on the other end of the line. "Moments latte." His uncle's voice emerged, frail and laced with profound defeat, tinged with an attempt to salvage the conversation. "Is this the crux of the matter? Is this the crux of the matter? Moreover, who informed you that your uncle is a girl?" He seemed to take a deep breath, his voice tinged with a weariness akin to surrender. "He merely has a preference for women-ass clothing, with a rather unique aesthetic. His personality, well, is a tad more vivacious, but his biological structure, should be that of a male. To be precise, his true form is somewhat intricate, yet his humanoid semblance typically opts for a masculine guise." The popsicle stick in Xie Luo's mouth snapped audibly, bitten through by his unconscious teeth. He was befuddled. The influx of information was overwhelming, akin to a myriad of octopus balls being fervently stirred in his mind. A male, merely fond of women, where? Giving birth. Is that the crux of the matter? Indeed, that is the crux. Xie Luo abruptly sprang from the sofa, his eyes wide with astonishment. The remnants of the popsicle forgotten in his mouth, he exclaimed incoherently. "A male? Wait, uncle, I'm just processing this. This is the crux. Giving birth." His voice soared in pitch due to shock, brimming with incredulity. "You? A male? You? Giving birth?" The other end of the line fell once more into a heart-stopping silence. Shortly thereafter, Uncle's roar transcended mere frustration, filled with a blend of shame, anger, and the ultimate sense of social demise. "Do you realize how close I was to madness at that moment? That cursed golden finger, devoid of any sense of fairness. It bound to my reproductive authority. It cares not for your gender. Regardless of whether your partner is male, female, human, or otherwise, irrespective of your relationship status. It grants you a child right from the start, and then you, alongside that creature, produce little monsters." Uncle's voice cracked with anguish, laden with sorrowful accusations. "Woe is me. What could I possibly do? I am equally despairing. As a staunch heterosexual male, I am compelled to undertake this grand endeavor of life perpetuation. I must also provide him the venue and technical support for that fellow in a little dress, that is to say, your aunt, my first little monster. Uncle's voice suddenly dropped. Forget it, disregard what I just said, pretend you didn't here. It allow me a moment of solitude to quietly wallow with my tentacles on the other end of the line. Only the sounds of a despondent heterosexual male weeping remained, shortly accompanied by the gentle voice of Aunt. Auntie was tenderly speaking to Uncle. Mama, don't be angry. It was my fault. I will go kneel on the washboard. Xie Luo, Mama? Goodness, I have come to realize something monumental. My illustrious and formidable uncle. You are indeed a gentle male mother outside. Upon hearing this revelation, Xie Luo felt as if one day, Chun Xiang were to discover that Yang Jin was giving birth outside, the sensation would be equally explosive. He slowly expelled the bitten popsicle stick from his mouth. His expression a tapestry of vivid emotions, a blend of profound shock, a hint of bizarre sympathy, and an uncontrollable impulse to erupt in laughter. He finally grasped the reason behind his childhood impression of that stunningly beautiful aunt, realizing why he always sensed a hint of pride in her gaze towards his uncle. He also came to understand the expression of schadenfreude that occasionally crossed his mother's face when she reminisced about his uncle's illustrious days of labor. Chuckling softly, he stifled a laugh, his shoulders trembling with suppressed amusement. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to infuse his voice with genuine concern. Uncle, you've worked hard. He paused, as an irrepressible and rather reckless question sprang to mind, curiosity overwhelming his instinct for self-preservation. With a tone laced with cautious gossip, he inquired, So, about childbirth, does it hurt? How does one go about it? On the other end of the phone, his uncle's voice broke through, exasperated. Get lost, you little rascal. Don't you have a partner? Why not just have one yourself? After all, our family embraces all orientations. BG, GB, BL, GL. And you're a jellyfish, right? Jellyfish can undergo external fertilization. Don't ask me how I know that. Chapter 40. Supreme Authority after listening to his uncle recount the tale of cross-dressing to secure a stepmother, eliminating an old man, and seizing wealth to raise a child as a dark deity, Xie Luo drifted into a contented slumber, completely forgetting his initial inquiry regarding his uncle's hunger. Today marked the arrival of Lucifer. Xie Luo and Lucifer shared a long-standing friendship, and he held Lucifer in great regard. Consequently, he lingered that morning, expressing to Xingyu his reluctance to attend school. And Xingyu, finding nothing odd about his behavior, acquiesced. Xie Luo spent his days indulging in meals, singing, sleeping, and secretly paying homage to deities. And Xingyu departed for school, although he had wished to remain with his partner. However, today was the day of midterm examinations. Xie Luo insisted that his boyfriend must rank first in the class, prompting Xingyu to leave under the charm of his words. As Xingyu's figure vanished at the doorway, the remnants of sleep on Xie Luo's face dissipated like mist blown away by the wind. He bounced on the spot, exuding an effervescent lightness. Lucifer, he murmured to himself, a smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, he dashed into the bedroom like a gust of wind. Inside the spacious wardrobe, a silent yet fervent selection process commenced. Xie Luo's gaze swiftly scanned rows of garments, his fingertips gliding over diverse fabrics. He seized a black shirt adorned with intricate lace and crystal embellishments, striking a pose before the mirror, only to frown in disapproval. Too ostentatious, not suitable, he declared, tossing it back onto the hanger. Next, he pulled out a gray linen shirt. Too understated. He grimaced at his reflection, resembling a hermit, too little regard for the occasion. A robe was similarly dismissed. His fingers finally settled upon a pair of deep burgundy velvet trousers. He mused, withdrawing them thoughtfully, and paired them with a black trench coat. This will do. He tilted his head before turning to search for accessories. A slender silver collar chain adorned his neck, yet it felt too plain. His eyes alighted upon a drawer, and he deftly extracted a petite silver ear cuff embedded with irregular obsidian, fastening it to his left earlobe. Xie Luo deliberately omitted feathered earrings. Those could deceive a dark deity, but would never fool Lucifer, given their history of childhood skirmishes. The reflection in the mirror revealed a figure devoid of languor. The burgundy velvet accentuated the elongated lines of his legs, while the dark patterned shirt shimmered subtly with movement. And the hint of obsidian at his ear introduced an element of elusive sharpness. Xie Luo lifted his chin, donning a smile that hovered between anticipation and cunning. "Perfect," he declared with a crisp snap of his fingers, turning on his heel and breezing out of the house with an air of impatience. With a clear objective in mind, seeking Lucifer, he hurried to the airport, where Sister Ka had procured a ticket for Lucifer, ensuring a discreet arrival. Xie Luo rushed towards the airport, his shadow seemingly dancing joyfully at his feet. He nearly burst into the arrivals hall, his sharp gaze immediately locking onto the flight information board, which flickered with the status of Lucifer's flight arrived. With a snap of his fingers, Xie Luo swiftly adjusted his already immaculate collar, his sharp gaze fixated on the passenger exit. A tide of people began to pour forth. Business elites hurried by, while groups of tourists busily posed for photographs, and families with children created a slight commotion. Xie Luo resembled a human radar, meticulously scanning for any silhouette that matched the cherished features of his dear friend. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes elapsed. The crowd of passengers began to dwindle. The expression of anticipation on Xie Luo's face began to crack. He stood on tiptoe, straining his neck, almost pressing his face against the barrier. Where is he? Where is the Grand Lucifer? Could he have missed the flight? Or perhaps, at that moment, an unusual commotion erupted outside the airport's large windows. It appeared that ground staff and security personnel were animatedly pointing towards the runway, some frantically communicating over their walkie-talkies. Xie Luo's heart raced. A sense of foreboding surged within him, eerily aligning with Lucifer's audacious style. He dashed towards the nearest window. The sight before him rendered him momentarily frozen, his meticulously styled hair nearly disheveled. A colossal international flight was quietly parked nearby. This was normal. What was abnormal, however, was, on the upper part of the aircraft near the cockpit, a tall and statuesque figure was gracefully descending. The individual was clad in a devilish costume, seemingly engaged in some form of cosplay, adorned with countless jewels, and his long white hair billowed in the strong airport crosswind, while his crimson eyes radiated an air of nobility. His movements were leisurely, as though he were not descending from a recently landed steel giant, but strolling down the steps of his own garden. That strikingly handsome face, almost ethereal, was none other than Lucifer. It seemed that Lucifer had noticed the crowd below and the astonished Xie Luo. Rather than displaying any sign of panic, he elegantly waved in Xie Luo's direction, a soft smile gracing his lips, one capable of enchanting countless souls. Then, he executed a move that left everyone slack-jawed. He lightly jumped from a considerable height at the wing's root, landing gracefully on the tarmac. Security personnel rushed forward with a megaphone. "Sir, stop. You cannot." Lucifer appeared oblivious to their shouts. Or perhaps his innate aura compelled the security officers to instinctively halt in his presence, forming a peculiar standoff. He dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire, took long strides, adorned with jingling jewels, and nonchalantly approached the terminal entrance where Xie Luo stood. Xie Luo felt his temples pounding. Drawing a deep breath, he pushed open the glass doors and rushed outside. "Lucifer," Xie Luo's voice soared, tinged with shock and an absurd sense of "I knew it all along." You, did you just fly here, perched atop the airplane?" Lucifer gazed at the approaching Xie Luo, extending a box towards him. A flicker of amusement danced in his crimson eyes, his tone as nonchalant as one discussing the weather. "The air up there is rather pleasant. And I had initially intended to fly over, but my agent advised that it would draw too much attention." Exasperated, Xie Luo accepted the box, retorting, "Isn't it easier for you to attract attention now?" Lucifer raised an elegant eyebrow, as if he had encountered a profoundly naive question. "Attract attention?" He chuckled lightly, exuding an air of inherent superiority. "They merely saw a flawless first-class boarding pass and valid passport information on a conscious level, my little angel. In 3 minutes, they will forget everything." Xie Luo looked at his friend, who sparked chaos yet appeared so self-assured, feeling quite vexed. Indeed, while Lucifer was gentle towards him, He had a penchant for ostentation, often acting with flamboyance. Before his fall, he delighted in flaunting his feathers and halo, questioning Xie Luo about his appearance. He also enjoyed wearing the chains of the seven virtues, adorning them conspicuously. Thus, Lucifer sported a collar, bracelets, and anklets. However, with only 5 places to wear them, he also donned armlets, which occasionally transformed into earrings. The chains of the 7 virtues were lively, jingling melodiously as he moved, causing the angels in heaven to hear a delightful symphony whenever he passed. Xie Luo cast a glance at Lucifer's neck. The chains, once golden and white, had now morphed into a deep crimson hue. It seemed Lucifer had indeed fallen. Annoyed, Xie Luo grasped Lucifer's wrist, its icy touch imbued with an inhuman quality. "Hurry, follow me." Lucifer allowed himself to be pulled along, his pace leisurely, as if Xie Luo were guiding him rather than fleeing the scene. The security personnel who had surrounded them appeared momentarily dazed, exchanging confused glances before scratching their heads and departing, as if the earlier drama had never transpired. The cacophony of the airport quickly enveloped them, and Lucifer became like a drop of water merging into the vast sea, instantly dissolving all traces of anomaly. Only his extravagantly ornate, priceless demon attire and his otherworldly handsome visage drew fleeting glances from passers-by, who swiftly forgot him upon turning away. Silence accompanied them as Xie Luo led Lucifer to the luxurious suite he had pre-booked atop the city. Swiping the keycard, he revealed the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the dazzling city skyline. "Here, fill your temporary palace." Xie Luo gestured inside, indicating the bathroom over there and the stocked refrigerator. "If you're tired." Before he could finish, the door behind him clicked softly shut. An overwhelming and familiar chill enveloped him instantly. Not merely a physical coldness, but a presence emanating from the abyss, exuding the undeniable authority of a superior being. Xie Luo froze, bewildered, murmuring, "Lucifer." Before he could turn around, his vision was engulfed by a pure, unfathomable darkness. It was not the extinguishing of the room's light, but rather a vast, softer, and more substantial darkness that enveloped him in an instant. Wings. Lucifer's magnificent and grand wings, emblematic of his fall, unfurled behind him without warning. Like the finest silk of night, it wrapped around Xie Luo entirely. A confined and utterly private space of darkness formed instantaneously, severing all external light and sound. Xie Luo could distinctly perceive the outline of each feather, sensing their subtle rise and fall with their master's breath. His world was plunged into utter blackness. "Lucifer, what are you?" Xie Luo's inquiry was abruptly silenced, not out of fear, but because the living darkness, akin to a sentient being, slowly and silently parted to reveal a narrow opening. A ray of light pierced through, allowing Xie Luo to behold Lucifer's visage. Lucifer's face was mere inches away, so close that Xie Luo could feel the warmth of his breath brushing against the fine hairs on his cheek, infused with a hint of fragrance. Lucifer was indeed fragrant, once the radiant morning star. Even in his fall, he maintained an air of allure. Those crimson eyes, now devoid of the indifference that once surveyed the world, were concentrated with an almost tangible focus. Within the depths of his pupils, an ineffable undercurrent seemed to surge. A mix of inquiry, scrutiny, or perhaps something else. In that moment, Xie Luo's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible force, only to be released with sudden intensity. A silent yet fierce rhythm pulsed against his chest, resonating in his eardrums. He instinctively held his breath, feeling his throat constrict uncontrollably. Everything external, the room, the light, the sounds, became distant as if from another realm. Here, only the two of them remained, locked in a silent gaze. In the dark embrace of the wings, only two hearts stood in quiet confrontation, resonating with distinct yet profoundly harmonious rhythms. Xie Luo stared at Lucifer for an extended moment. Feeling a rush of shyness and reminiscent of long ago, he murmured, "Phil, what are you doing?" "Let go." From a young age, Lucifer had relished enveloping Xie Luo within his wings, which Xie Luo assumed was mere playfulness, but it was far from it. Some fundamental physiological knowledge was inherently bestowed upon those born of the holy pool. Alas, Xie Luo was not a proper angel. He was oblivious to these truths. Naturally, he was unaware that wrapping another angel in one's wings equated to courtship. Rapid wing flaps accompanied by a halo of light signified courtship. Caressing the soft base of an angel's wings indicated courtship. Xie Luo instinctively recoiled from the searing gaze. Yet, in that fleeting moment of movement, Lucifer's head shifted. Without forewarning, without words. Immediately thereafter, a cool, soft sensation gently grazed Xie Luo's skin. It was Lucifer's touch. Xie Luo's breath came to a complete halt. The blood coursing through his veins seemed to scream as it rushed toward the small patch of skin that had been caressed, amplifying his senses to an infinite degree. Phil! Phil! Xie Luo's voice trembled, a whisper so faint it was almost imperceptible. Lucifer has become somewhat terrifying, no longer the gentle being he once was. The sense of oppression has not diminished in the slightest due to his retreat. Lucifer's eyes remain firmly locked onto him, swirling with emotions that are complex and indistinguishable, an overwhelming desire for possession, a long-suppressed yearning. Surrounding Xie Luo is Lucifer's formidable aura, along with those dark wings that confine him within this minuscule space. The constricted surroundings leave Xie Luo with no refuge. A heart-stopping tremor seizes him. This cannot continue. Fire, he calls out again, this time infused with a sweet, soft tone, reminiscent of long ago when he would playfully coax Lucifer into helping him with his homework. He attempts to gently push against Lucifer's solid chest. Let me go. Your wings are too hot. I can hardly breathe. Xie Luo's tone carries a hint of reproach, yet his gaze flits about in a panic. Unable to meet the penetrating gaze that seems to pierce his very soul, he yearns for Lucifer to utter something. Yet, there is silence. Lucifer's expression remains utterly unchanged. In this suffocating stillness, Lucifer raises a hand. Instinctively, Xie Luo shrinks back, fearing he might resume his previous actions. However, that long, slender hand merely grasps Xie Luo's neck. The grip is not brutal, but rather gentle. Xie Luo's hand is also captured, his fingertips cold against Lucifer's touch. A chilling sensation, imbued with an unusual metallic quality, rests in Xie Luo's open palm. He instinctively looks down. It is the chain of the 7 virtues, now transformed into the chain of the 7 deadly sins. 7 gems, each unique in form and hue, are intricately set within a black and red base, linked together. Crimson, wrath; inky, sloth; golden, greed; pale green, envy; deep purple, pride; pallid, gluttony; and lavender, lust. The 7 deadly sins have been fashioned into a necklace, bouncing with exuberance. Xie Luo's heart sinks, his body trembling slightly. What does Lucifer intend to do? Before he can react, Lucifer's hand, which had just gripped his neck, gently brushes aside his tousled hair. Those cool fingers, slightly calloused, glide over Xie Luo's sensitive skin, eliciting a subtle shiver. Subsequently, the necklace, emblematic of fallen authority, is carefully placed around Xie Luo's slender neck by Lucifer, infused with a disquieting aura. Throughout this process, Lucifer remains silent. His fingertips barely graze the lavender gem representing lust, resting upon Xie Luo's collarbone, which rises sharply due to his nervousness. At last, his actions come to a halt. With his wings unfurled, Xie Luo looks up in astonishment. Lucifer lowers his head, their foreheads nearly touching, his heated breath caressing Xie Luo's lips. Finally, he speaks, his voice low and husky, resonating like an echo from the deepest abyss. Indelibly marking Xie Luo's soul, the authority of the fallen is now shared with you. Do you like it? Xie Luo. Wait, you also gave it to Shin Su. This is not merely the divine abyss, is it? You have also bestowed upon me the chains of the 7 deadly sins? That is indeed a fragment of your primal power. This is an artifact from the time when God created the angels. It is a genuine divine artifact, is it not? You truly gifted it to me. Xie Luo candidly confessed his delight, expressing gratitude for the chains of the 7 deadly sins bestowed by the illustrious Lucifer. He chuckled softly. Lucifer responded with a low laugh. As long as you like it. Once donned, it cannot be removed. This is the most exalted of artifacts. for one who is not Lucifer to wear it. It effectively acknowledges a second master. He was aware that Xie Luo was oblivious to the fact that the chains of the 7 deadly sins are the chains of the Demon King and serve as the key to access the palace of the Demon Queen beneath the abyss. In his infatuation, Lucifer, during the construction of Hell, conferred privileges upon the palace of the Demon Queen that surpassed even those of the Demon King's palace. In other words, as long as the Demon Queen exists, Hell will recognize her as its sole master, along with her accompanying Demon King. For this reason, Satan and many other great demons have often lamented Lucifer's romantic folly in constructing Hell in such a manner. Should the Demon Queen become enraged and expel Lucifer, he would be left to obediently sleep on the floor. Regardless of whether the Demon Queen wished to banish all demons, they would have to comply and leave. This man is so enraptured by love that he disregards the well-being of Hell and the dark creatures that inhabit it. From this moment onward, as long as Hell reemerges, Xie Luo shall be the supreme authority. Currently, Xie Luo has evolved into a formidable anomaly, possessing the keys to the gates, the authority of Michael, the authority of Lucifer, and a portion of the powers of the God of Time. Chapter 41. Will Michael weep? Lucifer is not easily deceived. For instance, he is perplexed as to why Xie Luo has not invited him into his home and instead sent him to a hotel. Naturally, Xie Luo cannot reveal that Kinjiu frequently visits his residence. He fears that the two might clash and erupt into conflict. Thus, he strains to fabricate a plausible excuse. "Phil, my dearest friend," Xie Luo exclaims, embracing Lucifer with an expression so sincere it could win an Oscar. "You have just arrived in the great Xia. This is the perfect time to expand your influence and invade. How could you be distracted by trivial romantic affairs?" Lucifer's crimson eyes fixate on him, and he opens his mouth to confess that he possesses no interest in invading the great Xia. Rather, he yearns to accompany Xie Luo. However, at that moment, Xie Luo clears his throat and begins his performance. "Phil, I understand your grand ambitions, and I admire that about you. An angel with aspirations is indeed a commendable one. You're the most handsome demon. I am particularly fond of driven men. Do you not share that ambition?" Lucifer nods slightly, yes. He is indeed ambitious and undeniably the striking demon that Xie Luo adores. Furthermore, he feels a twinge of fear. Xie Luo, with a pained expression, exclaims, "I fear that Michael will discover you. What if you're captured? We are a god of the cave family and a demon. If we are found out, it would mean our demise." In Lucifer's crimson gaze, Xie Luo's distress is evident, as if he might weep for his safety at any moment. He gazes into Xie Luo's eyes, which are filled with concern for his well-being, and a slight furrow in his brow gradually smooths out. He leans in slightly, closing the already small distance between them, his voice low and soothing, imbued with a calming enchantment. "Rosie." He elongates the final syllable, infused with infinite tenderness. "I fully comprehend your intentions. Your concerns are indeed understandable." Just as Xie Luo feels a sense of relief, believing he has navigated this situation successfully, Lucifer's red eyes, akin to the richest red wine, caress Xie Luo's cheek as he continues, "Until our grand endeavor is fulfilled and Michael's threat is neutralized. A temporary separation for our safety is indeed a necessary sacrifice. I understand." He lifts his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against Xie Luo's forehead, slightly damp from anxiety, his touch delicate. "Your consideration for me, to endure the pain of placing me here. I understand completely." Xie Luo's heart skips a beat under Lucifer's gaze, which is steeped in deep affection. Damn it, even after being kissed, Xie Luo still struggles to grasp. Does Lucifer truly harbor feelings for me? Then I shall reside here for the time being. Lucifer gracefully steps back, resuming his languid, noble demeanor as the Demon King, a smile playing on his lips. Xie Luo, filled with guilt yet eager, nods hurriedly. "All right." With a hint of natural ambiguity in his tone, Lucifer adds, "Of course, if you find the longing unbearable, you may come seek me." "Certainly. Absolutely." As if granted a reprieve, Xie Luo immediately thumped his chest in assurance. "Phil, rest assured, once I make the arrangements, I will come to fetch you without delay. Take some time to recuperate and adjust to the time difference." "Ah, I just realized I left the fire on at home. I must take my leave. Lucifer nodded gently, his gaze lingering on Xie Luo as he retreated step by step towards the door, his hand resting upon the doorknob. By the way, Rossi. Xie Luo's heart tightened once more. Huh? Phil, do you have something else? Lucifer's smile was innocently charming, yet his voice resonated with a deep, alluring timbre, laced with a hint of seduction. Is it pleasurable? Xie Luo's face flushed crimson, more vibrant than the hue of Lucifer's eyes. He stared at Lucifer in disbelief, as if to confirm that his ears were functioning correctly. Why would someone inquire after a kiss? He opened his mouth, his throat constricted with tension, wanting to retort, to question Lucifer's intentions. Yet, all his words were ensnared within his chest, shattered by the overwhelming sensation of embarrassment and the startling realization that this fellow actually harbored feelings for him. Xie Luo even thought, considering Lucifer's pitiable state, what harm could there be in allowing him a kiss? It was entirely different. It was unlike anything with Xie. The Lord of Demons must surely be experiencing this for the first time, with a purity that was striking. Lucifer's wine-like eyes sparkled with clear amusement as he observed Xie Luo's ears turning crimson and his gaze flitting about in confusion. It seems you find it pleasurable. Lucifer chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with a hint of triumph. This utterance shattered Xie Luo's psychological defenses. What does it matter to you whether it is pleasurable? He nearly shouted as he turned to flee. He twisted the doorknob forcefully, yanking open the heavy hotel door. Not daring to cast another glance at Lucifer for fear of meeting those tender, affectionate eyes, he called out in a disjointed manner, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Bang. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, severing the sound of Lucifer's low laughter. The corridor lay empty and silent, leaving Xie Luo standing there in a daze. Pleasurable? What nonsense! He covered his burning face, quietly lamenting. It's all over, all over. Xie Luo despaired as he rested his forehead against the door. He truly liked me. And with Xie still in the picture, I don't wish to part ways with Xie. Yet Lucifer is also wonderful. Lucifer, the Lord of Hell, the embodiment of prideful sin, my gentle confidant, secretly harbors affections for me. QQ, it seems our friendship has taken an unexpected turn. And, Xie Luo murmured to himself, Michael, could it be that he also has feelings for me? A melody inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Who promised you the realms above and below? Who shared with you the sorrows of love? Who remembers the vows of eternal devotion? And who forgets the tears he shed from longing? Oh no, if Michael were to discover the nature of my relationship with Lucifer, Xie Luo feared he might weep. He had always been quite the sentimental one in his youth. Surely Michael is no longer that fragile? Xie Luo shook his head, deciding to abandon his thoughts. For he needed to fetch Xingyu from school. I had never anticipated that I would ascend to the status of a supreme deity, not through my own diligence, but because the other formidable deities were utterly consumed by their romantic inclinations, relinquishing their powers unto me. I wished to refuse, yet they clamored about their wives and charged towards me. Even when it was revealed that I was a deity of the Cthulhu pantheon, their reactions were peculiar. For instance, the Archangel Michael did not exclaim, My wife is a Cthulhu deity. Instead, he declared, even if she is a Cthulhu deity, she must still be my wife. Indeed, he wept publicly, reminiscent of the time I had upset him in his childhood, as he wiped away his tears, asserting, Do you think being a Cthulhu deity exempts you from being my wife? Not a chance. Others, like Lin Xie and Wang Mian, expressed their agreement, while the Cthulhu faction lamented their invasion of Earth, describing the sensation akin to discovering a plump cabbage at home, only to have it scrutinized by the neighbors after being paraded around. Gradually, the situation evolved into a fervent desire among the Cthulhu deities to escape Earth. Yet those individuals adamantly refused to allow our departure. The Key of Doors even chastised Nyarlathotep, calling it a classic case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Initially, the Watchers opposed Michael and his romantically inclined allies. However, they soon realized that employing my methods could cure cancer and unlock the potential of the human brain, prompting a sudden change in demeanor as they claimed the Cthulhu deities sought to abduct me. Excerpt from the Autobiography of the Supreme Deity, Chapter 42. Dog and deity, the space twisted like molten wax, the viscous darkness swirling with unsettling hues. Countless, indescribable, slick tendrils and disorienting whispers coalesced into a blurred yet vast silhouette. Nyarlathotep, languidly coiled. He was preparing to listen to the daily prayers of his humble devotees. Chaos looked down and beheld a young acolyte named Xie Luo, kneeling upon the ground. His long black hair cascaded to his waist, framing a visage that could overshadow the stars. His shimmering eyes appeared to contain crushed galaxies, his skin as fair and delicate as the finest porcelain, and his form tall and graceful. Even to the discerning gaze of Chaos, he was indeed beautiful. Chaos mused that if this devotee remained pious today, he would respond to him. As for the lack of previous replies, Chaos believed that even deities must embody a certain restraint, especially one as exalted as himself. Xie Luo took a deep breath. He had prostrated before Nyarlathotep numerous times without receiving a response. He resolved that should Nyarlathotep remain silent once more, he would turn to Xie. With a thud, Xie Luo performed a full prostration, his forehead humbly touching the ground. Supreme and unparalleled, radiating infinite majesty, the undeniably striking Nyarlathotep, the most handsome being in the cosmos, was before him. Xie Luo's voice rang clear and melodious, teeming with fervent passion and disingenuous flattery as he prayed with heartfelt eloquence. "Oh, supreme, multifaceted shadow, cosmic jester, hail, Lord Nyarlathotep! I, this humble and ignorant soul, with a profound reverence in my heart, offer you sincere praise for your unique way of bestowing care. When we find life too tranquil and comfortable, you always appear in a timely manner. You are the chief instigator of our mundane existence. Oh no, the chief infuser of vitality. Great Nyarlathotep, may your chaos endure forever. May my humble praises add a modicum of amusement to your interminable tedium. Amen." Nyarlathotep. Silence followed. Xie Luo felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps he should turn to Xie after all. He hesitated, contemplating whether to wait a moment longer. At that moment, the core of chaos erupted in a burst of even more disordered light, countless tendrils dancing with unrestrained joy, reverberating with its triumphant laughter, akin to the shattering of a kaleidoscope. Ha ha ha! Delightful! So delightful! Far more exquisite than the faith offered by those foolish devotees. Ha! A response. The will of chaos declared that today must yield a reply. How could such amusement be allowed to slip away? He must be cared for properly, perhaps even showcased to the key of a gate. Just as Xie Luo's forehead pressed against the cold ground, his heart in turmoil, a tear escaping his weary eye, deliberating whether to endure another second or immediately pack his belongings to disturb Xie consciousness. Suddenly, the space froze. A pure silence descends, more suffocating than any previous cacophony. This silence is not an absence, but rather an overwhelming sensation heralding the emergence of something significant. Xie Luo's body instinctively tenses, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He senses a gaze belonging to a god of the chaos pantheon. Then, an indescribable voice resonates deep within Xie Luo's soul, imbued with a twisted delight. You. Just a single word strikes Xie Luo's human essence like an invisible hammer, plunging him into darkness and blankness of thought. "Have called me?" The voice echoes again, this time with greater clarity, laced with a teasing curiosity, akin to a cat's paw playing with its prey. "Your praise has been received." Ahem. Xie Luo feels his mind clouding, struggling to suppress the urge to reveal his true form and retaliate. "I shall reward you," the chaos entity declares with haughty pride. At that moment, Xie Luo perceives a peculiar, gelatinous object gently landing upon his forehead. He shudders but dares not raise his gaze. It is a tendril of chaos, forcefully parting the very fabric of space. A slick, soft appendage descends silently from above, its tip adorned with minute, moist suckers, resembling a colossal and indifferent dewdrop, resting upon his smooth forehead. The sensation is indescribable, imbued with a softness that desecrates the sacred. The tendril exerts no force, merely lingering with a sense of exploration, as if the great Nyarlathotep is unusually cautious, fearing to damage his little acolyte. The tendril gently undulates, seemingly reading the terror and tremors beneath Xie Luo's skin, though in truth, Xie Luo is exhilarated, as it signifies a new source of sustenance. It then begins to glide slowly downward. The slick tip trails along Xie Luo's prominent nose, leaving behind a scent reminiscent of the deep sea. It glides past his nostrils, brushing against his tightly pressed, pallid lips. Each minute movement sends tremors to the very core of his soul. Xie Luo inexplicably yearns to scream, to bury his face deeper into the ground. He can even feel the tendril's tip, devoid of any lust, pressing curiously between his lips, eliciting a strange, tingling sensation. The tendril does not linger, continuing its descent, coiling around his fragile neck, the slick sucker gently adhering to his pulsing carotid artery. Ultimately, it slides down to Xie Luo's back, tense and knelt upon the ground. At last, Chaos lightly pats Xie Luo on the lower back, causing him to blush furiously. Is Chaos a rogue? Other gods do not behave as he does, so hands-on and audacious. Rogue scoundrel! The distorted voice whispers once more in the depths of Xie Luo's soul, carrying an air of confusion. You are unlike others. Do not cry. Do not cry. I shall grant you a reward. The tendril brushes away the tears from the corners of Xie Luo's eyes, and with each whisper, a surge of energy flows into his being. The energy, accompanied by countless fragmented images and the piercing sensation of frenzied murmurs, left an indelible mark deep within his soul, akin to an unerasable imprint. Moments later, Chaos rambled on in a disordered manner, uttering phrases such as, "Are you truly human? Why do you seem so diminutive? I shall visit you frequently. Do you wish to remain human? If not, I shall transform you into my most exquisite collectible." Throughout this exchange, Xie Luo nervously appeased this ancestral figure, apprehensive that Chaos might whimsically decide to make him a mere artifact. In such an event, Xie Luo would have to confront Chaos as a deity in battle. After a considerable duration, Chaos's manifestation finally departed, seemingly satisfied. Upon realizing that Chaos had completely left, Xie Luo suddenly raised his head. His face alight with ecstasy, he had acquired a fragment of Chaos's authority, albeit a minuscule thread. Yet, Chaos remained utterly oblivious to the fact that Xie Luo was not human at all, but a deity of the Kashi lineage. This deity possessed the inverse of all things and the unique solution, one a truth and the other a fallacy, mutually inferring, sufficient for him to learn Chaos's capabilities. Furthermore, Chaos was a T0 level deity, inherently powerful. Coupled with the unique solution, inverse of all things, realm of mortal gods, corruption, and temporal decay. Should he find a way to collect stamps leading to Yog-Sothoth and gain the full authority of the Key of Gates, Xie Luo could then, through devouring and Twilight of the Gods, vanquish all deities and ascend to the status of the supreme god. What is this Key of Gates? What of Michael, Lucifer, and Chaos? What the god of time? Let them all serve Xie Luo as mere hounds. Chapter 43. Lu Baoyu. Xie Luo contemplated selecting a divine agent of his own, for he too required assistance in his endeavors. Initially, he leaned towards the venerable Zhu Jiayan, who had first aided in the dissemination of his jellyfish faith. However, he was utterly taken aback to learn that she had awakened the Forbidden Ruins after valiantly defeating Wang Mian with her team. Consequently, he turned to Su Wenhe, but unexpectedly, Lucifer had already taken the initiative. Later, Xie Luo considered the husband of Sister Jia, yet that individual lacked faith, serving diligently as a laborer for the jellyfish faith solely due to his infatuation. He could not possibly approach Michael and request Lin Qie as his agent, nor could he ask Loki to lend him Si Xiaonan or beseech the god of time for Wang Mian. After much contemplation and restless nights, Xie Luo finally set his sights on one individual, Lu Baoyu. As the future vice-captain of the demon squad, this young and perilous soul, akin to a poisoned dagger, harbored a rebellious fire within, burning day and night, embodying the quintessential essence of a devoted follower of the chaotic pantheon. Most importantly, he was youthful, his fervor unquenched and his spirit untamed. In his pursuit of the supreme divine position, such passionate and unruly youth were essential. Su Wonha's whispers flowed through the air like an invisible stream, penetrating the space and precisely landing in the mind of Su Wonha, who was currently engaged in combat with a mysterious figure. Go to Lu Baoyu. Persuade him to join the jellyfish faith. I wish for him to become my agent. Su Wonha's lips curled into a subtle smile as she accepted the icy dagger blade handed to her by Gu Qing. Understood, master. Her response was silent, yet infused with an exhilarating anticipation for the impending confrontation. Indeed, the jellyfish god was without an agent. This individual, named Lu Baoyu, was fortunate, for receiving the jellyfish god's favor was tantamount to simultaneously gaining the protection of Lord Lucifer. Months later, the air was thick and viscous, tainted with the acrid scent of burning low-quality tobacco, mingled with sweat and a faint whiff of blood. Cheap fluorescent lights flickered on the low ceiling, casting a shifting, ghastly green and crimson glow that fragmented the ferocious visages of the two contenders in the arena. Lu Baoyu suddenly turned his head, narrowly avoiding a fist wrapped in coarse leather that whistled past his cheek, the gust of wind stinging his skin. A manic grin spread across his face as he pressed forward, his body colliding with his opponent like a rock deprived of balance. An elbow strike followed. A dull thud echoed as bone met bone. The human figure, the mysterious, armored hunter, staggered back, emitting a guttural groan akin to a wounded beast. Relentless, Lu Baoyu ensnared the opponent's neck with his sweat and blood-stained arm, his knee viciously thrusting into their soft abdomen with the weight of his entire being. A deafening roar erupted from stands. Bills rained down like filthy snowflakes upon the iron cage, mingled with spittle and frenzied shouts. This was the arena hosted by the jellyfish god, where adversaries were mere lowly mysteries, forcing humans to rely on their own prowess and combat skills to contend with these enigmatic foes. Lu Baoyu had been lured here once and had become enamored. At this age, he cherished dreams of heroism, and this arena fulfilled every aspiration. Lu Baoyu finds himself in a realm where respect and admiration are within reach. A woman, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit and adorned with an extravagant feathered mask, languidly leans against the rough-hewn wooden bar, her fingertips delicately holding a high-stakes chip, which she carelessly tosses onto a betting board marked with her name. The chip lands with a crisp chime. Beneath the mask, Su Wonha's gaze subtly shifts. Enough. It's time to ensnare. Do not keep our master waiting. A voice devoid of inflection slices through the clamor, precisely reaching the ears of the guards on either side of the arena. The next round begins. Click, click, hiss. Lu Baoyu abruptly raises his head, his bloodshot eyes instantly locking onto the source of the sound. In the shadows by the cage's edge, three ghostly figures have materialized. They are contorted in form, their faces obscured by crude masks resembling the flayed skin of other beings, with only 2 points of crimson light visible. Their breath is cold and clammy, reminiscent of a damp serpent slithering across bare skin, a stark contrast to the earlier entertainment provided by the armored hunters. The peak of the realm. 3 unmistakable malices manifest like physical ice picks, piercing through Lu Baoyu's boiling fighting spirit, an unprecedented chill rushing up his spine to his crown. Almost instinctively, Lu Baoyu abandons the pursuit of the fallen armored hunter, his body propelling backward in an almost impossible arc. It is too late. One of the ghostly figures appears like a specter in his retreat path, its grip tightening around his throat. Lu Baoyu's pupils constrict, the breath of death tightening around him. He lowers his head sharply, the sharp claws grazing his scalp and severing a few strands of dark hair. Bang! A searing pain erupts from his side. Another ghostly figure's fist, akin to a battering ram, strikes him. Lu Baoyu feels as though he has been charged by a stampeding rhinoceros. A metallic sweetness surging violently up his throat. He is propelled by this immense force, crashing against the frigid iron cage, producing a dull thud that shakes the entire enclosure. Dizziness and excruciating pain engulf him. Ha ha ha! A chilling laughter seems to echo in his ears. The third ghostly figure has drawn near its cold, putrid hand tightening around his neck, pinning him firmly against the iron mesh. The other 2 ghostly figures, like predatory hyenas, encircle him with malevolent grins. their sharp claws glinting ominously, aimed at his heart. The sensation of suffocation surges forth. Tudi. This thought erupts like thunder within his fading consciousness. Reluctance, a searing volcanic fervor, potent enough to incinerate all, surges forth, obliterating the dizziness and pain in an instant. How could this be? How could Lu Baoyu meet his end in such a manner? Swept away like refuse? No. In that fleeting moment, the entire world fell silent. It was not the absence of sound, but rather Lu Baoyu's consciousness being inexorably dragged downward by an irresistible force, plunging into an absolute, viscous, lightless deep blue. The bone-chilling cold enveloped him, 1,000-fold more intense than the claws of a phantom. It was the abyssal chill capable of freezing one's very soul. Enormous water pressure constricted every inch of his being, as if intent on grinding him into dust. He could neither breathe nor move, his consciousness sinking into oblivion. Where was his place? The underworld? The abyss? Just as his awareness teetered on the brink of being eternally frozen and dissolved in this everlasting deep blue, a soft, faint, peculiar glow flickered to life within the depths of his consciousness. The light appeared as if something was unfurling, with irregular edges. It possessed a certain elegance and an eerie rhythm. Suddenly, one by one, countless umbrella-shaped silhouettes, exuding a blue-green luminescence, silently emerged in this lightless ocean. Jellyfish, thousands of them, each with varied forms, radiating a deadly allure and an extreme, chilling beauty. An ineffable will, akin to warm water, slowly infused his crumbling soul. It was a brand. Lu Baoyu heard a voice. I am the jellyfish god, Alasura, grantayer of the paradox of the divine ruins. You shall become my agent, provided you assist me in attaining the status of the supreme deity. Do you accept? I accept. At once, a multitude of information flooded Lu Baoyu's mind. He had acquired a portion of the capabilities from Michael's realm of mortals and Lucifer's fallen, among others. Who exactly was this jellyfish god? Lu Baoyu attempted to wield the realm of mortals, only to discover, he could not. This was to be expected. Xie Luo had always maintained that power was for men to behold, not to wield, and the divine ruins were for men to gaze upon, not to manipulate. These abilities were merely for Lu Baoyu's observation, to demonstrate to him the strength of Xie Luo, like a carrot dangled before a donkey. If Lu Baoyu attempted to use them, he would find himself utterly immobilized, forced to rely solely on Xie Luo's powers. Fortunately, among the usable abilities was one that caused the phantom to perish upon contact. Buzz. In the real world, within the arena, time seemed to freeze for a moment. The phantom, which had gripped Lu Baoyu's neck, flickered with uncertainty in its crimson eyes. It sensed that the young body, which had just been struggling against its grasp, had suddenly transformed into something different. Then, a sudden change occurred. Lu Baoyu's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. From the depths of his originally ink-black pupils, two glimmers of blue-green light, reminiscent of deep-sea glowing jellyfish, illuminated the darkness. What? The phantom, clutching his neck, emitted a strange hiss, as if scorched by the light in his eyes, its claws instinctively loosening for a moment. In that fleeting instant, with a swift motion whoosh, the phantom's body shattered into countless fragments. Blood gushed forth. No excessive action was needed. The phantom drew near, and death ensued. It was simply that ruthless. Lu Baoyu gazed down at the blood in his hands, murmuring to himself, to become the supreme deity? What a fascinating idea, the divine one. Chapter 44. And Qingyu's injury before Xie Luo could revel in the joy of having secured an agent. He was abruptly confronted with devastating news, and Qingyu had sustained an injury. Yet, the details of how it occurred remained unspoken. The elation on Xie Luo's face, which had blossomed at the thought of Lu Baoyu, instantly froze, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. He rushed to Qingyu's side, his voice trembling with concern. Qingyu, how did you get hurt? Were you injured? Who did this? And Qingyu remained silent, leaning against the wall, his complexion paler than usual, his eyes resembling a dimmed, cold pool, gazing steadily at Xie Luo with a profound sense of grievance and accusation. It was as if Xie Luo had committed an unforgivable betrayal, abandoning him in his time of need. That look jolted Xie Luo's heart, filling him with an inexplicable mix of fear and guilt. This should not be happening. He had concealed everything well. Did he learn of Michael, or Lucifer, or Naya, or perhaps the god of time? Xie Luo was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, yearning to reach out and touch Xingyu, yet terrified of making contact with the injured area on his arm. His hand hovered awkwardly in the air. Xingyu, please say something. What happened? Who hurt you? And Xingyu remained mute, his gaze deepening, his lips pressed into a stubborn line as he slightly turned his head away. That pitiable demeanor was more than Xie Luo could bear against any inquiry. Little fish, Xie Luo leaned in closer, and although Xingyu had evidently tended to his wounds, the faint scent of blood still lingered, intensifying Xie Luo's distress. He softened his tone. Little fish, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Let us tend to your wounds first, shall we? And Xingyu's body stiffened almost imperceptibly before he finally spoke, his voice laced with a fragile coldness that concealed his pain. You don't need to worry about it. Those words, you don't need to worry, felt like a sharp hook, digging into Xie Luo, inflicting both pain and irritation. How could he not care? If I don't care, who will? And Xingyu, what on earth is wrong? Who hurt you? Xie Luo's voice rose in urgency and anger. Once more, and Xingyu fell silent, his long eyelashes casting a shadow on his pale face, obscuring the emotions in his eyes, leaving behind a visage of a shattered beauty. The sense of grievance seemed almost tangible, enveloping him and silently accusing Xie Luo of neglect. Xie Luo felt utterly at a loss. Whenever Xingyu threw a tantrum, he would retreat into silence, combining the weight of his grievances with his unwillingness to speak. All right, it's my fault. I'm foolish. It's all my fault. I was wrong, completely wrong. Xie Luo began to confess, although he was still unaware of the nature of his transgressions. Yet he felt it wise to take the blame. Cautiously, he extended his hand. This time, instead of reaching for the arm, he gently placed it on Xingyu's wrist, feeling the quickened pulse beneath the skin. The warmth radiating from Xingyu's wrist caused him to tense momentarily, yet he did not immediately pull away. The faint resistance offered a sliver of pitiable hope to Xie Luo, who hurriedly pressed on, his voice as soft as if it could draw forth tears. Baby, brother, darling, little fish, please tell me, or else I am frightened. Xie Luo's voice trembled ever so slightly, for he truly feared Xingyu's silent accusation. It seemed that Xingyu was indeed the more difficult one to soothe. Perhaps it was the quaver of fear that struck a chord with Xingyu, or perhaps the pent-up grievance had finally reached a boiling point. His long eyelashes fluttered violently for a moment before he gradually lifted his gaze, those usually calm and sharp eyes now glistening with unshed tears, piercing directly into Xie Luo's anxious depths. You. And Xingyu finally spoke, his voice soft and hoarse, imbued with a palpable sense of choking emotion, creating a stark contrast to the cold demeanor he had so deliberately maintained, resembling more of a sulk. You kept something from me. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Xie Luo's heart sank suddenly, racing to identify which secret had now surfaced. He hit me. Who? Who struck you? Xie Luo instantly erupted, his voice rising in pitch. Tell me their name. I shall scatter their ashes immediately. And Xingyu revealed the name that had haunted Xie Luo's conscience. Nyarlathotep. A few days ago, he boasted to me about acquiring a beautiful follower and even made me inhale that follower's scent. At first, I couldn't discern it, but later realized something was amiss. Wasn't that your essence? I declared that she was my wife, and Nyarlathotep merely retorted that if she is your wife, then she is also mine. Provoked, I confronted him. After all, I am merely a fragment. The main body has yet to awaken. He is slightly stronger, and thus, he ended up injuring me. Xie Luo's fury abruptly froze, his mind buzzing to a halt. He abruptly raised his gaze to Xingyu, whose face was shadowed, his eyes burning into Xie Luo's. Donji, how did Xingyu find out? Hadn't he managed to appease him the previous night? With a trembling voice, Xie Luo pleaded, little fish, please do not be angry. And Xingyu's voice was as sour as a 1,000-year-old lemon. laced with an overwhelming tide of fury. What right do I have to be angry? You tell me, Xie Luo. Xie Luo, if you do not clarify this matter, do not expect to remain on this bed. I assure you. Chapter 45. A stolen smile. Xie Luo's pleas for mercy were caught in his throat. The lingering tone of Xingyu's last words did not dissipate. Instead, it spread through the confined space like a viscous, echoing blasphemous whisper. And Xingyu's gaze transformed. An unnatural flush appeared on his pale face, not a blush of embarrassment, but rather a sickly excitement. His eyes, once as clear as a cold pool, now seemed to ferment with something thick and darkening, the edges of his pupils quivering faintly. Little fish? Xie Luo instinctively recoiled, and Xingyu did not immediately lunge forward. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, a gesture that should have been innocent and even endearing, yet now resembled a signal to feast. How did you entwine your essence with the chaotic? How did you allow its tendrils to ensnare you, allowing its filthy love to tarnish the mark that rightfully belongs to me? He advanced a step closer. Xie Luo felt little fear. After all, he had become accustomed to Xingyu's non-human form. No matter how grotesque, it evoked no response. He even found in Xingyu's transformation into his true, chaotic form rather handsome. Look at the beautiful scales of the key of the door. Observe the bubbles adorning his body. Undeniably exquisite. Xie Luo's mind wandered, contemplating how the subtle tremors at the edges of Xingyu's pupils resembled some exquisite glasswork, truly captivating. Little fish, you're yelling at me? Xie Luo called out, his voice tinged with genuine grievance, though it bore more the hallmarks of theatricality. Regaining his composure, he not only did not retreat, but allowed his shoulders to slump slightly, regarding Xingyu with a gaze that seemed to accuse him of being the unreasonable one. And Xingyu paused momentarily. Do you dare to question me? Xie Luo's voice escalated, filled with a dramatic indignation. You asked me how I let its essence entwine with me. Why don't you inquire of it instead? I merely uttered its name, and it desired. It harbored a blatant covetousness towards me. It was envious of the mark you bestowed upon me, envious of the essence you left upon me. And you failed to protect me. You actually lost to it. As he denounced the chaos, he painted himself as a pitiful, innocent victim. And Xingyu felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing the accusation of losing to it. Xie Luo's voice grew louder, bold, and even tinged with a hint of tears, as he took a small step forward, colliding into Xingyu's embrace. His movement resembled a deliberate offering of affection, and Xingyu's body trembled slightly at this unexpected collision. The sob-laden accusations continued to buzz in his ears. You didn't protect me. You actually lost to it. Are you scolding me? Each word struck like a hammer against his exceptionally sensitive nerves. A tumult of protective instinct, possessiveness, and the fury of being questioned swirled within him, almost threatening to explode. However, he lowered his gaze and collided with the shimmering depths of Xie Luo's expressive eyes. The sense of grievance was genuine, as was the accusation. Yet Xingyu understood Xie Luo all too well. Xie Luo was merely playing with his emotions. With a hint of petulance, Xingyu felt a lump in his throat, his voice husky. Nevertheless, Xie Luo seemed oblivious to this murmured confession. He audaciously nuzzled his cheek against Xingyu's cool neck, muttering, He also said he would take me away. Said your schemes are futile. Of course, Nyarlathotep had never uttered such words, but it mattered not, for Xie Luo was adept at fabricating his own narrative. The strings of reason snapped completely, and primal impulses consumed Xingyu. He no longer inquired about the mark, nor did he heed Nyarlathotep. All he desired was to envelop everything that should not exist at this very moment, to possess the person in his embrace, entirely from head to toe, inside and out. Xingyu suddenly tightened his arms, causing Xie Luo to emit a muffled sound of surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. In the next heartbeat, Xingyu gently grasped Xie Luo's chin, compelling him to lift his gaze. Alas, among the deities of the K-class, you are still quite young, are you not? Xie Luo, in his innocence, nodded and replied, yes. What of it? Xingyu responded with a buoyant tone. Well then, from this day forth, you shall be a truly mature K-class deity. because you have made some harmless mistakes. I can only say that I don't mind playing the role of a father. There are several paths to maturity for K-class deities. One is through sufficient energy absorption, leading to natural maturation. The other, however, relies on the assistance of a partner to achieve it. Slap, a swift and decisive strike. Xie Luo exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Enkinjiu, do you wish for my demise?" Enkinjiu received another slap, but as for why he was stifling a laugh, do not inquire. Chapter 46, Beaten, Don't Touch Me. A muffled voice emerged from Xie Luo, thick with nasal tones, clearly having cried quite a bit. And Xingyu responded gently, "All right," yet continued to approach him. In a swift motion, he scooped Xie Luo up, an action so decisive it left no room for refusal, exuding an undeniable dominance. Xie Luo, already drained of strength, gasped as his body was suddenly lifted off the ground, landing securely in Xingyu's steadfast embrace. It was a classic princess carry, with Xingyu's arms firmly encircling his knees and back, effectively securing him against his chest. "What are you doing? Put me down." Xie Luo immediately struggled, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. However, as soon as his delicate shoulder blades made contact with Xingyu's icy chest, the bruises on his back flared with pain, causing him to involuntarily gasp, his movements weakening. "Do not move," and Xingyu's voice resonated low, brushing against his ear with an oddly soothing charm, warning that further contact would intensify the pain. Xie Luo's body stiffened momentarily, the familiar scent enveloping him, sapping much of his will to resist. "It wasn't you who did this," he murmured, his voice thick with nasal tones as he huffed a few times, ultimately surrendering to the futility of his struggle, burying his face petulantly into Xingyu's neck. The indulgent whining soon commenced. "Ugh, it hurts so much. It's all your fault," the complaint laden with grievance, warm breath cascading against Xingyu's skin. Xingyu tightened his embrace slightly, drawing him even closer, gazing down at the curled-up figure in his arms. My beloved wife indeed. At the age of 19, he already possessed a beautiful wife, he mused with a chuckle. "Yes, my fault." And Xingyu readily acquiesced, soothing the little jellyfish he held. "Does your hand hurt from slapping me?" He expressed concern for Xie Luo's hand, knowing the force used would surely cause some discomfort. Indeed, and Xingyu selectively overlooked the fact that, while Xie Luo appeared delicate, he was a deity of equal standing, and striking another would hardly inflict pain. Xie Luo buried his head deeper, though his shoulders subtly relaxed. He had arrived in this world feeling utterly alone. Despite having relatives, as his uncle mentioned, they could provide little assistance, merely ensuring he would not perish. Thus, it was only natural for Xie Luo to become reliant on others, especially someone who appeared cool and composed, yet was gentle and meticulous towards him. "Of course it hurts. My wrist aches. My back hurts. My waist. It feels like it's about to break." Xie Luo's voice grew increasingly plaintive, laced with a quivering accusation. You must take responsibility." "All right, I will take responsibility. I never said I wouldn't. How would you like me to be responsible?" And Xingyu leaned down, gently placing Xie Luo onto the bed. Xie Luo's eyes flickered with mischief. "I want to eat something mysterious, preferably something related to the ocean, something more refined and aesthetically pleasing." He paused, seemingly unsatisfied, then added, "I want to eat it now. I want to have it today. At least something from the sea realm. Otherwise, you would be an irresponsible deity, and I would ignore you. At merely 18 years of age, I find myself still youthful and naive, yet I have become your wife. Oh dear, you cannot be a scoundrel." And Xingyu lowered her head, her cool lips gently brushing against Xielohan's damp forehead as she said, "Very well, I shall go find him. You stay home and take care. And I shall never be a scoundrel who would be mad enough to play the part of rogue, competing and scrambling while fearing they might not succeed." Upon hearing this, Xie Luo nodded and replied, "You said it. Humph. Now be gone." As soon as Xingyu departed, Xie Luo quickly began messaging others. "Xie Luo, Qi, you have no idea, and Xingyu is truly the biggest fool in the world." "Lin Qi. Yes, he is quite foolish. Did he bully you?" "Xie Luo. How did you know?" "Lin Qi. I shan't tell you." "How did he bully you?" "Xie Luo. I won't tell you either." Lin Qi. Even if you don't tell me, I can see it. You look quite easy to bully and seem to cry often. Xie Luo, Lin Qi. Yi. I'm done chatting with you. Xie Luo. Shen Qingzhu, are you there? Shen Qingzhu. I am. Xie Luo. Are you gaming, brother? Shen Qingzhu. Are you a boy? Why speak like that? Shen Qingzhu. Never mind, just take good care of Yao. Lucifer. Are you there? I wish to speak with you. You have ignored me for 3 days. Xie Luo. I apologize. I was engaged in a mysterious and intense battle for 3 days. I have only just revived. I am still too weak. Forgive me. Xie Luo. Tomorrow, may I come to find you? Xie Luo. By the way, I have found a divine being named Lu Baoyu. Please look after him over there. Lucifer. I feel for you. Sending you a hug. You aren't hurt, are you? Xie Luo. I am not. Lucifer. I will take care of him. Sending you hugs and kisses. Kissing emoji. Awaiting your arrival. Chapter 47. A divine throne. Individuals are often ensnared by the unattainable desires of their youth. And even angels can be captivated by their beloved for centuries. As Michael stood on the desolate lunar landscape, memories of their time in paradise flooded his mind. Though Lucifer was an unwelcome presence beside Rosie, Michael would gladly trade a divine throne for a life of such enduring constancy. Positioned at the edge of a silent crater, Michael felt the cold lunar dust beneath his feet, while above him stretched the eternal river of stars and the solitary blue planets spinning in the void. There was no wind, no sound, only an absolute vacuum compressing and amplifying every emotion into an infinite stillness. He recalled the light of paradise, not the scorching sun, nor the frigid stars, but a warm, omnipresent existence. It filled every crevice of their wings, illuminating every visage. In those moments, Rosie's laughter was always the purest. At that time, Lucifer had not yet become the fallen morning star who would ignite the war leading to the bloodshed of heaven. He was merely an annoying companion, a figure of arrogance and charm, a source of irritation. Michael had often found himself dwelling on this sentiment, despising Lucifer's knowing demeanor and his ability to monopolize Rosie's attention. Yet, the resentment he felt in his youth, born from a rivalry, was nothing compared to what it had become. All of this turmoil stemmed from Michael's tragic mistake of taking Rosie's life, leading both him and Lucifer to madness and mutual hatred, though their relationship was not irreconcilable. Michael often pondered the possibility of external forces attempting to steal Rosie away. In truth, Lucifer could be the most reliable ally, for they were once angels, sharing common experiences and childhood memories. Regardless of the circumstances, Rosie would always belong to their Hebrew mythology. As the saying goes, the abode of angels is confined to heaven and hell. Michael's thoughts wandered further. He recalled the pure and clumsy gestures he once made, flapping his wings in front of Rosie. It was not a mere stretch, it was rhythmic and melodic, akin to how a puppy wags its tail in the presence of affection or how a kitten purrs for love. In that moment, Rosie paused, her clear eyes reflecting him, tilting her head in mild surprise. Michael, are your wings uncomfortable? They seem to tremble so. If Michael were to articulate his thoughts, he would liken Rosie's inquiry to the mundane question of why cats purr, finding it utterly naive. Yet he stood there, bewildered, contemplating the possibility of rejection or acceptance. If the latter were to occur, he would embrace Rosie wholeheartedly. He never anticipated her reaction, expressing concern over his discomfort. The searing embarrassment and clumsiness felt laughably awkward in the face of such innocent purity. Michael, still youthful and inexperienced, found himself frozen in place, while Lucifer remained nearby, laughing. But what was he laughing at? Michael felt a simmering discontent, for clearly, Rossi had never accepted his confession. He had long forgotten the moment he first developed feelings for Rossi, reminiscent of every young boy who, in his prideful stubbornness, sought attention yet failed to garner it. Undeterred, he persisted in his attempts to win him over, yet remained unsuccessful. Gradually, his gaze became fixated on a single individual, rendering others invisible and igniting an obsession within him. Rossi, being an exceptionally radiant angel, only intensified Michael's feelings. Upon realizing his affection, he accepted it with a calm resignation, even harboring a sentiment of indifference towards whom Rossi might favor instead. If it were merely an obsession, it might have been manageable, but Michael discovered that he genuinely cared. What could he do? He resolved to pursue his affections, adorning himself in his finest attire, polishing his halo to a brilliant shine, and fluttering his wings in earnest. In truth, had Michael expressed his thoughts candidly, he might not have been met with silence. Alas, the Western deities were known for their openness, yet Michael remained a conservative and proud figure among them. He scarcely dared to utter words of affection, opting instead for subtle and ambiguous confessions. Similarly, Lucifer too refrained from declaring his feelings, burdened by insecurity and a fear of rejection. Thus, they languished in silence, believing that the passage of time would unveil the essence of love. Consequently, two mute souls, one without a heart, merrily coexisted for 18 years. When their affections reached a fever pitch, the ethereal light of hope vanished. Centuries passed, and heaven faded, hell extinguished. Everything disappeared. Michael stood at the desolate edge of a lunar crater, yearning for his homeland, wishing to be with his cherished companions, longing to remain the timid angel who could not even vocalize his feelings, rather than languishing in solitude on this forsaken moon. He instinctively shifted his scapula, once a vessel of celestial brilliance, clumsily fluttering for a naive little angel. Now, only emptiness and a faint, haunting ache remained. He murmured softly, his voice dissipating into the void, an extravagant fantasy that only he could hear. Fortunately, Rossi was reborn. Otherwise, he feared he would eventually lose his mind. Chapter 48. Flaws abound. Perfect disguise. Xie Luo had expressed a desire to seek out Lucifer, and one could be assured he would pursue that ambition, for he was a man of his word and action. The following day, the morning sun lazily poured its golden rays upon the cobblestone path, with dust dancing in the air like tiny flecks of gold. Xie Luo watched as Xingyu's figure faded into the alleyway, the tension in his smile immediately dissipating as he let out a long-held sigh of relief. What close call! And Xingyu was as clingy as an octopus. With a lingering sense of apprehension, Xie Luo patted his chest, only relaxing once he confirmed that Xingyu had truly departed. A glimmer of mischievous delight crept back into his eyes. Finally, he had managed to send her away. I shall first take a detour to observe what the devotees are up to and whether they are properly honoring their deities. Then I will seek out Lucifer. After all, he loves to daydream in broad daylight. With this thought, Xie Luo felt a renewed lightness in his being. He conjured an outfit using his divine powers, intending to blend in among the followers for a discreet visit. To appear more authentic, he deliberately fashioned his attire to reflect everyday life. The garment bore an abstract design stitched in dark red thread across the chest, resembling a chubby and haughty jellyfish, surrounded by a few erratic lines, exuding an atmosphere reminiscent of graffiti art. The ensemble had a slightly edgy vibe, yet the playful and adorable pattern rendered it difficult for anyone to perceive the mental interference at play. Xie Luo mused to himself, dressed like this, I must resemble an ordinary, infatuated youth enchanted by the jellyfish deity. Indeed, he had noticed many devotees adorned in similar fashion, and one must admit, it looked rather trendy, if not for the fact that aside from Xie Luo's penchant for elementary school hoodies, the entire jellyfish congregation was stylish enough to be daunting. A trending term, jellyfish style, had even emerged online. This was an inevitable consequence, for the followers of the jellyfish cult primarily comprised artists, singers, dancers, musicians, coders, and inventors, individuals at the forefront of artistic and technological innovation. The upper echelons, such as Zhu Jiading, an art major, and Ka Jie, a scholar of Chinese literature, were prolific contributors to the fabric of Hebrew mythology. Thus, it was only natural for the jellyfish cult to embody such a trend-setting essence. Having donned the enchanted garment, Xie Luo rummaged through his bag for a while before finally extracting a soft, fluffy object. It was an adorable jellyfish pendant with one eye larger than the other, radiating a charmingly silly aura. It even contained a sound device, capable of storytelling, providing companionship to the elderly and offering culinary guidance. Should one wish to procure the premium divine merchandise from the hands of jellyfish cult members, there was even a mechanical jellyfish that could assist with chores and childcare. Initially, Xie Luo had vehemently opposed the notion of such silly creations. However, Jie informed him that these little trinkets had generated nearly 5 million in revenue. Moreover, demand far exceeded supply, with the mechanical jellyfish being fervently purchased by parents, many of whom joined the jellyfish cult in hopes of securing internal discounts. By the way, joining the jellyfish cult allows one to receive 2 bags of eggs weekly, and for those with sincere faith, there is the option to exchange them for rice, oil, and flour. Upon hearing this, Xie Luo promptly capitulated. How extraordinary! With such a marketing strategy, it would be challenging for Xie Luo to remain anything less than a supreme deity. Who could possibly rival his popularity now? It is said that when some individuals warned the masses that the jellyfish god was no good, a middle-aged woman rushed forward wielding a slipper, cursing and exclaiming that they had not seen any of them hand out offerings. Indeed, they simply did not want her to receive eggs. Wealthy patrons were even more forthright. The jellyfish god belongs to the water element, which brings prosperity and abundant fortune. He is no malevolent spirit, but rather an auspicious presence. Furthermore, can our great Xia really not accommodate a single jellyfish god among its multitude of deities? A young knight watchman interjected, but he is a deity of curses. And we do not even know where our Xia deities are. The patron retorted, what do you mean a deity of curses? The jellyfish has existed in the sea since time immemorial. Our great Xia has the earliest records of it. If you do not understand, refrain from speaking nonsense. He is undoubtedly one of our Xia gods, overseeing wealth. The night watchman was left speechless. Your argument is quite compelling. Moreover, university students rallied in support, declaring, he simply does not want us to fail. I will not permit you to defame him. This is a conspiracy. Our unfortunate jellyfish god, akin to a mere data repository, has been ensnared by capital. The night watchman could only laugh, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Returning to the main topic, Xie Luo fumbled to extract a small booklet with curled edges, handed to him by a devotee. He had not even glanced at it, and had instead used it to wipe his hands. On the cover, inscribed in an ornate script, were the words, 520 poems in praise of the great jellyfish god. The great, devourer of the cosmos. Sovereign? Xie Luo leaned closer to the pages, furrowing his brow as he struggled to decipher the uniquely styled letters, pondering that excessive artistry can also be a hindrance. He could not quite grasp the text bestowing upon your faithful, eternal. He cultivated a somber and reverent tone, attempting to emanate a whisper that seemed to arise from the abyss, lest he reveal himself among a gathering of fervent devotees during prayer. Yet, the thought of himself as a deity made the world appear as a mere puppet show, and he found it hard to suppress a laugh, ultimately producing a sound akin to a duck with its neck stepped on. Great jellyfish god. At the end of the alley, sunlight was sliced into angular shadows by towering structures. Unbeknownst to Xie Luo, as he fervently praised himself, a figure had appeared without warning at the junction of those shadows. It was Zhou Ping. He tilted his head slightly, as if trying to capture some intangible trajectory in the air, his brow furrowed in concentration. That faint yet repulsive aura, reminiscent of the spiritual pollution emanating from the depths of decaying muck, clearly pointed to this very spot. Why then, was there only this absurd individual in sight? Zhou Ping's gaze fell upon Xie Luo, who was at that moment struggling to contain his laughter. He took a deep breath, striving to draw in his abdomen, attempting to present a facade of authority, before reciting the prayer from the book to the little jellyfish with heartfelt emotion. Indeed, the jellyfish church adores this adorable effigy, albeit merely a few meters in size. Oh, great, sovereign of the abyss, the master of paradox. His words stumbled forth, and in a moment of distraction, he accidentally bit his tongue, drawing in a sharp breath, please bestow upon your loyal servant an everlasting. Halfway through, feeling utterly perplexed by the artistic script, Xie Luo improvised, grant me, an eternal spicy hot pot base and an endless supply of tripe. He was a deity after all. What harm was there in fabricating a line? Who dared to challenge him? Zhou Ping stood expressionless, scanning the individual before him from head to toe, then back down from heel to crown. Flaws, all flaws. It was all too contrived, absurdly so. Within Zhou Ping's mind, the cold logic of the sword saint began to churn. A true god of the K lineage, even the most inferior, could not possibly be so youthful or foolish. This young man recited prayers, and even called for a spicy hot pot bass and tripe, yet he emitted not a whisper of credible spiritual disturbance. The flaws were as numerous as holes in a sieve, each mocking the intellect of the pursuer. The only explanation: he had misjudged the source of power. A smirk barely lifted the corners of Zhou Ping's mouth. His previously calm right index finger, resting at his waist, subtly raised and then descended. The intangible yet formidable sword intent that had coalesced at his fingertip quietly dissipated, almost causing harm to an ordinary person. In the depths of the alley, Xie Luo finally composed himself from his disheveled state. He rubbed his nose and straightened his posture, attempting to embellish his self-praise for a more effective incognito visit. Great. He cleared his throat, his voice tinged with a nasal hum. At that moment, an inexplicable chill surged up his spine without warning. Xie Luo froze, akin to a rusted puppet, laboriously turning his neck. Zhou Ping stood at the end of the alley, shrouded in a thin veil of shadow. Those eyes were as tranquil as two deep wells sealed beneath millennia of ice. Time itself seemed to halt. Gulp! A loud, desperate swallow echoed in Xie Luo's throat. His heart thundered within his chest, pounding like a drum. Could be Zhou Ping? It must be. He recognized no one else. And the sword intent emanating from him was palpably substantial. Could he possibly be overmatched? Even if he could fight back, he wished to avoid injury. What to do? Zhou Ping appeared devoid of any intent to attack, yet he lingered. Wait! An outrageous thought crossed his mind. An online joke suggested that feigning homosexuality could frighten away straight men. Zhou Ping, with his social anxiety, would surely be intimidated. Summoning his courage, Xie Luo forced a cheerful tone. Hey there, handsome. I must admit, I quite like you. You look incredibly cool with that sword. How about we add each other on WeChat and become good friends? As soon as Xie Luo uttered the words about adding WeChat, he mentally lamented his own audacity. Zhou Ping, please don't think ill of me. I simply wish to avoid conflict. Xie Luo assumed that Zhou Ping would undoubtedly decline his offer. However, Zhou Ping's reaction completely exceeded Xie Luo's expectations. In the dim shadow at the mouth of the alley, it seemed that Zhou Ping hesitated for a brief moment. His eyes subtly shifted, landing on Xie Luo's round, glistening misty eyes. Did this person just call him handsome? Subsequently, the angular lines of Zhou Ping's jaw appeared to tighten for an instant, and a suspicious flush crept up to his ears. In a low voice, he murmured, XXXXZP-111. This young man was likely just an ordinary believer in the sea goddess, not inherently bad. Zhou Ping realized he could not apprehend him. After all, there were far too many followers of the sea goddess, and imprisoning them all would be an impossible feat nevertheless. Worshipping the god of the cursed was certainly inadvisable. He was on a mission to hunt down the sea goddess, and once everything settled, he would assist the young man in correcting his misguided beliefs. Thus, adding a friend was not out of the question. Yi Fan had also encouraged him to engage more with others. Moreover, this was merely a personal choice, not one that would impact the fate of the great Xia. Zhou Ping thought to himself, feeling justified. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's words, Xie Luo was taken aback and responded in confusion. What? What has happened? Why did it suddenly turn into letters and numbers? Is this the latest way to decline? After a moment of realization, Xie Luo gasped. Your WeChat ID is XXXXCP111? Dude, you just gave the god of the cursed your WeChat ID. Zhou Ping hastily replied. I have to go. Goodbye. With that, he vanished from the alley, seemingly eager to escape any further conversation. As for Xie Luo, he was left bewildered, pondering. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Chapter 49. Dining on the bounty of many after Zhou Ping's departure. Xie Luo swiftly arrived at Lucifer's residence. Indeed, Lucifer had long ceased to inhabit a hotel. As a demon lord endowed with both beauty and strength, he had adeptly distanced himself from self-reliance and the aid of friends, instead thriving on the offerings of his devoted followers. Ultimately acquiring a charming villa replete with a garden and swimming pool, nestled on a hillside. Lucifer exhibited no semblance of discomfort, according to him. This arrangement was merely the customary tribute. Xie Luo's understanding of his dear friend deepened further. The image of his close companion in his memory was that of a gentle and rational beauty, whose somewhat flamboyant demeanor could still be considered dignified. But now his friend seemed to have transformed into a dark sesame ball, with an increasingly evident streak of arrogance and defiance, embodying the essence of a tyrannical CEO, exuding, "O foolish mortals, kneel before me." Nevertheless, Xie Luo regarded this as a positive development. At least Lucifer appeared more vivacious, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Lucifer had morphed into a being marked by brilliance and rebelliousness, a stark contrast to Michael, who had become composed, aloof, and rational. Time, indeed, plays with humanity. Some vanish within its grasp, while others find connection amidst its flow. Ah, time, you inspire both love and resentment. Returning to the matter at hand, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow across Lucifer's opulent living room. The red wine in the crystal glass swayed gently, reflecting the face of the demon lord, capable of beguiling all. He reclined languidly upon a sumptuous velvet sofa, one long leg casually draped over the armrest. His posture seemingly relaxed, yet his gaze remained fixed on Xie Luo across from him. "I am aware you are now a god of the K lineage, but unlike Michael, I am indifferent to the K lineage's potential invasion of Earth. After all, I have little reputation to uphold. Therefore, Rosie, might you assist me with a favor?" Lucifer's mellifluous voice disrupted the brief stillness, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the rim of the glass, yet his expression bore an unprecedented seriousness. Xie Luo raised his glass of clear water, listening calmly, though a subtle understanding flickered in his deep-set eyes. He could surmise what Lucifer intended. Nodding, he replied, "If that matter holds significance for you, I am willing to help." Significance? Lucifer let out a brief, sharp laugh, akin to the sound of metal scraping. He tilted his head back, draining the remaining red wine in his glass, his throat undulating as he swallowed the rich crimson that symbolized extravagance. He casually set the crystal glass on the low table beside him with a soft clink. Rising to his feet, his tall silhouette cast a formidable shadow in the golden light, and he strolled to the immense floor-to-ceiling window, his black wings unfurling behind him. Facing away from Xie Luo, Lucifer gazed out at the city below, now gently enveloped by twilight. The resplendent human festivities reflected in his eyes, yet all that remained was a frigid detachment. "It is not merely significant, Rosie. It is imperative. I seek to reconstruct the very essence of the divine realm. Since your demise, God has suppressed the deities of the Keth realm with the essence of the divine kingdom, leading to its disappearance. Thus, our Hebrew mythology withers, and the folk beliefs dwindle. Neither I nor Michael possesses much faith anymore. I am unwilling to accept this. Do you understand my reluctance?" Lucifer's voice echoed from the window, and as he turned, a fierce flame ignited in his blood-red eyes. When he uttered those words of discontent, it felt as if he had been pricked by invisible thorns, his voice carrying a tremor so subtle that even he was unaware of it. Who would willingly see all they possess obliterated? Be it heaven or hell, both realms are irreplaceable to Lucifer. People often emphasize Lucifer's infernal attributes, yet they forget he was once an angel of heaven, and his feelings toward it cannot be solely rooted in hatred. The emotions in Lucifer's gaze seared into Xie Luo, his intense fixation almost materializing, bewildering his mind. Xie Luo's fingers, which held a cup of clear water, tightened slightly. Logically, as a deity of the Keth realm, his stance differed from that of Lucifer or Michael. From a pragmatic standpoint, he should refuse Lucifer's request. Yet, as the heavy silence threatened to crush the tautness between them, Lucifer suddenly advanced with a long-suppressed, almost weightless force. Without warning or words, his towering figure loomed over Xie Luo, who sat on the sofa. In the next moment, Xie Luo felt a tightening around his waist. Lucifer knelt before him, his arms encircling Xie Luo's waist in a manner both reckless and imbued with an overwhelming possessiveness, compelling Xie Luo to lean closer. It was a posture of dependence. His black wings sagged slightly, as if bereft of support, the soft tips brushing against the back of Xie Luo's hand, eliciting a faint, ticklish sensation. Lucifer buried his face in the crook of Xie Luo's neck, his heated breath grazing the sensitive skin there. Rosie, the deep, hoarse voice emerged from the nook. No longer filled with discontent, but tinged with a childlike vulnerability. I have lost everything. I simply long for home. I just wish to try. Xie Luo was momentarily taken aback. Yet he did not immediately push him away. I understand. Silence enveloped the room once more. Xie Luo sat quietly, locking eyes with Lucifer. A flicker of understanding deep within him that ultimately transformed into a silent sigh of profound pity. After a few moments, he slowly raised a hand, gently, soothingly, placing it on Lucifer's silvery hair. The instant his fingertips brushed the strands, Lucifer's body stiffened imperceptibly before he tightened his embrace even further. Lucifer, Xie Luo's voice was soft. He no longer used the name Lucifer, but instead evoked the old name, cherished by himself, that had been sealed by heaven and forgotten by hell. In Hebrew mythology, the name Lucifer connotes nobility and leadership, a term of endearment. Whether Lucifer despised this name, imbued with light, would depend on the individual. When Michael called him that, Lucifer would undoubtedly retaliate. Lucifer tightened his embrace around Cello's waist, his cheek nuzzling gently into the nape of Cello's neck. Cello's fingers instinctively wove through Lucifer's hair as he whispered softly, "Time mocks all beings, taking away too much and leaving only scars. The glory of heaven and the dominion of hell, these are integral to your existence. Without them, you would lose your spiritual homeland." He paused, his voice becoming even more tender, imbued with a profound compassion that seemed to understand everything. "What has transpired is not your fault." His words pierced deeply into Lucifer's innermost wounds. Not merely a lament for lost power, but a poignant longing and mourning for all that had been. Lucifer, nestled against Cello, trembled slightly, a muffled, almost sob-like sound escaping from deep within his throat. It is difficult to harbor resentment. Cello's voice carried a soothing power, capable of calming the soul. Though I'm presently the god of the Cthulhu mythos, seemingly opposed to the Hebrew origins. You may be Lucifer or Satan, yet you shall always remain my dear friend. I will not choose sides. I will not stand with humanity, Western gods, Eastern gods, or the gods of the Cthulhu mythos. If you wish to reconstruct the source, I am more than willing to assist you. A prolonged silence ensued. "Rosie, will you hold me?" Lucifer's voice, still hoarse, lacked its former sharpness and was imbued with a fervent emotion. He looked up, and Cello's hand, resting gently on top of his head, remained tender, reminiscent of centuries past when he gazed down upon him in heaven. Cello tilted his head, teasingly remarking, "Why are you so timid this time compared to the last? Are you afraid I might refuse you?" Lucifer felt utterly flustered. He was both angered by the way this person saw through him and relieved. After all, it was this person who understood him, not someone else. He lifted his gaze to Cello, exuding a sudden, fierce intensity characteristic of a demon king, a declaration of intent. This was not a gentle approach. Cello's waist and legs inexplicably weakened. He turned his head to evade, only to have his face grasped firmly. It bore the wildness inherent in Lucifer, a desperate finality, and a deeper, anxious longing for kinship. The true allure of beauty is often regarded as one of the highest strategies, not due to mere appearance, but because it manipulates human nature, employing sincerity as its means. As dusk fell, Lucifer escorted Cello outside, reminding him, "You must visit often." "Yes, I will," Cello nodded, turning to descend the mountain. The fading rays of the setting sun elongated his departing silhouette. Once he stepped beyond the confines of the villa and onto the mountain path. His gentle, human demeanor shifted dramatically. A soft yet powerful holy light emanated from within him, not blinding but purifying to the soul. Enormous white wings unfurled behind him, and his hair transformed into a golden hue, gently stirred by an invisible breeze, his expression becoming compassionate and lofty, reminiscent of a divine presence gazing down upon all living beings. Angel Rossi form. With a single step, the radiant light abruptly extinguished, supplanted by an ominous aura. His silhouette appeared somewhat blurred and distorted in the twilight, his steps wavering as if treading the precipice of reality, evoking a sense of dread with just a glance. K-class divine form. With a third step, his essence transformed once more, drawing closer to darkness. His wings, once reminiscent of Michael's pristine white, morphed into a shade akin to Lucifer's obscurity, his long hair turning silver white and his eyes a blood-red hue. His features remained extraordinarily handsome, yet shrouded in the chilling essence of fallen divinity. Fallen angel Rasi form. As Xie Luo gazed at the setting sun, he folded his wings and reverted to his human form, murmuring softly, "Is this the variable?" Quite intriguing. Indeed, Xie Luo had stumbled upon a most fascinating revelation. He possessed an ability known as variable. Previously, he deemed the capacity to merely switch forms rather superfluous. Yet today, upon Lucifer's mention of reconstructing the divine kingdom's essence, Xie Luo suddenly comprehended. This was the ultimate bug ability. Imagine a divine conflict where the deities of the great Xia struck at him. But he could transform into a deity of great Xia. Would they still dare to strike him? If they did, they would be striking their own kind. The essence of the great Xia would unleash thunder upon them. Should they choose not to attack him, then he would certainly retaliate. Should Michael attempt to assail him? Though, of course, Michael would never do such a thing. Hypothetically, if he did, Xie Luo could simply switch forms to become a seraph, aligned with his faction. Would they still dare to strike him? This ability was entirely tailored to provide amusement for a chaotic spirit like Xie Luo. Although to switch into specific forms of the great Xia deities, one must first seek out the essence of the divine kingdom for enlightenment. And only upon successful comprehension could one effectuate the transformation. However, the returns were boundless. Most crucially, Xie Luo aspired to ascend as the supreme deity, which, in simpler terms, entailed vanquishing all other deities to become the most formidable among them. By masquerading as deities from other pantheons, he could pilfer their abilities, feast upon their strengths, and unify the myriad. Wouldn't that suffice? Xie Luo mused softly. So this is the true path to becoming the supreme deity? Indeed, Lin Xie represented the consciousness of the fifth universe. If deities epitomized the zenith of rule and authority, then Lin Xie embodied the very essence of those rules. In other words, if one were to liken the universe to a computer, Lin Xie would be the humanoid firewall, while the other deities served as software. With the K-class deity akin to a virus program, Xie Luo could be likened to antivirus software or a mere wallpaper, while one might label him a virus. He was not inherently harmful. It was entirely contingent upon his mood. Xie Luo sensed that his current maneuvers somewhat contravened the established order. To put it plainly, he was exploiting a loophole. Should Lin Xie take matters seriously in the future, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Well, he was not a local deity. Could Lin Xie truly extinguish him, a god of many generations, here and now? At that moment, Xie Luo remained unaware that while annihilation was improbable, being undone was indeed a possibility. As for the manner in which it is executed, this delves into the artistry of language. After all, his actions resemble the audacity of cheating while simultaneously mocking others. It is akin to detesting the incessant barrage of pop-up advertisements, embarking on a quest to eliminate them, only to be interrupted by a whimsical wallpaper that prompts, "Would you like to change your wallpaper?" It is impossible not to receive a severe reprimand for such behavior. Chapter 50. The annoyance of Ankinju. Xie Luo had recently succumbed to a wave of irritation. Irritated by Ankinju, it was not that his affection for her had waned. Rather, it was the sheer multitude of her tentacles that overwhelmed him. Moreover, since they had begun their romantic relationship, Xie Luo had discerned a significant flaw. Ankinju was utterly consumed by love. This was something that Xie Luo, with his focus on career, found difficult to comprehend. He could not fathom why Ankinju felt compelled to express her feelings incessantly. As Xie Luo stared at the screen, his fingers danced upon the keyboard, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. 18 tentacles typed furiously as he endeavored to craft an imaginative narrative titled The Origin and Development of the Jellyfish God, also known as a journey of 70,000 leagues under the sea, aiming to better promote himself. Thus far, he had outlined an epic tale, the Jellyfish God, Originally a jellyfish spirit from the South China Sea, battled against an evil uncle, cleaved a great mountain beneath the sea, and saved his mother. After being exposed in front of a monk and imprisoned under a tower for many years, he was eventually rescued by a monkey. Born after 3 years and causing havoc in the sea palace, this monkey became his sworn brother, wishing only to perish on the same day. And together they endured countless trials to ultimately retrieve the true scriptures and ascend to divinity. Amidst Xie Luo's fervent typing, a soft yet distinct sound of water rippling broke the silence. Several silver-gray, translucent tentacles, akin to moonlight, gracefully entwined with his own frantic limbs, ensnaring them with a gentle yet firm grasp. Xie Luo's tentacles froze, the clattering of keys abruptly ceasing. Without the need to glance back, he knew it was Xie. He attempted to shake off the mischievous tentacles while murmuring, "Stop it. I'm in the midst of a crucial moment. The jellyfish god is about to cleave that mountain and rescue his suffering mother." Xie's voice, warm and languorous, brushed against the nape of his neck. "You're about to shatter the keyboard. I might as well be a widower at this rate. How about a break?" Her tone was thick with affection, and more silver-gray tentacles approached, purposefully wrapping around more of Xie Luo's typing appendages with a sticky persistence. The tips of his ensnared tentacles involuntarily glimmered with a faint, almost translucent pink hue. Raising his voice an octave, tinged with frustration, he replied, "Could you be a bit more aware? Must your love-stricken mind have no limits? Is it too much to ask for a little personal space? Career, do you understand what that means? Shouldn't you be contemplating how to invade Earth more effectively?" His eyes reflected Xie's face, mere inches away, devoid of any semblance of hurt from his reprimand. Instead, her expression radiated joy, her eyes glimmering with a watery sheen. Xie pressed her lips together and quickly poked Xie Luo's side with the tip of one tentacle. He shuddered, nearly speechless with exasperation, as several of his tentacles flailed helplessly, attempting to dislodge the unwelcome intrusion at his waist. "Xie, what are you doing? Is this really necessary?" With a sense of exasperation, Xie gestured towards Xie Luo's tentacles, exclaiming, all right, I'm annoyed." "What is wrong with you? Have your tentacles turned red from an allergy, or are you simply missing me?" Xie Luo felt a swift surge of irritation coursing through him. The tips of the tentacles identified by Xie, blushing a coral hue, almost ablaze. "Mind your own business. You little mouth. Be quiet." He abruptly turned his head, directing his flushed cheek towards the cold blue light of the screen, attempting to suppress the tumult within by immersing himself in the fierce narrative of the jellyfish deity battling the malevolent uncle. The jellyfish deity's tentacles swayed, its 18 divine powers radiating brilliance, transforming into a spear of creation that aimed straight at the uncle's throat. The uncle brandished a magical artifact named the Chaos Cloak, attempting to thwart the jellyfish deity. After a considerable time, Xie Luo's 18 tentacles finally withdrew from the keyboard, exhaustedly hanging at his sides, gently swaying. "Are you done?" Xie's voice drifted close to his back, tinged with a subtle satisfaction. "What a waste." Xie Luo's voice, hoarse from a sleepless night, protested as he rubbed his forehead. "It's an arduous task, why the rush?" He paused, a somewhat abrupt thought surfacing. "How about I teach you to sing, baby?" Xie emitted a light-hearted murmur of curiosity. Clearing his throat, Xie Luo's tentacle tips unconsciously tapped a gentle rhythm as a mournful melody, imbued with a lingering sadness, began to flow through the depths of their aquatic realm. Scattered moonlight filters through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, laying out the scales of the sea, waves with the white dress, trying to push you back. His voice, inherently stunning, resonated with the calm and vastness of the deep sea, akin to the undulating waves under moonlight, possessing a soothing power. Xie listened quietly, his silver-gray tentacles swaying ever so slightly with the melody. After demonstrating twice, Xie Luo turned his head towards Xie. "Come on, give listen to the depths of the sea, try. Focus on the sinking feeling of depths." Xie blinked, slightly parting his lips, attempting to produce sound. Yet, it was evident that singing was not his forte. The first syllable veered into a peculiar tone, reminiscent of a low-frequency call of a whale, echoing the depths of the ocean. Xie Luo couldn't contain himself. A chuckle escaped his throat, observing Enkinju's serious yet off-key attempts that could rival the Mariana Trench. He extended two tentacles, gently resting them on either side of Enkinju's throat, where the skin was more delicate, allowing him to feel the subtle vibrations. Relax, not from here. He stifled his laughter, softening his tone. Try using, your chest. Vibrate here. His tentacle lightly tapped a spot just below Enkinju's collarbone, where a mole resided. Enkinju diligently followed his instructions, producing a voice still peculiar, yet slightly improved from before. Yet it remained incorrect. Xie Luo patiently guided once more, demonstrating deep within, observing my lip movements. Deep, let the breath sink down. Anqingyu focused intently on Xie Luo's moving lips, his gaze reflecting the pristine white of his teeth and the crimson hue of his tongue, nearly imprinting that soft shape into his memory. He ceased his attempts at pronunciation and, without warning, leaned forward. Before Xie Luo's pronunciation of the word was fully articulated, a shadow descended. Teaching me solely through his lips, I could learn nothing else. Anqingyu's breath brushed against Xie Luo's lips, imbued with a familiar coolness. Several silver-gray tendrils, which had merely rested on Xie Luo's waist, now found a new anchor, silently coiling around him with an irresistible force, drawing him closer. Xie Luo's breath hitched. The irritation and embarrassment that had been quelled by the teaching of songs suddenly erupted. He attempted to lean back, but was firmly encircled by Anqingyu's tendrils around his waist and nape. He stared into the pair of eyes, so near, brimming with laughter, clearly reflecting his own face. Anqingyu. Xie Luo's voice was laced with startled anger and a barely perceptible tremor. Let go of me. How many times must I say this? Space. Do you understand? Who clings to someone like a piece of chewing gum every single day? He struggled fiercely, but the more he fought, the tighter the tendrils ensnared him. What vexed him further was that the ends of his own entangled tendrils began to uncontrollably blush pink. I truly don't understand, Xie Luo nearly shouted, overwhelmed by the excessive attention. Why are you so love-struck? From morning till night, all you do is cling. Don't you ever find it tedious? He gasped for air, continuing his tirade. Look at you, Xie Luo tried to pry apart Anqingyu's grasping tendrils, his fingertips pressing firmly, his tone rife with exasperation. What about your ambitions? Can't you focus on something serious? Every day, revolving around your partner, you realize this is dangerous, don't you? Why must you behave this way? Anqingyu listened quietly to his outburst, observing the animated movement of his lips and the vibrant sparkle in his beautiful eyes, which appeared even more lively in his agitation, until Xie Luo shouted, Why must you behave this way? He gently blinked. The tendril encircling Xie Luo's throat brushed softly against the sensitive skin of his neck. Then, Anqingyu tilted his head slightly, without a trace of hesitation, his voice as delicate as a moonbeam sinking into the deep sea, yet solid as rock. Because I like you. To love someone means to stay with them, to nurture them, to take responsibility. A simple 6 words. No lengthy justifications. Only the most straightforward and pure reason. As abrupt and illogical as the moment he first encountered Anqingyu, exploding within Xie Luo's heart. In an instant, all of Xie Luo's words were silenced by these 6 words caught in his throat. He widened his eyes, the blush on his face, ignited by a mix of embarrassment and irritation, now blazed with intensity. The air seemed to solidify in that moment. Only Anqingyu's eyes met his with unwavering honesty, as if to convey, look, the answer is simply this. I like you. And so what if I'm love-struck? Xie Luo opened his mouth, a hint of annoyance flickering within him. Yet ultimately, after a brief moment of vexation, he leaned towards Anqingyu, playfully pressing his face against hers, and foolishly confessed, Little fish, I like you too. Hee, my husband likes me. He giggled with delight. Chapter 51. The Thief University Student. Are you akin to Lin Xie? In a relentless tug-of-war between life and death, one must not become an isolated island. Hold tightly onto the lemon tea and the honor in hand. Traversing mountains and seas, the fervor remains unwavering. Remember the resounding horn that pierced through the heart. As Lin Xie and his companions were nearing graduation, Xie Luo successfully completed a theme song for the campus radio drama, along with a piece related to esports, and the school finally welcomed the long-awaited vacation. Xie Luo finally found time to contemplate his own singing endeavors. Firstly, singing was both his passion and profession. However, his musical abilities were regrettably inferior to his other skills. This disparity left the aspiring polymath quite dissatisfied. He felt an overwhelming need to seek a deity who would willingly lend him their powers. Given this desire, whom should he seek? How difficult it is to guess. It is you, Bragi. Xie Luo devised a plan to infiltrate the asylum of the gods to meet those divine beings and procure some advantages. Nyx and Merlin had likely been unlocked by Lin Xie, yet Bragi had not yet encountered him, presenting significant opportunities. At worst, he could utilize divine power to assist Lin Xie in opening the third door. Xie Luo's scheme sounded deceptively simple. Infiltrate the Night Watch training camp, abduct Lin Xie, render him unconscious, and then delve into his dreams. Hopefully, Lin Xie would not hold it against him. Xie Luo rubbed his temples, his eyes sparkling with an ardent determination that declared he would not rest until achieving his goal. He required more formidable abilities, and Bragi, the god of music and poetry trapped within the asylum, was his target. Like a specter blending into the night, Xie Luo stealthily evaded the patrolling guards and deftly approached Lin Xie's dormitory. Lin Xie was indeed in a deep slumber, his brow lined with the fatigue of rigorous training. Xie Luo held his breath, his movements swift as lightning, swiftly knocking Lin Xie unconscious and carrying him away. The plump Bailey was sound asleep, completely oblivious to the commotion. My apologies, Xie, for the sake of my grand endeavor. I must impose upon you a pleasant dream. Xie Luo placed the unconscious Lin Xie on his bed, taking a deep breath. The moonlight outside was cool, and within the room, only the mingling breaths of the two could be heard. Success hinged upon this singular moment. Bragi, lend me your strength. Xie Luo murmured softly, his fingertips gathering a glimmer of pure psychic energy, gently pressing it upon Lin Xie's forehead. He closed his eyes, his consciousness plunging like a stone cast into the deep sea, descending toward Lin Xie's sleeping core of awareness. The stark white walls, the faint scent of disinfectant, and the polished floor suggested that Li Yifei had indeed become a forlorn caretaker. A wave of joy surged within Xie Luo. He had succeeded. This was the reflection of Lin Xie's memories, manifesting as the asylum of the gods. With a clear objective, locate the room that housed Bragi. Xie Luo silently traversed the corridor, and Li Yifei did not make an appearance. Even if he did, he would remain oblivious to Xie Luo's presence. Xie Luo's mental focus was intensely concentrated as he cautiously advanced. Just as he approached a corner, a faint melody wafted through the air, imbued with a thread of pure yet fragmented divine energy, akin to fireflies in the darkness. Found it! My Bragi, how I've longed for you. Xie Luo's spirits surged as he abruptly accelerated around the corner. However, the sight before him halted his steps. There stood Lin Xie, his back turned, seemingly lost in thought. Who? Lin Xie, clearly sensing the movement behind him, turned with heightened vigilance, catching Xie Luo off guard. Their eyes met. In the dream, Lin Xie was clad in a pristine white coat, while Xie Luo had merely donned a white shirt for his infiltration into the psychiatric hospital of the gods. A task far from simple. The exertion of his mental energy rendered him somewhat disheveled, his hair slightly tousled against his damp forehead, breathing slightly rapid. The alabaster of his neck turned subtly pink due to Lin Xie's subconscious, and under the monotonous glare of the fluorescent light, his gaze flickered shyly. Most critically, Xie Luo's current state. His eyes gleamed with the excitement of nearing his goal. An expression of urgency, even desire, graced his face as he fixed his gaze intently on the direction of Bragi's ward. To Lin Xie, it appeared as if that fervent gaze was locked onto him. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xie's body shuddered. Xie Luo, how could he be here, dressed so provocatively? Lin Xie's breath hitched, his throat constricted, fingers curling into his palm. It must be a dream. He pondered why the psychiatric hospital of the gods felt so peculiar today, as if shrouded in a haze. Utterly unstable. It dawned upon him that he was indeed dreaming, experiencing a scenario typical of adolescent fantasies. Such a scene, defying reality, could only exist within a dream. How could Xie Luo infiltrate the psychiatric realm of the gods? How could he stand there, as if yearning for affection like a fledgling bird? Lin Xie took a step closer, causing Xie Luo to stagger backward, his back colliding with the cold wall, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Xie, I was wrong. Xie Luo's voice came out hoarse, his thoughts racing. His luck was abysmal, having been discovered by Lin Xie. Would he strike me? Although Lin Xie could not match his strength, he was, after all, the consciousness of the fifth universe. Who knew if he would recall the master password? Oh no! Had he known Lin Xie would be here, he would not have come. Tension gripped him, his gaze stubbornly darting towards Brocky's ward behind Lin Xie. He truly desired Brocky's abilities. Yet, in Lin Xie's eyes, this manifested as a display of reluctance intertwined with invitation. With a sudden grip, Lin Xie seized Xie Luo's wrist, pinning it against the wall, the pulse beneath his palm thrumming like a trapped bird. The searing realization ignited Lin Xie's nerves. This is my dream. He trembles, gasps, and gazes with moist eyes. Everything is permissible. After all, it is merely a dream. 7 nights. I'm not. Xie Luo struggles to articulate a few words, attempting to defend himself against the accusation of thievery. What do you desire? Lin Xie's voice is husky, and the warmth of his body seeps through the thin fabric of his shirt, causing Xie Luo to flinch slightly. I do not desire anything. I will leave immediately. Xie Luo, bewildered, realizes something is amiss and wishes to escape the dream of Lin Xie, but the grip on his wrist remains unyielding. With a deliberate movement, Lin Xie raises his other hand, his focus akin to that of an artisan examining a creation from the realm of dreams, gently brushing aside a damp lock of Xie Luo's hair that clings to his neck. Stunned by this sudden, invasive tenderness, Xie Luo freezes, forgetting to struggle, his eyes wide in astonishment as they remain fixed on Lin Xie. Is he going to strangle me? Just as Xie Luo contemplates this, Lin Xie leans in, tilting his head with a reverent curiosity. His lips do not land on Xie Luo's, nor do they meet his anxious gaze. A kiss, Lin Xie softly declares. A warm, dry kiss, imbued with Lin Xie's unique essence, unexpectedly graces Xie Luo's slightly flushed cheek. What are you doing? Lin Xie, what are you doing? Xie Luo's mind buzzes. Overwhelmed and short-circuited. Desperately, he exclaims, Wake up, Lin Xie. I am Xie Luo. I know. Lin Xie replies in a low tone. I know it is you. We must hurry. He slightly tilts his head, his warm breath brushing against Xie Luo's sensitive ear. Hurry to do what? Xie Luo's scalp tingles with confusion. He cannot fathom how the situation escalated to this point. He merely intended to steal a power, not to offer himself. What is this behavior from Lin Xie? Such adolescent restlessness should not be directed at him. He came to commit mischief. Seeing Lin Xie lean in for another kiss, Xie Luo disregards everything else. He nearly rolls and crawls out of Lin Xie's dream, and the moment his consciousness returns to his body, he abruptly springs from the edge of the bed, summoning divine power to transport Lin Xie back to the training camp. Total time elapsed, no more than 30 seconds. Madness. Lin Xie is undoubtedly mad. Xie Luo covers his burning face, heart racing as he sits at the edge of the bed. In the training camp, the room is engulfed in silence. Lin Xie, unconscious, flutters his long eyelashes. The chaotic sensation between dreams and reality ebbs like a tide, and the weight of his body returns. The first sensation is a dull ache at the nape of his neck, like having been struck with a blunt object. Following this, a stirring heat rises from deep within his being. Fragments of a dream flicker wildly in the hazy awakening of consciousness. The subtly rising white neck at the collar of a shirt. Those wide, glistening apricot eyes, filled with panic. The fierce pulse beneath my fingertips, and the warm, gentle sensation on that soft cheek. A muffled groan escapes from the depths of Lin Xie's throat. Furrowing his brow, he slowly opens his eyes. The sensations below his waist are strikingly vivid and undeniably embarrassing. Lin Xie hurriedly sits up, glancing down. Oh no, time to wash the sheets. Meanwhile, at home, Xie Luo emits a helpless cry. Lin Xie, you absolute idiot. My sheets. Chapter 52. The infuriated Lin Xie, you little brat. How dare you? I can't believe this. You fool. The consciousness of the fifth universe. You scoundrel. My bedsheet made of mysterious oceanic hide. Soft and fragrant. Xie Luo was on the verge of shattering. This bedsheet, crafted from the mysterious hide of the ocean realm, was cherished for its warmth and durability. Yet, he never anticipated that it would be sullied by Lin Xie. What happened to the elegant and composed image of a villainous deity? What the meticulously devised plans? All of it was tossed aside. A humiliation, an utter disgrace. Xie Luo trembled with rage, wishing fervently to storm back to the training camp and drag Lin Xie from his bed for a thorough beating. However, a sliver of rationality restrained him. The immediate concern was to obliterate the damned evidence. Burning it was out of the question. It was indestructible hide. He could only discard it. Taking a deep breath, Xie Luo pinched his nose and disdainfully picked up a corner of the sheet with 2 fingers. Holding his breath, he contorted his body, attempting to drag the sheet outside to dispose of it. Yet, just as he reached the door, a realization struck him. If he disposed of the soiled sheet as it was, someone might catch sight of it in the trash and draw subtle conclusions. Thus, before discarding it, he must wash it first. With a splash, Xie Luo shoved the entire bed sheet into the sink and turned the faucet to its maximum. The icy water cascaded down, splattering him, but he paid it no mind. Damn Lin Xie. Fool! What is this adolescent turmoil directed at me? I didn't steal your abilities, yet my bed sheet suffers instead. My mystery. I swear one day I will hang you from the training camp's flagpole for all to see. As he cursed through clenched teeth, Xie Luo coldly washed the bed sheet. He poured nearly half a bottle of detergent, and bubbles quickly swelled, nearly engulfing the sink. The rich scent of lavender filled the cramped space, yet it did little to mask the palpable dark aura radiating from Xie Luo. Lin Xie. This enmity has escalated. Xie Luo glared at the now pristine bed sheet, venomously declaring, his damp bangs plastered to his forehead, droplets cascading down his cheeks. His expression a blend of disheveled anger and lethal intent. He lifted the wet, heavy sheet, unsure whether to wring it out or leave it be. Just wait and see. He directed his fury toward the air, to the imagined Lin Xie, who might still be lost in the haze of dreams, unleashing a final, steamy roar of wrath. Xie created a gap and decisively hurled the basin along with the sheet through it. Meanwhile, in a vastly different location, the night watchman training camp, in the area outside the dormitory sinks. In the soft glow of dawn, Lin Xie, having just concluded his morning training, faced the rising sun. He cupped his hands to splash a handful of cool water on his face, attempting to dispel the lingering drowsiness of the early hour and the remnants of an embarrassing dream from the night before. The icy droplets cascaded down his youthful, chiseled features, invigorating him slightly. Just as he closed his eyes to relish this fleeting refreshment, a thunderous splash erupted above him. It was as if a miniature waterfall had materialized, drenching him from head to toe in a chilling deluge. Almost immediately, an object landed squarely atop his head and upper body. Cough! Splutter! Lin Xie was caught off guard, staggering from the sudden impact of the frigid water and immense force, nearly losing his balance. Instinctively, he struggled, fumbling to remove the object that had descended upon him. Its considerable weight and slippery texture made it challenging to pry off. After several attempts, he finally managed to dislodge it. What on earth is this? Lin Xie awkwardly wiped the water from his face, casting an angry and bewildered glance at the object of his assault. It appeared to be a dark leather item, perhaps a mysterious hide. The communal wash area was enveloped in an eerie silence, as individuals who had been brushing their teeth, washing their faces, or wringing towels froze in their motions, as if petrified by an enchantment. What? An ambush? A night watchman's toothbrush fell into the sink. It was early morning. What sort of antics are these? Another night watchman murmured. Oh, such a strong fragrance. Someone instinctively covered their nose. Xie, are you all right? At last, someone reacted, tentatively inquiring. Lin Xie, drenched to the skin, with water still dripping from his hair, found his training outfit clinging tightly to his body, outlining his muscular form, while a purple basin perched awkwardly atop his head, rendering him utterly disheveled. He glanced down at the object on the ground, and then back up at his companions, whose expressions were a complex blend of shock and amusement. A rush of warmth surged to his head, and his cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Xie was incensed. Who on earth is this mysterious person? How absurd! Who would dare to throw their hide into a night watchman training camp as a provocation? That night, blushing profusely, Lin Xie typed into his phone's search bar. What should a boy do if he dreams of his brother? Litre? Can't you handle it yourself? 2L the poster clearly knows how to phrase the question delicately, indicating he probably cannot. 3L poster. I truly cannot, due to personal experience. I cannot handle it myself. It's too overwhelming. QEQ Lin Xie thought to himself, having previously spent time in a mental institution. But they certainly hadn't taught him how to resolve such matters. He genuinely didn't know how to deal with this. 4 litres. Perhaps seek some information on it? 5L agreed. Your right hand is your wife. 6L wait. Brother? A male? A male. 7L blind user. You've uncovered something profound. There's something off about this poster. 8L wait. Could this be the plot of Hello, brother, you smell amazing? 9L poster. Am I possibly gay? Chapter 53. Lin Xie, you do not wish to, as a career-driven individual, Xie Luo has always prioritized his professional pursuits. After being toyed with by Lin Xie and failing to acquire the abilities of Braki, Xie Luo found himself unable to eat or sleep properly, waking each morning to sing a lament. You have departed, leaving only the redness in my eyes. Do you still love me? Do you still love me? The flowers can only bloom in the rain, and the fireworks must burst forth in the night. With no objections, he merely wished to see how you would navigate this situation. The performance I should cooperate with, I chose to ignore. Please, one word at a time. Again and again, use pain to prove that love exists. The first to notice Xie Luo's troubled mood was not in Xingyu, certainly not due to a lack of affection, but rather because Xie Luo had a temperament that was easily startled and prone to melancholy for the sake of creativity. And Xingyu had grown accustomed to this, offering comfort as needed. However, he had recently been preoccupied, secretly searching the cosmos for a nesting place and a path away from Earth, engaging in battles with Naya. Thus, it was Shen Qingzhu who first detected Xie Luo's discontent, keenly observing that Xie Luo had even forsaken the blue buff. Heaven forbid, those who love playing Honor of Kings know that if a player who typically clamors for blue suddenly no longer desires it, something significant must have transpired. Consequently, Shen Qingzhu invited Xie Luo out for barbecued skewers, a considerable expense for the financially strapped Shen. Fortunately, he had earned a bit of money recently by playing as a substitute, enough to cover a meal. The two sat at a roadside stall, enjoying skewers while engaging in conversation. Shen Qingzhu tentatively inquired, Xie Luo, is there something bothering you? You seem a bit down. Xie Luo pouted in response, I'm just not very happy. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the ambiguity. He could not comprehend the source of Xie Luo's discontent. The latter was even more enigmatic than an elder sister. Nonetheless, he found Xie Luo undeniably charming. Shaking his head to dispel his jumbled thoughts, Shen Qingzhu proposed, why don't you tell me who upset you? I can help you confront them. Xie Luo leisurely picked up a spicy grilled chicken wing, blowing on it without lifting his gaze. His tone was thick with unshakable sorrow, as if he were composing a new melody. He has taken away my hope, toyed with my sincerity, leaving me to lament alone in the boundless darkness. Shen Qingzhu was even more confused. The description was far too vague. Could you be more specific? Xie Luo finally looked at him, his eyes brimming with genuine grievance and accusation, the redness around them starkly illuminated by the dim light of the barbecue stall. Taking a deep breath, he articulated with utmost clarity the name that Shen Qingzhu was all too familiar with, Lin Xie. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Xie. Confront Lin Xie. Shen Qingzhu felt as though the skewered lamb he had just swallowed was lodged in his throat, nearly choking him. He hastily gulped down a generous mouthful of icy beer to quell the sensation, his eyes widening as he gazed at Xie Luo's face, which was etched with a pitiful expression that seemed to plead for his intervention. Clearing his throat, Shun Qingzhu vigorously shook his head, the force nearly toppling the condiment bottles on the adjacent table. No, absolutely not. Lin Xie was formidable, still a divine agent. Shun Qingzhu had no desire to be the one who ended up on the receiving end of a beating. Moreover, he fancied that he had a decent rapport with Lin Xie. Why must he refuse? Xie Luo, upon witnessing Shun Qingzhu's decisive rejection, found the grievances and frustrations he had harbored for an entire evening erupting forth. Under the dim, yellowish light of the barbecue stall, Xie Luo's reddened eyes appeared even more pitiful, at least through Shun Qingzhu's lens. He began to whine, using the tongs as if they were a tool of endearment. Qingzhu Gij, how could you be like this? He hit me that day. What? You asked when he hit me? Oh, I'm too embarrassed to tell you. I haven't been eating or sleeping well. Just listen to my voice. It's hoarse from excessive sorrow. Please, just help me teach him a lesson. Nothing too severe, just a little. Please, Qingzhu Gij, you're the best. I know you value friendship above all. I trust you the most. Shun Qingzhu was nearly swayed by Xie Luo's incessant appeals, his arm feeling as if it might dislocate under the fervent insistence, his ears buzzing with that saccharine complaint. He gazed into Xie Luo's starry eyes and recalled the love letter he had penned for Xie Luo, the female version, his heart ablaze with emotion, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. Yet on the surface, Shun Qingzhu feigned reluctance. No, Xie Luo, please calm down. It's not that I can't defeat him, it's just that. Sigh 30,000. Xie Luo abruptly interrupted, resolutely proclaiming 2 words. Shun Qingzhu was taken aback. What? Xie Luo released his grip on Shun Qingzhu's arm and rummaged through his pants pocket for a moment. Then, with a resounding clap, he placed an envelope that unmistakably held significant weight onto the greasy, foldable table. The envelope was not sealed tightly, revealing a glimpse of newly minted red bills inside. 30,000. Xie Luo's gaze was unwavering. Qingzhu Gij, as long as you agree to give Lin Xie a little lesson. This 30,000 is your reward. Cash on the spot. Don't feel embarrassed to accept it. I just believe in you. I care for you, brother. For a fleeting moment, the smoky ambience of the barbecue stall seemed to freeze. Shun Qingzhu's gaze was transfixed on the envelope, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. To him, 30,000 was an extraordinary sum. Rationality screamed in alarm. That is Lin Xie, a divine representative. One cannot strike him. Yet Xie Luo had said, I care for you, brother. Shun Qingzhu looked into Xie Luo's earnest, hopeful eyes, then at the crimson envelope on the table, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. His gaze oscillated wildly between the peril of self-destruction and the allure of sudden wealth. His voice was hoarse as he finally remarked, well, could you elaborate on what you mean by a minor lesson? Apologies, Lin Xie. You wouldn't wish to see Xie Luo distressed, would you? 3 days later, Brother Zhuai, have you ambushed me? You are the one who provoked them. Brother Zhuai, do not harm Xie any further. I, Bai Li Pang Pang, shall wager double against whatever they have. What? Has the Bai Li family not opened for business today? Chapter 54. Empty words and unfulfilled actions. It is widely acknowledged that Xie Luo possesses divine attributes, which implies that his perspective on this world is markedly distinct from that of ordinary mortals. On this particularly splendid day, made even more delightful by the news of Lin Xie's recent misfortune, Xie Luo opened the refrigerator, intending to indulge in a slice of watermelon. As he hummed a tune, relishing the sunset's golden hues, he chanced upon a miniature city within the confines of his refrigerator, bustling with tiny figures scurrying about with adorable little strides. Such phenomena are commonplace. Deities often perceive these diminutive realms. However, Xie Luo's countenance darkened as he beheld a tiny figure, inexplicably perched upon his watermelon, relieving itself with its back turned. Calmly, he muttered, damn it. While he could tolerate their mutual indifference, this audacious act of urinating on his food was intolerable. Without hesitation, Xie Luo extended a gloved finger and grasped the little figure firmly. The tiny creature, with a look of sheer terror, clutched its pants, and flailed its legs. Scarcely able to utter a word before it was met with the impending arrival of a pale, colossal pillar from the heavens. A sickening splatter ensued, the scene drenched in crimson. In another realm, I am known as Old Jean, who often bullied the weak and intimidated the vulnerable. Yet, I never anticipated that a mere act of urination would unveil the incomprehensible. A colossal, membrane-covered pillar surged towards me with unimaginable speed, leaving me paralyzed. My screams stifled in my throat. In an instant, I was engulfed in a searing, viscous, nauseating warmth. My vision plunged into darkness, with only the warm, sticky liquid remaining. An unsettling reality. Is this my blood? The thought flickered faintly. In the next moment, the darkness seemed to be forcibly torn apart, and rain began to fall. No, that was not rain. It was the blood that sprayed forth as I was crushed and dragged away. My blood extinguished the light of a street lamp in our city. My consciousness plummeted into the chilling abyss of nothingness. The final thought, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, stirred no ripples in his eyes. We are but inconsequential droplets upon a watermelon. Truly, gods exist in this world. Xie Luo shook his gloved fingers as if merely flicking away a trifling speck of dust. Oomph. He closed the refrigerator door with a resounding thud, his irritation palpable. All the blame lay with that audacious little creature. In desperate need of solace, he longed for the warmth of a comforting embrace and gentle reassurances. With this thought, Xie Luo's figure vanished from the kitchen, only to reappear in an elaborate laboratory. He stepped forward, his movements swift as a flash of cold lightning. Xie Luo did not grant Xingyu a moment to react before enveloping her in his embrace. Cough, and Xingyu, taken by surprise, stumbled slightly under the weight of his formidable presence. As she turned, her gaze collided with the depths of Xie Luo's eyes. That audacious little creature dared to urinate on my watermelon, Xie Luo lamented, his voice tinged with indignation. As he spoke, he clutched the tentacle of the onching fish, using it as an outlet for his frustration. This is infuriating, he exclaimed. Before his words could fully dissipate, Xie Luo had already lowered his head, unhesitatingly opening his mouth and sinking his teeth into the segment of the limb he was gripping tightly. A muffled grunt escaped the onching fish, its body tensing sharply. This was a limb that had only sprouted 30 minutes prior, still ill-suited for consumption and undoubtedly lacking in flavor. Xie Luo seemed momentarily taken aback, perhaps interrupted by the peculiarity of the taste. Yet, this brief pause lasted less than a second, as his offended emotions surged back with renewed vigor. So the onching fish dares to defy me. He abandoned his attempts to bite, akin to a petulant child discovering a novel treat, indulging his appetite with satisfaction. The sound of his chewing resonated softly, and Xie Luo's cheeks bulged slightly, a few silky strands of black hair cascading down his forehead, swaying gently with his motion. The onching fish's arm tensed slightly, its graceful neck turning, the defined jawline taut. He gazed down at the head nestled against his wrist, a flicker of helplessness passing through his deep-set eyes. With careful, soothing intent, his slender fingers gently wove through Xie Luo's soft, fluffy hair, combing through the strands with a tenderness that bordered on coaxing. The voice of the onching fish deepened. Be good. Next time you encounter something so reckless, just leave it to me. Xie Luo paused, his warm breath, still damp, brushing against the ravaged flesh of the onching fish's wrist. The onching fish's grip tightened imperceptibly, his atoms apple bobbing as he swallowed a deeper, nearly escaped groan. He steadied his breath, his voice now a husky whisper, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Baby. The onching fish's pupils dilated slightly, yet he called out, his fingertips unconsciously curling, as if seeking to grasp something to steady his mind. If you continue like this, you will develop bad habits. With Xie Luo's gnawing subsiding, the tempest of reckless anger finally spent, another kind of restlessness arose. He disregarded the onching fish's warning gaze, no longer concerned with the taut lines of his body, and defiantly declared, So what if I'm bad? In the next moment, Xie Luo tilted his body and curled himself into the narrow space before the onching fish, pressing his cheek against the onching fish's thigh, relishing the warmth that radiated through the fabric, letting out a satisfied hum. The onching fish softly called out, "Baby, baby, may I express my disdain? Is that permissible?" The onching fish was easily swayed. Xie Luo's scolding and playful demeanor rendered him powerless. Recently, Xie Luo had been in a foul mood, and the onching fish had gone many days without meat. Only then did Xie Luo slightly lift his eyelids, remarking, "Is that all you can do, just talk? What about your tentacles? Aren't they needed? Did you grow them just for decoration?" The onching fish replied, "I was merely afraid you wouldn't provide for me." Heh, let the pants fly away. Chapter 55. I am indeed a straight man recently. Wang Mian has taken an interest in Xie Luo. As for the reason, although their night watch training is nearing completion, the day of results has yet to arrive. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Xie have scaled walls multiple times to seek out Xie Luo for companionship. Thus, on the other end of the phone, Wang Mian chattered, "Xie Luo, you cannot always play with Lin Xie and the others. They might lead you astray." Xie Luo, who is currently learning to craft explosives from a Bilibili content creator, thought to himself, "It seems I am the one leading them astray." Wang Mian, with a tone of earnest concern, continued, "They are easily targeted by nefarious individuals. And what if you inadvertently become a target as well? Alas, you're the last one left in your family. By the way, that jellyfish sect is particularly dangerous. You must take care of yourself." Xie Luo, the merciless leader of the jellyfish sect, replied, "Is it because I have been tied to a shaking ride that I should feel threatened?" "Huh, Wang Mian, you are quite amusing." Wang Mian added, "Moreover, those individuals harbor ulterior motives. When they engage with others, they do so recklessly. You are a straight man. It would be wise to limit your interactions with them." Xie Luo, the fishing-type gay, responded. After a lengthy discourse, Wang Mian's intentions were not solely to express concern for Xie Luo's welfare. He gently inquired. Our instructor Gu was perplexed by Lin Xie's questions. He had originally intended to take his wife to the movies, but now that is no longer possible. I received 2 movie tickets from him. Shall we go? With a sigh, Xie Luo replied, "No, I have matters to attend to." Wang Mian immediately inquired, puzzled. What matters?" Xie Luo responded assertively. "I am ascending, so I cannot go." Wang Mian. He grew anxious, his face flushing crimson. He swiftly ended the call, leaving only the sound of a couple of beeps. The abrupt disconnection left Xie Luo raising an eyebrow at the now blank screen. What was wrong with Wang Mian? He had hoped to converse a bit longer. Meanwhile, on the other end, Wang Mian stared at the darkened phone screen and turned to his companion, urgently asking, "Lao Yuan, did you hear that? He said he is ascending. What does that mean?" "Huh? What does it truly signify?" Yuan Gang, helplessly placing down a towel, finally responded candidly. "Wang Mian, calm down. What else could it mean? He is politely rejecting you. It appears he does not harbor feelings for you." "Does not harbor feelings? Is that true? Am I truly that unlikable? Just yesterday, he referred to me as his best darling. What if he genuinely ascends?" A flicker of hurt crossed Wang Mian's face. Yuan Gang opened his mouth, observing Wang Mian's nearly obsessive analysis, momentarily at a loss for words. He thought to himself, "This is disastrous. Wang Mian already has a slight deficiency of affection, and coupled with his enigmatic childhood filter regarding Xie Luo, he can no longer be judged by ordinary logic. He could only awkwardly advise, you are overthinking this. It is merely a euphemistic rejection. As for the best darling, young people often employ trending internet phrases to express their emotions. I refuse to accept it." Wang Mian suddenly rose to his feet, pacing restlessly within the confines of the room. Lately, he had been associating with Lin Xie and Shen Qingzhu, a rather troublesome group. While Shen Qingzhu was tolerable, Lin Xie possessed an unsettling aura, even causing Instructor Gu to question his very existence. How could Xie Luo possibly engage with them? Yuan Gang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. But just a few days ago, you mentioned that Lin Xie was rather commendable. And besides, nothing significant has occurred. He sensed that Wang Mian was becoming rather obsessed. Wang Mian halted, his gaze piercing as he turned towards Yuan Gang. What if something truly catastrophic happens? I held Xie Luo when he was just a child. Lin Xie and his companions must undoubtedly be gay. they would cling to others. Yuan Gang, utterly perplexed, retorted, "Aren't you gay? You're already contemplating whether he likes you back, and yet you're claiming you're not gay?" Wang Mian replied incredulously, "How could I possibly be gay? I am, without a doubt, a straight man." Yuan Gang awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, saying, "Oh, is that so? I thought you were gay. But then again, straight men can also appreciate men." Meanwhile, Xie Luo murmured softly to himself, "If I venture to the moon, surely Michael won't discover my identity as a deity of the Klex?" Indeed, Xie Luo was genuinely intent on reaching for the heavens. He planned to journey to the moon in search of Michael, to inquire how to fully harness the power of miracle. Chapter 56. How sweet you are. Humanity remains oblivious to the lives of angels. They can only catch a glimpse of it through the sacred texts of the mortal realm, even believing that angels are devoid of companions. In truth, they are utterly unaware of the intricate ways in which angels express their affections towards each other, as well as between demons and between angels and demons. In fact, Xie Luo himself is oblivious. Xie Luo is diligently polishing the halo above his head, seeking to make it shine a little brighter. Within his limited understanding, this is a subtle means of expressing love among angels. Much like humans who cleanse their faces before meeting someone they admire, angels tend to their halos for similar reasons. Of course, Xie Luo remains unaware that the halo serves other purposes as well. Angels bow their heads to touch their halos together, signifying a heartfelt affection. More audacious angels may even kiss their partner's halo, while the more daring might exchange halos. Since halos possess a myriad of scents, this act is akin to marking territory, much like wearing a partner's shirt or leaving a love bite on one's neck. Fallen angels are even more forthright during intimate moments. They often employ their halos to restrain their partners, showcasing their possessiveness. Moreover, due to the halo's ability to expand and contract, they may be fashioned into adornments, whether as bracelets, neck rings, or various other curious forms. Beyond the halos, angels possess numerous taboos. For instance, one must not casually express affection to high-ranking angels, such as seraphim, as their noble status, being among the first created by God, imbues them with a certain obstinacy. They take such matters quite seriously. Take Michael and Lucifer as examples, both high-ranking angels. They are simultaneously both oblivious and acutely aware of matters of the heart, and each harbors a profound pride. When professed to, should they tacitly acknowledge it the first time, a second declaration will earn their agreement. However, should the first utterance be met with rejection, it can never blossom into something more. You may wonder why they do not simply agree at the outset. It is their desire to maintain an air of reserve. Thus, it has become a custom that declarations of love to high-ranking angels must be made at least twice. These angels resemble ancient trees that take millennia to bloom. Once they do, the impact is earth-shattering, oscillating between life and death. In any case, God has noted that the angels created alongside Michael and Lucifer are all quintessential romantics intertwined with stubbornness. God, you think I am silent, but in truth, I am a loss. If one were to utter such sentiments in a casual tone, it would be deemed blasphemous. Yet if expressed with solemnity, it becomes a declaration of love. Additionally, one must not profess love to multiple angels simultaneously. If only one responds, that angel may feel disheartened, realizing they are not your sole affection, leading to a melancholic disposition. While they may not fall into complete despair, they will likely become possessive, displaying an overwhelming desire for control over their partner. Conversely, if more than one angel responds, they may assume you wish for them to engage in a duel, leading to a conflict to determine who shall be your true companion. This is also one of the reasons for the discord between Michael and Lucifer. Though Xie Luo neither rejected nor accepted the affections of either, instinctively, they were still battling for love. One must not attempt to be a sea king. Angels embody an unwavering 1v1 pure love warrior spirit. However, should one truly aspire to be a sea king, one must prepare both mentally and physically, for angels are among the rare beings that grow bones in the reproductive organs. Besides angels, only otters, walruses, and lions exhibit such brutish traits. Moreover, angels favor warm and humid locales, such as the sacred pool. Inviting them to a secluded bathing spot signifies your devotion to them. They also enjoy ensnaring their partners within their wings, so once they languidly approach you and attempt to envelop you with their wings, remaining in place equates to tacitly consenting to their subsequent actions. Additionally, when it comes to dates, angels must bring flowers, as do demons. Otherwise, why would the Lord of Hell bother with Flora? All of this was unknown to Xie Luo. He merely polished his halo and joyfully proceeded to the flower shop to collect his reserved 99 white roses, infusing them with divine power, and then planned to journey to the moon to find Michael. As for the means of travel, why, of course, he would fly. With a snap of his fingers, the universal paradox activated, obscuring the perception of any beings who might detect Xie Luo's lunar expedition. Clutching the enormous bouquet of 99 white roses, nearly engulfing him, Xie Luo began to flap his wings, soaring into the sky. Unaware of his own beauty, he was lost in his own world, cradling the massive bouquet that almost overwhelmed him. Like a determined squirrel transporting winter pine cones, he flapped his wings, swiftly carving a silvery trajectory through the silent void of space. His repeatedly polished halo gleamed astonishingly, resembling a small sun suspended above his soft black hair. The pure, brilliant aura flowed around him, illuminating his fair visage with clarity. The moonlight, in its navet, seemed to favor him, casting a cool silver sheen upon each fluffy feather at the edges of his wings. Xie Luo focused intently on his advance toward the moon, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. He felt that Michael might harbor some affection for him, though he remained uncertain of its depth, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Yet, self-doubt serves as a man's finest cosmetic, imbuing him with an unaware, almost sacred allure. The universal paradox enveloped him, masking him from any potential observers along the way. However, in the cold, desolate center of the lunar crater, there existed one exception. The seraphim archangel Michael stood alone upon the lunar soil, eyes closed as he attuned himself to the energy flows of the vast cosmos. His 6 wings, ablaze with holy fire, gently folded, resembling the most luxurious of cloaks. Michael's golden hair appeared to flutter slightly, even in the stillness of the moon's surface. Suddenly, his blue eyes transformed into molten gold, snapping open with startling intensity. It was not a sensed threat that jolted him awake from his brief drowsiness, but rather a whisper of an exceedingly familiar aura that wafted through the air. Michael's gaze pierced the void, accurately pinpointing a singular presence. Then, he beheld it, an angel, cradling an immense bouquet and fluttering pristine white wings, was recklessly soaring towards him. The moonlight illuminated the slender figure, with soft black hair cascading behind. Most striking was the halo above, radiating an almost excessive brilliance. How beautiful! Michael was momentarily entranced. Rosie? What brings him to the moon, clutching such a vast bouquet of white roses? Is this a dream? The majestic aura of the seraphim faltered for an instant. In that fleeting moment, Xie Luo had already dashed forward. He was evidently still unaccustomed to flying with his current form. Michael, I have something to discuss, he exclaimed excitedly. I have come with the power of miracle, ha ha ha. As he flapped his wings vigorously to halt, he clumsily collided with Michael, bouquet in hand, landing with a thud in his embrace. The overly bright halo above his head, due to inertia, naturally brushed against Michael's halo with a soft chime as he came to a stop. Oblivious, Xie Luo instinctively reached out to touch Michael's halo, lifting his gaze to peer through the layers of fragrant white rose petals, revealing a pair of bright, expectant, and somewhat anxious eyes locked onto Michael's. Michael, this is for you. Simultaneously, Michael distinctly felt that brief yet gentle contact. His halo had been touched by another angel's halo. Michael's golden pupils constricted sharply. Something within the depths of his timeless gaze erupted in silence. Such an act was far too stimulating for an angel of his innocence. A hum echoed within him as his elegantly cascading 6 wings momentarily stiffened at the roots, as if struck by an invisible current. His fingers, which hung at his sides, curled imperceptibly, as though enduring something profound. The dignified, tranquil seraphim, upon witnessing the grand bouquet and feeling the inadvertent brush of halos, felt his face flush. Michael's throat constricted subtly, and he abruptly turned away, wishing to conceal his countenance. He thought to himself, he has confessed. Oh, my Rosie has confessed to me. Now, if he would just follow tradition and confess once more, we could be together. Xie Luo, bewildert, inquirit. Michael, what are you doing? I came bearing flowers for you. This is rather ungracious of you to turn your back. He thought this and voiced it aloud. Yet, upon speaking, the cosmic-level pride within Michael flared up dramatically. Michael abruptly turned, a flicker of embarrassment swiftly replaced by sheer anger, overshadowing even the hint of a suspicious blush. Xie Luo's innocent inquiry struck his ears like a spark, igniting a long-dormant fuse. Why? Accusing him of lacking respect? I'm simply shy. Can't you see that? I am just at Sundara. Is it too much to ask not to be seen as a fool in your presence? I have been waiting for you to confess, as is customary. Am I not showing you enough respect? Michael's voice was laced with irritation. You ask me, what are you doing? And then wonder why I do not show you respect? Can't you be just a bit more perceptive? Or have I failed to show you respect? I have given you more than anyone else ever has. I am nearly willing to forsake my dignity and kneel before you, begging for another confession. Xie Luo flinched back, startled by his sudden intensity, the enormous bouquet becoming his sole barrier. Confused and aggrieved, he thought, you turned away, which can only mean you do not wish to see me. In his limited understanding, he feared that his rapport with Michael had plummeted to a new low. Not wish to see you? Michael nearly ground his teeth as he repeated the words, his gaze fixed on the halo above Xie Luo's head. Is this very halo, radiant and imbued with a pure, untainted light, yet encasing such a rogue? Every restraint, every ounce of decorum befitting a high-ranking angel, and all the emotions surging within him, unable to find an outlet, came crashing down in that moment. What need is there for decorum? What significance does etiquette hold? How many more years must he endure this? A short, suppressed laugh escaped Michael's throat, unable to be contained. In the next instant, under Xie Luo's astonished gaze, Michael raised his hand and, with remarkable decisiveness, even a hint of aggression, removed the halo from above his head. Xie Luo was utterly bewildered, his grip on the bouquet loosening. Remove the halo? What is Michael doing? Michael afforded him no time for contemplation. He advanced a step, the sudden surge of his formidable aura rendering Xie Luo momentarily paralyzed, forgetting even to flap his wings. Michael swiftly grasped Xie Luo's wrist, lifting his hand. Xie Luo felt a flash of golden light before an abrupt sense of confinement gripped his wrist. Instinctively, he looked down. There the halo perfectly enveloped his wrist, resembling a magnificent bracelet of molten gold. The warmth of divine flames seeped through his skin, accompanied by Michael's overwhelming and fervent divine power, domineeringly enveloping his entire wrist and coursing through his veins, covering his whole body. You polish your halo and send it to me, extending an invitation in the purest form. Yet refuse to adhere to basic etiquette, deliberately placing me in an awkward position. Michael's voice was terrifyingly low as he leaned down, the hand that had just removed the halo now possessing an irresistible strength, seizing Xie Luo's wrist and compelling him to lift his gaze and meet his own. Now, are you satisfied? Michael declared emphatically, his voice imbued with an unprecedented firmness and an almost obsessive yearning. I am willing, I am reckless. Utter your affection once, and I shall eagerly respond. I am impatient. I shall no longer cling to lofty ideals. I desire you to love me swiftly. Tomorrow morning, I will proclaim to the world that I have a partner. Is that acceptable? I am at your behest. May I inquire further? I wish to understand what it entails. Xie Luo, clutching the magnificent bouquet of white roses, stood upon the frigid lunar surface, the searing sensation at his wrist feeling as if it might consume him. He gazed at Michael, who was alarmingly close, his face flushed with an aggressive intensity that Xie Luo had never witnessed before. His mind became a void, with only a single thought spiraling chaotically. It seemed he had miscalculated. As Xie Luo remained in a daze, Michael quietly lingered nearby, his eyes eagerly anticipating a response. After a prolonged silence, witnessing Xie Luo's continued stupor, Michael grew anxious once more. In his worldview, he had harbored a secret affection for the person before him for many years, cautiously expressing his feelings and enduring numerous trials. This individual had only accepted him after reincarnation, professing his love. Yet, it appeared that this person was intent on testing him, requiring him to lower his pride to be together. However, he was unabashed, flustered, and readily declared, "Yes, yes, I like you." Now, Michael found himself professing his love to a legitimate partner, yet his partner seemed reluctant to acquiesce. Michael, overwhelmed with urgency, even drew closer, encircling Xie Luo with his wings and leaning down to seek a kiss. Xie Luo, placing his palm against Michael's lips, nervously inquired, did I just confess to you? Do you agree? Michael paused, then replied, yes. Otherwise, what? In establishing a relationship, one should adhere to certain formalities. You have only taken one step, brushing against my halo, yet it is still a formal declaration of love. That constitutes a confession. Xie Luo responded. If I claim that I did not confess, would you eliminate me, my rival? He took a deep breath and posed another question. Will you teach me how to use miracle? Michael, though bewildered by the request, nodded. I will. I shall teach you. Anything is possible. I possess several gold mountains and numerous properties here on earth. Do you desire them? Xie Luo, who had been troubled, inquired, is that truly the case? Michael nodded once more, affirming, indeed. Xie Luo's expression transformed. Wow. Michael, how sweet you are, you do not understand. I am ensnared by capital, destined to become a sensation. It is my fate, my wrongdoing towards him. I failed to comprehend the language of Tsundere, and I inadvertently flirted with my adversary. I relish the idea of being the beloved of my rival, sharing a warm bed with him. I enjoy hearing those who once scorned me, now cautiously asking, may I inquire further, while I listen to my rival recount the possessions he is prepared to relinquish? Do not pity me, and besides I have not consented. Have I? Hee. Chapter 57. The true nature of romantic infatuation. Xie Luo was engaged in conversation with Michael, reminiscing about past events, when the topic turned to a particular angel. Curiously, Xie Luo inquired, what about Chronos? Where did he go? Even if sealing the Chaos God is a formidable task, it should not be insurmountable for you all combined. In truth, neither Michael, Lucifer, nor even Rosiel were among God's favored angels. The one who held that distinction was none other than the high-ranking angel, Chronos. Though Chronos' power may have been somewhat lesser, he was indeed the apple of God's eye. It shouldn't be, Xie Luo continued. If he were present, Michael would not find himself in such a pitiable state, suppressing the Chaos God on the moon. Michael's expression shifted to one of complexity as he replied softly. Was taken by God. Xie Luo gasped in surprise. Taken? Why? Where'd he go? What purpose does it serve? Michael spoke in a calm tone. When God sealed the Chaos God, he took Chronos with him. To put it plainly, God wishes for Chronos to die alongside him. How can this be? Protested Xie Luo. Chronos is God's most beloved angel. He is also the most devout, despite being a hybrid of demon and angel. He has openly declared his love for God countless times, professing, O Lord, you are my beloved. Am I not your little dog? How could I miss you so dearly? I long to see you. It could be said that Chronos embodies the most fervent devotion to God in all of heaven. How could God possibly bear the thought of Chronos' demise? He would rather all angels perish than let Chronos suffer. Xie Luo's thoughts were echoed in his incredulous question. Laden with shock, Michael scoffed, his demeanor icy and unusually verbose. God claims to be just and impartial. Yet, in truth, he harbors selfish desires. He cannot bear to part with his Chronos. He wishes for Chronos to share in his fate. The mere thought of Chronos loving another after his demise drives him to madness. Chronos has confessed his love to God on numerous occasions. Even the most reserved angel eventually acquiesced after 6 declarations. God, he perceives himself as exalted, while Chronos professes his love daily, yet God remains silent, never granting a response. This is the game he relishes. He desires Chronos to repeatedly demonstrate his affection, to prove how deeply he loves and obsesses over him. For that brings him joy. He may not respond to Caririel's declarations, yet he permits Caririel to reside in his palace, to groom his feathers, to whisper sweet nothings to him. Eventually, he even forbade Caririel from attending to celestial duties, believing that Caririel should not be seen by others. Consequently, the burdens of heaven grew heavier. Xie Luo exclaimed, "What? So Caririel was confessing to God? I had thought his devotion was purely sincere." Michael elaborated, "Initially, when God intended to seal the chaos god, Caririel was meant to join us in our pursuit of hell. But God intervened. I went to consult God, who revealed that Caririel was of great significance, yet there were more pressing matters at hand. Thus, we set off to hunt down the denizens of hell. Upon my return, I discovered that God had deceived Caririel into meeting his demise alongside him." Xie Luo exclaimed, "Ah, so this is the true nature of God." Michael, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Such is God, perched upon his lofty pedestal, yet consumed by jealousy at the mere mention of Caririel's name. He forbids others from indulging in love, while he himself leads the charge into romantic entanglements. Had Caririel joined a fray, I would not have been condemned to a prolonged vigil upon the moon. In all the tomes of humanity, not a single mention of Caririel exists, for God has forbidden her name from being inscribed. Oh, by the way, upon my return, I chanced upon the book of creation, wherein it was inscribed. In the year XXX, Yog-Sothoth addressed his wife Caririel, asking, 'Would you care to join me in a bond of tragic love?' The wife, momentarily taken aback, soon rejoiced and kissed Yog-Sothoth, for she was beautiful and wise. The book seemed apprehensive upon my arrival and promptly self-destructed." Xie Luo replied, "The god of codes. So you, in your infatuation, feared that Caririel might find affection elsewhere after your passing, and thus you dragged her into your tragic fate. Is this why Michael must endure his solitude upon the moon?" Xie Luo's anger flared. Now it all makes sense. He perused various ancient texts, recognizing many familiar names, yet Caririel, with whom he had shared pleasant moments, was conspicuously absent. It appears this is indeed the handiwork of God. Alas, I have uncovered the reason why high-ranking angels are such proud, love-stricken beings. Chapter 58, Polar Reversal. Caririel. "Where are you off to?" Xie Luo cheerfully patted the shoulder of the angel ahead of him, inquiring playfully. As Caririel turned, a mesmerizing spectacle of light and shadow intertwined around him, his left cheek bathed in the radiant glow of the sanctuary, while his right cheek succumbed to the dimness of the columns. He bore the six-winged skeletal frame of a seraph, yet his wings were not of pure white. Rather, one side was white and the other black. When he lifted his eyelids, his heterochromatic eyes revealed themselves, one a celestial light blue, the other an abyssal black. This signified his mixed heritage. Indeed, even before the emergence of hell, demons existed. Caririel, a creation of God, embodied both angelic and demonic lineage. Yet the energy of light surpassed that of darkness. The very essence of his name suggested divine selection and favor. Upon seeing Xie Luo, Caririel beamed a brilliant smile and declared, "Rasi, God has summoned me to the sanctuary of the 9 heavens." Xie Luo's lips twitched in mild exasperation. "Again? Didn't you just go this morning?" If one were to inquire who frequented the sanctuary most in all of heaven, it would undoubtedly be Caririel. For reasons unknown, God summoned Caririel to the sanctuary at least once a day, often for several hours, leaving Xie Luo yearning to take Caririel out for leisure, yet finding no time. Reflecting on this, Xie Luo could not help but tease Caririel about God. "Caririel, what do you think God truly looks like? Each time he appears, it's a blinding ball of holy light that hurts the eyes. Perhaps he isn't as impressive as one might think." Caririel softly countered, "He is quite handsome." Xie Luo's interest peaked. "What? You've seen him? Describe him." A faint blush visibly crept across Caririel's fair complexion. Even his light blue eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. He instinctively tugged at the tip of his pure white wing, his voice dropping even lower than before. I cannot quite describe. His gaze drifted, unable to meet Xie Luo's fervent curiosity, fingers nervously twisting the cuff of his angelic robe. "He is very, very perfect. He sits upon the throne, encircled by holy light, yet when you gaze upon him, it is not blinding. Rather, it is gentle." Xie Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, leaning closer, nearly pressing his face against Caririel's. Not blinding? Gentle? Be specific, dear friend. What color are his eyes? What about his hair? Is he tall? When he speaks to you, is he stern or, benevolent? Xie Luo struggled to fathom how the unapproachable radiance could be described by Caririel as gentle and handsome. Caririel, flustered by the barrage of questions, felt the warmth deepen in his fair skin. Even the half of his face hidden in shadow seemed to flush. He endeavored to articulate the inexpressible vision. His eyes seemed to embody the purest expanse of the night sky, both profound and luminous. The hair possesses a luster more pure than molten platinum. He stands tall, yet his presence does not intimidate. The voice of Caririel grows softer, imbued with an almost dreamlike reverence. When he converses with me, his tone is gentle, always accompanied by a smile. A smile. Xie Luo felt as if the feathers on his wings were standing on end in astonishment. The workaholic god, Deus, could actually smile? Incredible. Caririel nodded vigorously, and at the mention of this, a radiant glow of favored delight illuminated his face. He often invites me to sit on the steps beside his holy throne, patiently listening to whatever I have to say, frequently engaging in conversation with me. Xie Luo stood utterly frozen, mouth agape, his mind a tumult of confusion. Isnt God, supposed to speak in a stilted manner, word by word? He can converse freely. So, when he calls upon you, is it merely for chit-chat? Xie Luo's tone was filled with disbelief. Caririel tilted his head, seemingly pondering this question earnestly. Not entirely, at times. He teaches me various things regarding the balance of light and darkness, how to construct the foundations of the divine realm. I even learned the divine language, for instance, the meaning of Xie Luo. This revelation left Xie Luo momentarily speechless. God teaches the divine language? Such a concept was unfathomable. Just then, Caririel exclaimed, "Oh dear," in our conversation. I completely forgot. I must head to the sanctuary now. Rossi, during my last visit to God, I received a few goldfinches and saved one for you. It's placed at your room's doorstep. Farewell. Xie Luo beamed. Oh, that is too generous. You should hurry along. Don't keep God waiting. Xie Luo pondered the term. After all, he is a deity of the K-series. Moreover, there exists a unique interpretation, although this divine language ISNT of the K-series. He could analyze it to some extent. Based on the construction of a word, it seems to convey not the meaning of hello, but rather something akin to baby. It appears the unique interpretation ISNT as reliable as I thought. Caririel, what has God summoned you for? It has been quite some time since I last saw you. Xie Luo blinked at Caririel. Recently, Caririel seemed to have been absent from public view, and even when he did appear, he bore a melancholic demeanor. Caririel furrowed his brow and replied softly, well, we had a quarrel. I scolded him. God has become somewhat obsessed with the balance of light and darkness. Sigh, he keeps making absurd decisions. I argued with him about this for quite a while. But this is something I cannot disclose to Rossi. What if it frightens him? Xie Luo gasped in shock, staring at Caririel. You dare to scold God? Even Michael, with all his arrogance, wouldn't he dare? You, so gentle, actually confronted God? With a swift motion, Caririel slapped his palm down, his anger flaring as he demanded, where's Rossi gone? Why'd he have a die? Where has he gone? Is it you who, in pursuit of a so-called balance between light and darkness, has taken action against him? Neither heaven nor hell can revive him. Yelland, if it truly was your doing, then let our paths diverge from this moment on. God, concealing his face, spoke coldly. Caririel, do not let your favor lead you to arrogance. Who do you think you are? You are merely an ordinary angel. Caririel chuckled mockingly and retorted with fervor. Very well, I am a dispensable, ordinary angel. Then go ahead and kill me. Do it now. As he spoke, he violently tore a page from the book of creation, which was chronicling the significant events of history, and trampled it underfoot. God remained silent. He has not perished. He was never an angel to begin with. But what he truly is remains unclear to me. He departed willingly. I did not harm him, God finally revealed. Upon hearing this, Caririel's fury subsided somewhat. Yet he strode out with determination, slamming the door behind him. The book of creation timidly interjected, God, does this get recorded? God's expression darkened to an unprecedented extent. Begone. I am truly wronged. Rossi, please return. Cariel is about to uproot the sanctuary. My wife's close friend, I beseech you, return quickly. I am on the verge of despair. Indeed, among those who miss Xie Luo the most, God is one. He mused, amusingly, that before Rossi's arrival, Cariel's prayers were quite solemn. Yet after Rossi came, Cariel became increasingly audacious. His demeanor shifting to one of irreverence now. He flaunted his disdain with growing ease. Cariel regarded God. Why have you kept me here? God remained silent for a long while before responding with evident exasperation. I do not know. Cariel smiled. My lord, you are rather bashful. God murmured, yes. I'm somewhat shy. Cariel sighed and began to walk towards the exit. But if you do not speak, I shall never know your thoughts. Seeing him genuinely about to leave, God grew anxious. I love you, but I must suppress the deities of the Kashi. I fear that if I die, and you remain, you may come to favor another. I am indeed quite despicable. Cariel turned, softly responding. Then kill me and erase all memories of me, if that would bring you peace. God was taken aback. You would willingly die with me? Is Cariel truly willing? Is he not the composed and rational angel? How could he be willing to die with me? My heavens, does he love me so? Cariel smiled radiantly. Of course, or should I say, why not? I have always thought you the most delightful. He rose on his toes and kissed God. And in that moment, as he was enveloped by the familiar, gentle, holy light, he pondered, I wonder how many angels will survive after this battle. Chapter 59. The interlopers, after listening to Michael's account of the past. Xie Luo felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. He could hardly fathom that his dear friend had been taken by God to sacrifice himself. Oh, how selfish of God! Sitting beside Michael, Xie Luo wiped away his tears and, filled with indignation, declared, God, I curse you to become a foolish little bird, devoid of a nest and burdened with an aging wife and children. Michael gently dabbed Xie Luo's tears, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, he is wicked. Let's not engage with him. This deed of God is truly excessive. Michael's soft words brushed against Xie Luo's ears like a feather. Yet they could not quell the torrent of tears and grievances that surged forth. Unable to contain his sorrow any longer, Xie Luo's shoulders shook violently as he buried his head in Michael's embrace, his tears quickly soaking through. He had believed so wholeheartedly in God, and while dying in battle would have been bearable, to die in such a manner without even leaving a name was unbearable. Xie Luo's voice was muffled in Michael's arms, laden with a heavy nasal tone and unshakable sorrow. How could this be justified? Michael's heart was scorched by the warmth of Xie Luo's tears, burdened by the weight of the departed soul. Do not cry, he soothed. Cariel's spirit is still present. If he truly wished to remain, God could never have compelled him to sacrifice himself. Moreover, let us not forget that since God has recognized Cariel as his spouse in the book of creation, at that moment, Cariel would possess all the authority God holds. Thus, it is possible he is not dead. Michael's voice was deep and gentle, enveloping the weeping figure in warmth as he slightly lowered his head, resting his chin upon Xie Luo's crown. But what if he truly has perished? Xie Luo raised his tear-streaked face from Michael's embrace, his eyes glistening with tears, the trails on his cheeks resembling the wings of a butterfly drenched in rain. He is so vile, utterly despicable, a wicked bird, a foolish bird, a featherless bird. I wish for him to be drenched in rain and knocked down by the wind. Observing Xie Luo's swollen eyes and his childish yet furious curses, Michael's heart softened immensely, tinged with bittersweet amusement. Angels scolding others, especially with such avian epithets. After all, they themselves were half-bird. Indeed, a wicked bird, Michael affirmed, his tone earnest as he fixed his gaze upon Xie Luo. He is a foolish bird who does not cherish what he has but is fortunate nonetheless. Gently, he brushed his fingertips across Xie Luo's tear-stained cheek. Thus, let's not emulate him, shall we? You possess 1,000, 1,000,000 times more compassion for your friends than he ever did. Michael cradled Xie Luo's face, his thumb tenderly caressing the warm skin that had been streaked by tears. The departed, caught unawares by sudden calamity, may impulsively choose to sacrifice themselves to prove their love. Yet, The living angels must continue to forge ahead, mustn't they? Xie Luo gazed into Michael's deep well of understanding, where sorrow mingled with a resilient light, a testament to the trials endured yet overcome. These truths are not lost on Xie Luo. Rather, he experiences them with a belated awareness, which wounds him deeply, tearing apart his heart, so devoted to loyalty and affection. He is indeed quite young, with the combined years of 2 lifetimes barely reaching 40, and naturally he needs an outlet for his emotions, as he does now. Crumbling in Michael's embrace. Move forward? Xie Luo chokes out, his voice fractured and hoarse, laden with the weight of tears and profound regret. Kirill. Even the name has been erased. Michael's hand, cradling his cheek, tightened slightly, his thumb gently brushing away another fallen tear. Names are not easily forgotten. Xie Luo. The scriptures record his wife Kirill, and this is acknowledged by the cosmos. Just as my halo acknowledges you, existence begets remembrance and significance. God is merely a timid coward, favored but fearful. Xie Luo sniffles, burying his face deeper into Michael's sturdy neck, emitting a muffled whimper. I'm all right now. Yet, I may need to return to Earth, Michael. I cannot remain on the moon for long. Michael pauses, then exhales a heavy sigh. Indeed, Xie Luo cannot linger on the moon. It is perilous here, the surrounding forces too volatile, and the K family deity poses the greatest threat. Michael cannot keep Xie Luo for an extended period, even with the use of miracle, for it cannot affect angels of the same essence, and Xie Luo cannot master miracle so swiftly. Michael gently raises his hand, plucking a soft feather from the edge of his pure white wing, the delicate plume shimmering with a gentle holy light. He places the small feather in Xie Luo's palm, softly uttering, "Return to Earth, I shall safeguard what lies behind." The knowledge of how to wield the power of miracle resides within that feather. As Xie Luo steps forward, Michael holds him back for a protracted moment, until the corners of his eyes redden, and he reluctantly departs. After his departure, Michael gazes vacantly at the bouquet of white roses. The cold light of the lunar craters gradually yields to the warm blue glow of Earth's atmosphere. Xie Luo, akin to a heavy meteor, traverses the thin clouds, landing at the edge of the city. He craves air, a semblance of normality. With unsteady steps, Xie Luo wanders aimlessly along the cobblestone path, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts and still the ache in his heart. Xie Luo? Startled, he abruptly turns towards the voice, forcing down the tumult of emotions. He sees Wang Mian, clumsily emerging from a thicket of shrubs taller than himself, leaves tangled in his hair. Behind him, swirling and balancing, the rose clumsily follows suit. Wang Mian's face is pale, while the balance bears 2 large dark circles under his eyes. Wang Mian, what are you doing? Xie Luo's voice is somewhat hoarse. Upon witnessing the tear-streaked cheeks and bloodshot eyes of Xie Luo, Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly suppressed his curiosity, opting to inquire later. Our mass squad is currently engaged in a tracking mission. Tracking? Xie Luo's attention was reluctantly drawn back to reality, though his heart remained heavy. Yes, the jellyfish sect. Wang Mian's voice dropped even lower, imbued with a palpable tension, as he spoke of a senior acolyte named Gu Qing. According to reliable intelligence, this individual had recently infiltrated Sangnan City, his movements shrouded in secrecy. After much effort in gathering scant clues, the situation was still grim. Xuanwu nodded in agreement, adding, "He exhibits remarkable adaptability to his surroundings, leaving minimal traces." Tianping touched the bridge of his nose, his tone grave as he continued. "The most critical piece of information is that we suspect he is not acting alone, and—" He paused, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. "It is highly likely that he is transporting a substantial amount of something mysterious." Wang Mian replied, "Indeed, this complicates matters. That cargo of the mysterious must be destroyed immediately. Xie Luo, could you assist in locating it?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xie Luo felt numb. Gu Qing, Kei's sister's ill-fated husband, one of the higher-ups in the jellyfish sect, was associated with the only known instance of the difficult journey. To put it simply, it involved a compact, portable space, swift in operation, optimal for survival and transport, yet it consumed an exorbitant amount of mental energy. One would require months of recuperation after a single use. And that cargo of the mysterious, wasn't it the very same that Lucifer had bestowed upon him? That was Xie Luo's livelihood. Now, he was being asked to assist in the pursuit of his own acolyte, while simultaneously being deprived of his sustenance. Chapter 60. On the art of acting in the northern regions of the Great Xia, a silver-throated, long-tailed tit loudly interrogated a nearby white fluff ball. "Why are you bald?" The fluffy creature, Kirill, flapped a wing at Yelland, emitting a series of crisp chirps. "It must be a lack of nutrition. Come with me to the nearby zoo for a meal today." Xie Luo silently observed Wang Mian, who was clearly reluctant to assist. Yet, Wang Mian began to exhibit an expression reminiscent of a pleading puppy. Xie Luo found himself yielding. He could not bear to see the man in distress. But he also could not allow himself to go hungry. Consequently, when Gu Qing was being pursued by an invisible pressure from behind, he suddenly heard the distinct, languid yet precise voice of the jellyfish deity in his ear. "Run to the left, follow my instructions." The voice was calm and unruffled, yet it ensnared Gu Qing's confusion like a cold thread. To the left lay a seemingly ordinary thicket, but he was acutely aware that there were at least a few individuals concealed within, most likely that masked group. Would he survive if he dashed in that direction? Surely, the jellyfish deity did not wish for his demise, did she? Gu Qing hesitated to believe it, for he was an avowed materialist. Then, he heard the chilling statement, "Suan has been pregnant for 3 days." Gu Qing, is this a threat? Fine, I will yield. Without hesitation, he clenched his teeth and abruptly pivoted, launching himself toward the left thicket like an arrow released from a bow. Almost simultaneously, as he plunged into the shadows of the bushes, Xie Luo sprang into action. A fleeting glimmer of calculation crossed his eyes, nearly imperceptible, before he donned an expression of alarm and urgent concern. "Be careful." Xie Luo's voice carried an unprecedented urgency as he propelled himself forward with a speed uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor, hurtling toward the vortex beside him. His seemingly delicate hand cloaked in a subtle, almost transparent wave of divine power. He deftly pushed against the shoulder of the vortex. His control was impeccable, causing the vortex to stagger sideways as if struck by immense force, producing a startled sound, while ensuring no real harm was inflicted. "Attack now." Gu Qing, with greater force. Bang! Xie Luo, utilizing the thrust of the rebound, arced through the air in an exaggerated trajectory, positioning himself directly in the path of Gu Qing's frantic assault as he emerged from the thicket. A soft sound, akin to a blade piercing flesh, resonated clearly to all present. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Xie Luo's body trembled slightly, his complexion draining of color, his brows knitting in pain. His slender fingers pressed against his side. There a small but vividly realistic stain, conjured by flowing divine power, rapidly spread across his attire, a truly alarming sight. He even emitted a low, muffled sound of distress, his body swaying as if struggling to maintain balance. His entire demeanor was imbued with a poignant sense of enduring pain and a fragile selflessness. "Xie Luo!" Wang Mian's scream pierced the air, heart-wrenching. He had been momentarily stunned by the push, and now, upon witnessing Xie Luo in a blood-stained white garment, teetering on the brink of collapse, his puppy-like, glistening eyes filled with sheer terror. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Gu Qing's speed far surpassed that of all present, including Wang Mian. Emerging from the left thicket, Gu Qing was met with the sight of the masked team leader Wang Mian, furiously charging at him with a knife. Gu Qing's mind went blank, thinking, "Oh my lord, I merely wished to flee." At that moment, Xie Luo's cold and clear telepathic command pierced Gu Qing's mind with unyielding authority. "Now, pretend to lose control and self-destruct. Fall down." Gu Qing shivered. Suddenly, he unleashed a piercing, remorseful scream, as if some violent force had consumed his sanity. This power was beyond his control. He abruptly opened his arms, a radiant light erupting around him. Subsequently, he made a deeply pained gesture of clutching his head, his body convulsing and twisting, as though being torn by invisible forces. Ah! Accompanied by this agonizing wail, Gu Qing's body stiffened abruptly and then fell limply to the ground, face down, with a heavy thud that stirred up a small cloud of dust. After landing, he instinctively twitched twice, his limbs contorted into an exceedingly unnatural position, before becoming utterly still. Just as Wang Mian and the others attempted to investigate, a wisp of dark mist swiftly ascended, and 2 seconds later, Gu Qing's figure had vanished completely. Even the power of time could not be summoned. Go place the mysterious one at XXX, and you shall return home, Wang Mian commanded. Xie Luo softly called out, his voice tinged with perfectly measured sorrow and a frail breath, before his body swayed once more and collapsed entirely. Xie Luo, please do not frighten me. How are you? Wang Mian could hardly focus on anything else. He clutched Xie Luo tightly, gazing at his pale face and blood-stained clothing, feeling as though he might shatter. Quick! We must find a doctor. The voice of Xuan Huan trembled, almost erupting in a roar. This person had shielded him for his sake. Wang Mian shot a cold glare at Xuan Huan, lifting Xie Luo's delicate form with ease, feeling the weight in his arms was alarmingly light, the spreading bloodstains stinging his eyes. He could not afford to contemplate the vanished Gu Qing and that enigmatic wisp of black mist. Whether that bastard from the jellyfish sect had self-destructed or died was of no consequence now. Captain, both Chang Wei and Tian Ping turned pale upon seeing Wang Mian cradling the bloodied Xie Luo. Xuan Huan, Tian Ping, what are you standing there for? The Rose roared in anguish as the duo, Vortex and Balance, immediately sprang into action. Vortex created a spatial barrier to shield Xie Luo, while Balance hastened to lighten Xie Luo's burden. Meanwhile, Wang Mian urgently scooped Xie Luo into his arms and dashed toward the training camp. There was no alternative. A regular hospital would be of no use. Xie Luo's head rested limply against Wang Mian's arm, his eyelids half closed, and the long lashes cast fragile shadows upon his pallid face. A slight furrow formed on his brow as his breathing became shallow and weak, each inhalation seemingly laced with indescribable pain. Hold on, we'll arrive shortly, Wang Mian urged fervently, his voice trembling with fear. Don't sleep. Look at me. I beg you. With great effort, Xie Luo managed to lift his eyelids slightly, his gaze unfocused and vacant. Captain, accelerate. Run faster. He can still survive. Balance shouted from the side. The already remote journey felt as if they had traversed centuries, when a distinctive sign of the medical room finally materialized in their sight. They nearly crashed through the door. Doctor, please save him. Wang Mian's desperate scream alarmed the entire medical area. Doctors and nurses clad in white coats swiftly surrounded them. Lay him flat. Hurry. What happened? Commanded the seasoned chief medical officer. Wang Mian carefully placed Xie Luo onto the emergency bed, while Vortex, in a fit of rage, stammered. It was that jellyfish cultist. He charged from the left and ambushed. Xie Luo pushed me away, took the hit for me. Enraged by this revelation, the Rose kicked Vortex in fury, exclaiming, Vortex, you better brace yourself for a beating from me. Balance off, huh? What happened to your reflexes? Vortex opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by Wang Mian's cold voice. Are you done making a scene? Everyone out. In the training camp, as the crowd reviewed their graduation results, they had yet to exchange light-hearted banter when someone burst in, shouting, It's over. The one who came with Instructor Wang to the training camp. What's his name? Xie Luo. He is injured and on the brink of death. Shen Qingzhu stood up abruptly. Her tone icy, what? Lin Xie's cup clattered to the floor, shattering into countless pieces. Xie Luo is dying? Chapter 61. In a relationship, Xie Luo, wake up. Don't scare me. Wang Mian's voice was hoarse and trembling, laced with a weeping tone as he repeatedly called out. Warm droplets of water falling heavily onto Xie Luo's hand. The whirlpool of guilt surged like a tangible tide, threatening to completely engulf him. He gazed at Xie Luo, whose face was ashen on the bed, recalling the reckless push that had propelled him into this predicament. A profound sense of guilt and an indescribable impulse shattered his rational defenses. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't react in time. If it weren't for pushing me away. The voice of the whirlpool, tinged with sorrow, clenched his fists tightly as if he had made a resolute decision. In an almost oath-like tone, he proclaimed to the unconscious Xie Luo, "I will take responsibility for him. No matter what happens in the future, I will care for him. I regard him as my wife." The declaration reverberated loudly in the quiet medical room, resonating with a tragic desperation. He vowed not to marry anyone else. He was willing to embrace his identity as gay and support Xie Luo. However, before the thunderous proclamation could fully settle, "No way," Shen Qingzhu burst in, barely catching her breath, only to overhear the Whirlpool's declaration of responsibility. "Why should you take responsibility?" Shen Qingzhu shouted vehemently. Wang Mian, taken aback by Shen Qingzhu's furious outburst, felt a surge of anger rising within him. He retorted, his voice unwavering, "Why can't I? He was injured while saving me. It is only natural for me to take responsibility for my wife." Wife. Lin Xie had appeared at the doorway, observing the scene with a cold gaze. Wang Mian stared in disbelief at the trio, the Whirlpool, Shen Qingzhu, and Lin Xie. A wave of intense repulsion surged through him. "Whirlpool, have you lost your mind?" Wang Mian stood abruptly, his towering frame exuding an overwhelming aura. "Xie Luo is not dead yet. Who are you to arrange his future? Wife, for heaven's sake, wake up." Shen Qingzhu narrowed her eyes, focusing on Wang Mian's arms cradling Xie Luo, her gaze sharp as a knife. "Instructor, why are you holding him?" Though Lin Xie remained silent, his heavy gaze also rested upon Wang Mian's embrace of Xie Luo. The Whirlpool was momentarily stunned by Wang Mian's shout, only to be further incensed by the attitudes of Shen Qingzhu and Lin Xie. "What is wrong with me taking responsibility? Who are you to criticize? Captain, can you save him by merely holding him?" "Enough!" Rose, unable to tolerate the chaos any longer, slammed her palm on the table, producing a resounding noise that interrupted the quarrel among the men. Her chest heaving with anger, she pointed at the group of men and scolded, her voice stern, "Everyone, shut up. What are you arguing about? Xie Luo is still lying here. Do you want him to die even faster? What is there to dispute about?" Rose's roar fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the imminent escalation of the situation. The chief medical officer and a group of nurses were already exasperated. "Yes. Everyone please step outside. We are attending to the patient. Instructor Wang, you need not assist him. You may leave as well." Perhaps I should take my leave as well," Xie Luo said, unable to endure the situation any longer as he rose to a seated position. The medical room was instantly engulfed in a profound silence. The four men, Xin Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, Lin Xie, and Wang Mian, who had just been embroiled in a heated exchange, now fell mute. Xuan Yuan's face turned a deep crimson. Shen Qingzhu instinctively took a step back, and Lin Xie appeared somewhat bewildered. Wang Mian was the first to regain his composure and exclaimed joyfully, "Xie Luo, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" He resembled an eager puppy, wagging its tail with delight. "Ah!" The doctor adjusted his glasses, shattering the suffocating silence with a flat tone. "Oh, you're alive? Now, I kindly request all of you to leave immediately." He gestured toward the heart rate monitor beside the bed, which had spiked due to the earlier tumultuous argument and emotional outbursts. He resurrected. Good heavens! Xin Yuan finally found his voice again. Chang Wei took a deep breath, pointed at the door, and commanded, "Did you hear that? Out, including you, Captain, and you, Xin Yuan. Now, immediately leave. I will take care of Xie Luo." Her last two words were nearly a shout, laced with undeniable authority. Xin Yuan bolted out the door like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, not daring to glance back at Xie Luo. Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth, casting one last complex look at the seated Xie Luo. His lips moved, but ultimately, he said nothing and strode away. Lin Xie followed suit, turning to exit as well. Wang Mian opened his mouth to speak, but met Chang Wei's fiery gaze and, conceding, turned to leave. The door to the medical room was slammed shut by the nurses, effectively isolating the four men outside. The world outside was suddenly tranquil. Chang Wei approached the bedside, observing Xie Luo's pale yet clear-eyed visage, feeling a mix of pity and fear. She could not help but gently pat his arm. "How do you feel? Aside from the wound, is there anywhere else that troubles you?" Xie Luo rubbed his throbbing temples. Sister Changwei, I have a headache. It's not the wound that pains me. But, he paused, casting a glance at the tightly shut door outside, his tone laden with genuine disdain. It's from the noise and the anger. The doctor examined his wound while remaining focused on his task, coldly stating, that's normal. The fact that you Haven T fainted from anger indicates your mental resilience. I suggest you distance yourself from sources of noise, particularly those 4 types from earlier. Your injuries may appear severe, but they are not serious. A transfer to an external hospital for a 2-day stay should suffice. Outside the door, Xinyuan slumped against the wall, sliding down to the floor, cradling his head in his hands, burying his face deep into his knees. It's over, it's over, it's over. I'm finished. I've socially perished. Shen Qingzhu, Lin Xie, and Wang Mian remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The vortex buried its head, emitting a muffled sound. He must have heard it. That phrase to be a wife. He undoubtedly heard it. Shen Qingzhu let out a cold snort, unable to restrain herself any longer. So what if he heard it? Did he agree to it? Are you taking responsibility? Have you inquired about his true wishes? The vortex suddenly lifted its head, eyes red and die. I was merely caught up in the moment. It was about taking responsibility. Didn't you rush in as well? I rushed in out of concern for him. Don't flatter yourself. Shen Qingzhu retorted sharply, her gaze piercing. Who are you calling self-important? The vortex jumped up. Enough. Lin Xie opened his eyes, calmly interrupting the impending second round of arguments. What are you all quarreling about? Just as the vortex was about to say something, a boy hurriedly entered from outside. Lin Xie acknowledged him with a nod, saying, and Qingyu. Upon seeing Lin Xie, and Qingyu immediately inquired, where is my wife? Is she inside? Lin Xie's lips twitched, replying, yes, she is inside. Upon hearing this, and Qingyu naturally and swiftly made his way inside. Meanwhile, Wang Mian, Xie Luo has a partner. Shen Qingzhu, who is this person? Vortex what? He has a partner. Lin Xie. No, you all didn't know? You didn't even realize that he has a partner. What exactly are you all fighting over? Chapter 62. Upon entering the hospital room, and Qingyu did not spare a glance at the rows or the doctor and nurses. His gaze was solely fixed upon the pale figure of Xie Luo on the bed. He moved swiftly, propelled by an oppressive energy, and arrived at the bedside. Everyone leave, he commanded, his voice low yet imbued with a characteristic chill. Another one? The doctor frowned, sir. The patient has just awakened and requires. It would be best not to let him become emotionally agitated. And Qingyu finally lifted his gaze to meet the doctoress, his tone unwavering and calm. I am his fiancé. Now, please vacate the room. We require some private space to attend to family matters. If he did not reprimand Xie Luo, the latter might very well run off with someone else the following day. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Seeing the guilty expression on Xie Luo's face and the tempestuous aura emanating from Qingyu, the Rose sighed, tugging at the doctor who seemed inclined to protest. She whispered, let us leave them be. We cannot meddle in their affairs. Xie Luo, too, had shown a lack of regard for his own body, shielding the vortex from harm. The vortex was resilient, yet it was entirely normal for his partner to be infuriated by such self-neglect. Reluctantly, the doctor led the others out, closing the door behind them. The world fell into a profound silence, an unsettling stillness reminiscent of the calm before a storm. And Qingyu did not take a seat. He stood at the bedside, looking down at Xie Luo from his elevated position. Sunlight streamed through the high window, casting elongated shadows upon him, nearly enveloping Xie Luo entirely. When Lin Xie called me to say you were injured, I was terrified, fearing the worst for you. However, it appears I was overly sentimental. After all, you are a deity and cannot be so easily harmed. If you were injured, it could only be because you desired it. Tell me, dear, do you truly wish to inflict pain upon yourself? And Qingyu's voice deepened, each word laced with a sense of danger. He leaned slightly closer, the shadows completely consuming Xie Luo. Xie Luo realized he was in dire straits today. Cursed Lin Xie for summoning in Qingyu. He averted his gaze, his throat tightening as he attempted to justify himself. Merely what? And Qingyu interrupted, his tone rising slightly with heavy sarcasm. His long fingers suddenly extended, gently pressing down on Xie Luo's shoulder near the bandaged area below his collarbone. His fingertips, through the gauze, pressed precisely on the wound with considerable force. Xie Luo's body tensed instantly, tears welling at the corners of his eyes, the edges turning crimson. "Does it hurt?" And Xingyu inquired again, his voice lowered, almost whispering against Xie Luo's ear. The warmth of his breath ignited a shiver along Xie Luo's sensitive skin. His thumb ground slightly against the bandage, and Xie Luo trembled in pain, tears finally breaking free and trailing down his pallid cheeks. "And Xingyu, are you bullying me?" Xie Luo, overwhelmed by pain and anger, almost bit his tongue to command him to let go. In the next instant, all words were stifled, and Xingyu unexpectedly lowered his head. Xie Luo's pupils dilated abruptly, struggling to turn his head away. However, and Xingyu's other hand firmly grasped the back of his neck, holding him securely within his control, constraining the nape. He slightly withdrew, their noses almost touching, their heated breaths intertwining. And Xingyu's dark eyes were mere inches away, clearly reflecting Xie Luo's current disheveled state, a pale face tinged with a sickly flush, lips swollen and moist, glimmering with droplets of water. Tiny tears lingered on his raven-like long eyelashes, exuding a sense of being cruelly wronged. And Xingyu's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a dangerous tenderness. "Do you dare? Do you dare to hurt yourself for others?" As he spoke, his fingertips, still separated by gauze, pressed gently yet firmly on the wound. Xie Luo, incensed, protested, "You are bullying me." And Xingyu chuckled softly. "Do you not want me to bully you?" Upon hearing this, Xie Luo felt an unexpected thrill. The peculiar satisfaction of being possessively claimed filled him with a dizzying sweetness. Just moments ago, he had been taut with indignation, but now he resembled a cat that had been contentedly stroked, tears still clinging to his eyelashes, while the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a slight arc. His eyes, shimmering with moisture, shot a playful glare at Xingyu, lacking any real force, instead resembling a teasing hook. He relaxed his body, even leaning slightly into Xingyu's embrace, instinctively rubbing his cheek against the other's neck, murmuring, "I was wrong, baby, I was wrong, it hurts." And Xingyu's dark eyes instantly darkened. He knew Xie Luo had completely forgotten the lesson. The previous punishment seemed insufficient. A more direct method formed in his mind, a primal instinct originating from his inhuman nature. "It hurts?" And Xingyu's voice turned low and almost seductive. "Then let me give you some pain relief." Before Xie Luo could fully grasp the implication of this pain relief, he instinctively tilted his face upward, his moist lips parting slightly, awaiting the anticipated comfort. However, in the next moment, all his romantic notions were shattered, and Xingyu unexpectedly produced a wriggling piece of tentacle flesh. Commanding, "Swallow it." The order brooked no dissent. The tentacle squirmed restlessly in Xie Luo's mouth before finally sliding into his abdomen. Gurgle. Ugh. And Xingyu finally released his grip on Xie Luo's neck, leaning in to gently ruffle his hair, his tone tender. "Do you know what this is? I mentioned it to you last time, remember? If you err again, consuming this will render you in a state of faux Y for 2 months. Stunned, Xie Luo exclaimed. "WOC, I thought you were joking. You actually follow through?" Xie Luo dialed his uncle's number once more. Uncle, do you know? I have a friend who feigned." "Uncle what?" "Your husband allowed you to feign?" Chapter 63. The purpose of my Xie Luo was immediately taken aback by his uncle's words. "Uncle, how did you know it was me? That shouldn't be the case. You thought I was talking about my girlfriend, right?" After a moment of silence, his uncle replied, "No, Xiao Bao. Tell me, how many among humans would feign such a thing? Besides, do you have a friend? Should I report your ID?" Feeling embarrassed, Xie Luo cleared his throat twice in an attempt to shift the topic. Uncle, I just wanted to ask what I should do now." His uncle's tone was nuanced as his voice came through the phone. I'll send you a book titled Precautions for Feigning Affection in the Divine Realm. Just take a look at it later. ZZZ. The signal is poor. I'll hang up now." Xie Luo felt a surge of urgency. "Hey, uncle." He stared at the phone that had been abruptly disconnected, feeling somewhat lost. Why was his uncle in such a rush? It was as if he were being chased by a dog. He opened the e-book his uncle had sent, desperately seeking a way to resolve his predicament. On the first page, during the feigned affection period, one will heavily rely on their partner, longing for intimacy and sustenance from them. Xie Luo's face turned crimson. What on earth was this? He rubbed his face and turned to the second page. Certain divine beings, especially those associated with the ocean, will secrete special substances to mitigate bodily harm and maintain a pleasant mood. Xie Luo was taken aback. Staring at the screen, he felt the heat on his face could melt the device. The absurdity of the first page was already overwhelming. The second page sent his brain into a tailspin. Mitigating harm? Maintaining a pleasant mood? What kind of harm are you referring to? He muttered to himself, each word scorching his tongue. Who on earth penned this nonsense? Where did his uncle unearth such material? His fingers trembled, nearly compelling him to smash the phone or delete this humiliating document. Yet, in the end, he refrained. Damn it. Xie Luo cursed softly, imbued with a sense of tragic resignation as his fingertips glided across the screen, turning to the third page. The third page will exhibit strong nesting behaviors. This manifests as a strong desire to occupy the partner's personal belongings and an unusual sense of belonging to specific spaces. Recommendation: please provide your partner with ample items imbued with your scent and allow. You know what I mean? Remember to hydrate. The fourth page. Remember to comfort your partner. After all, the occurrence of feigned affection is likely due to jealousy on their part, intentionally provoked. The fifth page. Feigned affection should not cause significant discomfort to the divine. If bodily abnormalities arise, there is no need to panic, if truly frightened. Simply indulge your partner with affection, though this may likely have the opposite effect. Xie Luo gaped at the line on his screen that read, indulge your partner with affection, though this may likely have the opposite effect. Feeling a rush of heat surge to his head. The opposite effect? What use was this wretched guide other than to humiliate him further? He cursed under his breath, his voice trembling. He suddenly lifted his head toward the direction of the bathroom, where the sound of water continued to flow. And Xingyu had just mentioned taking a shower, and he seized the opportunity to muffle the noise and call his uncle. Fortunately, Xingyu had not yet emerged. Oh, how he wished to remain in the hospital to recuperate, but alas, such minor injuries had inexplicably healed before Xingyu's very eyes. In that moment, Xie Luo could only lament the fact that he was, indeed, a divine being. Thus, under the insistence of Xingyu as a family member, Xie Luo had no choice but to convalesce at home. As soon as he was brought back home by Xingyu, Xie Luo heard the insufferable creature utter, I'm going to take a shower, before removing his glasses and heading to the bathroom. Xie Luo's mind raced. He had to delete this embarrassing guide before Xingyu came out. No, what if, he cursed under his breath, there was something useful within? In a flurry, he attempted to close the document, but in his panic, his fingertips slid chaotically across the screen, causing the file to not only remain open, but also to flip to the next page. At that moment, the bathroom door silently slid open, and Xingyu, wrapped only in a towel, with damp black hair clinging to his forehead, stepped out. Droplets glided down his collarbone and chiseled chest, disappearing beneath the edge of the towel at his waist. He stepped onto the cool floor like a graceful and silent mermaid, approaching quietly. Snowball, the little mouse Xingyu had raised, had already turned to fetch something at his command. Xie Luo was entirely absorbed in eradicating the incriminating evidence, oblivious to Xingyu's approach until a veil of steam enveloped him, and cool fingertips gently brushed against his burning earlobe. What are you looking at? Xingyu's voice resonated from behind. Xie Luo was startled to the core, instinctively trying to hide his phone, but Xingyu was quicker. The very hand that had just grazed his earlobe effortlessly reached out, snatching the phone from him before he could comprehend how it happened. That wretched Xingyu dared to sneak up on him, moving with greater speed. Give it back, Xie Luo exclaimed in a frenzy, lunging to reclaim it. Xingyu merely raised his arm slightly, and Xie Luo missed his target, only to be ensnared by Xingyu's other arm. Give it back. There is nothing worth seeing. Just junk ads. Don't look, brother, darling, baby, don't look. Xie Luo's voice quivered with evident panic, and guilt as he attempted to feign nonchalance. And Xingyu lowered his gaze, effortlessly capturing the text on the screen. He glanced casually at it before reading aloud. Will crave to do harm, feeding on one's mate. Upon hearing and Xingyu's naturally cool voice uttering such absurdities, Xie Luo felt mortified to the core and shouted, "Stop reading." Yet Xingyu remained unfazed, his fingertips gliding downward as he accurately flipped to the second page. Reading. Special body. And Xingyu. Xie Luo completely lost his temper. "Stop reading. That's not true." I understand, and Xingyu mused, his gaze subtly sweeping over Xie Luo's collarbone. He recalled that jellyfish contained a high percentage of water, and their secreted toxins could induce a state of great excitement. "You know nothing," he exclaimed. "Why do you continue to read that wretched book?" Xie Luo curled his toes in embarrassment, wishing to bury himself in the crevices of the earth, yet stubbornly retorted, "I warn you, if you keep reading, I shall bite you to death." And Xingyu let out a low chuckle, resting his chin gently atop Xie Luo's head while continuing to scroll through his phone. Suggestion: please provide your partner with ample items imbued with their scent. Xie Luo found himself ensnared in Xingyu's embrace. Seated on his lap, and Xingyu was merely wrapped in a towel. Overwhelmed by shame, Xie Luo instinctively shook his head. "No, that's not I haven tea," but Xingyu did not relent, turning the pages as he pronounced the words of final judgment. "Counterproductive." He playfully emphasized the term, glancing down at the person in his arms, who was shrinking into a ball of embarrassment, and laughed. "Darling, your face is so red. How can you still feel shy? You've done this several times already." Xie Luo, infuriated, reached out to strangle Xingyu while cursing, "Bastard." Just then, a small white figure struggled to drag a bottle far too large for it through the doorway. With great effort, it revealed the very item Xie Luo wished to avoid, labeled Brand XX Liquid, a great choice for couples. Xueqiu seemed quite pleased with its accomplishment, pushing the bottle to Xingyu's feet, then wiping its non-existent sweat with its tiny paw, chirping in triumph. Xie Luo's gaze shifted awkwardly from Xueqiu to Xingyu, whose handsome face bore a distinctly affectionate expression. Xie Luo murmured, "So this is how mice are used?" For 7 days and nights, the jellyfish deity remained vigilant. On the day Xie Luo's consciousness finally returned, he furiously flipped through that accursed book, only to see the author's name glaringly inscribed. "Xie Duanliu." Xie Luo exclaimed, "Why does this person share the same name as my uncle?" Mother, if you don't discipline your brother, I will take it upon myself to teach him respect for his elders. Furthermore, my dear uncle, guess what I intended to do at the Barbaress this Lunar New Year?" Chapter 64. Fastball. Xie Luo lay nestled in the soft bedding, feeling as though every bone in his body had been disassembled and reconfigured, with each muscle silently lamenting its plight. The profound results of a certain project had rendered even the act of turning over a daunting challenge. Hissing softly, Xie Luo inhaled sharply, attempting to move his legs, only to be met with a familiar ache that radiated from his lower back. He nudged Xingyu, who was behind him, and playfully reproached, "Little fish, could you perhaps tone it down a notch?" And Xingyu seemed to inch closer, and Xie Luo felt the warmth of his body drawing nearer. And Xingyu possessed a somewhat cold appearance. His voice was cool, and his body temperature consistently leaned towards the lower end of the spectrum. At least, that was the case for humans. For their kind, the gods, temperature can be regulated. Yet most deities naturally gravitate towards their preferred warmth. For instance, Michael, despite residing on the moon, emanated a higher temperature, exuding an aura of both intensity and warmth. Coupled with his golden hair and azure eyes, he epitomized the quintessential Western handsome figure, exhibiting a hint of pride without appearing aloof. In his youth, he was not characterized by an icy demeanor. He was quite talkative, which made it impossible for him not to engage in spirited debates with Xie Luo. Xie Luo himself was quite the chatterbox, sitting in Heaven's classroom with Michael on his left, Lucifer on his right, and in front of him, the ever-enthusiastic Cariel, with Raphael behind. They would converse freely, creating a lively atmosphere. Speaking of Raphael, it reminded Xie Luo of an amusing detail. Raphael was secretly infatuated with Gabriel. Though it seemed Gabriel remained blissfully unaware, What a pity. Returning to the matter at hand, the temperature near Michael was indeed on the warmer side, inviting and comforting. Lucifer's vicinity was also warm, fueled by the relentless flames of hell, akin to having a small furnace ever present. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye maintained a normal human temperature, while in Xingyu, Wang Mian, and even Xie Luo himself exhibited somewhat lower body temperatures. Wang Mian's low temperature was understandable to Xie Luo, as time itself is a relentless force, not merely an abstract notion, but a tangible reality. Having encountered Chronos' divine power, which was genuinely frigid, Xie Luo could scarcely fathom how Wang Mian could acclimate to such low temperatures. As for Xingyu, his abilities related to knowledge often manifested a chilling nature. Xie Luo, being a deity associated with the ocean, naturally had a cooler temperature. However, he found Xingyu to be rather warm, at least warmer than himself. Lost in his thoughts, a hand, applying just the right amount of pressure, pressed against his aching lower back. "Tone it down. If I do, you'll just become more audacious," and Xingyu remarked, his fingers deftly beginning to knead. The massage was so delightful that Xie Luo nearly let out a sound of pleasure, but remembering his current predicament, he stifled it and turned his head to chide. "Your energy is too exuberant. You're taking advantage of me. I'm still young." And Xingyu furrowed his brow, a softness blooming in his heart, and his hands worked with even greater fervor. "Blame me, and if I do this again next time, you may hit me." This is indeed a matter that leaves Enkinjiu feeling somewhat apprehensive. Xie Luo is undeniably quite young. He is merely a newly birthed god of the K-series. Enkinjiu's actions towards him would warrant severe consequences in the human realm, potentially leading to imprisonment or worse. Observed from the perspective of the K-series deities, it borders on the indecent. After all, one cannot simply claim a newly born god as a spouse with such a casual first-come, first-served mentality. Xie Luo, lost in thought once more, has been prone to such musings during his recent days of idleness, even secretly dreaming that Enkinjiu might abandon him. Enkinjiu did not cease his ministrations, but merely acknowledged with a sound from his nostrils. After a brief silence, Xie Luo seemed to be formulating his words. He turned over, lying flat to facilitate Enkinjiu's hand pressing against his side, then lifted his glistening eyes to gaze directly at Enkinjiu. I wanted to ask." Xie Luo licked his slightly parched lips, summoning his courage to voice the vast and nebulous question that had been swirling in his youthful divine heart. "Little fish, what is love? I'm still quite unclear. What constitutes love? Is being together love? Is having a romantic partner love? How does human love differ from divine love?" Enkinjiu's massage suddenly halted. Those eyes, which usually radiate calm and an understanding of the universe's intricacies, now clearly reflected Xie Luo's bewildered expression. This question, emerging from Xie Luo's lips, bore an almost cruel innocence. "Love," Enkinjiu echoed, pondering the enormity of the inquiry, one so vast that even fragments of Yog-Sothoth would hesitate to answer. No, at this moment. Enkinjiu had become Yog-Sothoth in his entirety. While Xie Luo was caught in his turmoil, Enkinjiu was not idle. With the aid of his early awakening and his true essence, he had successfully integrated, becoming the true embodiment of Yog-Sothoth. Yet even so, Enkinjiu needed to summon all his knowledge in an instant. Taking a deep breath to organize his thoughts, he spoke candidly and straightforwardly. "In my memories, there exists a wealth of knowledge regarding love. Some say it is an illusion birthed by dopamine, a packaging of reproductive instincts, a mutual warmth for lonely souls. It is the bond of promises and responsibilities, synonymous with sacrifice and fulfillment. It drives humanity to obsession, madness, and vulnerability, yet also bestows upon them courage and creativity." Xie Luo responded with a soft "oh," acknowledging that this indeed encapsulates what humanity refers to as love, yet he sensed it was somewhat unfit for deities. He inquired, "Then what is our love?" Enkinjiu hesitated before replying, "I do not know." Indeed, he did not know. Though he was omniscient and omnipotent, he lacked the answer to this particular question. Xie Luo playfully tugged at Enkinjiu's hair, teasing, "But aren't you the one who claims omniscience, representing the ultimate truth? How can there be something you do not know?" Enkinjiu's tone was serious, his expression gentle, and his words resolute. Yet my beloved is you, which is an anomaly. To me, you're special, you are unique. Like an individual in a colorless world who suddenly encounters a vibrant hue. It is reminiscent of the way others may treat you with disdain, yet there exists that one person who showers you with unparalleled kindness. Humanity seems to label such circumstances as redemption. I find myself perplexed by the nature of love, and I cannot fathom why I feel such an impulsive desire for you to be with me. Yet you must be mine. Fortuitously, you acquiesced, otherwise I would have resorted to other measures, perhaps even an act of abduction. Should you perceive this as love, then I profess my affection for you. Of course, if you disagree, I welcome your guidance on how to love you, and I shall endeavor to learn. You are a paradox, yet I believe you are the sole resolution within my singular truth. Xie Luo. Initially, I felt moved to tears, but that mention of abduction brought me unexpected amusement. Xie Luo, resigned, remarked, "Is it truly the case that those who speak so plainly are so terrifying? In calling you the singular truth within my singular truth, it sounds rather clingy, doesn't it?" Chapter 65. He loves me in the depths of my heart. I once declared that Xie is the greatest fool in the world. Otherwise, how could he possibly be so fond of me? What qualities do I possess that endear me to him? If it were my looks, yet there are countless beautiful individuals in this world. If it were my intellect, many are wise, and none could surpass the brilliance of the great key of the gate. If it were my character, how misguided that would be. I am prone to fits of temper, brimming with capricious whims, and rather greedy and selfish. Yet Xie is undeniably peculiar. Initially, my intention was to pursue Lin Xie, more accurately, to mingle with the Night Watch. However, unexpectedly, before I could infiltrate the Night Watch, I found myself entangled with Xie. It was indeed curious. As I strolled along, I was suddenly halted by someone who urgently requested my contact information. It resembled a scene from a lowly script until I heard him introduce himself as Xie. I'm King Yu. I must admit, I rather like him. Moreover, he is a manifestation of Yog-Sothoth. Thus, in a haze, I began to interact with Xie. Then, I inadvertently provoked his ire, and he insisted that I become his partner. His expression, contrary to his belief of being composed, was instead riddled with unease. As he gazed at me with an intensity that suggested he would be quite upset should I refuse. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I cannot bear to see him upset. Truly, it is unbearable. When he is angry, a sense of grievance envelopes him. Yes, grievance, so nonsensical. I'm hardly familiar with him. And yet he seems to be the one who indulges in capricious displays of affection. What right has a being nearly equivalent to the embodiment of truth to feel aggrieved by someone like me? Yet he does. Thus that day, observing the tight line of his lips and the pale knuckles of his hands, I realized I was in trouble. That agreement slipped uncontrollably from my lips, quicker and more thoughtless than any plan I had concocted to associate with Lin Xie. What a blunder! And Xie is nothing short of a bug in the system. Moreover, in our budding romance, while it appears that Xie takes the initiative and I remain passive, I sense a mutual pursuit. Primarily, Xie is rather endearing. As for the Night Watch, I am uncertain. I am, after all, a deity of the Cthulhu mythos. Xie is a person of great responsibility. He is impeccable in his role as a partner and equally straightforward in his approach. Can you envision him occasionally uttering a few naive fantasies during our conversations, akin to whimsical daydreams? When we turn 20, we can marry, obtain a certificate, and travel to various places? He has a penchant for dissection, preferring the stillness of inanimate objects, ideally lifeless ones. Yet, he enjoys my lively presence beside him. He is not particularly talkative nor fond of socializing. He even relishes sleep. At times, I perceive him as a quiet mute. Thankfully, I'm a chatterbox, and even in silence, I engage him with my joyful banter. Indeed, Xie harbors a considerable jealousy. He is taciturn, which compels me to seek conversation with others. Yet, this only serves to incite his ire. Thus, he is reluctantly drawn to converse with me. He is aware that should I desire to chat with someone in secret, he would remain oblivious. I suspect he understands my somewhat capricious nature. However, he refrains from articulating his feelings directly, opting instead for a silent sulk, albeit feigned. His sulking is of the kind that I can easily discern. It is merely an invitation for me to console him. Yet, he is undeniably endearing. If pressed to choose a partner for marriage, I believe I would still select him. He is my first love, after all. Frankly, the mere notion of a first love already possesses immense allure. But what if we combine first love with academic excellence, an air of aloofness tempered by tenderness, intense possessiveness, directness, striking good looks, destined soulmate, and a touch of obsessive charm? The allure of such a combination, emotional, intellectual, and financial, is undeniable. Placed in any context, this amalgamation wields considerable appeal, and Xingyu is truly captivating. I believe I love him. Yet, he remains the most foolish of all, for he loves me. Chapter 66. Returning such a substantial sum? In the early morning, as his phone incessantly buzzed, Xie Luo groggily pressed the answer button. An irate voice erupted. Xie Luo, do I need to remind you of your commitment from last year to hold a small concert? Xie Luo's eyes flew open, the remnants of sleep fleeing in an instant. Indeed, Xie Luo was a singer of some repute, intertwined with the entertainment industry, backed by a legitimate company and an agent. He had signed a contract mandating the production of no fewer than 10 quality songs each year. However, last year, he had succumbed to a profound lethargy, leaving him 3 songs short. Compensation? Absolutely out of the question. The money had flowed into Xie Luo's pockets. There was no rationale for relinquishing it. Thus, before the higher-ups of the company, he had smiled innocently, pledging, how about I hold a concert next year? It would certainly be more cost-effective than paying fines. The cunning old foxes on the other end had long coveted the economic potential he represented, and the dream of a concert, long spoken of yet unrealized, was now within reach. With his acquiescence, they practically burst with joy. How could they refuse? Yet, who would have anticipated that, as this year drew to a close, Xie Luo remained resolute, insisting. What concert? I have no knowledge of such a thing. Faced with mounting pressure, his beleaguered agent, Yao Jifeng, could hardly contain his frustration. Oh dear, my esteemed agent. Do try to remain calm, Xie Luo jested. It's barely dawn. The rooster hasn't even crowed yet, and you're already blowing the whistle on me. A concert, you say? A concert, he deliberately elongated the word, grinning. What's the rush? The company is like a grand tree, flourishing with branches. I am but one of its many money-making fruits. Adjusting his position, he leaned back against the warm blanket and suggested, look at my current popularity. It's on a steady rise. Why not let her perform? It would be a splendid opportunity for the newcomers. On the other end, Yao Jifeng's characteristic roar unexpectedly fell silent. This unusual pause left Xie Luo momentarily bewildered. Yao Ge, he tentatively called, his heart inexplicably racing. After several suffocating seconds of silence, Yao Jifeng's voice finally returned. Jinxi? The sound was gruff, as if worn down by sandpaper. She must have been kidnapped. Kidnapped? Xie Luo was taken aback. Jinxi was a person of significant stature, with numerous fans and bodyguards. How could she possibly have been abducted? Are you joking? This is no jest, Yao Jifeng replied, his tone grave. Initially, we thought it was merely a case of a delayed schedule or a publicity stunt. Xie Luo's mind raced. Have the kidnappers made contact? Is there a ransom? Such occurrences, though not commonplace in the entertainment sphere, were not without precedent. If only they were ordinary kidnappers, Yao Jifeng's forced laughter was as dry as sandpaper scraping against wood. Xie Luo, this situation is peculiar. Xie Luo's heart sank deeper still. What did it mean? Yao Jifeng seemed to struggle, hesitating over whether to speak, but ultimately, his trust in Xie Luo prevailed. He lowered his voice further. The upper management of the company reported it to the police in secret at the first opportunity. They used their connections and conducted a thorough investigation. However, all leads have gone cold. The people who took her, or rather, the organization, employs very sophisticated methods, and they possess significant power. Organization? Xie Luo seized upon this pivotal term. Was it not merely a common kidnapping gang? No, Yao Jifeng clarified. The police were initially willing to share information, but then they fell silent. And there have been no updates. His tone was resolute. Xie Luo pressed. Is there truly no information at all? Yao Jifeng remained silent for a moment before sighing. There is. She is one of my subordinates, without parents, only 26 years old, and a girl. I'm more anxious than anyone. I have done everything possible, even kneeling before those individuals. And all I know is that it is likely an organization known as the Believers. It is possible that she was targeted simply for her beauty, Xie Luo. I am genuinely afraid. The Believers? How dare they provoke him, Xie Luo? How could they abduct his colleague? Before Yao Jifeng could finish his sentence, Xie Luo suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? He asked in confusion. Xie Luo? What's wrong? Xie Luo was displeased. Indeed, he was quite upset. He had just used his divine ability to deduce that, even if she were not dead, she was gravely injured. How could they be so audacious? How could they dare? He was, after all, a deity, and to have other gods extend their hands to slap him in the face was truly infuriating. Xie Luo scoffed and spoke into his phone. Brother Yao, I am fine. I will find a way to resolve this matter regarding Jinxi. With that, he ended the call. The busy tone buzzed in his ears, and Yao Jifeng's echo of "Hey, don't act impulsively" seemed to linger in the room. The Believers. Xie Luo rolled the name over his tongue, as if savoring a foul substance. As a deity, even though he often chose to mingle among humans like a languid singer, living a life of tranquil domesticity, it did not mean he would tolerate such an affront. This was not merely a slap in the face. It was an unabashed provocation of his authority. Huh? Xie Luo let out a cold laugh that resonated in the silent bedroom, dimming the light momentarily, the air growing thick and heavy. He threw off the covers, his bare feet touching the cold floor as he walked to the computer desk by the window. His fingers hovered above the keyboard, not yet pressing any keys. The screen illuminated, revealing a continuously shifting ocean panorama, with countless translucent jellyfish apparitions gliding, expanding, and contracting, resembling a miniature underwater universe. This was the Echo of the Abyss, also known by others as the website of the jellyfish god. Connected to nearly 30,000 souls of the faithful followers of the jellyfish deity, they embody the true zealotry of Xie Luo, save for the couple known as the Card Sisters. The pinnacle of human achievement, Guanzai, once endeavored to launch an attack, yet the Echo of the Abyss, bestowed upon him by Xie Luo, granted dominion over his own power while incorporating the abilities of numerous other deities. Recently, the Might of Miracles was also conferred. Furthermore, Xie Luo extracted knowledge from his uncle's tome, consideration for the deceptive pregnancy of the Cthulhu gods, specifically the branch of his uncle's dominion, procreation, known as awakening, wherein infants are born in reverse, resulting in a complicated delivery. This ability can forcibly induce a divine-level being to suffer for 3 days in childbirth, significantly delaying any imminent actions. As for what transpires after those 3 days, Xie Luo would have long since fled. It can be asserted that even the later Guanzai would find it impossible to decipher this web, let alone capture Xie Luo through it. Xie Luo's will, akin to an unseen monstrosity, stirs the seemingly tranquil ocean. A notice board manifests upon the plane of consciousness, visible and comprehensible only to specific entities permitted by him. The will of Xie Luo coalesces into a clear, frigid directive, imbued with an undeniable divine authority. Oracular decree of the cosmic jellyfish deity. Commence an immediate manhunt for the organization of cultists. Reward for the demise of a member of the lantern tier of the organization. A bounty of 500,000 units of earthly currency, specified currency, and forbidden objects shall be awarded. The head of the member must be presented for exchange. For the demise of a member of the Chuan tier, a bounty of 800,000 units of earthly currency, specified currency, and forbidden objects shall be rewarded. Again, the head must be presented for exchange. For the demise of members of the C tier or above, one shall be eligible to meet me and receive corresponding blessings. Should there be other requests, such as for marriage, progeny, or healing, they may also be submitted. The oracle has been issued. In an instant, it stirred tumultuous waves. The decree was instantly inundated with countless comments. Can one truly seek healing? My mother is afflicted with cancer and has but 3 months to live. I wish to slay the Believers. I shall annihilate their entire organization. Where are they? Where I must kill them. Calm down, everyone. Stay composed. Who says worship cannot alter one's station? The opportunity for wealth has arrived. O merciful Lord, at last, you have bestowed upon us a mission. Woe unto us! I am barren and wish for a child. Is it truly effective? Does the jellyfish deity govern fertility? I desire eternal life. O Lord, slay them. Annihilate the believers. Everything shall follow. Everyone remain calm. I have heard the administrators are already organizing matters, and it is highly likely we shall need to heed their commands. 1. Follow orders, do not act recklessly. An opportunity is afforded to all, yet the inability to seize it lies solely within oneself. There is a recruitment of a medical team. A link for the application form is available. Elderly individuals will be responsible for gathering information. Please join the Street Gossip Squad group. Purification. Continue the process of refining the outer members of the jellyfish sect. Administrator. The current situation is urgent. Please reduce the difficulty of the internal site entrance questionnaire. At this moment, a shadowy facet of the world is forcefully awakened. An intangible scent of blood seems to permeate the air. Upon witnessing the divine revelation, the crowd exhibits a myriad of expressions. Suwon reveals a sinister smile, proclaiming, "Everyone, let us convene via Ding Talk. If we do not annihilate this so-called believer, it would be a disservice to the substantial funds at stake." Lu Baoyu then strides into the underground boxing arena, seeking a woman, inquiring, "When shall we commence our operations here?" One of the night watchmen, confined within the temporary base of the jellyfish sect, timidly asks, "Can captives participate in the competition?" I wish to save my country through subterfuge." What? Aside from the funds provided by the leader, are there also rewards from around 100 sponsors? Chapter 67. Introduction of the personnel of the jellyfish sect. The following presents an incomplete introduction of the personnel associated with the jellyfish sect. Leader, Xie Luo. Identity, Oceanic System Deity Arasalit Repwich, commonly referred to as Arasala. A vocalist, spouse of the gatekeeper, future heir of the divine family, cherished by all. Authority, fallacy, divine ruins, universal paradox. Possesses abilities granted by other deities. Notable events. 1. Engaged with the gatekeeper. 2. Attempted to become the owner of a fish pond. 3. Founded the jellyfish sect. 4. Involved in Lucifer's defection from heaven. 5. Frequently causes misunderstandings due to a lack of common knowledge. 6. He is quite remarkable. Leader's father, Su Lian. Identity. Formerly a true Buddhist disciple in the capital, known for his sharp tongue and indifference towards life and death. A member of the divine family, bearing an ancient bloodline that mandates traversal at the age of 16. Notable events. Lost his memory after traversing at 16, but was aware of his journey. Practiced Buddhism during the era of spiritual revival. Met Xie Luo's mother, Xie Duanxue, at the age of 20. Xie Luo was born when he was 23. Leader's mother, Xie Duanxue, diligently ascended from a low-ranking angel to a high-ranking one. Her parents perished due to the lack of faith among mortals, and she relies on her younger brother for support. Leader's uncle, Xie Duanliu, a being with a traversable physique and a deity of the clade. Possessing the authorities of fecundity, primary, and master of the Yandero's hounds, secondary. He governs all matters related to reproduction, having slain numerous predecessors. His true love is his own offspring. He once had many children, all of whom were consumed by his eldest son and husband, Seleno. Notable events. 1. Unveiled the family's true identity as supernatural beings. 2. After lending a book titled The False Pregnancy of Clade Deities to the leader, he nervously ended the call. 3. His erratic behavior and penchant for nonsensical chatter resulted in Xie Luo becoming quite talkative. 4. Disguised as a woman to deceive and seize property for raising offspring. 5. Accidentally revealed in the family group chat that Xie Luo had a clade deity boyfriend, leading to accusations from relatives of corrupting Xie Luo, with the retort being, "It's all your fault for being so erratic." Zhu Jian. Identity. An art student from L University, a high-ranking believer of the jellyfish sect, and one of the administrators. Forbidden Ruins, Miao Bai. Capable of using mental strength to replicate certain objects. Notable events. 1. Organized a group to kidnap Wang Mian and prepare to assault him at an abandoned factory, but due to the unexpectedly high quality of a domestic rocking horse. Inadvertently revealed the phrase "Dad's dad is grandpa," causing the other teammates of the mass squad to hear it and flee in panic. 2. After sustaining injuries, sought advanced medical services and infiltrated a Watcher base, replicating the medical beds and facilities used by the Watchers, which led to mental exhaustion and a worsening condition, confining her to bed for several months. Su Wonha, K's sister, Little Jiashu Identity, agent of Lucifer, a prodigy in specialized warfare, heir of the Su family, high-ranking member of the Jellyfish sect, and one of the administrators. Notable events. 1. Deduced from limited information that the Jellyfish deity might be Rasi, and gambled his life to verify this hypothesis for the deity Lucifer. Used substantial financial incentives to compel other believers to establish flights connecting North America to the Great Xia. 1. The protagonist engages in a clandestine romance with their nephew, Gu Qing, initially unaware of their faint blood relation. This connection takes a tragic turn when they inadvertently witness the death of Gu Qing's parents. 2. Gu Qing, an ardent materialist and champion of pure love, emerges as a senior member and administrator of the Jellyfish sect. He advocates for the sect to adopt a more approachable and grassroots-oriented stance, promoting industrial development. His identity is characterized by his rapid movements and the challenges he faces in his journey. 3. Significant events include a willingness to sacrifice for Sister Ka, the involvement of his parents in a large-scale child trafficking ring, and a determined effort at the age of 17 to imprison them, only to find that they perished before facing justice. His mindset reflects an intense romantic obsession, akin to a chained mad dog. 4. Sun Dong, a benefactor of the Jellyfish sect, indulges in birdwatching and possesses considerable wealth. His unique ability within the realm is that any physical or mental harm inflicted upon him will be reciprocated in equal measure, contingent upon the similarity of their realms. 5. A notable incident involves him expressing a fervent desire to exterminate the believers in the Jellyfish sect forum due to his mother's battle with cancer. 6. Cariel, an embodiment of the seraphim and representative of the duality of light and darkness, serves as the heart and spouse of Yelland, wielding all of Yelland's powers, a status that speaks volumes of their authority. 7. Key events include a provocation directed at the divine, an apparent deception leading to a sacrificial act, and an undisclosed plot twist. 8. Jin Shi, a secondary-tier singer and colleague of Xie Luo, finds herself embroiled in a crisis when abducted by the organization known as Believers, inciting the wrath of the Jellyfish deity. Note: additional member details remain inaccessible at this time. Chapter 68, A Lack of Boundaries at Noon, the video conference commenced via DingTalk, with Xie Luo quietly entering the virtual space. Currently, nearly 30,000 individuals have access to the internal network of the Jellyfish Church. However, among these, most belong to the upper middle class or higher, leaving only approximately 330 individuals who can genuinely participate in this meeting. In essence, only these 330 members possess the privilege of internal voting rights. These 330 individuals have already fragmented into multiple factions due to natural evolution and a series of human-imposed checks and balances, primarily coalescing into 3 major groups. The Reef, led by Sister Ka. This radical faction boasts many supporters who advocate for the Jellyfish Church to ascend as the supreme deity and dominate the universe in the near future. Most of its members are youthful, characterized by their progressive ideals and a strong desire for significant transformation. They exhibit a high degree of inclusivity, with a majority possessing inherently kind natures and a willingness to make sacrifices. Approximately half hail from affluent families, yet harbor a profound disdain for wealth and equality, embodying a heightened sense of empathy and justice. With an average age not exceeding 25, they are intellectually astute, aggressive, and eager to expand the territory of the Jellyfish Church, often exhibiting high-risk personality traits and a penchant for audacity. The Tide, spearheaded by Sun Dong, this conservative faction advocates for maintaining peaceful relations with other organizations, including some with connections to legitimate enterprises. Its members primarily comprise middle-aged individuals who have already attained a certain level of status, power, and wealth within society, believing that the Jellyfish Church serves both their interests and those of others. With an average age of 37, their approach is characterized by moderation and diplomacy, exhibiting a conservative style adept at managing internal affairs and ensuring stability. The Pure Yao, led by Lu Baoyu, this neutral faction prioritizes divine will above all else, displaying minimal personal bias. Xie Luo finds pleasure in witnessing the balance of power among the three factions, believing that the Jellyfish Church has evolved into a remarkably well-structured organization, certainly more coherent than the myriad chaotic and disorganized groups elsewhere. He struggles to comprehend why, in this modern society, other organizations, such as the Cult of the Ancient Gods, seem perpetually oblivious to the principles of efficient organizational management. Merely controlling souls is of little utility. The goal should be to inspire individuals to willingly devote their souls. Just as an employer desires employees to work diligently, one must possess excellent management personnel, a transparent promotion system, charismatic leaders, and compensation packages that satisfy all. The traditional 996 work model is hardly beneficial. What truly matters is ensuring employees feel financially secure and enthusiastically support their employer. In comparison, the Jellyfish Church stands out as exemplary. Despite being a religious organization, many members voluntarily dedicate vast tracts of land to Xie Luo. These lands are subsequently confiscated for large-scale mechanized farming, with graduates from agricultural colleges immediately assigned to jobs. As for other offerings, such as shops, Xie Luo effortlessly appropriates them, as they contribute significantly to job creation and economic stimulation for the Jellyfish Church. Nevertheless, this generosity comes with stringent management protocols. Among the principal entities responsible for these matters are the executive agency, Chaotian, the supervisory body, Shizong, the intelligence organization, Xia, and the administrative bureau, Sanbasin, most of which are named after various species of jellyfish. Today, however, the spotlight is on Sanbasin, the only institution not named after a jellyfish species. The term Sanbasin evidently refers to the 330 elite members of the jellyfish cult. As the leader, Xie Luo naturally took the initiative to speak, stating, "Are there any objections to attacking the believers?" His clear voice resonated through the equipment, reaching all 330 virtual attendees. Some individuals found the voice oddly familiar, yet ultimately dismissed the thought, casting it aside. Xie Luo then declared, "Let us commence the voting. Mere words are insufficient. It is the vote that matters. If not for the fear of alarming the enemy, I would gladly summon hundreds of thousands to participate." As his voice faded, an air of tense silence enveloped the virtual conference room. After a brief pause, the voting interface appeared on each participant screen. The crimson, approve, and cool blue, oppose buttons hovered ominously. In the dark reef section, Card Sister's swift fingers illuminated a dense area of red light, akin to a beacon suddenly igniting in the dark of night. Others swiftly followed suit, the red lights flickering with hardly a moment's hesitation. In contrast, the tide surge area was awash in a sea of blue. Sun Dong sat composed amidst the light and shadow, his brow slightly furrowed. He tapped the surface of the table gently, refraining from immediate voting. Among those who had established careers, status, and stable lives within the secular world or the church, actions were generally more cautious. Some individuals engaged in rapid private conversations. Within the unique silent communication channel of the virtual meeting room, information flowed swiftly among the conservative members. The risks were considerable, yet greater storms yield more valuable fish. Finally, Sun Dong's voice emerged. Though he was indeed a conservative, he merely feared that they might not eliminate the believers at once. However, given the apparent high likelihood of victory, why not proceed? Moreover, their deity was rather approachable, and it was unlikely that he would remain indifferent to significant events. Thus, he voted, almost immediately after Sun Dong's acquiescence. Numerous red points emerged amidst the blue sea. The light points in the Qingyao section had already turned entirely red. Lu Baoyu lounged languidly atop the tower of an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, his eyelids drooping as if engaged in a silent prayer. As the divine agent, could he afford to disregard the will of the deity? The tally on the screen surged rapidly. red and blue intermingled, the momentum decidedly tilting one way. Xie Luo observed quietly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He had never believed that mere faith and divine power could elevate one to the status of a supreme deity. He would offer humanity tangible rewards, a better life. Likewise, humanity must also strive to secure for him tangible gains, a position of ultimate divinity. The final vote was locked in. Approve, 278, oppose, 52. A sea of flames surged forth. Xie Luo chuckled, I shall not partake in other matters. You may decide for yourselves. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, my lord. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, divine being. Farewell. Farewell. He 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 he. That night, Yi Fan was ensconced in a deep slumber when suddenly he received a phone call. Wake up, Yi Fan, quickly. The jellyfish sect is making significant moves. Yi Fan jolted awake, alarmed. This was a call from Xie, indicating something dire was afoot. What? The jellyfish sect? Are they committing murder and arson? Are they planning to assault the capital? Have they kidnapped the night watchman again? Or are they confronting Wang Mian once more? On the other end, the man spoke with a tone laden with complexity. It seems they intend to attack the believers. Yi Fan felt a surge of both astonishment and fury. Oh, how dare they assault our wait attack what? I don't recall our night watchmen having a squad called believers. Xie, rubbing his face, spoke with a mixture of bewilderment, surprise, confusion, and understanding. Attacking believers refers to that affiliated organization of the ancient god sect. The jellyfish sect claimed that one of their members went missing at the believers' location at 8 this afternoon and demanded to inspect all their bases. When the believers refused, the jellyfish sect threatened to annihilate them. Old Yi Fan, why are you silent? Yi Fan remained silent for a considerable time before finally lying back down, calmly pulling the covers over himself. He was certain he was trapped in a dream. He addressed his phone. I believe this situation is merely the jellyfish sect fighting for their legal rights. Our great Xia advocates for freedom of belief, and Xie, you shouldn't speak carelessly. This isn't an attack. This is merely a normal assembly, just an assembly. Having said that, Yi Fan slowly closed his eyes. This is a dream. It must be a dream. Otherwise, how could there be such a boundaryless organization? Silence enveloped him once more. 3 minutes later, realizing he was not dreaming, Yi Fan abruptly opened his eyes and shouted, Are you insane? What are they attacking the believers for? After they are done, what are we to do? Yet, true to his role as the commander-in-chief, Yi Fan reacted swiftly. We must seize the initiative. Chapter 69 Me? Yi Fan proclaimed his intention to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos, but his true intent was to rescue his precious treasures. The jellyfish sect had abducted nearly 50 night watchmen over the past few days. 50 individuals. During a single training session, there were only 300 to 400 participants. The fact that the jellyfish sect had taken so many, leaving their fates unknown, weighed heavily on Yi Fan's mind. Fortunately, they were aware of some of the jellyfish sect's bases, which were typically heavily guarded. However, this time, it was certain that the jellyfish sect would not bring along their captive night watchmen. Oh, what delightful prospects! As Yi Fan eagerly awaited good news, the report came. Commander, our personnel utilized a retrievable forbidden item, and members of Team XX, armed with weapons issued by the jellyfish sect, enthusiastically joined them in capturing believers. Commander, it appears they, have seemingly defected? Commander, some of our personnel seem to have donned their splendid uniforms, garments, to engage in battle. Commander, there's a message here. The captain of Team XX implores us not to rescue them, as they intend to infiltrate the jellyfish sect, but hope their salaries continue uninterrupted. Commander, several others expressed their willingness to sacrifice for the nation, vowing to monitor the jellyfish sect, even foregoing their pay. Commander, one individual wept profusely, expressing his apologies to the great Xia, lamenting his ancestors, declaring his commitment to the mission, and inadvertently becoming a mid-level operative within the jellyfish sect. Oh, Commander, why has your face turned pale? Yi Fan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, unable to foresee the future of the night watchman. Xie Luo was fully prepared. After all, he retained some knowledge of the plot. Aware that a significant upheaval would soon occur in Songnan, Xie Luo did not intend to intervene. He planned to seize the opportunity to eliminate that. Murmur? Xie Luo had forgotten the specifics of murmur, but he knew it was certainly beneath him. It could be considered a palatable treat, one he could bring home for Xingyu to sample. Xie Luo had no desire to engage directly. Murmur was not worthy of his effort. He intended to use this chance to hone Lu Baoyu's skills. Lu Baoyu was still quite young and had only just entered the pool realm, but that was of little consequence. The jellyfish sect employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers, with 30,000 participants, though most were at the Lantern Realm, and the highest-ranking fighters were merely at the Sea Realm, like Sister Ka, Gu Qing, Sun Dong, and Zhu Jiayan. Originally, Xie Luo had planned for Sister Ka to accompany Lu Baoyu to Songnan. Unfortunately, Sister Ka was pregnant, and Xie Luo could not bear the thought of a child clinging to the umbilical cord while their mother engaged in combat. Gu Qing happened to be in Songnan, so Lu Baoyu stealthily made his way there as well. Xie Luo intended for Lu Baoyu to secure the final kill. Songnan, Night Watchman Training Camp. Bali pondered, stroking his chin, somewhat perplexed. Lin Xie, why are you remaining in Songnan? Shun Qingzhu furrowed her brow. After spending these days together, they had come to understand Lin Xie's caliber, an agent of dual deities, undeniably the best. You should not be confined at Songnan. Shun Qingzhu hesitated as she gazed at Lin Xie, ultimately opting to turn away and depart with Deng Wei and the others. Lin Xie lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. He genuinely wished to remain in Songnan, to protect his beloved city. Chao Yuan remarked, "Let's head back. The rain is intensifying." At that moment, Lin Xie suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, an instinctive warning that something ominous was impending. Was the ground trembling? An earthquake? Xie Luo leaned down and gently patted Xingyu's cheek, saying, "I ventured out today to witness Lu Baoyu and his crew brawling. What brings you here?" He would keep his romantic endeavors hidden from Xingyu, yet he would never conceal matters of his career. Xingyu, languidly reclining on the sofa, had been particularly drowsy lately, often succumbing to fatigue, which made Xie Luo mistakenly believe that it was Xingyu who was feigning lethargy. Xingyu raised his gaze to survey Xie Luo. "No," he replied, his voice cold yet laced with a familiar yearning that Xie Luo had grown accustomed to. "What's so interesting? It's dull." He reached out and embraced Xie Luo, clearly reluctant to let him leave the confines of their home. Xie Luo arched an eyebrow and looked down at him. "Oh, are you suggesting that my company would alleviate your boredom?" Xingyu nodded, tightening his hold around Xie Luo's waist, his embrace now appearing somewhat fragile and dependent. Xie Luo chuckled softly, his fingers brushing against Xingyu's soft hair. "You once chided me for being clingy. Look at yourself, so needy." His tone was teasing, yet a peculiar sensation flickered within him. Drowsiness, fatigue, an unusual attachment. This fellow was increasingly exhibiting signs of nesting behavior. Ah, the romantic brain of a Class K deity. "No, I'm not clingy," Xingyu replied, his voice muffled and stubborn. "You're not clingy, my foot." Xie Luo silently laughed, then gently caressed Xingyu's cool cheek, feigning a stern expression. "I don't care. I'm definitely going out today. Lu Baoyu is hunting for the first time. I must keep an eye on him." Xingyu's grip around Xie Luo tightened rather than loosened, almost as if he wished to embed himself into Xie Luo's being. His cool voice carried a hint of subtle stubbornness. "Then I shall accompany you." Xie Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Xingyu's response. "Really? Did you not say it was boring? Besides, there's an earthquake outside." Although Xingyu was a Class K deity, he detested violence. Xingyu retorted, "I merely wish to analyze the structural data regarding the earthquake." Xie Luo, nearly bursting into laughter at Xingyu's earnest yet nonsensical explanation, thought to himself that it was clear he simply did not want to be alone. "Fine, but I'll make it clear, once we're outside. Don't cling to me like a sloth." With a sigh of exasperation mixed with indulgence, Xie Luo acquiesced. Xingyu appeared not to have heard the latter part of his statement, softly affirming with a gentle before releasing his embrace and slowly rising from the sofa. Near Jinan Mountain, the area seemed as though it had been ruthlessly trampled by a colossal beast. Amidst the swirling smoke and the cacophony of piercing alarms intertwined with anguished cries for help, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded. Xie Luo, accompanied by Xingyu, stood atop the highest edifice of the city, gazing into the tumultuous chaos that lay before them. In the distance, toward the direction of the night watchman's training camp, faint glimmers of organized light emerged from the disorder, indicating that Lin Xie and his companions had commenced their rescue efforts. Observing closely, some members of the jellyfish sect were also disrupted by the tremors, but swiftly initiated their own rescue operations, albeit with a greater focus on locating the believers. Quite a commotion, indeed, Xie Luo remarked with an air of indifference. And Xingyu, seated beside him, felt the night breeze tousle his delicate black hair, revealing his smooth forehead. He softly inquired, "When shall we take decisive action?" "No rush," Xie Luo replied, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze imbued with the playful cunning of a cat toying with its prey. "Let Lu Baoyu and the others have their fun first. They won't escape." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp, childlike cry pierced the air. Possessing keen divine hearing, Xie Luo turned towards the sound, spotting a half-collapsed boulder teetering precariously, with a terrified little girl frozen in place beneath it. "Ah, and Xingyu, I must go," Xie Luo began, his figure stirring as he prepared to act, but suddenly, a chilling gust swept past him. It was in Xingyu. Just a moment ago, he appeared weary, as if on the verge of slumber, but now he seemed to have been activated by an invisible switch. He moved with an elegance that belied the urgency of the situation. Without any grandiose display or unnecessary words, he vanished like a drop of water merging into the ocean, like moonlight gliding across the night sky. When he reappeared, he was already beyond the edge of the rooftop. The hem of his white coat billowed wildly in the chaotic winds, sculpting his lithe, elongated silhouette. He did not choose to plummet straight down. Instead, he delicately pressed his toes against the vertical glass wall, propelling himself forward with a soft sound barely audible above the wind. In an instant, he soared horizontally, akin to an arrow shot against the wall. Below, a massive awning jutted out at an angle, and Xingyu's gaze locked onto it, and he accurately landed on the edge of the awning, which groaned under the weight of his presence. The force of his leap transformed into kinetic energy, allowing him to glide almost parallel to the awning's surface, his coat trailing behind him like the wings of a white bird surveying its domain. The space around him was momentarily torn apart as he penetrated into it. On the other side lay jagged rocks, with debris cascading down, leaving the little girl below in a state of shock, her shrill cries stifled in her throat. Without even a flicker of his eyelids, Xingyu effortlessly shattered the falling stones, scattering them into the air like confetti. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, exhibiting both grace and gentleness, captivating Xie Luo from afar. And Xingyu calmly placed the little girl into the arms of a night watchman, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and prepared to return to Xie Luo's side. Just as he was about to depart, a surprised male voice rang out. "What a promising talent! Will you join my ancient god sect? I can offer you an opportunity to become a new member of the believers." Xingyu turned coldly to gaze at Yu, momentarily rendered speechless. "Me? Are you implying that I, the noble key of the gate, the watcher, the unifier of all, the sovereign of the infinite void, should join your ranks of believers? Could you not take a moment to reflect upon yourself?" Chapter 70. Why are you called Rep YH? It is widely acknowledged that the ability to utter incoherent words is closely linked to the powers of the deities of the Cthulhu mythos. And Enkinjiu is one of the three principal gods of this pantheon. The situation at hand is akin to asking your superior if they wish to join your cause. More critically, it is Yog-Sothoth who chooses to merge with Enkinjiu, yet Enkinjiu harbors a disdain for the cult of the Great Old Ones. Thus, you have insulted your superior who already harbors grievances against you. A multitude of thoughts silently rolled through Enkinjiu's consciousness, and his gaze became increasingly frigid. This piercing look caused the excited smile on the face of the speaker, who had perceived a promising candidate, to instantly freeze. An indescribable chill surged up his spine, seizing his brain. He felt as though his soul had been stripped bare, exposed to an incomprehensible gaze. And Qinjiu finally spoke. Believer? You wish for me to join the believers? Absurd, utterly ludicrous. A mere human dares to challenge the authority of a deity. The speaker felt an invisible force constricting his throat. He yearned to explain, yet the overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of his soul rendered his knees weak, almost compelling him to kneel. And Qinjiu's gaze pierced through the speaker's flesh, landing upon the indelible mark of an outer god's power. Your strength derives from Nyarlathotep, he remarked, and the speaker's pupils constricted suddenly. This was his greatest secret, the very source of his power. How could the other party discern it so effortlessly? Instinctively, the speaker attempted to probe with his mental faculties. Boom! The moment his awareness touched upon that realm, it felt as though he was violently yanked into an unfathomable cosmos filled with countless swirling orbs of color, geometric paradoxes, screaming stars, and endless doorways. A torrent of information surged into his mind in a manner that transcended all comprehension of time and space. He gasped, expelling a mouthful of blood as he staggered back several steps, his countenance as pale as parchment. The figure before him was no mere human. He was connected to the great existence at the pinnacle of the cosmos, Yog-Sothoth, the key to the door, the one who unifies all. The endless void. The speaker's voice was hoarse and fragmented, utterly nonsensical. He had dared to attempt to recruit someone associated with that magnificent being into the believers. It is essential to recognize that Nyarlathotep, Yog-Sothoth, and Shub-Niggurath together constitute the three principal gods of the Cthulhu mythos. Yog-Sothoth was born from a nameless mist derived from Azathoth, while Nyarlathotep is a direct progeny of Azathoth. In essence, one could say that Nyarlathotep is akin to the uncle of Yog-Sothoth. However, one reason they are regarded as equals among the three deities is their strength. Yog-Sothoth, though young, is immensely powerful. Consequently, the speaker harbored an inherent fear of those associated with Yog-Sothoth. The imposing presence of Enkinjiu was unmistakably superior to his own. Inviting him to join the organization felt as ludicrous and pitiful as a unicellular organism extending its tentacles to invite a star into its cellular membrane. Murmuring, his head buried deeply, his entire body trembled like sifted chaff as he implored, my lord, I am guilty. Could you grant me my freedom?" Enkinjiu calmly diverted his gaze. In truth, he was not particularly inclined to spare the murmurer. He sensed the essence of Nyarlathotep emanating from him, a being with whom he had clashed not long ago. However, this murmurer was not his true form, so he decided to let him go. Enkinjiu turned, the hem of his coat slicing through the air with a chilling arc as he stepped into the rift of space. Behind him, only a terrified murmurer remained amidst the ruins. In the distance, Xie Luo observed the scene, blinking rapidly, muttering softly, "Little fish, do refrain from scaring him to death. If he dies, how will Lu Buyo practice? Practice first, then kill." Atop the mountain, the member of the believers visiting Sangnan was named Zhuangqi, hailing. "For safety's sake, we should resort to a collective assault," Sister Jia, Su Wenhe remarked, intending to stride into the trench, only to be swiftly halted. Lu Buyo, with a pained expression, exclaimed, "Sister, my dear sister, you are with child. I can go with Gugu. You merely need to direct us." Gu Qing's face was a canvas of disapproval. How could Su Wenhe be involved in such deadly affairs? It was one thing for the child to be startled, but if anything were to happen to his wife, he truly could not bear it. Then you must resolve this swiftly. Aside from Zhuangqi, there seems to be another believer named Ma, and it is said that the murmurer is also present. But we must wait for Sun Dong and Zhu Jiating to arrive with the others before we act. Rest assured, Gu Qing replied solemnly, offering his wife a reassuring glance. He then turned, exchanging an understanding look with Lu Buyo. Without the need for words, both locked onto their target, two figures lurking in the distance, one of which was Zhuangqi. In almost an instant, Su Wenhe addressed the multitude of jellyfish sect believers scattered across the mountainside. "Prepare yourselves." The chilling mountain winds stirred the smoke as the encirclement of the jellyfish sect tightened abruptly. Lu Buyo's eyes ignited with a crimson flame as he charged down the slope. Almost simultaneously, Gu Qing's form morphed into a blur, a glimmer of cold light appearing between his fingers. Today, he bore the forbidden item, the killing crow. During the incident where Zhu Jiating's group had confronted Wang Mian, she had been struck twice by Wang Mian's Yuan, resulting in quite a ruckus. Who would have thought that this fellow would not yield, turning around to employ the forbidden artifact, Divine Brush, duplicating a weapon? However, the replicated version was significantly weaker than the original. Though Gu Qing's speed surpassed that of Wang Mian, his offensive and defensive capabilities were considerably diminished, rendering him less effective at the outset. Yet, the jellyfish sect was comprised of individuals with an innate propensity for madness. And they swiftly conceived a plan. Xie Luo was a deity of the curse system, his divine power inherently tainted, thus compensating for any lack of attack with pollution. As for where to source divine power, wasn't Lu Buyo right there? Consequently, Lu Buyo embraced a low-tier version of Yuan for 3 days and nights, while the other members of the jellyfish sect cunningly modified the blade from multiple angles. Ultimately, this forbidden object possessed a power that far exceeded that of genuine artifacts, complemented by Gu Qing's unparalleled speed, rendering it a quintessential assassination weapon. However, its defenses were woefully inadequate and appeared somewhat ostentatious. With high attack but low defense, Gu Qing truly found himself at a disadvantage when contending with Wang Mian. Nevertheless, they were not engaged in combat with Wang Mian at this moment. Meanwhile, Lin Xie's gaze sharpened, his figure moving like a wraith, as the blade in his hand emitted a chilling gleam. Zhuang Qi's assaults were frenzied and chaotic, imbued with a sense of desperation, while Lin Xie's defense remained precise, calm, and unwavering as a rock. The two were locked in high-speed movement, colliding, their blades and metallic shards intertwining, shrouded in a haze of dust, their struggle indecisive. "Kid, you must die today," Zhuang Qi roared, charging toward Lin Xie. Now, Su Wenhe's voice resonated clearly in Gu Qing and Lu Baoyou's ears. She clutched her abdomen, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, zeroing in on Zhuang Qi's back, striving to avoid harming Lin Xie. 3, 2, 1, fire. They had contemplated attacking Lin Xie to probe the Night Watcher's limits, but the Divine One had disapproved. A regrettable turn of events. Yet, surely Lin Xie could not evade this. Boom, boom, boom. From the mountaintop, several moderately loud, muffled sounds of artillery fire echoed as dozens of shells rained down upon the battleground where Zhuang Qi and Lin Xie clashed. These shells bore an exceedingly bizarre appearance, a mixture of glass shards and numerous fragments. This sudden saturation strike covered a vast area, but as for accuracy, what the hell? While fully engaged with Zhuang Qi, Lin Xie caught a glimpse of the unidentified objects hurtling through the air from the corner of his eye, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Reinforcements? Lin Xie's expression darkened instantly. Zhuang Qi, caught off guard, was concentrating all his efforts on suppressing Lin Xie, leaving his back wide open. Boom! Boom! Zhuang Qi's arm was violently blown off as he attempted to flee, only to be confronted by a young man with an elegant yet flamboyant dagger, who plunged it fiercely into his body. Who is this? Lin Xie was momentarily bewildered, recognizing this as an ally. Yet before he could react, the young man swiftly bound him. Then, the sounds of chaos erupted from Jingnan Mountain. Boom! It's a member of the followers. Eliminate them. Night Watchers? Take them away. They are useful and easily deceived. Did the murmurer escape? It doesn't matter. It's not their true form. Let them go. Katjia. This one seems to be a Night Watcher too. I've seen them in the records. Goes by the name Shun Qingzhu. Take him away, use him as a pawn, and later subject him to some mental pollution. What about this one? Seems to belong to the Bailey family. Take him. Demand ransom from the Bailey family. Take them all. With so many Night Watchers, we can afford to lose a few. At this moment, on the northern side of Jingnan Mountain, the winds howled mournfully, and the sound of falling debris was distinctly audible. The murmurs emanating from those sinister eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Lu Baoyu, with an icy malice that seemed almost tangible. This young man had pursued him for an extended period, yet he was still merely at the threshold of the Pool realm, his courage shattered by Qingyu. Faced with what appeared to be a mere henchman of the jellyfish sect, that trepidation coalesced into a grotesque desire for revenge. Do you truly believe you can slay me? Such arrogance. The voice of the murmurer was hoarse and deep, imbued with a venomous resentment. He raised his hand, and dark mist began to coalesce. This was the divine ruin of the Klein realm. Sequence 018, Dream Divergence. Just as his emaciated fingers lifted, brimming with the power to distort souls and poised to grasp Lu Baoyou's head, a wave of cold, overwhelming pressure, akin to being enveloped in an endless expanse of stars and torrents of knowledge, descended silently upon him. A gaze, frivolous and mocking, yet imbued with the unfathomable depth of the ocean, ensnared him completely. The murmurer's movements froze instantaneously. He abruptly raised his head to behold two figures standing quietly on the hillside above. The figure on the left, with a radiant smile directed at him, was a youth whose aura was not unknown to the murmurer. This presence, while distinctly different from that of Nyarlathotep, resonated subtly with it. Where had this wild deity emerged from? Yet, what truly sent tremors through his very soul was the figure beside Xie Luo. This was the one he had encountered previously, connected to the master of the key of the gate. And Xingyu's cold gaze was not upon the murmurer, but fixated upon Xie Luo. After Xie Luo gently nudged him with his elbow, he seemed to surrender slightly and, with an utterly monotonous tone, uttered, Yog-Sothoth. Boom! What is it like to have a deity invoke your name? The soul was instantaneously rent asunder. Darkness engulfed the murmurer's vision as his knees buckled beneath him, crashing heavily to the ground and sending a spray of debris into the air. My lord, I. The murmurer's voice trembled uncontrollably, his body quaking violently like dry grass in a tempest, his forehead pressed firmly against the cold earth, devoid of the courage to raise his gaze. He understood, truly understood. This was not merely connected to Yog-Sothoth. He was the very embodiment of Yog-Sothoth walking upon the earth. He was the key